A lot of people tell you to be a good person, to accumulate blessings and merit. Most of us know that, even since we were kids. But honestly, how easy is it to do good in this world? You start working, and some jerk always gets in your way. You tolerate it once, twice, but if they keep pushing, are you really going to hold back? Of course not. You gotta go all in. They want to play dirty. We'll play dirtier. Can't let the bad guys run wild just because we're trying to be nice. Thing is, if you rack up enough good karma points, you get some seriously sweet perks, like our boy Xing Yi, the 20-year-old college student. Because he had enough merit points when he was alive, he gets to use them to play the reincarnation lottery and possibly win some awesome afterlife rewards. Sounds pretty good, right? So, after hearing this, remember to help little kids cross the street, help those poor, lonely old folks, and those girls without older brothers to look after them, and rack up those merit points for the reincarnation raffle. Back to our lucky guy Xingye, while his soul was just drifting around, a smoking hot system girl spots him. Whoa, didn't expect to find a human soul here, she thinks. Looks like neither of our fates are ending here. She does some kind of magic trick and wakes Xingye up. The system, with a cool face but a bright smile, says, "Congratulations. Soul number Y951,806,616. Xingye wakes up all confused, like, huh, what? The system explains. Because you had enough merit points in your previous life, you can use them to play the reincarnation lottery and have a chance to win awesome reincarnation rewards. Ye's still not getting it. What are you talking about? Where am I? The system girl introduces with pre-programmed quality. This is where souls begin and end, located in the Tower of Rebirth, a Honghuang divine artifact of the Great Thousand World. I'm your reincarnation administrator, number 17,637. Oh, and my appearance is automatically generated based on your preferences. Xingyi scratches his head and laughs. Ahahaha. Is this some kind of prank show? Suddenly, the female system attacks Xingye's stomach. The wound on his stomach isn't flesh and blood like normal, but a streak of transparent green light. He yells out in panic. Stomach, my stomach. The system slowly consoled. Has it answered your doubt? You're in soul form right now, non-physical. Xingye covers his face, sweating buckets, and says in a hoarse voice, "Wait, I think I remember now. I was walking along and saw a little girl fall into the water. Then I jumped to save her." Xingyi remembers everything. He looks down at his two hands to make sure. I can't remember what happened after that. Does that mean I'm dead? So he turns and looks straight at his reincarnation administrator. What about the girl? Did she get saved? The reincarnation officer knows a thing or two, so she says quickly, "According to your merit records, she was saved." The record information is displayed as follows. +1 merit point, bringing meals to sick roommates for a week. -1 merit point, secretly eating a sick roommate's meal. +1,000 merit points, sacrificing yourself to save a drowning girl. -2 merit points, feeling that the transfer administrator is beautiful, had thought a lot of dirty things. Xingyi scratched his head awkwardly, turned off that information device, and said, "That's good. I didn't die for nothing." Xingyi then sat there thinking about his family. "It's just that my parents and uncles will be very sad. I used to mock them for only competing to make money, and that they couldn't exchange any more for their health. Now the healthiest person in the family is me who died first." The reincarnation officer doesn't seem to understand the situation very well, because she is just a reincarnation officer, so she thinks she should divert him from his sadness. "Let me introduce you. This is the merit point vending machine." Xingye's emotions were interrupted, and he said a little disappointedly, "Can you let me finish being sad?" The reincarnation officer continued to introduce. One lottery draw requires 8,888 merit points, and you happen to have enough merit points for one draw, giving you the chance to receive a rare pre-birth gift. Instant resurrection is also possible. Xingye was surprised. Is it that magical? Before pressing the button, Xingyi silently prayed, "God bless me. I've never won anything in my life, and I'm very unlucky in games. At least this time let me step on dog shit luck." Then he pressed the button. Resurrection. A strong gust of wind blew turbulently, and Xingye said happily, "Wow, this momentum is here. It's here." The system sends out a gift notification. "Congratulations, you have drawn the prize. Cultivation gift bag. You can keep your memory and enter a random cultivation star. 100% success rate of seizing possession." Xingye was stunned. The reincarnation officer then popularized. "Now I will transmit you, the horny Xing," Yi excitedly said. "At least explain it a little bit. Also, who is the horny guy? If you don't want me to have random thoughts, don't turn into the appearance I like." The reincarnation officer continued to popularize knowledge endlessly. Keeping memories, I probably don't need to explain it anymore. Seizing possession means you can directly penetrate other people's bodies with your soul and borrow the identity of others to be reborn. This gift bag operates in a stupid way. Just shout, "Seize possession," in your heart and then rush towards the target. Xingye knew that if he did this, the original owner of that body would be killed by him, and the person in charge of the transfer did not hesitate to say, "Yes, so there are restrictions on seizing possession. You can only seize a body with negative merit points." Xingye then understood, negative merit points, so I can only be a bad guy. The reincarnation officer added, "Yes, if you feel it is not appropriate, you can also choose to give up the gift bag." Xingye was quite happy to think, "I'm just feeling a little bit. It's also good to eliminate harm for the people, and it's a loss to give up." Xingye's face changed, obviously, and more coolly. "Can I find the person with the lowest merit in the reincarnation world? I will seize possession of him." The person in charge of reincarnation popularized, "It can be found, but you have to think carefully. The person with the lowest merit in the cultivation world must be a demon who harms the country and the people, kills people like a demon, and is hostile to many people." Xingye smiled and thought, "The great demon must still have the ability to protect himself. If I successfully seize him, I will directly go into seclusion and live my life." The person in charge of reincarnation performed some operations and said, "Okay, seizing possession requires you to do it yourself. I will teleport you to the target." Xingye tapped the screen. People in the cultivation world must be very strong. Wouldn't they detect this soul of mine? The information sends the order, adding a restriction to the teleportation location within the vague range near the person with the lowest merit in the world, added successfully. The person in charge of reincarnation encouraged Xingye, "Don't worry, before you successfully seize possession, the Tower of Rebirth will cover up your breath." With his final words before officially saying goodbye to Xingye, the reincarnation manager said, "Have a pleasant reincarnation." After a moment of lustful thoughts, Xingye successfully disappeared. At that moment, a spatial gate appeared in space, and someone slowly walked out from within. A strange being approached the reincarnation manager and said, "Number 17,763. "Where are the 3 souls you're in charge of?" the reincarnation manager replied. "They've been successfully reincarnated. What's wrong?" The stranger continued, "There's something odd. My side detected that, although he's a soul that just entered the Tower of Rebirth, the time of death clearly shows it was 3 years ago." The reincarnation manager was utterly shocked upon hearing this. "What?" As for Xingye, the system also announced, "Transmission location confirmed. Please use your rewards within half an hour." Xingye landed on the ground, a little excited. A cultivation world. Here I come. The moment he opened his eyes. From out of nowhere, Liu Tianyun, her eyes full of fighting spirit, was rushing toward him. Liu Tianyun was also holding a sharp sword in her hand. Xingye was scared out of his wits and instinctively covered his face, yelling, "You're kidding me! I thought you said they couldn't see me." Liu Tianyun slashed her sword into the air. Xingye dodged to the side and begged, "Heroine, please spare me." But as the girl's sword struck the formation in front of her, some kind of demonic energy emanated, clinging to her sword. That demonic energy slowly wrapped around her arm, before Liu Tianyun's surprised eyes. The sword also couldn't bear it, and immediately shattered. Tianyun quickly retreated backwards. Luckily, Xiao Wan, who was behind her, managed to catch and support her. Xiao Wan asked worriedly, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Tianyun replied, "I'm fine. This imprisonment formation is very high level. We can't break it with just our strength." Xingye, hearing this, finally regained his senses and thought, "Imprisonment formation, so it wasn't aimed at me." He looked at the 2 women, confused. "I was told to teleport next to the demonic cultivator, so why are there only these 2 women?" The more Xingye thought, the more confused he became. Wait, could they be the female demonic cultivators? I should confirm their genders first, huh? The beginning of cross-dressing female demonic cultivator. While panicking, he was surprised to discover something, and his pupils widened. He saw that above the 2 sister apprentices' heads was merit. One had 1086, and the other had 325. Seeing this, Xingye thought, "Are those merit points above their heads? They're all positive numbers, so they're not my possession targets." While he was thinking, a wild laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha! That's right, unless you reach the late Golden Core stage, you can't break this formation." Shawan, hearing this voice, respectfully clasped her hands and said, "Greetings, Senior. We are disciples of the Qingyun sect. We accidentally entered Senior's secluded cultivation place. Please forgive us." The person's voice rang out again. "Is that so? This old man likes cultivators from famous orthodox sects like you the most." Xingye, at this time, bumped into somewhere and was surprised. Huh? Suddenly, he accidentally entered the hiding place of some old geezer. In front of the old man was a large ball projecting Xiaowan's figure, saying, "If that's the case, then please open the formation, so that this junior can pay their respects to the senior in person." Xingye was surprised as he walked in. "It seems that my soul can pass through the formation?" He was stunned by what was in front of him. He saw that the one in front of him was an old devil. The merit above his head was -1,110,787,253. Looking at this number, Xingye was also frightened, more than a billion. The old devil then spoke. "Ha ha ha, as expected of a famous Orthodox sect, everyone is very polite." Xingye's face turned pale, sweating profusely, and he thought to himself, -billion merit, this guy is the real devil. How many bad things must he have done? He walked closer to the old devil, contemplating, but possessing him could save the lives of those two girls, right? Looking at the wrinkled old face made Xingye a little nauseous, but looks so old and ugly. I feel like he's about to die already. Can't bring myself to do it. The opening of Cultivation has fallen to the ground. Outside, from the area where the two girls were standing, a stream of green gas flowed out. The old devil said loudly, "These poisonous gases are corpse poisons that this old man refined. Once infected, the skin will rot, and the internal organs will dissolve. In the end, you will become a half-dead person, unable to live and unable to die." Xiaowan's expression changed immediately upon hearing this, and she shouted, "What?" The old devil began to tempt. "There is a mechanism in the middle of the formation. As long as you transfer spiritual power into it, you can bring the poisonous gas out of the formation." As he spoke, his eyes were full of anticipation, but only a sword fall down in the middle of that mechanism. Xiaowan looked at Liu Tianyun and decisively stabbed the mechanism with her sword, then exclaimed in surprise, Senior, big sister." Liu Tianyun calmly said, "There's a protective barrier too, huh? We've been discovered." The old devil angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear what this old man said? This is the mechanism that vents the poisonous gas. You want to ruin it? Don't you want to live anymore?" Xiaowan, upon hearing this, worriedly said, "That's right, big sister. Listen to what the senior says." Hearing this, Liu Tianyun turned her head and explained, "He's not some senior, just a demonic cultivator who finds joy in tormenting others. Either way, he's going to say there's something outside the formation, and that innocent people trying to save themselves will end up killing others. He wants to see us so-called righteous cultivators make mistakes just to protect ourselves. In the end, none of us will survive. It'll become something he uses to mock the righteous path. It's better to just die." The old devil deep inside the cave was speechless upon hearing this. Xingye, seeing this, muttered to himself, "Awesome. Is this my prediction of your prediction? You've stunned this devil." At this moment, Liu Tianyun and Xiaowan also saw the large star. Seeing this, Liu Tianyun reassured them, "Don't worry, it's just a star used for projection." From within the star, the old devil's voice rang out again. "Hehehe, you're a bit clever." As he spoke, he projected the cage holding several children. Indeed, outside the formation were the mortal children this old man had captured. This old man wants to see if you can stay so calm when you're tormented by poison to the point where you can't live, but can't die either. Liu Tianyun took out a vial of pills from her ring. Seeing this, Xiaowan excitedly said, "Is that a poison resistance pill? As expected of Big Sister, so well prepared." On the other side, the old devil scornfully said, "How laughable! You think some measly poison resistance pill can resolve this old man's poisonous toxin?" Liu Tianyun retorted, "This isn't a poison resistance pill, it's poison that I researched." Xiaowan was stunned upon hearing this. Liu Tianyun continued, "It can float in the air, colorless and odorless. Anyone below Foundation establishment will just take one breath and their soul will fly to the heavens." Hearing this, Xiaowan's face fell, and she fearfully said, Wait a minute, big sister. What are you taking out poison for?" Liu Tianyun opened the cap of the poison and said, "Mixing my poison into his poisonous toxin will allow those children to pass away painlessly. After we send them on their way, we'll commit suicide too." Hearing these words, everyone's faces froze stiff, and... Xiaowan quickly grabbed her hand, reminding her, "Don't be rash, think if there's another way." But Liu Tianyun just seriously replied, "This is the best way I can think of." Hearing this, Xiaowan couldn't help but tear up, saying, "This isn't the best way at all. If you want to commit suicide, just do it. Why drag those kids along?" Liu Tianyun still expressionlessly replied, "Being captured by this evil cultivator, death is the best release." The old devil's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said nothing. Liu Tianyun continued, If you can't bear it, then take a breath first. Seeing her junior sister disagree, she continued to persuade. It's painless, like falling asleep, ignoring Xiaowan's cries of, "No, take it away." Seeing Yi standing on the side, thought to himself, this devil wants to find joy, but he picked the wrong person. This big sister is frighteningly calm. As he thought this, he charged forward. I can't hesitate any longer. Even if it's bad if I don't act, before this devil makes a move, everyone will be sent on their way by this big sister. As for the old head, at this moment he couldn't sit still either. He cast a spell from his hand. It said, "Want to die? It's not that easy." Xingye at this time blindly charged towards him, to seize possession of him. But when he charged forward, he suddenly bumped into something that the old devil had just cast. Instantly, Xingye was merged with that thing. Xingye was confused, not understanding what was happening. Wait, what is this? As the cloud of demonic chi dissipated, a powerful army of zombies appeared before them. And Xingye, having just possessed one of the old man's zombies, widened his eyes in surprise. The old devil then ordered, "Go, capture those two." As soon as the words left his mouth, the zombies rushed out, charging towards the two girls. Liu Tianyun tightened her grip on her sword and shouted, "Be careful, they're animated corpses." Xingye, in the body of one of those zombies, couldn't control himself. Now, wait, what's the situation now? Xingye thought to himself, let me recall, when I wanted to seize possession, that devil summoned a bunch of zombies, then I bumped into them and possessed one of the zombies in it. The more Xingye thought about it, the more frustrated he got. This is totally a scam. Am I screwed now? My body's not even under my control. It's being puppeteered by that damn devil. Just then, the system chimed with a notification. Host's self-awareness detected. Creation system successfully activated. Host's soul resonance with the body is too low, assisting in modification. Xingye thought to himself, what the heck? The manual didn't say anything about a system. Could it be this body came with its own system? Did I just body snatch a zombie with a system? Score? At the same time, the system announced, modification complete, synchronization achieved. Liu Tianyun anxiously turned her head and shouted, Xiaowan, watch out! Just then, above Xiaowan's head, a zombie was forming a huge ball of energy and aiming it right at her. The system repeatedly sounded notifications. Current resonance level, 400%. Xingye, with a red glint in his eyes, dashed over from a distance and grabbed Xiaowan. Seeing herself being attacked from both sides, Xiaowan closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. It's over? I can't dodge it? Just when she thought it was all over, Xingye charged at the zombie, attacking it and yelling, 400%! What the hell is this? Am I Evangelion or something? Xingye, realizing he was no longer being controlled, exclaimed in delight, Whoa, I can control my body now. Seeing this scene, Liu Tianyun was shocked, thinking that Jiangxi can talk and even save Xiaowan. The old devil, seeing this, said in disbelief, Number 4 has broken free of my corpse control technique, and it can move freely. How is that possible? He quickly regained his composure and ordered, Number 3, forget about those two women, go get number 4 over here. Hearing the order, the two zombies immediately stopped fighting Liu Tianyun, changed targets, and charged towards Xingye. Seeing the two zombies rushing towards him ferociously, Xingye panicked and shouted, Hey, 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 why are you coming at me? At this moment, the system chimed in, sounding almost sentient. Facing a demonic cultivator, creation points +15. The two zombies attacked Xingye as he dodged. Xingye grumbled, What the heck is this? Creation points have point reminders like this. It feels like it's mocking me. The system said, This creation system focuses on following the natural order to become mortal. Defying it to become immortal, gaining creation points is easy. Just do things that defy heaven. Hearing this, Xingye was confused. What's defying heaven? The system immediately explained. Precisely the act of doing things that do not benefit oneself. Actions that place oneself in danger. Xingye dodged and complained to the system, Isn't that just looking for death? Shouldn't this be called the death-seeking system then? The system then said, Wrong. This system is all about rushing into death, but surviving. It emphasizes enduring hardship, exchanging misfortune for fortune, and using adversity to attain immortality. Xingye dodged another zombie attack and asked, Immortality? Then how did the previous host die and get turned into a zombie by someone else? In response, the system playfully whistled. Xingye, annoyed, yelled, What are you whistling for? Answer me. At this moment, Xingye was restrained by the two zombies. The system chimed again, still having the mind to chat while fighting. Creation points +1. Xingye cursed, his blood boiling. Just then, one of the zombies swung a powerful fist towards Xingye. At this moment, Liu Tianyun also gave an order, Thunder Sword, in the next second. Her sword, crackling with lightning, shot forward and pierced the zombie's arm from behind. Xiao Wan also took the opportunity to rush over and cut Xingye free. Seeing this, Xingye smiled and said, "Thanks." The zombie's hand then gathered energy, expanding rapidly, and in the next second, exploded with a bang. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "Careful, it's corpse poison. There's no escape. The poison has spread throughout the formation. If you want to cause trouble, we'll deal with you first." Surrounded by poisonous fumes, the system said, "Don't worry, your Jiangxi body is immune to corpse poison." Xingyi frowned and said, "But those two women aren't. We're all in the same boat now." The system said, "The system store sells antidotes." Hearing this, Xingye replied awkwardly, "I don't think they'd trust anything I gave them to eat." The system argued, "You can wait for them to pass out and then give it to them." But Xingye shook his head and said, "Wouldn't they lose their ability to fight then?" Seeing that Xingyi was being difficult, the system lost its patience. "You're such a pain. Decide for yourself." With that, it disappeared. The old devil on the other side said, "It seems like it's time to end this fight." Then, after a moment, the poisonous gas dissipated, revealing 3 figures standing there. The old devil, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, "What? Turns out those 2 girls were given protective clothing by the system, so they're okay?" Xingye, filled with gratitude, made a heart shape with his hands and said, "Listen, thank you, but this system is gone, kaput." Liu Tianyun, seeing that she was wearing protective gear, said, "We should be thanking you. Luckily we had this thing of yours, or we wouldn't be able to defend against the corpse poison, and it can even slowly restore the body that's been corroded by it." Xiao Wan, utterly astonished, looked at Xingye with curiosity. "You're really a zombie cultivator. I've never heard of a zombie cultivator who can talk." Xingye didn't know how to explain, and stuttered. This, from within the planet, the old devil's voice echoed again. "Hehehe. I underestimated you, only using chi refining stage zombies. Looks like this old man has to get serious." He grinned and continued, "That number 4 actually unexpectedly developed consciousness, just in time to help this old man. I absolutely can't let him suffer any damage." The old devil waved his hand and commanded, Go kill those 2 women, then capture number 4 alive. Don't let him get hurt." After receiving the old devil's orders, 2 Jiangxi quickly rushed towards Xingye and the others. Xingye, seeing this, loudly warned, "Be careful, 2 more are coming." Feeling the pressure, Xiaoan was scared to sweat, thinking to herself, "This oppressive force is as strong as my masters. A perfected foundation establishment stage zombie cultivator. I'm doomed." At this moment, Liu Tianyun suddenly appeared, placing her sword against Xingye's neck. Xiaoan behind her stammered. Senior sister Liu Tianyun leaned closer and reminded Xingye, "If you want to live, cooperate with me." At first, that demonic cultivator only sent out low-level chi refining stage zombies. With his personality, he would definitely slowly raise the power of the zombies, watching us fight and enjoying himself. Now, suddenly sending out 2 foundation establishment stage zombies, I can only think of one possibility. His goal has changed. It's not just torturing us, but quickly capturing that special zombie. Hearing her words, Xingye looked at the 2 Jiangxi standing still in front of him, a little surprised in his heart. Those 2 zombies really aren't moving," Xingye immediately said. "Senior sister is really powerful, it seems you guessed correctly." Hearing this, Liu Tianyun showed some displeasure and said, "Who's your senior sister?" The system announced again, "Exceeded breast attack limit, +6 creation points." Hearing the system say this, Xingye cursed inwardly. "What breast attack limit? I accidentally bumped into it. If you didn't say anything, I wouldn't even have realized that was a breast." The old devil burst out laughing, challenging. "Heh, this old man just doesn't want to play with you anymore. Number 4 is only at the chi refining stage. I have over 100 of them here. Kill them if you want." Liu Tianyun heard this and replied, "All right." She pressed the sword harder against his neck. The old devil, seeing this, was a little scared and shouted, "Stop!" Then he persuaded, "Damn it, this old man can let you go. Just leave number 4 behind." Hearing this, Liu Tianyun said to the old devil, "Open the restriction formation first." The old man immediately opened the restriction formation and then said, "All right, you can scram now." Xingye frowned, awkwardly saying, "Senior sister, you can't trust this devil. Do you want to leave a future problem for yourself?" Liu Tianyun reassured, "Don't worry, I'll go on the road with you. I won't let you fall into the hands of that demonic cultivator." Hearing this, Xingyi helplessly said, "Why do you always want to send others on their way?" Liu Tianyun continued. "Then do you want to be made into an experiment by that demonic cultivator?" Xingyi reached out and took her sword, saying, "I don't mean that. I'm saying I'm very familiar with the road over there. There's no need for senior sister to take me." The old devil was a little stunned by his actions. Xingyi looked at the old man and threatened, "Hey, old man, I want them to safely take those kids away, or I'll die for you to see." The system, seeing this heroic spirit, had to praise. Host made a suicide declaration, plus 205 creation points. Xingyi frowned, thinking to himself, "Don't say these fake words. If you can live, no one wants to die. Are there any teleportation props? System?" The system then said, "This system, in order for the host to face difficulties directly and receive creation points, cannot temporarily sell any escape props." Hearing this, Xingye's face darkened, and he said dejectedly, "So that's why the previous host died?" Afraid that he would do something rash, the old devil didn't dare to provoke him, and agreed. "All right, this old man agrees with you. They can scram now." Hearing this, Xingyi slightly turned his head and said to Liu Tianyun, "Don't worry, senior sister. Originally, I was supposed to die. Now I can save you. It's the best thing, right?" After saying that, he thought to himself, "This time I saved 5 people. I wonder if I can get another reward draw." Liu Tianyun asked in a low voice, "Is there anything you still wish to accomplish?" Xingyi bit his lip and replied, "I want to travel the world. I want to become a rich man. I want to eat delicious food in the immortal realm. I want to become the god of luck. I want a wife like senior sister. I want to have a child and name him." Before he could finish, Liu Tianyun grabbed Xiaowan and left, only leaving behind the words, "I will avenge you." Then, she cast the object manipulation art, taking the cage with the children with her. Seeing this, the old devil sneered, "Interesting, truly interesting. This puppet, I personally refined unexpectedly, has its own consciousness and even knows how to sacrifice itself for others." Liu Tianyun turned her head to look back at Xingye as she left. The old devil continued, "I'm afraid that person misjudged someone. Saving people. A selfish wretch, unworthy of being saved." Xingyi still tightly held the sword to his neck with one hand and said, "Old man, don't act rashly. Wait here for half an hour." After saying that, he secretly assessed. Did he really let them go? Isn't this a little too easy? A demonic cultivator who has committed 1,000,000,000 merits only amounts to this. Liu Tianyun quickly fled from the old devil's cave on her sword. Xiaowan excitedly exclaimed, "Bao Ye disappeared. Senior sister, the evil cultivator didn't chase after us. That zombie really saved us." Hearing this, Liu Tianyun lowered her head with a hint of guilt. Seeing this, Xiaowan asked confusedly, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Liu Tianyun said with a complicated expression, "When I left, I saw the fingerprints behind that evil cultivator's back. They were used to draw a formation from a distance. That zombie was buying time for us, but that evil cultivator was also buying time. When the time comes, the formation will be completed, and even suicide will be difficult." Hearing this, Xiaowan frowned and said, "Huh," Liu Tianyun continued. "I was afraid that he would waver if he knew, and also afraid that the evil cultivator would make a desperate move. In the end, I still didn't remind him." Speaking of this, she blamed herself. That evil cultivator deliberately revealed the fingerprints for me to see. He is one. The last hope of survival, no matter how much it's felt, will turn into a selfish desire to live. Because of this incident, my Tao heart has been tainted. I'm afraid that I'll suffer a backlash from my inner demons later. Seeing her sister blaming herself, Xiaowan immediately said, "Senior sister, this isn't your fault. No one could have done better than you." But Liu Tianyun quickly regained her spirits and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Now, all we can do is quickly return to the sect and invite Master and the elders to come down the mountain to see if they can save that zombie." Switching to the old devil's cave, Xingye stood before the old devil with a sword in his hand. He was sweating a bit, and thought to himself, "Something's not right. This demonic cultivator must be plotting something." Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Detected that a ceiling formation is about to form beneath the host's feet. Seeing this, Xingye became a little agitated, pressed the sword closer to his neck, and thought to himself, "I knew it couldn't be this easy." Just as he was about to make a move, a force suddenly stopped his sword. This startled Xingye. What? It turned out that the power came from the old devil's hand. Only to see the old devil control his demonic energy and take Xingye's sword away. At that moment, as soon as the sword slipped from his hand, Xingye was immediately knocked to the ground by a zombie, who pinned his arms down, causing him to shout. The old devil slowly walked over and said in a cold voice, "Your will to die is not firm enough. Your movement to cut your throat was too slow." Otherwise, this worn-out body of mine really wouldn't have had the confidence to stop you without relying on the formation. Unable to resist, Xingye gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, slitting my own throat is really too difficult for a 21st century university student like me. At this time, the old devil turned his head and ordered, go kill the 2 women and the children who escaped. Seeing this, Xingye laughed loudly and said, heh, it's been so long, you won't catch up. The old devil said without the slightest worry, can I catch up? It doesn't matter. I've already planted a demonic seed in that woman's Dao heart. Her days to come won't be any better than yours. Xingye exclaimed in surprise. What? Seeing this, the old devil laughed triumphantly. Heh, you really got sold off and are still counting the money for them. When they left, I deliberately revealed the fingerprints for that woman to see, but she still didn't remind you, and ran away to save her own life. How is it? How do you feel now? Do you feel like it's not worth it for yourself? But Xingye only replied, she did remind me. The old devil was a little surprised to hear that. Seeing that surprised expression, Xingye smiled knowingly and said, otherwise, why would I have suddenly cut my throat just now? It's because I knew that your ceiling formation under my feet was about to be completed. The old demon shrieked in alarm. Bullshit! When did she ever mention you? How would she? Xingye, seeing this, mocked him. Wouldn't you like to know? Ya big dummy, can't even see through that. And you call yourself a devil. What's the matter, Mad? The system couldn't help but be impressed, provoking the guy who holds your life and death in his hands. Plus 168 creation points. The old demon trembled with rage after hearing that, and said through gritted teeth, fine. Just you wait. I'm getting more and more interested in you. I hope you can still be so cocky when I've chopped you into 7 or 8 pieces. Just in case, let's tie him up first. Before anything else, the super buff zombie tightly bound his hands. Xingye cried out in pain. Easy. You're gonna break it. It's gonna break. After that, the 3 of them flew outside together. Xingye was now really anxious, thinking to himself, crap, even though I don't know what this devil wants me for, it definitely ain't gonna be better than death. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, ding! Analysis of abnormal assimilation speed complete. Seeing this, Xingye was a little surprised. Huh, what is it? Xingye asked. System, what's the deal with the sync speed analysis? The system replied, wasn't the host asking what the 400% assimilation speed was all about earlier? Hearing that, Xingye said helplessly, no, that was just sarcasm. The system then said, the host carries a soul power that doesn't belong to you. This is the crucial factor that allowed the host to seize this body, but this soul power is too great. Even after assisting the host in seizing the body of this chi-refining stage zombie, there's still a large amount of residual power left. This is also why the assimilation speed is at 400%. Hearing this, he was incredibly astonished. Whoa, really 400%? I thought I was using some kind of cheat. Could it be because of the Dao seizing function of the immortal Cultivation Lucky Pouch? Originally intended to Dao seize the demon head, but instead Dao seized a random mook. System analyzes. The system just analyzed the source of this soul power, and now the analysis is complete. This soul power is temporary, and now the assimilation rate has dropped to 393%. But before it drops, the system can control it if it is not dropped. Hearing this, Xingye's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, what do you mean? How to control? The system then explained, if you give this extra assimilation speed to someone else, they will be controlled by the host. Seeing this, Xingye thought to himself, that's OP, and give it to that old demon. The system immediately explained, because the host seized a zombie body, the extra assimilation speed can only be given to zombies with a similar structure to you. Seeing this, Xingye glanced at the zombie who was holding him in his arms and evaluated, a zombie, I feel like this guy is not an opponent of that demon. He asked suspiciously, system, is there a way to know the cultivation level of this demon? The system replied, whispering appraisal with the target will cost 5 creation points each time. Seeing this, Xingye immediately used his appraisal eyes without thinking. After the appraisal, the character information also appeared. Name, Dulao Dulao Mo gender, male race, human age, 968 realm, Yingbian, mid-stage now seriously injured, and fell to Golden Core late stage. As for the zombie next to him, name, Zuwei before death, gender, male race, human age, 440 before death, 289 realm, Golden Core Great Perfection current, Golden Core mid-stage zombie. Seeing this, Xingye was a little apprehensive and thought, oh my god, Yingbian stage. Fortunately, he was seriously injured and fell. It is definitely not enough to deal with him with only this big-headed zombie. If you want to escape, you can only bet on it. Thinking of this, he said to the system. System, give all my extra soul power to this zombie, the system reminded. It only takes 6% to control this bald man, but Xingyi still decided not to change his mind and said, just do as I say. I have my own plans. The system didn't explain anything else. Okay, the allocation is complete. As soon as the system acted, Xingyi screamed, what are you doing? The old demon was startled and turned to look back, only to see that both Zhu Wei and Xingyi were falling, and the two fell down below. Xingyi closed his eyes and screamed. As soon as the old demon saw this, he immediately used magic to hold the two of them in mid-air, and then he rushed over from a distance. The old demon put his hand on Zhu Wei and was a little stunned. He wondered to himself in confusion. What's going on? The number 3 zombie control seal is also broken. Seeing this, the old demon looked at Xingyi with fierce eyes and questioned, what did you do? Seeing this, Xingyi quickly defended. This bald man almost killed me, and you still have to ask what you are doing. Don't release such error-prone things in the future. The old demon put away the zombie Zhu Wei with one hand and scolded, boy, don't try to fool me. The old demon approached and said in a hoarse voice, although I won't kill you for the time being, there are many ways to make you wish you were dead. Xingyi couldn't help but laugh. When he heard this, the old demon frowned. What's so funny? Xingyi looked up at him and said with a half-smile, turns out you've got some heavy hitters in that ring of yours. Suddenly, the old devil's ring lit up too. Seeing this, he blurted out, what? Just as the old devil was focused on the ring, Xingyi seized the chance and delivered a powerful kick to his gut. Caught off guard, the old devil spewed out a mouthful of syrup and went flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into the mountain behind him, causing a massive tremor. Boom! The mountain instantly crumbled under the pressure, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, the old devil lay in the wreckage, coughing up a storm, his face bruised and bloody, muttering, How is this possible? Xingyi stood beside a corpse fiend at the mid-stage of nascent transformation. The old devil couldn't believe his eyes, yelling, a nascent transformation corpse fiend? Even at my peak, I'd have to sacrifice lifespan to control one? What the hell did you do? Xingyi chuckled. We corpse fiends gotta help each other out, isn't that normal? At the same time, the system piped up, deliberately causing the bald-headed corpse fiend to lose control. It pretended to be sucked back into the storage ring, then used it as a go-between to control the stronger corpse fiend. Xingyi mentally told the system, I originally wanted to control all the corpse fiends in the storage ring and gang up on this old geezer. The old devil struggled to his feet, angrily declaring, to think I barely escaped those bastards chasing me, only to be killed by my own corpse fiends. The system chimed in. Xingyi seized the moment. Your assimilation rate for controlling the nascent transformation 1 is barely holding on. It's down to 185%. In half an hour, you'll be facing an uncontrolled nascent transformation corpse fiend. Xingyi was surprised. That fast, very quickly. In the next second, that mid-stage nascent transformation corpse fiend charged forward ferociously, unleashing a powerful kick. Caught off guard, the old devil's corpse fiends were sent flying, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. Seeing this, the system announced, that corpse fiend knows Earth escape. It probably slipped out when the wall crumbled, feeling its power. Even Xingyi was shocked, he thought. This corpse fiend is really sneaky, pretending to be weak while planning a sneak attack. Just then, Xingyi suddenly saw the old devil's ring glowing. Xingyi was stunned. That's the ring on the devil's thumb. It was now taking orders from the old devil to defend. The mid-stage nascent transformation corpse fiend created a shield, but unexpectedly, the old devil's demonic power blasted through the shield and directly attacked Xingyi. The old devil cackled. Kid, you're not the only one who knows how to use storage rings for sneak attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, the mid-stage nascent transformation corpse fiend dragged him away. The corpse fiend hoisted him up. Even in this situation, he still managed to smile. Xingyi was horrified, wondering, what the hell was that thing that could pierce through a nascent transformation's armor so easily and strike my body directly? The old devil, his neck being squeezed tight, still managed to sneer, heh, it's a big gift. With this, you'll end up like me, definitely not dying peacefully. Xingyi didn't waste any words, and commanded, kill him. Upon receiving the order, the mid-stage nascent transformation corpse fiend instantly crushed the old devil to death with one hand. The system announced, successfully killed Du, the old devil, exceeding your cultivation level, rewarded 2,000 creation points. Xingyi asked, puzzled, system, "What did that old guy shoot into me?" The system replied, "Analysis complete. It's a treasure called the Blood Sacrifice Yin Fiend Orb. As long as it merges with deathly yin energy, it can rapidly regenerate and become immortal. With the host's current corpse fiend body, as long as you're not completely obliterated, you can resurrect and return to your original state." Xingye, looking bewildered and sweating, exclaimed, "What? How could that old geezer shoot this heaven-defying thing into me? Why didn't he use it himself?" The system explained, although he's a demonic cultivator, he's still fundamentally human and can't use it. Giving it to his corpse fiends would be a waste. He mentioned being chased, likely because of this item. It's not something he should have at his level. Hearing this, Xingye rubbed his chin and said, "So he captured me, probably hoping to find a way to properly use the Blood Sacrifice Yin Fiend Orb through me." The system agreed. Likely, although the host has obtained a divine object, your cultivation is too low to suppress its aura. Once someone discovers it, you'll be refined alive into a treasure. Hearing this, Xingye asked the system, "Can I take it out then? The host is completely merged with the orb. This system can't do anything about it." Seeing this, Xingye frowned. "Doesn't that mean I'm a walking natural treasure now? This is troublesome." An hour later, at the same mountain, Wang Guanzhou, a Zhengyang peak elder, and Xingyun sect's sect leader, Qingshuan, arrived before the old devil's corpse. Guanzhou boomed. "Disciple, is this the demonic cultivator you were talking about?" Liao Tianyun, standing at the foot of the mountain, replied, "Yeah." Qingshuan chimed in, "Looks like he was killed by his own nascent soul zombie." And then that nascent soul zombie offed itself. Guanzhou glanced at the motionless mid-nascent soul realm zombie and said, "Demonic cultivators can control nascent soul zombies. Though I don't know what happened, it's a good thing they're all dead. Otherwise, these two old geezers would have kicked the bucket here, and the Azure Wave Nation would have fallen into misery." Qingshuan noticed that Tianyun was searching for something and asked, puzzled, "Junior nephew Liu, what are you looking for?" "Any goodies must be handed over to the sect's treasury," Guanzhou added, sect leader. That nascent soul zombie had a piece of paper in its hand. Tianyun looked around, lost in thought. There's no chi refining kid. Right, in this looting battle, even if he was only in the range of the energy fluctuation, he would have turned into ashes. Qingshuan asked curiously, "What's written on the paper?" Guanzhou opened the paper and read, "Eldest sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing the content, Qingshuan was a little confused. What? This nascent soul zombie even had an eldest sister, and fine where? He already suicided. Just as they were confused, Tianyun flew over and snatched the piece of paper from Guanzhou's hand, shocking the two of them. On the other side, the system said to Xingye, "I deliberately made the bald zombie lose control, then had it put into the storage ring, using it as an intermediary to control the strongest zombie inside." Xingye continued, "Originally, I planned to control all the zombies in the ring and dogpile those old guys, but the author thought it was too hard to draw, so he didn't let me show off." Tianyun didn't say a word, took the piece of paper and ran away. Qingshuan, not understanding what was happening, said, "Junior nephew Liu, what does this mean? Could that piece of paper have some secret?" Guanzhou said, doubting his life, "Disciple." It just smiled. Seeing this, Qingshuan then said, "Ah, disciple, your block of ice smiled. Are you seeing things?" "Right, Elder Wang. Did you notice the yin energy here?" Guanzhou also sensed the aura and nodded. "Yeah, I noticed it as soon as I arrived." "That aura ends at that river. Could it be that the demonic cultivator dropped some treasure into the lake?" Qingshuan then requested. Later, "Tell the inner sect disciples to go out on a boat to search." Following the river, there was a cave entrance. At this time, Xingye was inside. He just throwed all the things in the storage ring out to sea. Trash, trash, all trash. Xingye was frustrated, picking up the ring to look at. He thought there would be something in this devil's storage ring that could hide the aura of yin energy, and it cost 500 points to break the seal and 380 points to sign the contract. In the end, only 600,000 low-grade spirit stones are useful, and the rest are all a pile of poison and financial materials that are completely useless. Here, he sat down and sighed, complaining, "There's no usable equipment in the marketplace either. If I can't solve the problem of the yin energy radiating out, I can't go anywhere." Seeing him so troubled, the system reminded him, "You can use the red box on the left behind." Xingyi picked up the red box and asked, "This thing," the system said. "Yes, this box is a yin energy bead container. With the property of concealing the aura of yin energy beads, it uses the flesh of the yin energy bead's half-life as the material for the box." Seeing this, Xingye snapped, What's the use of this? Do you want to put me in here? The system said you can use system items to synthesize and then use them. If the host combines a magic weapon with concealment functions with this box, there is a high probability that you can synthesize a tool that effectively conceals the yin energy bead. Xingyi thought it was reasonable and said this function is good. Then he began rummaging through the pile of things, and while rummaging he said, not only the yin energy bead, but also my zombie identity can be concealed. I remember just now I contracted with something. After searching for a while, Xingyi also found what he was looking for, found it. This thing is called the yin-yang pendant. Its property is that it can convert qi into vitality, a ghost cultivator's cultivation magic tool in my world. Let's see, set this necklace as the main item first, and put the box as the secondary item. After a while, a large amount of light emitted from outside the cave. Xingyi happily said after creating the strengthened yin-yang pendant, success, this property is perfect. Then he took the necklace and put it on his neck to see how it worked. As soon as he put on the strengthened yin-yang pendant, Xingyi's face suddenly became rosy, looking more radiant. He asked, System, how is it? System, is there still a color radiating out? The system said, no, there isn't, but the aura of the yin energy bead is too strong, and it has also been converted into vitality, resulting in the host now having a feeling of being full of vitality. Thinking that he was only born to be a host for a fast-growing parasitic plant, Xingyi shouted excitedly, then what's the use? I'm still a living target. Seeing him panic, the system reassured, the host doesn't need to worry. Vitality is easier to control than the aura of yin energy. Just buy a concealment robe in the marketplace and you can hide it. Xingyi then cut his hair and looked at his appearance in the mirror. He was a little sad again. This damn necklace hides the yin energy. The clothes hide the necklace. Feels like I'm wearing a mountain of patches. Good thing I've been cutting my own hair ever since school closed. Xingyi looked at his face in the mirror and thought, even though my cultivation level is a bit low, at least this zombie's looks aren't too bad. Then he tried to use his appraisal skill. Seeing that the hand mirror wasn't doing anything, he was surprised. Can't I use the appraisal skill on myself? The system was like, open the system screen. You can find your detailed info in there. So Xingyi opened the system screen, and bam, Xingyi's info popped up. Level, Qi Refining Stage 5, Qi Concealing Robe, Yin-Yang Pendant, Enhanced Blood Sacrifice, Yin-Yang Orb, Space Ring, Earth Grade. Name, Xingyi, Original Host Name, 853. Age, Before Death 23, After Death 22, Race, Refined Corpse, Before Death, Human, Status, None. Original Host Status, Villager, Astronaut. Staring at the original host part, Xingyi's jaw dropped. What the heck? Astronaut before death? What's that supposed to mean? Isn't this a cultivation world? System, explain. Can't explain. My memory and the previous host are both damaged. Hearing that, Xingyi was helpless. System, explain. The previous host woke up in a mountain village, heavily injured, lying in the village chief's house not remembering anything. The village chief said he was found unconscious in the forest by the village chief's daughter, and I only remember that I am the creation system, and must collect creation points, the functions of the system and encyclopedic knowledge of this world. But I don't remember how I was created or why I appeared on the previous host. Seeing this, he asked curiously, so system, how come your previous golden finger host still died? This, because the system has a very serious bug. The system is also difficult to understand, but after you arrived, you didn't trigger this bug. Did it fix itself? Seeing that the system was useless, Xingyi was a little annoyed. Hey, tell me clearly. Just then, another system notification popped up. You have a new system mission. A red system panel appeared in front of him. Main quest, cultivate a cultivation method and earn at least 300 creation points. Mission success, 1 lucky draw. Mission failure, have your divine sense. Time limit, 1 year. Looking at this mission, Xingyi was a bit confused. What kind of mission is this? What does cultivating a cultivation method have to do with creation points? The system sighed unconsciously. It's finally here, the bug I told you about. The system randomly issues missions. Without considering the host's cultivation level, Xingyi's face froze after hearing the system's casual tone. The system continued. For example, the previous host died while doing a mission to kill Old Devil. Hearing this, he went crazy and screamed he was only at the Qi refining stage. That demon was at the golden core stage, and there was a bunch of refined corpses. How was he supposed to kill him? The system didn't deny it, saying, that's right, random missions can be very simple, but they can also be very difficult. The previous host's luck was pretty good. He lived for 2 years. Among them, more than 40 missions were hanging by a thread. but luckily they all passed. But this last mission was really hopeless. The punishment for failure was burning the soul. Death. Xingye shouted excitedly. Aren't you a system? What mission? Aren't you supposed to be, strictly speaking, I am only the administrator of the system, but I don't remember how to maintain and fix bugs, so I can't fix this bug. Hearing this, Xingye was speechless. A scam? He collapsed in despair. Other people's systems are golden fingers. Mine is a death charm. And why is it such a coincidence? I wanted to take over that devil's body. But he happened to summon refined corpses, summoned 5 of them. I happened to run into the one with the system. The system said, proving that the host is a person chosen by God, with very good luck. Xingye grumbled, bad luck, more like it. What does having my divine sense if I fail the mission mean? The host is only at the chi refining stage now. Having your divine sense is equivalent to becoming an idiot. Thinking about his heaven-defying cultivation tribulation starting, he started to open his mouth. I don't want to. Xingye bit his fingertip, sweating anxiously and thinking, I must complete this mission. I only have 1 year. How exactly does cultivating a cultivation method increase creation points? Creation points, to put it bluntly, are points for survival. You must cultivate a cultivation method. What does survival mean? Thinking so, he asked the system again. Did the previous host not learn any cultivation methods? The system said, learned it, but being refined into a refined corpse means it is a dead object, just a humanoid magic weapon. The soul and spiritual roots have been refined, cannot sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cannot cultivate the cultivation method. Xingye cried and shouted, then doesn't that mean I will definitely not be able to complete the mission? The host's situation is not quite the same, because in theory, refined corpses cannot be taken over, just like you can't take over a table or a chair, Xingye muttered to himself. Anyway, it's a sack of DCKS, a 100% successful takeover. He racked his brain again. Wait a minute. Can't you only take over people with negative merit points? Do refined corpses have merit points? It was too fast at the time, so I couldn't see clearly. After the takeover, the ability to see merit points disappeared. The system continued. The host's existence is already a violation of the laws and common sense. There is no record in my memory of refined corpses having intelligence. Xingye, completely helpless, and lamented, I feel that my future is black. A completely new type, no strategy. Seeing that he had no hope, the system said, the host can let the system check first. Anyway, there is a spirit, so there must be spiritual roots. Seeing this, Xingye immediately reached out to touch the system. But as soon as he touched the screen, the system announced, no spiritual roots. That sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on Xingye. There's an old saying that fools have the blessings of fools. Xingye cried out in agony, damn system. Then he asked, is there anything else, like a root creator or something? Seeing his desperation, the system finally said, after searching the database, the system has records of 2 special types of spiritual roots. One is called Qi spiritual root. It's normally used by high-level cultivators to break through, using a method of refining magic treasures of corresponding attributes to enhance a certain attribute. It can't be maintained for long, though. The other is demonic spiritual root. It's a secret technique that uses specially made demon beast inner cores to increase the attributes of spiritual roots, or to improve their quality. It was famous for a while when it was first discovered, but it was later found that even if you supplement it with demon cores of the same attribute as yourself, you will gradually experience a rejection reaction, eventually leading to an inability to absorb spiritual qi and a severe decline in cultivation. After that, this method was gradually lost, but the system store happens to sell it. At this point, Xingye fell silent, lost in thought. Both were worth trying, but he could use the qi spiritual root to learn a set of cultivation techniques and complete the mission. Using the demonic spiritual root would lead to not being able to cultivate in the future, which was a bit unstable. After thinking about it, he spoke, wait a minute, system, this rejection you mentioned with the demonic spiritual root, what exactly does it reject? The system replied, it naturally rejects your own spiritual roots. So, what if I originally didn't have spiritual roots? There's no one without spiritual roots. Hearing this, Xingye immediately asked, what about me then? The system replied, you're not human. Hearing this, Xingye was speechless. The system continued, I've already said it, a zombie is essentially a magic treasure. Have you ever seen a magic treasure with spiritual roots? Xingye suddenly had a flash of inspiration, like finding light in a hazy fog. So, just because others can't use the demonic spiritual root, doesn't mean I can't, right? I don't know. Host is an illogical existence anyway. Xingye considered, well, it's still better than the worst case scenario of becoming a complete idiot. After thinking it over, he immediately pressed the button to buy the demonic spiritual root secret manual. After pondering the secret manual for a long time, Xingye finally understood, so that's how it is. He analyzed. The quality of spirit pills are divided into mortal grade, low grade, medium grade, high grade, and peak grade, corresponding to the grade of the demon core. The demonic spiritual root secret manual covers foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and incarnation stages. Xingye pondered, a hint of gloom in his eyes. With my current strength, at most I can only kill demon beasts in the chi refining stage, not even mortal grade. A spiritual root definitely can't be achieved, definitely won't work. System store, do you have any demon cores for sale? Hearing the system board's reply, Xingye felt a little desperate, his expression changing. This store is a high-end store. We only sell finished products, not raw materials. He analyzed his current situation. Looks like I have to go to a place where cultivators trade to see if I can buy high-level demon cores. I don't know if 600,000 low-grade spirit stones will be enough. Xingye stood up, dusting himself off, seemingly having calculated everything in his heart. He asked the system, "Is there a place like a cultivator market nearby?" Xingye's eyes widened, his face paling, speechless, with a hint of sarcasm. "You don't know. After you and the previous host awakened, we've always been on the mountain, never seen any crowded places. It is recommended that the host ask local cultivators where to go. Junk. No wonder it's a used system." He walked while arguing with the system, which was furious at being called junk. "Who are you calling a used item? Does that mean you are a widowed or orphaned system? The previous host and I weren't married. Stop. Stop trying to brainwash me." Xingye paused, a hint of worry and hesitation in his voice. "Local cultivators. What if I look for them? I remember they are from the Qingyun sect. Although they know about me, with senior sister's personality, she probably wouldn't deceive me." Hearing Xingye say that, the system store immediately chimed in with, "Surprise! I know the Qingyun sect. It's recorded in the system encyclopedia." It began to explain in detail. This land is called the Sky Vault Divine Continent, with 5 palaces and 10 kingdoms. Where we are now is the Shanglan Kingdom. The most famous cultivation forces are the 3 sects and 4 schools. The 3 sects are the Qingyun sect, the Wind Thunder sect, and the Joyful Union sect. The 4 schools are the Beast Taming School, the Myriad Transformation School, and so on. Xingye pondered, raising his hand to signal the system to stop. "I can't remember everything you say." Xingye's eyes contained a hint of displeasure, recalling that day. No wonder that girl reported her sect first when she met that demonic cultivator. Is the Qingyun sect, that famous. "Greetings, senior. We are disciples of the Qingyun sect. We accidentally entered the place of your cultivation. Please forgive us." Xingye looked up and asked the system, "Where is it?" "Do you know? Not far from here, at the host's walking speed. It will only take 2 hours to get there." Hearing this, Xingye immediately hurry away. "Oh yeah, is the Joyful Union sect nearby? If it's on the way, I might want to visit it out of pure curiosity." It's not too far, but both the vitality and the yin-killing aura on the host's body are suitable for refining into a male furnace cauldron by the Joyful Union sect. Never mind then. At the same time, at the Qingyun sect, the scenery was unusually peaceful and tranquil. Xiaowan was talking to her fellow disciples with a happy expression. She proudly boasted, "Let me tell you guys, I fought that demonic cultivator zombie for 300 rounds. Finally, just as I was about to chop off his head, he suddenly said, 'Fairy sister, please spare my life.'" "Huh, how can a zombie talk? Are you lying?" Xiaowan crossed her arms smugly and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask senior sister. If I lie, I'm a puppy." Just as everyone was bustling about, Wang Deng walked up from behind and said, "Can you explain the story of that zombie in detail?" Wang Deng approached Xiaowan with an interested look. "Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, senior brother." Xiaowan seemed a little uninterested, looking at Wang Deng with cold eyes. "Greetings, senior brother. Here's what happened. Me and senior sister Liu haven't finished yet." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yu Tianyun, who called out, "Xiaowan, senior sister." Wang Deng asked Yu Tianyun with concern, but it was clear that she still disliked him very much. "Liu Shimei, I heard you guys ran into some demonic cultivators. Are you all right? Just a few minor injuries, nothing serious?" Liu Tianyun, with sharp and resolute eyes, quickly grabbed Xiaowan's hand and pulled her away. "Come over here. I have something to tell you." The people standing there started gossiping with Wang Deng. "He really cares about her. But what's with her attitude, her cultivation must have been surpassed by senior brother, and she's jealous that he stole her title of the most talented disciple of Qingyun sect. Don't say that. Liu Shimei has always been like that. Liu Tianyun led Xiaowan into the room, closing all the doors. She instructed Xiaowan, "It was my oversight. I forgot to tell you about that corpse refiner. Don't tell anyone else." Xiaowan seemed to realize something and asked suspiciously, "Shijie, did you and Shifu find that demonic cultivator?" Shiji, with a stern expression and serious eyes, said, "Yes. That demonic cultivator was killed by his own Yingbian corpse puppet, and then that Yingbian corpse puppet committed suicide too. But the corpse puppet that saved us isn't dead. Don't tell the sect leader or Shifu about him either." Xiaowan was shocked and stammered, Yingbian is the same level as the Grand Elders, isn't it? What exactly happened? The Yingbian one is already dead, and he's just at the chi refining stage? How could he not be dead, senior sister? How do you know all this? Liu Tianyun brushed her hair back, revealing her high cheekbones, and looked into the distance, answering, "He left me a note." Xiaowan's mouth dropped open, as if struck by lightning. She was stunned and speechless. Xiaowan awkwardly stammered, Senior sister, what's wrong?" Xiaowan blushed shyly, pointing at Liu Tianyun, amused by her previous expression. "Sister, do it one more time. You want to die?" Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed from outside. Someone outside called out, interrupting their conversation, "Is senior sister Liu Tianyun here?" Liu Tianyun opened the door and stepped out, asking, "What is it?" A little Shimei looked at her, pointed outside, and replied, "There's a chi refining level 5 cultivator outside the sect gate, saying he's an old friend of senior sister's and wants to meet you." Liu Tianyun closed her eyes, coldly and without a change in expression, said, "I'm not meeting him. I don't have any old friends." That little Shimei continued. He also said he doesn't know if senior sister has seen the note he left behind. Upon hearing the word note, Liu Tianyun didn't hesitate any longer, rushing quickly towards the sect gate, so fast that the little Shimei hadn't even processed what just happened. Xiaowan walked out of the room. That little Shimei saw her and curiously asked, "Xiaowan Shijie, what's wrong with senior sister?" "You're asking me, how would I know?" Xingye was already waiting at the sect gate. Seeing Liu Tianyun, he leisurely greeted, "Yo, senior sister, I thought I'd get a warm welcome, but it seems not." In an instant, Liu Tianyun pointed the tip of her sword at Xingye's neck, causing his face to change, turning pale and cold sweat pouring down. Liu Tianyun suspiciously questioned, "Xingye, you're not him. Where is he? Why are you pretending to be him?" Xingye panicked, trembling, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. He was so scared that his voice became stuttering and shaky. "It's me. I found a magic tool to conceal the death energy. Otherwise, how would I dare come find you? I don't want to be someone's lab rat." Hearing his explanation, Liu Tianyun was somewhat relieved and slowly lowered the tip of her sword. Xingye also breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Liu Tianyun hastily grabbed Xingye's hand and dragged him away, despite Xingye's confusion. "This isn't a place to talk. Follow me." Liu Tianyun used her wind-riding skill to glide through the air, dragging Xingye along, while Xingye, scared witless, timidly shouted. Senior brother Wang Deng, standing high above, had witnessed everything that just happened, the corners of his lips curving down, silently, as if plotting something sinister. Upon arriving at their destination, perhaps because he wasn't used to the height, Yingye suffered from vertigo, and then met Sister Hui. He turned to complain to Liu Tianyun, senior sister, "Could you fly a little slower next time?" Ignoring Xingye's complaints, Liu Tianyun went straight to the point, marveling, "I really didn't expect you to escape from that demonic cultivator without getting hurt at all. Just lucky, I guess." Liu Tianyun's face suddenly darkened as if she felt guilty. "There's something I want to tell you." In fact, Xingye had already anticipated what Liu Tianyun wanted to say. He interrupted her. Despite her shock, Xingye continued leisurely. "If I had known that the demonic cultivator was setting up a formation from afar at that time, I would have committed suicide immediately and wouldn't have cared about your lives. Being captured by him would definitely mean being tortured to the point of wishing I was dead. You guys are just strangers to me. If I hadn't shown up, you were already destined to die anyway, so I don't owe you anything." Liu Tianyun, looking a bit dejected and self-blaming, said, "Seriously, everyone knew all along. I discovered his plot, but I still left without saying anything." Xingyi tilted his head, crossed his arms, his voice with a hint of sarcasm. "That's right, that demonic cultivator wouldn't miss any opportunity to mock you guys." Liu Tianyun clenched her hands, her voice lowered, blaming herself. You're very disappointed, aren't you? Sacrificing your life to save humanity, I'm so selfish. Xingye approached Liu Qianyun and asked blankly, what is senior sister saying? He explained to her more clearly in a serious tone, didn't I just say it? Luckily, you didn't remind me at the time, otherwise I would have committed suicide. I would be dead, and I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you now. Liu Tianyun's eyes widened, stunned, standing silently as if she had no words to utter. Was she overthinking things? Seeing this, Xingye explained to her further, the eldest senior sister wasn't afraid of death and didn't remind me because she didn't want the junior sister and the children to be in danger. Standing in your position, I would do the same, so there's no need to blame yourself. He said happily, with a slightly sarcastic tone, telling her that, moreover, even I, the person involved, don't care but you still can't let go. Then that's a bit arrogant, isn't it? Liu Tianyun stroked her sharp eyes, seriously confirming with Xingye again. You really don't care. Xingye's eyes were firm, seemingly serious, and said to her, what I care about is the way eldest senior sister handled it. He recalled the events that took place at that time. Because I didn't want the evil cultivators to have fun, I destroyed the mechanism of the formation first. He continued to recall the horrific things that happened at that time, and continued, because I didn't want the children to be tortured painfully later, I sent them on their way one step earlier. Because you didn't want to turn junior sister and yourself into toys, you chose to commit suicide. All of these seemed to be the most rational choices. You felt that miracles wouldn't happen to you, Xingye said in a deep voice, persuading her. But obviously this time it has happened, so in the future when you encounter a similar situation, I hope senior sister can cherish your life more and give a little chance for miracles to happen. When Liu Tianyun heard Xingye mention the two words miracle, she was stunned as if dead, and suddenly thought, miracle. That's right, before, I also believed that miracles would happen. Liu Tianyun recalled the not-so-good memories of the past. For someone who has been hurt like her, the two words miracle are like a luxury. But later, after experiencing that incident, seeing her standing there dumbfounded, Xingye casually chimed in a few words. Maybe you have your own difficulties, so you don't bother to pay attention to what I just said. But leaving aside all those great principles, this time, I really saved your lives. Xingye brought his face close to Liu Tianyun, his eyes widened, his mouth pursed, pointing his finger and threatening her, and said, so if you still have the idea that it doesn't matter if you die, then it will make my saving people's actions very ridiculous. Do you understand? Because she felt a little guilty, Liu Tianyun this time seemed very well behaved, and partly listened to Xingye's admonition. Got it. When I encounter danger, I will add one possibility that junior brother will come to save me. Xingye scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied to Liu Tianyun, no, what you said makes me very stressed. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, Xingye noticed and stammered as he looked at Liu Tianyun staring at him. Wait, what did you just call me? Liu Tianyun tucked her hair up to her ear, hesitantly, and looked at Xingye. Usually, when she is a little shy or nervous, she will do such actions. She said to Xingye, you have been calling me senior sister for so long. Shouldn't I call you junior brother? Should. The system panel appeared in front of Xingye. It sighed, as if regretting for him. Unfortunately, I am a creation system, not an object-finding system. What are you talking about? Ignoring what happened just now, Liu Tianyun wondered, did junior brother come to me to talk about this? Actually, there is something I want to ask the eldest senior sister to do for me. Liu Tianyun asked him again in wonder, what? You need a demon core. Xingye responded while Liu Tianyun was thinking, that's right, the higher the level, the better. Does senior sister know where to buy it? At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, we have a market, but at most we can only buy second-level demon cores. What about third-level, fourth-level, and fifth-level ones? Liu Qingyun replied, fifth-level demon cores are just legends. No one has ever seen them. Demonic beasts that can reach the transformation god stage usually go to the starry sky to travel and find opportunities, and will not stay here. Xingye was stunned, his face a little worried and hesitant. Then what level of demon core can 600,000 low-grade spirit stones buy? Ordinary attributes from level 2 downwards should be enough. Xingye was a little disappointed, so isn't that just enough for low-grade spiritual roots? Is that demonic cultivator so poor? He put his hand to his mouth and pondered. Once the main spiritual root is selected, it cannot be changed. Even if you use other demon cores to strengthen it later, the maximum limit will not exceed low grade, which is a bit unwilling. Liu Qingyun asked curiously, What is junior brother Xingye planning to do with the demon core? Want to do experiments, can strengthen your own strength, but I don't know if it can be successful or not. Liu Qingyun wanted to confirm with Xingye. Again, is it very important? Xingye didn't hesitate and replied, extremely important. The two of them stood there, continuing. Han Chuan, you took the storage ring from that demonic cultivator, right? Yeah, there were only zombie puppets left in the remaining ring, so I didn't see it. Liao Tianyun inquired. In the ring you took, were there no suitable demon cores? No demon cores, just some evil stuff. Liao Tianyun placed her hand on her mouth, pondering, that's strange. Logically speaking, a demonic cultivator who refines corpses like him should have collected a lot of resources. Demon cores are also a necessity. How could there not be even one? As if realizing something, Yang Ye exclaimed, could it be that he left them in the cave earlier? Liu Tianyun immediately refuted, my master and I already went there earlier. We didn't find anything special. Even so, Liu Tianyun was still a bit hesitant. She channeled spirit energy into her sword, but it's possible that we didn't search thoroughly enough. Let's go there again. Xingyi felt a bit dizzy at the thought of having to fly on a sword with her, his face paling with fear as he said, I'm a little sword sick. Liu Tianyun touched the sword with one foot, reassuring Xingye. You stand here, I'll fly slowly. Xingye fearfully stuttered to her. Is there a bigger sword? I can't stand steadily on this one. Then hold on to me a bit. Perhaps fear had blinded Xingye. He grabbed onto Liu Tianyun's waist. The system chimed, plus 6 creation points. Before he could regain his composure, Liu Tianyun had already taken off with lightning speed, leaving Xingye's face distorted and comical as it struggled to catch up. Already translated above. The faster they flew, the tighter he hugged her waist, screaming in panic. Perhaps from that moment on, Xingye lost a part of his soul. Xiaowan unknowingly happened to see the two of them. A streak of green light flashed across the sky. Xiaowan strained her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Am I hallucinating? Behind Senior Sister is that zombie refiner, right? He's even hugging Senior Sister's waist? Xiaowan angrily kicked a tree and yelled to vent her frustration. It's so infuriating. I haven't even gotten a hug yet. What right does that bastard have to hug her? Why did Senior Sister agree? Suddenly, an inappropriate thought appeared in Xiaowan's mind, causing her to ponder. Wait a minute. Could it be that Senior Sister? Xiaowan's eyes widened, her face showing a hint of fear and unease, as if she was also afraid of her own thoughts about Senior Sister, has a thing for zombies. The scene revealed a high mound of earth, with a cave in the middle like a black hole. Xingye and Liu Tianyun slowly, cautiously stepped into the cave. Xingyi suddenly sighed and curiously asked Liu Tianyun, it really is like a normal cave. There aren't even any side paths. Why did you guys come here in the first place? My junior sister and I were investigating the disappearance of sected disciples. We didn't expect there to be a demonic cultivator inside. She pointed to a corner of the cave, saying, he set up a formation to trap us here, right at the end of the cave. Xingye showed a clear look of suspicion, and at the same time activated his skill, Great Cultivator's Analytic Eye. There's no reason to dig such a normal cave. Starting to analyze the cave, mostly just limestone and moss, Xingye turned around and around, probing, then muttered to himself, ah, still stone. Suddenly, the system analyzed something strange, making his eyes widen. Above the cave ceiling, next to the limestone, is conglomerate and a weak space wall. He wondered, what is this? Liu Tianyun looked at Xingye, still not understanding what he was doing. Junior brother, what are you doing? Wait a bit, I'll tell you later. System, what is a weak space wall? The system store began to explain. In places like ancient battlefields, because great power cultivators fought, they would damage the laws of space, causing space to become unstable, and the situation of space walls becoming thin and weak would occur. But this isn't an ancient battlefield. The system also knew that was the case, it added. The laws of space here are very stable, but there's only one place that's not the same. There's only one possibility. According to its speculation, a cultivator above the spirit transformation stage has opened a void dongfu, which is to open a stable space in the turbulent void, like a piece of land created by magic power and imprisoned in a fixed dimension. This dongfu will use formations to fix it, or magical artifacts to stabilize itself in the turbulent void. It analyzed further, but then the dongfu was abandoned, or the great power died, and the stabilizing formations and magical artifacts became loose. Over time, the entire dongfu began to move slowly. If the dongfu moved and pressed on a main space that was originally very stable, A situation where the space wall thinned would occur. Xingye's expression changed upon hearing this. Awesome. A spirit transformation expert's dongfu. This opportunity is truly amazing. No wonder that devil was here. Suddenly, a red system panel gradually appeared before Xingye's confused eyes. It's an event quest board. Quest. Explore the spirit transformation stage Cultivator's dongfu in front of you. Reach 80% exploration progress. Successful quest reward, 100 supreme grade spirit stones. Quest failure, soul burning punishment. Time limit, 3 years. A key fell down from above. Xingye received the quest item, the dongfu key. Xingye's eyes widened, his brow furrowed, looking incredibly annoyed. To the point of cursing, I'm only at the chi refining stage going into a spirit transformation stage dungeon. Why don't you just kill me off already? Xingye sighed, looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Liu Tianyun looked at him curiously. Done. Completely done. What's going on? You've been muttering to yourself the whole time. After listening to Xingye's explanation, Liu Tianyun looked surprised, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? A spirit transformation cultivator's dongfu? She asked curiously. But how did you know? Even the sect leader's nascent soul divine sense didn't detect anything wrong with this space. Just consider it my talent. Liu Qingyun seemed to completely believe Xingye's words. Without a shred of doubt, she said, if it really is a spirit transformation dongfu, then I must quickly report it to the sect leader. We'll probably have to invite the Grand Elder out of seclusion. Xingye tugged at Liu Qingyun's sleeve as she was about to leave, which made her confused. His eyes were empty, as lifeless as could be, as he said, I have to go in there? What? Liu Qingyun stuttered with a worried look. Could it be that you've been hiding your cultivation level all along? With the most serious look he could muster, Xingye held up his hand, indicating, chi refining, 5th level. Why is junior brother so reckless with his life? Xingye scratched his head, awkwardly saying to her, it's not that, I don't even know how to explain it. I just have a compelling reason to go in there. Exploring might not kill me, but not going definitely will. Xingye tried to explain further, then pondered, I won't go in now, but to ensure that I'm the first to enter, please keep this a secret for me, senior sister. There are still 3 years left. I need to solve the spiritual root problem first, and raise my strength so my chances of survival will be higher. Liu Qingyun replied, confused. Reporting this to the sect is a huge merit. Your demon core issue could definitely be resolved. No, the level of this matter is even higher than the demon core. Liu Qingyun's face looked a little puzzled by his actions, but she still agreed. Then you must promise me one thing, and I'll keep it a secret for you. Tell me, senior sister. Liu Qingyun's eyes were as sharp as daggers, she said in a deep, solemn voice to Xingye. Before you enter this dongfu, you must inform me first. Xingye felt that this request wasn't too much, so he nodded. Okay, no problem. Suddenly, the system store spoke, telling Xingye, I suggest that the host can go in and take a look first, and if it's dangerous, just come out. Why? Seeing Xingye's confusion, it explained further that demonic cultivator discovered this cave, but was unable to do anything. Perhaps the fact that there was nothing useful for corpse refinement in his interspatial ring is related to this. Hearing the system's reasonable suggestion, Xingye raised his hand to signal to Liu Qingyun, announcing, I want to go in there now. Do you think that I am a pushover, junior sister? Xingye gave a forced laugh and gently persuaded Liu Qingyun. No, I'll just go in and take a look and then come out. I suspect that the devil hid some good stuff in here. Still with that indifferent, snow-white gaze, Liu Qingyun, wanting to ensure Xingye's safety, said with concern, if you want to go in, then I'll go in. My cultivation level is higher than yours. Xingye's eyes didn't waver at all, and he resolutely made it clear to Liu Qingyun, junior brother has a compelling reason to go in first, and plus, I'm a corpse refiner. Even if I get fatally injured, I won't die. If there really is danger, the chance of escaping will also be higher. Although Liu Tianyun felt that what Xingye said made some sense, her face still looked a little grumpy, replying, if you're not out after 1 incense stick's worth of time, then I'll go and inform the sect. Okay, after negotiating with Liu Qingyun, Xingye quickly walked away. As he walked, he asked, enter with what? System, the system replied. In that demonic cultivator's interspatial ring, there are a few instant talismans. The principle of instant teleportation items is spatial suppression, so if you encounter a weak space like this, you will pass through directly. After hearing this, Xingye hurriedly took out a teleportation talisman from the interspatial ring, low-grade instant teleportation talisman. can teleport instantly for about 10 meters, so that's how it is. I was still wondering why he accumulated so many low-grade talismans. The talisman was activated in an instant, and a burst of dazzling red and gold aura enveloped his body and whisked Xingye into the space inside. As if seeing something terrifying, his pupils dilated, revealing panic and unease. After a short while, Xingye used the talisman again to return to his original position, appearing in front of Liu Qingyun, who was flustered so quickly. Xingye's expression darkened, and he cautiously said to Liu Qingyun, senior sister, "You also go in and take a look," grasping Xingye's intention. Liu Qingyun also didn't hesitate, and used the teleportation talisman with Xingye to pass through and see what was going on. Liu Qingyun's eyes widened, stunned by the scene inside. Is it a spirit transformation, Dongfu? No, this is the space. That blue-black thing in front of us is the outer wall of the Dongfu. After saying that, he hurriedly said to her, "Senior sister, look up there." Xingyi told Liu Tianyun to look up, and lo and behold, there was something there. She totally freaked. Like, what in the world was going on? Whining, moaning spirits, floating around way up high, like they'd been stuck there forever. And they were constantly complaining about their fate, whispering right in your ear, I hate that I killed those innocent kids, senior brother. Why did you do this to me?" A bright red formation, packed with like a million grievances, all perfectly drawn, creating a barrier just like a cocoon, trapping these unfortunate souls. Wait, are these the soul fragments of cultivators? Xingyi wondered, asking Liu Qianyun, "I heard you're investigating missing disciples. You think this has something to do with these soul fragments?" "Yep. Mostly outer sect disciples from our sect, so that demonic cultivator killed them all." Xingye, all curious, mused, "But what's he gonna do with soul fragments of such low-level cultivators?" Liu Tianyun, racking her brain with what she'd read in books, broke it down. "A formation. I've seen this formation in the sect's records before. It's called the Coagulating Massacre Soul Refining Formation, and it can erode the sect's Grand Protecting Array. Using it here? Definitely to erode the spatial wall of a nascent soul cultivator's Dongfu. The trick of this formation is it uses low-level cultivators' soul fragments to slowly nibble away at high-level defensive formations." After explaining everything to Xingye, Li Tianyun added, "Weren't you looking for a demon core, junior brother? Those things embedded outside the formation are all third-stage demon cores." Third stage? So that means they're equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator. So many of them, Li Tianyun just went silent. 144 cores. The effect of these demon cores is to nourish the soul fragments, but using so much demonic energy and blood energy. Even low-level soul fragments can generate a ton of murderous aura under the effects of countless third-stage demon cores, and then the formation absorbs it to power itself. The heavier the initial resentment of the soul fragment, the better the absorption effect of the demon core. No wonder that devil tortured people before killing them. Xingye glanced at Liu Tianyun with a hint of meaning. "Can these fellow disciples of yours still be saved?" Liu Tianyun looked up at the formation, her voice a bit somber. "These soul fragments have lost their own consciousness and have become part of the formation already. If we break the formation, they will be liberated. This is the best we can do." Hearing this, Xingye was secretly delighted. Don't know when a translocation talisman being casted has appeared in his hands. If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. What? Instantly he soared up, heading straight for the formation. "I have a system Dongfu key, so the formation is unnecessary." Xingye was excitedly and energetically trying to remove all the demon cores attached to the formation. I'm taking all these demon cores. Liu Tianyun saw this from below and freaked out, shouting worriedly, "What the heck are you doing? Get down here." "Ugh, it's stuck too tight." Liu Tianyun's voice rose from below. "It's useless. The demonic energy, blood energy, and murderous aura of this formation have merged into one. Once formed, it requires at least 3 nascent transformation cultivators too, before she could finish." Xingyi had already pried off a demon core, leaving Liu Tianyun stunned, dumbfounded, helpless, and a bit awkward. Xingye got the demon core and excitedly landed back down. Liu Tianyun blankly questioned him. "How is that possible? How could you do that? It's a little slippery. Just needs a little force." The problem isn't whether it's slippery or not. After the demon core was taken away by Xingye, strange cracks were starting to appear on the surface of the eerie formation above. In an instant, the formation shattered into pieces, falling down before the surprised eyes of the two. The wronged souls trapped within the formation were also released, surging outwards like streaks of fire. One of the wrong souls was quite small, only about 6 to 10 years old. The cute little thing thanked Xingye and Liu Tianyun before vanishing into thin air. Maybe in some future life she'll be luckier. Here, the wrong souls trapped in the formation just now had gradually faded into the air, hoping they would soon be liberated and live a more peaceful life than this one. This strange scene caused even the perennially expressionless Liu Tianyun to raise her head and sigh. I didn't expect there would still be soul fragments with faint consciousness. Xingye stood next to her, staring straight at the image, the expression on his face darkening visibly, and he growled, "I suddenly think that old bastard had it too easy when he died." She immediately turned her head back, her upright appearance full of seriousness. "Junior brother, are you sure you only have chi refining cultivation and you're not hiding your cultivation?" This made Xingyi a little confused, not expecting senior sister to ask this for no reason. Unexpectedly, Liu Tianyun was such a sensitive person, only to see her turn her head down, her posture like she was wronged and sulky. But because her expression was frozen for too long, it didn't change much. That's right, everyone has secrets. It was abrupt of me. This time, Xingye was so surprised that his eyes widened, and he stood opposite the other person, asking in his heart, "What is it?" The mechanical system sound immediately sounded in his head, awakening Xingye's misty thoughts. Probably because the host is related to the yin corpse pearl, and directly broke the formation that 3 nascent soul cultivators could only break, making her feel very puzzled. A flash of understanding shone in the depths of his dark purple eyes. Anyway, he didn't expect Liu Tianyun to think so carefully. This person's memory is really good. Oh. Why is the system's rigid tone still resounding, slowly as if there is nothing special? Actually, this system is also a bit puzzled, even if there is the yin corpse pearl to help. But after all, you only have chi refining cultivation. Logically, you can't be so simple. This news didn't seem to surprise Xingye at all, he muttered with an indifferent expression. Anyway, I can only blame myself for being unlucky. Consider it that I still have to. Still bullshit. The two simultaneously looked up at the formation on the wall. The color was as if drawn by a series of ink strokes with red blood, a total of 12 circles revolving around a center. Pressed on top were long red ink lines, forming a layer of drawing like a strange spider web, surrounded by a series of smaller circles that continuously lit up, apparently attached by colorful gems. This made Xingyi couldn't help but exclaim, and then whispered again, "That devil's cultivation has fallen to golden core. Where did he get those third-stage demon cores from?" Liu Tianyun slowly stepped forward to reply, "Although nascent soul-stage demon cores are very rare, you can still buy them as long as you have money. Moreover, that evil cultivator does things without scruples, and must have done countless things to rob and kill people." The shadow of the other person was reflected in the depths of Xingye's eyes, darkening again at a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye. The strange and terrifying appearance of the evil cultivators they had met flashed in his mind. Just looking at that guy's style, you could tell how sloppy he was. The words predecessors, Yin 1T 2123 merit points constantly appeared on his head. Thinking of this was enough to make goosebumps all over his body, right? He mumbled, right? He has 1 billion yin virtue. It's unimaginable how many people he's killed. Greedy expression, raised his head high. This thing only has a shell, it looks dangerous, but in fact there's not much energy inside. Anyway, 1 punch seems to be enough. Jingyi immediately licked his lips and excitedly said, "Senior sister, wait for me a moment. I will take all the demon cores down from there." Unexpectedly, the other person spoke to stop the eager one in front of him. No need to be so troublesome. Liu Tianyun raised her head high, her icy eyes combined with her blue eyes. Her appearance was like a killing god climbing up from hell, and just looking at her gave people a feeling of fear. A blue light quickly appeared on her fingertips, gradually condensing into a sharp sword, and shot into the sky at a rapid speed. With the formation protection, I can directly use the flying sword. Sharp rays of light appeared simultaneously, attacking the formation on the stone ceiling in unison. They clashed back and forth for a while, and a series of bright-colored gems rained down like shimmering pearls, happily landing on the filthy ground below. These giant droplets fell all at once, hitting Xingyi, who had been watching the show, before he could react. He suffered unavoidable pain, forced to raise his hands to shield himself and reduce the damage, but he still screamed, "Ah, it hurts." Only a few seconds later, the gem rain stopped. Xingye brushed off his sleeves, turned to look at the surrounding scenery, and couldn't help exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, it's magnificent!" Liu Tianyun remained the same, She coldly and slowly stepped on the gems, moving forward, and the blue light from her fingertips gradually receded. She used her magic power to grab one of the largest night luminescent pearls she had caught earlier. Even though the magic array had been around for quite some time, the light around it was still of such high quality. These must have been placed in the array for a very long time. The demonic aura has deteriorated significantly. It's a pity that these demon cores can't be refined together to increase their quality like refining materials. Xingyi seemed to realize something else. He narrowed his eyes, and a plan gradually formed in his mind. He slowly spoke to the system opposite him. "System, I have a daring idea." Sensing that something bad was about to happen, the system seemed quite afraid and hurriedly replied, "No, you don't." Xingyi strongly disagreed with the response. He immediately retorted, "What do you mean? I'm talking about using that synthesis function." The system's tone changed to a more reasonable one. After all, it had been in contact with this guy for long enough. It clearly understood the strange thought process of this host. "I knew you were going to think that, which is why I told you not to." The system's synthesis function is also based on the principle of refining, and it can't synthesize demon cores. He looked down at the giant night luminescent pearl at his feet. The dazzling lights seemed to contain some kind of attractive energy, captivating Xingyi's gaze in just a few seconds. He leaned down, picked it up, and continued to argue in his mind, "How would I know if it works without trying? Anyway, there are so many. Let's try two that have the weakest demonic aura." This made the system a little helpless, and it sighed softly. "Why is this kid so stubborn?" Liu Tianyun noticed the other person's actions and strange expression. Her tone contained a hint of surprise as she asked, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Xingyi completely ignored her emotions. He estimated the two night luminescent pearls in his hands, one green and one red, and replied, "Doing an experiment." He looked at the jade-green system panel in front of him. After analyzing it for a long time, he finally raised his hand to press it. This startled the system a bit, and when it saw the other person press it without hesitation, as if a sensitive spot had been hit, it shouted, "Wait! You took two conflicting attributes. Don't even mention demon cores. Even if you take refining materials with conflicting attributes, you can only synthesize garbage." Xingyi suddenly stopped his hand, looked at the information in front of him, and said, "I'm just trying." Once again, he brought his hand close to the words, "Synthesize demon core. Fire attribute, third order demon core. Ice attribute, third order. Cost, 100 creation points. Synthesize." Suddenly, the peaceful scene burst into an explosion, and golden light spread throughout the surrounding space. The pressure radiating from it was definitely not ordinary. Layers of surrounding rock gradually cracked and fell down, causing Liu Tianyun to retreat. She used her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling light, and shouted, "Junior brother." Completely unaware of what was happening, after a few minutes, Xingyi finally emerged from the thick smoke and dust. He used his hand to cover his face, constantly coughing. "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Looking at Xingyi's blurry figure, Liu Tianyun asked softly, "What did you do? Why is there such a strong magical fluctuation?" He held up the two-colored red and blue orb in his hand, smiling happily. "Nothing. It's just that the experiment was a success." The system's tone suddenly became surprised and hesitant. "How? How is this possible?" Liu Tianyun's entire body stiffened, and she asked softly, "What is that you're holding?" Xingyi replied casually, as if it were nothing special. "A demon core." This information made her a little flustered, and a drop of sweat slowly trickled down her cheek. Why does it give me a twisted, uncomfortable feeling? Hesitantly looking at the thing in his hand, the strange red and blue light radiating from it made Liu Tianyun's heart restless and uncomfortable, as if something that shouldn't exist was appearing in front of her. A demon core, with ice and fire attributes, third order, system. As if realizing something strange, it quickly spoke to the other person. "Host, I've discovered something. It's not just the system that has cheats, you have cheats too." The mechanical tone slowly echoed, seizing bodies, stealing corpses, breaking formations with your bare hands, fusing demon cores, and even those with conflicting attributes. This made Xingyi silent and pensive. "Isn't this the function of the system? I'm the administrator. Shouldn't I understand the system's functions better than you?" His eyes darkened quickly, and in his ears was still the mechanical tone. "I really can't understand it. You're not even a fifth-year cultivator. How can you change the laws of heaven and earth? You can always do things beyond comprehension." The thoughts in his head gradually became chaotic, although I don't know why. If I don't have any of my own abilities, wouldn't the ending be the same as the previous hosts? Looking at the demon core in his hand, the surging energy radiating from it made people feel strangely warm, but looking at it for too long would gradually make them feel uncomfortable and nauseous. But fusing it once requires 100 points, and adding the points left by the previous host and the points earned from killing the demonic cultivator, there are now a total of 659 points. If I want to fuse 144 demon cores, I'm still missing more than half. Pouting and thinking, Xingye was now really in a bind. How could he earn points quickly? He immediately looked towards Liu Tianyun, who suddenly met his gaze and turned her head in surprise, staring blankly at Xingye. Feeling a little helpless, he patted his face to stop the devil inside him. No, I shan't turn into a point-grinding machine. Risking my life on Big Sister is very likely to be a real death. This made the system gloat a little. See, I told you, it's creation points. Suddenly he remembered. Remembering something different, his wine-red pupils showed a light of enlightenment. That's right, I remember in that demonic cultivator's spatial ring. Looking at the detailed information listed in the system, he silently pondered. Berserk Chi Pill greatly increases one's strength in a short period. The effect of the increase varies depending on the realm, and the side effect is consuming M years of lifespan. He looked at the dark purple pill in his hand and asked softly, System, do I have a lifespan? The system replied in a cold tone, You don't. That was all the system had to offer. This made Xingye's mood suddenly plummet from the peak to the bottom. You have durability. Liu Tianyun saw that Xingye was suddenly wide-eyed and silent, and she became a little suspicious. She looked at the bright-colored pill in his hand and asked softly, Junior brother, what are you taking the Berserk Chi pill out for? Immediately, the other person actually stuffed the pill straight into his mouth, completely ignoring whether its medicinal properties would affect him. His upright appearance without the slightest hesitation made Liu Tianyun surprised to the point of stiffening. She suspiciously looked at the other person, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing slightly, and asked questioningly, What are you doing? Why are you eating forbidden medicine? Even though it knew Xingye was a daredevil, even the system didn't think he would be a brainless one, or rather, a brainless one who was terrifyingly lucky, ingesting Berserk Chi Pill plus 7-8 creation points. This information made Xingye's eyes light up with joy, and he smiled happily. It works. Great. That demonic cultivator has several more bottles. He stood facing Liu Tianyun, his tone full of confidence. It's okay, senior sister. I'm doing an experiment. I'm a walking corpse. I don't have a lifespan to deduct. This time, she was a little off, actually forgetting this person's true identity, and replied, Oh yeah, so does eating it have any effect? As soon as she finished speaking, silver-colored chi instantly enveloped Xingye's body, like tendrils sprouting straight up, rapidly swirling around him, accompanied by a powerful chi that rushed straight to his brain. The pressure released was so great that Liu Tianyun had to take a few steps back. Xingye clenched his fist, looked at it, and felt the spiritual power flowing through his blood, excitedly widening his eyes. Looks like it works. I can feel that I've become much stronger. Liu Tianyun saw the other person's expression and was quite pleased. Her attitude became much gentler and more relaxed. She leaned forward and said, That's great then. There are many types of pills that enhance strength but reduce lifespan. You can take them without worrying about the consequences. He looked at the pill bottle in his hand, and different thoughts gradually formed in his mind. After all, Xingye was a strange guy with strange thoughts. It was hard for anyone to keep up with his actions. Next, it would be either a big surprise or a shocking moment. If that's the case, then it really is. Before the other person could speak, Xingye immediately poured all the green pills into his mouth. One precious pill after another just slipped down his throat. He made Liu Tianyun turn pale because she didn't expect it. She immediately rushed to his side and slapped the pill bottle away, but it seemed that Xingye had already digested all the pills. This was truly brainless. Liu Tianyun was so surprised she shouted loudly, Are you crazy? But at this moment, only the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xingye's mind. This automatically made him feel better. Ding consumed a bunch of chi explosion pills, gained 38 creation points. Liu Tianyun frowned unhappily and warned, Even if it's okay to take them, you can't take them like that. Pills don't have drug resistance? I'm just worried about your life. But Xingye didn't even pay attention, focusing solely on the effectiveness of the pills. Wait, system, this whole bottle should have at least 2 pills. Why did I only get so few points? The system in his head understood his complaint and replied rigidly, explaining, The system has an anti-cheating mechanism. Using too much in a short period of time to gain creation points will gradually reduce the points. This annoyed Xingye so much that his eyes widened and he gnashed his teeth in frustration. This garbage system, it has bugs where it needs to be strict, and it's strict where it doesn't need to be. Immediately afterward, he thought of another problem, and his mood calmed down slightly. He asked the system seriously in his head, "System, you said I have the yin slaughter pearl so I can recover from even serious injuries, right?" It paused silently for a moment before replying. That's right, Lao Tianyun clearly realized that he wasn't listening to her advice at all, but she still waved her hand, her tone gentle and lowered slightly, advising him to stop acting impulsively. If you take too much and become resistant, you'll regret it when you really want to resolve a crisis. Xingye stared intently at the weapon in his hand, grinding his teeth. There are dozens of types of poison and forbidden medicine in that devil's ring. I don't believe that it's not enough points. A strange rustling sound rang out from the opposite side. This made Liu Tianyun a little confused, and she opened her eyes to look. "You don't hear?" The scene that followed really shocked her. Speechless, she only saw that Xingye was not afraid of death at all, but poured all of the huge number of pills into his mouth. His body was like a high-powered pump, constantly working. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sounds kept ringing. Ding, consumed heartbreak powder, smile half-step madness, heart-devouring powder, thief blood pill, slaughtering pill, underworld pill, 5 poison powder, golden snake powder, gained 7,878 creation points. Xing Yi's body also fell out immediately. Before passing out, he still couldn't help but exclaim, "Great!" Eyes rolled back. Foam constantly foamed from the corners of his mouth, looking like Xing Yi would really say goodbye to this world in just a few seconds. Enough points! Immediately there was a darkness in his head, but the loud, worried shout of Liu Tianyun still echoed in his ears. Junior brother. The feeling of passing out was indeed not pleasant at all. Even though his consciousness was still in a daze, Xing Yi still groaned painfully in his dream. Ah, so uncomfortable. Headache. He was silent for a while, concentrating on breathing, sore eyes. His tone gradually became hoarse. Everything hurts, like being forced VT 1,000 times. Ah, why do I still have a tingling sensation? Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes wide, his blood-red eyes dark and terrifying. Around his body was actually dust and dirt falling from above. It turned out that Liao Tianyun was digging a grave for him. The other person didn't even notice when Xingye had woken up, forcefully shoveling dirt down, filling his mouth with dirt and sand. Xingye sat up straight, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of sand, wiping the dirt off his body, and suddenly questioned, "Tui, what are you doing, senior sister?" Liao Tianyun stood opposite him, her expression dark, looking angry, but her tone was calm, as if nothing was special. "Didn't you commit suicide? So I wanted to let you lie down and rest in peace." This made Xingye so angry that his eyes turned black, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "I didn't! Moreover, you clearly saw me open my eyes and still shovel dirt on my face." This time, Liu Tianyun was really angry. She glanced down unhappily and said through gritted teeth, "Isn't drinking so much poison suicide?" She stood up straight, and her words completely left Xingye speechless. "During this hour, I saw your meridians breaking and healing and breaking again, your flesh rotting and healing and rotting again, your body sometimes hot and sometimes cold, sometimes freezing." Looking at the other person's ghost-like appearance, he was so scared that he froze, stammering, "Ah, is it that scary?" Fortunately, I passed out. Patting the dust off his body, Xingye looked down at the wrinkled front of his clothes, straightening them as he asked the other person, "Which pill made these holes in my clothes?" Liao Tianyun turned her head away, her voice reasonable, but the darkness in her eyes was completely different from before. "I stabbed you with a knife to draw out the poison, but your body was strengthened by the pill, so I couldn't stab you." This made Xingye's eyes narrow. He smiled slightly, but his appearance was full of horror and helplessness. So many stabs? Actually, senior sister wanted to give me a German-style blessing, right? Liu Tianyun turned her eyes forward. After all, she was worried about him, so no matter what the result was, she didn't dare to blame him. You tell others to cherish their lives, but you abuse your own body like this. Xingye's expression became kind because of his happiness. He reached out and rubbed the other's head, smiling gently and comforting. "I'm sorry for making senior sister worry. I promise there won't be a next time." The system's cold voice also rang out immediately, interrupting the happy scene of the two people. Ding! Gained 36 creation points. Even Liu Tianyun wanted to break the sweetness of these two people. She just bent down slightly, then put her weight on the staff in her hand and forcefully knocked the other person forward. Xingye didn't even have time to do anything. He could only helplessly reach out and shout, "Ah!" With a bang, a red spark appeared right below where Xingye's body made contact with the ground, his body like a piece of meat slamming hard onto the ground. This time, he couldn't even moan in pain or anything. Then Xingye frowned in pain and complained. Pain, pain, pain. But the system clearly knew the personality of the person in front of him. It gently said, "Stop pretending, host. You still have the buff of dozens of types of pills on your body. Even if you stand there and let your senior sister chop you, she won't be able to chop you. After all, begging is always the king of all trades, and pretending to be pitiful always makes others more likely to feel sympathy. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to the fullest, how could he be Xingyi, idiot? If I don't pretend, how will senior sister stop being angry?" Liao of Tianyun said coldly, "Even if you have any difficulties, in short, if you still want to do this, don't do it in front of me." Then she disappeared, leaving Xingye alone. He blamed himself. "Your tricks are useless. The person you annoyed has left." I was impulsive, thinking that the yin slaughter pearl could suppress the effects of the medicine, but as a result, my body underwent such a terrifying transformation. I don't know how Grand Senior Sister experienced this hour. I hope it doesn't leave a psychological shadow. Xingyi looked at the words floating in the air and said, "Enough points. Let Grand Senior Sister stop being angry first." Outside, Liu Tianyun, who was resting, suddenly opened her eyes, worried. "Why aren't you out yet?" "Hope nothing's happened." But then she was like, "What the heck am I even worrying about? What could possibly happen to his freaky body? A normal person would have died hundreds of times over from taking that many pills, but he can recover like nothing happened in just an hour." Suddenly, a loud commotion startled her. What's he up to now? The intense spiritual energy fluctuation could even break through the space barrier. Xingye came barreling out of nowhere, crashing into Liu Tianyun. His face pressed against a soft, warm surface, and he thought she'd shyly turn her face away, saying, "Senior sister, this is but life ain't a movie," and she shoved a pillow in his face. Xingye was a bit disappointed. This is not the time for plot twists. Can't we just go with the trope and let things develop naturally? Liu Tianyun asked, "What were you doing in there? What was with that huge commotion?" He calmly replied, "I was scared witless too. I thought the space was almost shattered by the combined energy fluctuation." Liu Tianyun was stunned. The ground shook, and dark clouds filled the sky, crisscrossed with lightning. She said, a little panicked, This is the pressure of the heavenly Tao." The system announced, "Crap, the thing you synthesized is attracting a lightning tribulation." Xingye was suddenly worried. "Huh." The system continued, "Quick, put it in your spatial storage. The heavenly Tao system can't detect it in there." With a whoosh, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. Only then did Li Tianyun breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure's gone again. Was that heavenly pressure because of that thing? Xingye scratched his head. Maybe. Liu Tianyun looked at Xingye curiously. What is it that even the heavenly Tao can't tolerate it? Besides, even if it's in the spatial ring, shouldn't the pressure still be there? Xingye nonchalantly said, "It's what I formed by fusing all 1444 Tier 3 demon cores." She blurted out in shock, What's wrong, senior sister?" Xingye asked, seeing Liu Tianyun tremble. She covered her face and said, "Your secrets are really too much, junior brother. It's so hard for me to hold back from asking, because there are some things I can't explain either, so when the time is right, I'll definitely tell senior sister everything." Suddenly, a strange noise appeared, and Liu Tianyun exclaimed, "Who's there?" a familiar voice said. "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Tianyun junior sister here." A woman's voice said, "Greetings, eldest senior sister." Liu Tianyun was a bit surprised. Wang Ding, Luo Qing, what are you two doing here? In a corner, Xingye was still salty about what just happened and complained, "Trash author, no benefits, and you still want to F me over." Wang Dang approached the two. Luo Qing junior sister was curious about the rogue cultivator. Hiding here, she wanted to see, but didn't dare come alone, so she asked me to come with her. Luo Qing suddenly rushed in front of Wang Dang, zooming towards Xingye. She jumped up, swinging her sword and yelling at Xingye, "You lecherous thief, face your death." Before he could even understand what was happening, Liu Tianyun rushed forward and kicked Luo Qing's sword away. "Luo Qing, what are you doing?" Wang Dang angrily said, "Eldest senior sister, the person behind you is a lecher. A few months ago, one of my senior sisters was deceived by him, robbed and violated, and eventually committed suicide." Was my predecessor a flower-picking thief?" Xingye asked. The system affirmed, absolutely not. Besides, I was asleep a few months ago. How could I have possibly done anything? Luo Shimei, could you have mistaken someone? Wang Deng said. No. Moreover, the involved party is your Shijie. How can you be so sure it's him? Luo Qing's anger hadn't subsided. Before Shiji died, she left a portrait of that lecherous scoundrel, and I've been carrying it with me ever since. Precisely so that one day I can avenge her. Luo Qing pulled out the portrait. Indeed, it was a picture of him. Xingye grew even more confused. Unbelievable. This design is something I just finished a few shichen ago. Where did Shijie get this painting? The system added to the pain. Looks like the host has been targeted. Wang Deng continued. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding here. I wonder what relationship Daoist friend has with Liu Shimei. Liu Tianyun quickly replied. Friends, Wang Deng continued to ask. How long have you two been friends? Without a moment's hesitation, she said. Probably about 5 shichen. That's a long time, bro. Xingye, with a blank face, looked at Liu Tianyun. You really didn't need to be so honest, Shiji, but I can vouch for him. This person is definitely not a lecherous scoundrel. Wang Deng continued to ask, then Daoist friend, do you have any twin brothers? Nope, the system sighed. Host, you're also very honest, Xingye pondered. One lie requires countless other lies to cover it up, and Shiji has already vouched for me. If I lie now, it'll only make things less clear. Wang Deng was looking at the painting. Then that doesn't make sense. After all, it's clear that this Daoist friend is the person in the painting. How about this? You come with me and Luo Qing Shimei to the disciplinary hall of the sect to investigate this matter thoroughly. Liu Tianyun replied with a firm look. No way, oh why not? Shimei wouldn't want her friend to bear a bad reputation, would she? The disciplinary hall of our Qingyun sect has always been just and impartial. We'll definitely find out the truth of the matter, Wang Deng continued. Liu Tianyun still said firmly, won't go, just won't go. Xingye quickly diffused the situation. All right. Shijie, let me say a couple of words. Can I see that painting now? Luo Qing looked at Wang Deng warily. What is it? This request is very reasonable. Let him see it, Wang Deng said. Luo Qing sighed and replied. Okay. Xingye examined it for a while, then got angry. That bitch, this painting was clearly just finished. The ink isn't even dry. Luo Qing was confused. What? This. Wang Deng quickly diffused the situation. Daoist friend is joking. This is a painting made with divine sense killing stone. How can there be ink stains? Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, it's not ink stains. It's just that I thought the person in this painting was too handsome, so I drooled on it. Luo Qing flared up. Dare you make fun of me? Xingyi quickly changed his expression. Don't rush. I can go back to the disciplinary hall with you, but you have to answer a few questions first. Wang Deng asked. Go ahead, Shimei. Just answer honestly. Qingyun sect is so famous. If I really dared to rob someone of their possessions and beauty, how could I have lived until you came knocking on my door for revenge? Luo Qing jumped up and said, my Shiji's cultivation was higher than yours. You must have used some kind of aphrodisiac. And then when my Shiji woke up, she resisted fiercely and managed to escape. Xingye continued to ask, what was your Shiji's cultivation? Luo Qing immediately replied, early stage foundation establishment. Hearing this, Xingye confidently stated, then I'm sorry, the culprit is definitely not me. I don't need to use aphrodisiacs for foundation establishment cultivators. His answer surprised everyone. Wang Deng calmly asked upon hearing this, oh, what is Daoist friend's cultivation? Xingye confidently showed off his personality. 5th level of qi refining. Liu Tianyun behind him wore a face of 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts as you wish. As she looked at Xingye, Wang Deng's face darkened upon hearing this, and he didn't know what he was thinking, while that Shimi Ai gritted her teeth and angrily said, Senior brother, we should just kill this foul-mouthed brat. But Xing Yi wore an extremely itchy face and pointed his finger and said, Girl, don't you know that geniuses are people who kill enemies above their level in the blink of an eye? Although I'm at the 5th level of qi refining, foundation establishment cultivators are still not enough for me to take seriously. Wang Deng replied leisurely, Oh, Daoist friend really has such strength. Then my Shimei has wronged you. Xingye took the opportunity to push his advantage, pointing at Luo Qing. That's right, it was her who framed me. I demand compensation for emotional distress. Luo Qing's expression now was extremely flustered, unable to hide her worry. Wang Deng spoke up at this moment. But I also need to see proof that you're actually capable. How about this? He continued. My current cultivation is peak foundation establishment stage. If you can injure me within 3 moves without using any magical artifacts, I'll vouch for your innocence. Otherwise, you'll have to come with me to the law enforcement hall for investigation. Jingyi hesitated a bit and said, Wang Ding chuckled and said, what's wrong? Didn't you say you don't even put foundation establishment cultivators in your eyes? My condition is pretty reasonable, right? Xingyi put on a worried face and said, it's not that. I'm just afraid I can't hold back and end up hurting you. Wang Ding was speechless. Beside him, Luo Qing clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. Puffed, ha ha ha, senior sister. How could you associate with such an idiot? Wang Ding smiled in a miscongeniality way and said, it's okay, even if I get hurt. It just means I'm not strong enough. I won't blame you. But in his head, he was thinking, all that planning for nothing. Turns out he's just a blockhead. At this time, Xingyi continued, then, after proving my innocence, how are you going to compensate for my mental distress? This is Xingyi for you, #1 hustler. Wang Ding then asked, what do you want? I'll have my junior sister compensate you. Xingyi pointed at Liu Tianyun behind him and said something incredibly shocking. I want senior sister to be my girlfriend. At this moment, the system appeared. Xingyi said something wild, +1 2 creation points. Liu Tianyun indifferently cracked her knuckles and said, I suddenly feel he needs a trip to the law enforcement hall. Seeing this, Xingyi immediately chickened out. I was wrong, senior sister, I was just kidding. Then he turned serious, pointed at Wang Ding, and declared, I want everything on you, including your clothes and storage treasures. Hearing this, Wang Ding's face was no longer as friendly as before, but he still maintained his professional smile. This is between you and my junior sister, why involve me? But how could Xingyi let him off so easily? Are you going to agree or not? Fine, if you don't agree. I'll have senior sister hold you two back while I use instant transmission to escape. Luo Qing couldn't help but show her disdain after hearing Xingyi's words. What kind of person is this? He's clearly a rogue. It seemed like Wang Ding had reached his limit, he said with a gloomy expression. Fine, I agree to your terms, but if you lose, you must come with us to the sect, and Liu Shimi is not allowed to come to the law enforcement hall. Liu Tianyun spoke up at this time, frowning as she asked Wang Ding, what's the meaning of this request? Are you trying to frame him? Xingyi remained calm and turned to reassure Liu Tianyun. It's okay, senior sister. You can agree to his request. Liu Tianyun said worriedly, what are you thinking? Clearly he's... Before Liu Tianyun could finish, Xingyi interrupted. At the same time, he held his hand out to Liu Tianyun, revealing that he had somehow written a message on his hand. The drug's effects are still active. Liu Tianyun, seeing this message, no longer looked worried or uneasy. She lazily leaned back leisurely. Don't be too cruel. He has a pretty big background in the sect. Xingyi only smiled in response with a single word. Got it. Luo Qing saw everything and whispered to Wang Ding. Could it be that this guy can transmit stupidity? Xingyi looked at Wang Ding and asked, can we start now? Wang Ding was currently thinking. This kid still needs Liu Tianyun to carry him around on a flying artifact, so he definitely hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage. Where did they get their confidence from? The friendliness and gentleness in Wang Ding's eyes were now gone. He continued to think. He showed Liu Tianyun his hand, and then her attitude immediately changed. What was written on it? Suddenly, Xingyi suggested a truce. Hey, how about we take a step back, shake hands and make peace, and become friends? Wang Ding was still lost in thought. Even if he wrote something, he still threatened to run away just now, truly not taking foundation establishment cultivators seriously at all. Facing such a false accusation, before I made the bet, I should have used force to threaten them first. It all seems like bluster. Man proposes, God disposes. Wang Ding's thoughts seem reasonable, but little did he know, Xingyi had a system buff. He's just roadside grass. He returned to his friendly expression and said, it's best to investigate this matter thoroughly. You can begin, Taoist friend. Hearing this, Xingyi sighed. All right then, your wish is my command. The system also appeared at the same time. Current effects of the drug in Xingyi's body. Blood Qi plus 12,378% duration. 1 hour. Spiritual power plus 39,567% duration. 1 hour. Strength plus 684% duration. 3/4 hour. Divine sense plus 1645% duration. 1 incense stick. Fire element, wood, earth, and lightning elements. As expected, buffs are different. It's as long as a memorial. Wang Ding stood still, while Xingyi charged towards him. Luo Qing stood outside, watching with a smug expression, and scornfully said, you lecher, I'm giving you a sincere piece of advice. Save some energy. Be careful of being countered and injured by senior brother. Is this the legendary greenhorn? Xingye is the author's darling. It won't be easy to hurt him. Xingye rushed towards Wang Deng, forming a fist with his hand, and shouted, Yao Wang. Wang Deng was shocked. What? This spiritual power fluctuation? Before he could understand what was happening, Xingye yelled, Palm! The fluctuation created by Xingye was extremely large, like a ferocious tornado. Luo Cheng, caught totally off guard, didn't have time to block, only surprise, but Luo Tianyun, knowing what was coming, quickly put up a shield to protect herself. Over where Xingye and Wang Deng were, after Xingye unleashed his move, a blue light enveloped Wang Deng. Xingye complimented him. Oh, not bad, you actually blocked it. But this didn't make Wang Deng happy at all. Instead, it made him lose his cool and freak out hardcore that actually activated my talisman. It can block 5 full-force attacks from a Golden Core cultivator. Was that attack at the Golden Core level? How is that even possible? Turns out this punk was playing dirty, he still had a talisman on him. The system was curious too, asking, Host, when did you learn that technique? Xingye replied nonchalantly, I didn't. His answer shocked the system even more. Then what was that Medicine King Palm thing? Xingye confessed, honestly, I just yelled it out randomly. Gotta have the right vibe, otherwise just hitting ain't impressive. Seriously, even if you're clueless, with the system buff, you can do whatever the heck you want. The system facepalmed. Liu Tianyun, who was just chillin' and munching on melon seeds, suddenly noticed something fishy, furrowing her brows and saying, Wang Deng doesn't let others use magic items, but you're using talismans. Wang Deng, totally salty, raised an eyebrow and cursed under his breath, Son of a BTCH, this thing activated automatically to save my ass. What a hypocrite. He put on a fake smile and said, Haha, Taoist friend said he wouldn't even glance at a Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, I have to be careful. Then, he walked up to Xingye and said, I'll be honest with you, Taoist friend. This talisman can block 5 full-power attacks from a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. You should just come back to the sect with me. Of course, given your strength, there's probably nothing I can do if you want to break our agreement. Basically, he was getting scared, so he wanted to smooth things over so he wouldn't get beaten to a pulp. But Xingye didn't even bother listening to him, saying, You don't need to play any of that retreat to advance crap with me. My move just now was at the Golden Core level, enough to prove I'm not that pervert, right? Xingye's point was spot on, but that dude was still stubborn, pretending. But we bet that you had to injure me in 3 moves to prove your innocence. Liu Tianyun got annoyed and stood up, scolding Wang Deng, you're just being unreasonable. But this guy still argued, why would senior sister Liu say that? Our bet was indeed like that. I'm just following the rules. Xingye didn't even bother arguing with him, saying, Forget it, eldest senior sister. If that's how it is, then I'll just continue. Wang Deng heard Xingye say he wanted to continue and almost peed his pants. Taoist friend's last move was your full power. Right, only strength reaching Golden Core. Perfection can break my shield. Trying again is just a waste of time. Xingye fired back at him. Why would eldest senior brothers say such a thing? Our bet was indeed like that. I'm just following the rules. 3 moves means 3 moves. I've only done 1 so far. Wang Deng couldn't hide his anger, saying, All right, that's right, then let's finish the bet. He was truly awful. His thoughts were disgusting. Using my words against me, are you? Just you wait. When you get to the law enforcement hall, I'll make you regret being born in this world. But little did he know, Xingye wasn't even born here. He died and got transported here. Xingye bent over, exactly like before, and said, Then this is the second move. Wang Deng looked down on him, thinking, Cheapskate, completely the same move as before. Knowing that my talisman is precious and deliberately trying to reduce the number of times I can use it, are you? This guy really thinks he's the center of the universe. He's seriously delusional. Xingye opened his eyes wide and seriously chanted, 10 times, Medicine King Palm. Wang Deng's face turned pale, and sweat dripped down. He let out a sound. A massive force was created. A super loud rumble made the cave almost collapse. Inside the cave, after Xingye's move ended, a lot of rocks and dust fell down. Liu Tianyun had to use a shield to protect both Luo Cheng, while that little one just sat on the ground and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Even Liu Tianyun had to be wary of Xingye's move. Unexpectedly, it was so powerful. Luckily, this cave had been reinforced by that demonic cultivator using formations. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. After the second move, Xingye sighed, but his eyes were still cold. Sigh, what a pity. But Wang Deng, on the other hand, was sweating buckets. Xingye, punched through the protective layer of that talisman, was 10 times still slightly lacking. Just as he finished speaking, The protective shield cracked into 100 pieces, unable to shield Wang Deng anymore. Luo Cheng witnessed everything, his face pale, and he trembled as he said, "It's broken." That last move was the strength of a golden core great perfection cultivator. How is this possible? Wang Deng couldn't smile at this time, and a crack appeared on the ring around his neck. He revealed a look of fear and thought in his heart. He didn't just say it, he unexpectedly really increased the strength 10 times compared to the first move. What kind of monster is this kid? The system spoke up at this moment, suggesting to help Xing Yi. "Can you do it? I can calculate the precise strength for you." But Xing Yi chose to refuse. That would be too boring. It's more fun to explore on my own. With that, he turned to Wang Deng and said, "Then I'm going to strike the final blow." Wang Deng's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly said, "Wait, Taoist friend?" Wait, Xing Yi had been waiting to hear that, and he asked with a sly grin, "What's wrong? Is it enough to prove my innocence now?" Suddenly, Wang Deng noticed something. He looked down at Xing Ye's feet. His legs are trembling. Xing Ye, unaware of this, still proudly said, "Then let's stop here." Wang Deng couldn't help but reveal a smug face. "Ha ha, so this little brat is trying to hold on?" I was almost scared by this little brat. Returning to his amiable demeanor, Wang Deng patted his chest and said, "We should still complete the bet, or I won't feel settled." Indeed, this was contrary to what Xing Ye imagined, and he exclaimed in surprise. Xing Yi sighed, putting his hand on his head. This is awkward, that Wang Deng doesn't seem to realize his doomsday is coming, so he's still so arrogant. What a complete idiot. Saving move 2 to preserve strength, as if I can't do anything to you. Wang Deng pondered in his mind, using up all his spirit energy for the forbidden technique. What medicine, King Fist? It can barely break my protective layer. Xing Ye remembered Wang Deng's words from earlier. Ha ha, now that I've jumped in, I have to go with it. He's clearly troubled, but not because he's afraid of losing, but because he's afraid of beating Wang Deng to death. 10 times the force was just enough to break the barrier, so would 11 times the force kill him? Well, I'm already in, so let's split the difference. Wang Deng still hadn't smelled the wood of his own coffin, so he was still smug after using a feint and then activating the teleportation talisman to escape. How is that useless? While Wang Deng was panicking in his mind, Xing Ye unleashed the same move as before, but buffed up 105 Medicine King Fist. The streams of spirit energy poured towards Wang Deng, and he didn't have time to prepare anything, only managed to shout unconsciously. Before a second passed, his face took the full brunt of Xing Ye's punch. The cat ghost looked annoyed. Looks like Xing Ye went a little overboard again. Wang Deng flew straight out of the cave, creating a huge noise. Seeing this, Luo Cheng shouted loudly. Senior brother, at the same time, the system announced, seriously injured a key disciple of Qingyun's sect. Gaining 102 creation points, Liu Tianyun then walked out from inside near Xing Ye and asked, "You didn't accidentally beat him to death, did you?" Xing Ye smiled. "I just messed up his face. When I broke his barrier, I reduced the force a little." Now Wang Deng looks like a completely wasted cripple, lying motionless on the ground, with several teeth missing. Luo Cheng panicked. "Senior brother, hang in there. I have healing pills." At this moment, Xing Yi walked towards Wang Deng. Oops, he flew pretty far. Luo Cheng's eyes now looked at Xing Ye as if he were a tiger, and she said fearfully, "What do you want to do? Don't mess around." Xing Yi pretended to threaten her. "Don't worry, I just want to carry out our bet." Luo Cheng froze in fear, sweating profusely. At this time, Xiao Wan was walking around the cave, looking around and wondering, where did he go? The senior sister corpse refiner really flew in this direction. Suddenly, from behind a rock, she saw Luo Cheng carrying Wang Deng, who was unconscious and naked except for a pair of shorts. Immediately, Xiao Wan turned and ran away, leaving behind the words, "You guys continue." Luo Cheng seemed to realize the huge misunderstanding and shouted, "It's not like that. Wait, sometime later." In a tea house on the street, on the table was Wang Deng's clothes after the fight. Zhan A and Liu Tianyun were discussing. Liu Tianyun asked, "You deliberately lured Wang Deng into betting with you just to get his clothes," Zhan Yi explained. "He looks like a peacemaker, but he's the one who orchestrated this whole thing, secretly framing me." "That girl is just a tool," I asked her a little, and she panicked. Suddenly, he asked, "Senior sister, could it be that Wang Deng is secretly in love with you?" Liu Tianyun said seriously. "What nonsense are you talking about? He's engaged to the daughter of the Wangxiang sect leader." Xing Ye took a sip of tea and nodded slightly, continuing, I also don't think he's deliberately making things difficult for me out of jealousy. So, what's his background in the sect? Liu Tianyun also answered honestly. His father died fighting for the sect, and his grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall. Xingye was surprised, awesome, the son of a martyr and a second-generation official. He looked down at the teacup in his hand and asked Liu Tianyun tentatively, "So what do you think he finds annoying about me? Or did he find out I'm a corpse refiner and wants to take me back for research? In that case, he can report to the high-ups of your sect. Just say you're bewitched by a corpse refiner, tell your master to directly arrest me, and he doesn't even have to get his hands dirty." Xingye continued, his words incredibly sharp. Him personally acting out such a scene is because he doesn't want to expose my identity as a corpse refiner, and also has a scheme regarding me. Seeing that he was too tense, Liu Tianyun teased him. "You're so cunning, senior sister. Please don't joke around," he said, taking out a green ring, thinking about it over and over. "I can only think of this." Liu Tianyun immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "The storage ring on that demonic cultivator's thumb." Xingye held the ring and said, "Liu Tianyun, the demonic cultivator had 2 rings, and now there's only one left. Then it's very likely that the other one is on the body of that living corpse with sentience, whose whereabouts are unknown." Hearing this, Liu Tianyun wondered, but how would he know? Normal people only carry 1 storage ring, and the sect leader and master have never asked about this. Xingye hesitated. So is it possible that Wang Deng and that demonic cultivator knew each other, so he knew that the demonic cultivator had 2 storage rings? His words surprised Liu Tianyun. Liu Tianyun immediately understood Xingye's actions. "You mean, you thought of this possibility from the beginning, so you lured him into bedding with you, stripping him naked, looking like you were humiliating him, but actually you wanted to find evidence related to that demonic cultivator, right?" Xingye praised Liu Tianyun. "Senior sister is really amazing, you guessed it. Liu Tianyun thought you're the amazing one." She continued, "You've checked him thoroughly, right? Found anything interesting?" Xingye replied, "Nothing too special, just some spirit stones, pills, and a few magical items." He then pulled out a jade scroll and handed it to Liu Tianyun. Other than this, Liu Tianyun was surprised to see it. A jade scroll. "What's inside?" Xingye told her. "Take a look yourself, senior sister." Liu Tianyun channeled her spiritual sense into the jade scroll to see what it contained. She quickly realized, this is a list and background check of our outer sect disciples. Why would Wang Deng have this? Xingye asked sharply, "Senior sister, the missing people in the sect are also outer sect disciples, aren't they?" This question made Liu Tianyun realize something. He added, "Senior sister, just asking, but does your sect take the missing disciple thing seriously?" Liu Tianyun frowned and slowly replied, "Not really. A junior sister I knew went missing recently, so I started paying attention. Then I checked the records of the Enforcement Hall and found that 4 years ago, many disciples reported missing people around them. The Enforcement Hall said they would investigate, but nothing came of it in 4 years, and the sect hasn't issued any further notices to the disciples." Xingye became serious and said, "Well, Wang Deng happens to be the nephew of an enforcement elder." Liu Tianyun seemed to understand Xingye's implication, and she frowned, asking, "Are you saying the Enforcement Hall is colluding with demonic cultivators, slaughtering fellow disciples?" Xingye replied, "Perhaps it's not just the Enforcement Hall. If that demonic cultivator offered to share the secret of using a nascent soul Dongfu with your sect, and the price was just providing a few low-level cultivator souls, do you think your higher-ups could resist the temptation?" These words were indeed logical. Liu Tianyun fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Xingye continued, "Moreover, mere promises wouldn't be enough. The demonic cultivator would offer some benefits to ensure your cooperation. Has anything good happened to your sect's higher-ups in the last 4 years? Like, did they obtain any treasures or experience a sudden increase in cultivation?" Hearing this, Liu Tianyun slowly uttered 2 words, "Wang Deng." This made Xingye very confused. "Huh," he said. She said, straightforwardly, "Originally, he had ordinary talent. 4 years ago, he was only at Foundation Establishment Stage 1, but he used only 4 years to reach the Great Perfection stage. The sect leader and elders all praised him for accumulating for a long time before exploding." Xingye frowned when he heard this. "The water in your sect is kinda deep. How about you leave the sect, senior sister?" But Liu Tianyun didn't heed Xingye's advice. She refused. "I can't. My master saved my life, and as the eldest senior sister, I have a duty to get to the bottom of this and seek justice for the unjustly dead junior brothers and sisters." Xingye nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. "If you don't want to leave, then let me join your sect." Liu Tianyun exclaimed, "Ah," and immediately objected. "Don't mess around. Wang Deng wants to get that demonic cultivator's ring from you, and you even injured him." If you join my sect, wouldn't that be like throwing a lamb into a tiger's den? Jingye's face darkened, and he spoke his inner thoughts. I also do not want to tell you about this decision. Xingye's decision had to go back half an hour earlier. When he was stripping Wang Deng, Xingye built a temporary screen in broad daylight, and then poked his head out to say to Liu Tianyun and Luo Qing, "Ladies, go somewhere else. I'm taking off Wang Daoyu's clothes." However, before he could touch Wang Deng, the red system appeared, attracting Xingye's attention. The system screen displayed the following mission: Main Quest. Join the Qingshuan sect and become a disciple of the Qingshuan sect. Reward for successful completion, 800 creation points, +1 lottery draw, penalty for mission failure, loss of vision for 3 days. He couldn't help but curse. Are you crazy? I just beat up their sect's senior brother into a pig's head, and now you're telling me to join his sect. And that was also the reason why he left him with the only pair of underwear. Xingye clasped his hands together, seriously thinking. In the end, I held back a little. I left him his last pair of pants. The system said from the side, "No, I don't see any holding back at all." Liu Tianyun stood up and slammed the table. "Xingye, are you even listening to me? Even if you don't think about it. Wang Deng Qingshuan sect is a famous righteous sect. Once your corpse refining identity is exposed, you will definitely be killed." Hearing this, he reassured Liu Tianyun, senior sister, "You don't need to persuade me. I've thought this through before making this decision. I definitely won't go and be a fool." Liu Tianyun suddenly felt a warmth on her waist. She took out her token and immediately received an order. "Disciple, return to the sect immediately." Liu Tianyun frowned. "Master is summoning me back to the sect. It must be because of Wang Deng." Xingye stood up and followed immediately after. "Then that's great. I'll go back to the sect with you." Couldn't believe it. She straight up whacked him on the back of the head. No holding back. Liu Tianyun pursed her lips. Watching him slump onto the table, she whispered, "Sorry, junior brother. Once I've investigated the truth, I'll introduce you to my sect later. Until then, just take a nap." Xingye, unbelievably, still managed to lift his head, gasping, "What are you doing, eldest senior sister?" Ouch! Liu Tianyun went for round 2, and it looked even stronger than the first time. He got so annoyed by the beating, I told you. That hurts like hell. She was stunned. How come it's not working? The effects of those pills should have worn off by now, right? Xingye scratched his head, thinking about the blood sacrifice he infiend Pearl, while rambling to her, "Even without relying on pills, there's no way eldest senior sister could knock me out." He stood up and kept trying to persuade her. "Besides, senior sister, think about it. If I run away, they can smear my name however they want, and you'll end up being accused of helping a pervert, which won't help your investigation." Liu Tianyun fell silent. Xingye seized the opportunity and laid out all the reasons. "Once your sect issues a wanted order for me, I'll be completely on the defensive, so it's better to seize the initiative and at least stop them from doing anything in front of me. As for my corpse refining identity, as long as he still wants to monopolize that evil cultivator's storage ring, he definitely won't want my identity to be exposed." As if convinced, Liu Tianyun turned away. "Fine, what you said makes sense, I guess." She pointed her finger and condensed spiritual power into a flying sword. Xingye looked at the floating sword with confusion. Why is this flying sword even smaller than the last one? In his head, several ambiguous scenes flashed. Could it be that eldest senior sister actually wants me to hug her? Who would have thought? Xingye got stuffed into a sack and hung on the tail of the sword. Liu Tianyun even comforted him. "Don't worry, this sword is quite sturdy, so the sleeping bag won't fall off easily." For a moment, he could only reply, "G.I. Gerg, help." At the main hall of the Qingshuan sect, the situation wasn't looking good. Wang Juejin stood in front of his disciple, questioning sternly, "Wang Guanzhou, what's the meaning of your disciple colluding with outsiders to attack a core disciple of our sect, just because my grandson took the top spot in the inner sect from your disciple?" How could Wang Guanzhou bear to see his disciple slandered? He retorted, "Bullshit. You know what kind of personality my disciple has. Does she even care about first place or not?" Wang Juejin insisted, "No matter what, immediately use a sound transmission talisman to summon your disciple back here. This old man must deal with it according to the rules of the sect's enforcement hall." Wang Guanzhou lazily picked his ear and said, "My disciple is exploring a secret realm. She can't come back right away." Wang Juejin cursed, "Bullshit. We don't have any secret realms here." Qingshuan had a headache from listening, so he interrupted the argument. "Enough with the noise. Nephew Liu has arrived at the sect gate," making both of them surprised. What? Liu Tianyun and Xingye tore through space and appeared in the middle of the main hall. She bowed her hands in salute. "Greetings, sect leader." Master, Uncle Master, while Xingye was still asking the system, why did we suddenly come here while flying? Then it briefly explained that it was the instant space teleportation divine ability of the nascent soul stage. Seeing this, Wang Juijin mocked, "Isn't your precious disciple exploring a secret realm?" Wang Guanzhou also looked at his disciple in panic. "Liu Tian, didn't you read the sound transmission talisman that I sent you?" She calmly nodded. "I did. Wasn't it telling the disciple to quickly return to the sect?" He immediately shook his head in horror. "Clearly, Master said that old fogey Wang Juijin was looking for you, and told you to avoid him for a while." Wang Juijin on the side suddenly jumped up. "Who are you calling an old fogey?" The system puffed up, gloating to Xingye to make sure the host's mission went smooth as silk, yours truly fine-tuned. That old geezer's voice transmission, Xingye mentally snapped back. "Damn it, system. A little heads up wouldn't have killed ya, good or bad." Then Luo Qing loudly pointed at Xingye and tattled. "Elder Wang Juijin, he is the one who injured senior brother." Wang Juijin immediately cast a fire spell without saying a word. "You little bastard, hand over your life." Only a light tap was heard, and his powerful fire spell disappeared. Qing Xuan spoke calmly, with the responsibility of the sect leader, Elder Wang Juijin. "Calm down. Don't act rashly before the truth is investigated." Wang Juijin angrily pointed at Wang Deng, sect leader. "My grandson has been injured like this, which is very likely to affect his future cultivation. My grandson is the hope of the next Azure Billow competition. His marriage is also related to the alliance with the Myriad Forms sect. This little bastard is cutting off the future of our sect." Qing Xuan glanced at him and advised, "Regarding the specific situation, why not let Nephi Wang Deng explain it clearly?" Wang Deng's face was gloomy and unwell, and he stammered, "Yes, sect leader. The thing is," Qing Xuan said with a bored face, "Oh, you're saying that Luo Qing identified this person as a pervert, which caused her senior sister to commit suicide, so you guys decided to bring him back to the enforcement hall for investigation. He didn't agree and started bragging about his strength, so you made a bet with him to prove it." Wang Deng, covered in wounds, replied, "That's right. After that, he used some kind of strange demonic art, causing all of us to hallucinate. Then he sneak attacked me like a coward and slandered junior sister Luo Qing. I was a bit surprised after hearing that, and just went, huh." Liu Tianyun, upon hearing this, was furious and shouted, "You want to twist black and white? I was there too." Wang Dang frowned, his eyes turning icy cold. "Junior sister Liu, his demonic art is very powerful. Brother Wei also fell for it. It's normal that you're bewitched and became his subordinate." Xingye, looking displeased, pointed at his face and retorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? You did all those things and still dare to stand here." He chuckled, replying, "That's because under the illusion of that demonic technique, you really did defeat me fair and square, but you don't know that I have a demonic ward charm on me. Though I was initially immersed in the illusion, when you slandered junior sister Luo Qing, I woke up and used a memory stone to record it all." Xingye clapped a few times, saying, "Impressive, impressive. You really put in a lot of effort, senior brother, to target me. You actually prepared so much," he continued. "Don't pretend to be calm. Do you want to see what's inside?" I quickly replied. "Then, let's see it." Wang Deng grabbed the jade slip, rubbed it, and said, "As you wish." Immediately, an image of Xingye pinning Luo Qing to the ground appeared. How lucky to get such a beauty. I rested my hand on my chin, thoughtfully watching the scene unfold. Qing Xuan, watching the scene before her, spoke up. Enough. Immediately, the image faded away. Luo Qing also began to weep pitifully. Wang Juijin then spoke loudly. "The evidence is clear. This person is a lecherous fiend. Sect leader, please hand him over to the law enforcement hall for punishment." Qing Xuan's gaze softened slightly as she said gently, "Do you have anything else to say?" Just waiting for this, Xingyi spoke up in his defense. "Memory stones can perfectly capture images and even the aura of a person, but I wore a Dharma robe to conceal my aura, so the me in the image is fake." Wang Deng, hearing this, said smugly, "Ridiculous. Don't you think this explanation is very clumsy?" I quickly retorted. "I have evidence too." Xingye took out another memory stone, saying, "Actually, to avoid others throwing mud at me, I also secretly used a memory stone to record the entire process." System notification. Gained 59 creation points. His words made Wang Deng's expression falter slightly as his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the surroundings turned dark. Many red streaks like flames appeared. Surrounding them, Liu Tianyun, seeing this, shouted, "Junior brother, everything just now was orchestrated by Wang Juijin. Smoke billowed from where Xing Yi had been standing. A voice rang out from the start, scolding him. "You despicable old geezer! Are you crazy or what? What if you injured my disciple?" He smugly stroked his beard and said, "My respected me was seriously injured," and every word he uttered was filled with patience and suffering. This little brat didn't take out the memory stone earlier, clearly harboring malicious intentions. What's wrong with me punishing him a little? Wang Guanzhou frowned unhappily and retorted, "Is that what you call a little punishment? That's called killing someone to silence them?" Wang Deng thought to himself, looking at them, "Dying so quickly is too good for you, kid. When the time comes, I'll use the excuse of investigating the evidence to bring the spatial treasures on you and Liu Tianyun back to the law enforcement hall." At this moment, Xing Yi suddenly appeared from behind the thick gray smoke, turning to Tianyun and saying, "Junior sister, are you all right?" She helplessly replied, "You're the one who got hit." Both Wang Juijin and Wang Deng opened their mouths in surprise, saying, "What?" My whole body started healing itself, causing Wang Juijin to be somewhat stunned, thinking to himself, "How is that possible? I used at least 80% of my strength just now. Even if he was at the same realm as me and in such an unguarded state, he shouldn't have only suffered minor injuries." He looked at the broken stone in my hand, continuing to think, "Anyway, the memory stone is broken. After bringing you back to the law enforcement hall, this old man will extract all the secrets from your body." Xing Yi held the stone in his hand, feigning sorrow, and said, "What a pity, the Blu-ray disc memory stone is broken. I can only use the 180p version." Jujin froze for a moment upon hearing this. I started playing the images contained in the stone in my hand for everyone to see. Everyone quickly followed that light. Liu Tianyun waited for a moment and said, "There's no image at all." Wang Deng quickly said, "As expected, it's just a bluff. Repent, you lecherous fiend." Suddenly, the big door burst open, and a beautiful girl rushed in, shouting, Sect leader! This is terrible." Qing Xuan, looking rather indifferent, turned and said, "What's wrong? Why are you panicking?" The girl stammered. There's an image appearing in the sky above the sect." Sure enough, Xing Ye appeared outside the image, and inside it, you could hear our esteemed senior brother's loud and lewd talk. "Get ready to drop your drawers, bros. Want to see? Hit that like button." The system's putting out a 3D version of the image stone. The IMX image stone's broadcasting in 1080ph quality. It couldn't get any more humiliating. The disciples were all stirred up, buzzing like crazy, after seeing their senior brother being degraded by Xing Yi like that. Huh? Is that senior brother? How'd he get beaten up like that? Is that guy gay? Why is he taking off senior brother's underwear? Below, the crowd was gawking at the massively projected image, their eyes practically popping out. They were chatting even louder. This is an image stone, but how can the image inside be so huge? Not only is it big, but it's even clearer than those seductive dance image stones from Piaoxiang brothel that I spent so much money on. Oh my god, I'm actually laughing. One junior sister, seeing her senior brother like this, felt the idol in her heart shatter and collapse, disappointed. Her face darkened. Senior brother is actually, keep it down. Be careful, Wang Zhu elder hears you. After being broadcast for a while, the image flickered and slowly disappeared. At the same time, Xing Ye patted his head, winking, as if deliberately teasing. "Oops, my bad. I grabbed the wrong one. This one's the right one. Xing plus 102 creation points from this moment on." Senior brother Wang Deng probably doesn't have a shred of dignity left. This moment will be an indelible stain on his life. He was so shocked he started foaming at the mouth and fainted. Senior brother, grandson. The next day, in the morning at Qingyun sect, there was a loud commotion. It turned out to be Wang Deng at his residence in the Qingyun sect's inner sect disciple area. He groggily woke up, regaining a little consciousness, and remembered that he had fainted yesterday. He was breathing heavily. And then, at that very moment, Luo Qing happened to walk in. Wang Deng's eyes were bloodshot, as if yesterday had been a nightmare for him. Luo Qing saw him and said, "Senior brother, you're awake." Luo Qing put the basin of water on the table, her eyes showing some weariness. Perhaps Wang Deng was still very bitter about what happened yesterday, so he roared. "He's participating in the sex assessment. That bastard! I'm going to kill him. Where is he?" Luo Qing, with a forced expression, calmly explained to Wang Deng, "He wants to join Qingyun sect." My grandfather and the sect leader both agreed. Then he took out an image stone and played back the entire process of rectifying the situation, where we framed and slandered him. Wang Deng trembled, his face turning white with anger. The sect leader saw that he had a lot of strength, and knowing that he was a loose cultivator, he was moved by a love for talent and asked if he wanted to join our sect. Then he agreed. Luo Qing, looking pensive, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, bullying people too much. He humiliated me like that, and the sect leader still wants to recruit him. The sect leader spoke privately with Wang Zhu Elder, mainly afraid of scandals within the family spreading. Wang Deng became even more agitated after hearing this, slamming his fist hard on the bed. He was unwilling to let go of his anger and raised his voice. One of the conditions for joining the sect is to hand over the image stone containing the lewd image of this senior brother and not pursue the matter of being framed to the end. That old fart, he's actually being held hostage by a broken qi refining cultivator. The sound of wheelchair wheels rattling on the floor tiles created a slightly suffocating feeling. Luo Qing pushed Wang Deng outside for a stroll. How far has the assessment progressed? Take me out to greet that senior brother. In the distance, two sect disciples were teasing each other. Junior sister, this little worm? Ah, so gross. Let it go. Wang Deng was clearly taking his anger out on others, wanting to bully someone weaker than himself to vent his frustration, so he said to Luo Qing, "Those two disciples running over there, make up a crime for them and send them to the Repentance Cave." Luo Qing felt a little awkward after hearing this, and she replied considerately, "Senior brother, I'm sure he didn't mean to." Before she could finish speaking, Wang Deng interrupted her. "Don't make me say it a second time." Yes, as they say, for every thick hide, there's a sharp nail. The junior brother he had targeted suddenly came over with an arrogant expression. "Oh, isn't this Wang Deng you recovered from your injuries so quickly? How about we go at it again?" Hearing those arrogant words, Wang Deng's eyes seemed to emit a fierce aura. He was probably really pissed. "Wang, you are a loser who is defeated by my hand." The other guy sneered and said, while walking past Wang Deng, "Haha, I just feel that you, who is defeated by a qi refining cultivator, aren't qualified to be the leader of the inner sect." Hearing this, Luo Qing suddenly remembered something. "Senior brother, I forgot to tell you. That little brat replayed the image of the final blow he used to injure you in that bet. Also a massive projection. Everyone in the sect could see it." As soon as Luo Qing finished speaking, the despicable guy grabbed and yanked her hair, causing her to scream in pain. "Ah!" He glared, pulling Luo Qing's hair down, causing her to lower her head in response. His voice now sounded terrifying. "Bitch, why are you only telling me about this now? You deliberately wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you?" "No, I didn't." A snapping sound rang out, and he staggered away. He dragged his rickety wooden wheelchair away, leaving Luo Qing sitting there in pain, trembling as she clutched the severed hair he'd just ripped out, that now lay on the ground. He was seething with resentment, looking like he could devour Xingyi whole any minute. "You damn bastard. You asked for this, and you're gonna pay dearly at the entry assessment." The surrounding sky was clear. Wang Juejin was in his room, when suddenly Wang Deng came in. "Grandfather, grandson, why are you here? You need to rest and recover from your injuries." Wang Deng choked back his anger, starting to whine like a child, unable to swallow this injustice. If we really let him into the sect, it's like slapping me in the face in front of the whole sect. Hearing this, Wang Juejin could only sigh. I originally wanted to kill him outright, but that old codger Wang Guanzhou stopped me. Once he joins Wang Guanzhou's disciples, it will be almost impossible to make a move on him within the sect. Wang Deng's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared sternly, lowered his voice, clearly determined to take revenge on Xingyi. He said to Wang Juejin, "I won't let him enter the sect. I can't let him monopolize the treasure. As for the cultivation method, it doesn't matter. I want to reveal his identity today. I can't rest until I avenge this." Wang Juejin looked at Wang Deng with some concern. "But half of your cultivation method is likely in that storage ring, so grandfather will just have to memorize it and then pass it on to you." That's all we can do. If you really develop a heart demon, then no matter how precious the treasures inside are, they're not worth it. How far has he gotten in the assessment? They rapidly descended from high above towards the assessment area. Wang Juejin answered. The final step. Liu Tianyun stood with Xingye at the assessment grounds. Beneath the platform, countless sect disciples were gossiping and whispering. Liu Tianyun looked at him and earnestly instructed and explained. "Junior brother, this stone is called the Mind Trial Stone. It can prevent those with ulterior motives from sneaking into the sect. Touch this stone with your hand, and it will reveal your most fundamental purpose for wanting to join our sect. Once you pass this trial, then you can officially join our Qingyun sect." Jing Yi's eyes widened when he heard this. His mouth dropped open, his expression a little awkward. He was inwardly horrified. This the most fundamental purpose? If the system's mission is revealed, how am I supposed to explain that? Main mission: join the Qingyun sect. Become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Mission reward: creation points and 1 lucky draw. Punishment for failing the mission: loss of eyesight, limited to 3 days. Seeing Xingye's worried expression, Liu Tianyun was suspicious. Junior brother wants to join the sect so that Wang Deng won't be able to easily attack him. If that's what appears, it shouldn't be a problem. Why are you hesitating? She pondered, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness, beginning to suspect. Could it be that he has other purposes? Suddenly, the system panel appeared, offering a solution that made Xing Yi feel like he'd grasped a life-saving straw from this awkward situation. Don't worry, host. With the system here, this little piece of trash stone won't be able to pry into your heart. Hacking it is just a blink of an eye. You want it to display whatever you want. Xing Yi gave the system a thumbs up, praising it. Really? This is the first time I feel like you're so reliable. The system has always been very reliable. Xing Yi pondered as he looked at the huge stone in front of him for a moment, then said to the system, "Then display this for me." "Okay, host. That's totally awesome." After that, he felt a little more at ease, and gently placed his hand on the stone. The words on the stone gradually appeared, faintly. Liu Tianyun was stunned into silence. Then the sect elders also widened their eyes, and the gossiping disciples below also dropped their jaws. Everyone except Xingye was so shocked that they were dumbfounded. The crowd below erupted in excited shouts when they saw the mind trial stone clearly display 3 words. Liu Tianyun, isn't that senior sister's name? What does this mean? This kid joined the sect simply because of senior sister. Even Xingye was stunned when he saw the system's bonus pop up. Ding! Plus 588 creation points. Xingye was dumbfounded, feeling like he'd bumped into the wrong person. WTF. Why so many points? Seems like senior sister is very popular in the sect. Host has stirred up a sea of vinegar. The sect disciples below, some were daydreaming, some wanted to devour Xingye whole, and some were pondering the scene. It was both noisy and chaotic. I must kill this guy. He dares to hit on my goddess. Is this considered a public confession? So envious. I wish someone would join the sect simply because of me too. The big shot Wang Guanzhou still stood there, stunned with his mouth agape, while Elder Dihai and sect leader Qing Xuan were smiling happily. Haha, the purpose of young people is really pure. It's been so many years, and I haven't seen someone's name appear alone on the mind trial stone. Xingye stood there, casually pointing at the mind stone, while completely ignoring Liu Tianyun, who had awkwardly left. Senior sister, I'm considered qualified now, right? I think I still have a sect mission I haven't done. Elder Dihai stood there chuckling, teasing Wang Guanzhou. Haha, Elder Guanzhou, it seems like your precious disciple is about to be snatched away by someone. HMPH, you little rascal. Qing Xuan seemed very excited, but he still pretended to be calm, stroking his beard and looking down. Then congratulations to little Xingye on officially joining our Qingyun sect. Suddenly, a loud shout came, "Sect leader, please wait a moment, we can't let this guy join our sect." It was Wang Deng, unwilling to be wronged below. He wheeled his wheelchair closer to the assessment platform where Xingye was standing. The sected disciples all made way when they saw him. Seeing Wang Deng bandaged so miserably from head to toe, they couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, that's senior brother. Oh my god." It seems like in the image he was only punched once, right? I didn't expect him to be so seriously injured. That's right, if he joins the sect, it means he's stepping on senior brother's face. There's no way senior brother can agree to that. Hey, but what's the point if he doesn't agree? He passed the assessment and joined the sect, fair and square. Shh. Danfeng Elder Wei Hai stood there. He shook his head gently, hoping Wang Deng would understand the truth and take loneliness as his friend. Wang Deng, nephew, I understand your feelings, but you were indeed targeting him first. Later everyone will be fellow disciples. Why not turn enemies into friends? Wang Deng looked up at the elder. His eyes were consumed by hatred, devoid of any reason. Dihai. He pointed at Xingye and shouted loudly, "Golden Core, late stage." Some disciples, seeing that some folks were still not convinced, started to chime in, whispering and gossiping. Wang Deng, filled with grievance, continued. "Elder Diao, the reason I don't want him to join the sect isn't because of personal grudges. I had my reasons for targeting him before. It's because this guy isn't human. He's a corpse puppet with sentience, refined by that demonic cultivator. And who's ever heard of a refined corpse having its own consciousness? Seriously, The disciples erupted in chatter. No way. How could a corpse puppet be so lively? Can't even sense a hint of death aura. Wang Deng, straining every nerve, tried to explain further. Before, I was just suspicious, and I was afraid of stirring up trouble, so I wanted to use a more gentle approach to bring him back to the Hall of Law Enforcement for investigation. Liu Tianyun stood there eavesdropping, seemingly finding the crap this guy was making up quite amusing. But now you want me to just stand by and watch this thing, which is likely demonic cultivation, join our righteous sect? Absolutely not. He used a typical manipulation tactic, sacrificing himself for the supposed greater good, saying with a ridiculously resolute tone, "I don't care if people laugh at me, but I definitely won't let the sect that gave birth to me and raised me become a laughingstock for the world." His eyes were smug, as if everything he said had already been 100% confirmed by himself. Wang Deng obviously forgot what the old folks taught him. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Punk, once his corpse puppet identity is confirmed, he'll be severely punished, and he'll drag you down with him. Once you're both in the slammer, I'll humiliate his dream girl, you, in front of him. Xing Yi stood there calmly, his face unchanging. Liu Tianyun, hearing everything that Lowlife was saying from afar, sneered. Wang Ding, you think he's a corpse puppet that the sect leader wouldn't notice? You're just trying to get revenge by using such a ridiculous reason after being humiliated? I already said it was just a suspicion. If it's proven that Junior Brother is a refined corpse, I'll kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. Xing Ye casually turned and lamented that Wang Deng's words made Liu Tianyun stunned. This move is pretty good, sacrificing himself to bear the shame so the sect won't be humiliated. If it's really proven that I'm a refined corpse, then all the previous humiliations will disappear, and he'll become a hero who protected the sect. Liu Tianyun was a little awkward, but when we were in the dongfu of that demonic cultivator, it was still just a test. How can you be so sure? I'm a refined corpse now. Even the system hasn't encountered my situation before. Where's your senior sister, Xiao Wan? Now was silent, his eyes sharpening. Then it's clear I'm afraid it's not that she isn't coming, but that she can't come. Xing Ye indifferently cast a contemptuous gaze towards Wang Deng. Clearly, Xing Ye didn't even put that loser in his eyes. How could I be a refined corpse, senior brother? It must be a misunderstanding. I hope you'll give me a chance to prove my innocence. Wang Deng looked disgusted. Don't tell me you have some magic artifact that can hide the demonic aura. Hearing that, Xing Yi felt the urge to mock Wang Deng, leaving Liu Tianyun speechless. What? Does senior brother want me to strip naked in front of everyone like you did? Xing Yi stood tall. Creation points plus 5-3. Wang Deng trembled with anger but couldn't make a move. Meanwhile, the one who lost his composure and charged straight at Xing Ye was Wang Juejin, you little bastard. Wang Juejin seemed very annoyed because Xing Ye's teasing had touched his little darling, so he was flustered and couldn't maintain his composure. This old man will peel your skin off. Suddenly a giant gourd appeared from above, emitting a dazzling golden light. It came down from nowhere, clamping its mouth down and trapping Wang Juejin inside. Trapped inside the gourd, he was even more furious. Elder Diao, what are you doing? Let me out, all right, Elder Wang Juejin. Let the juniors resolve things between themselves. Xing Yi's face changed slightly, a bit annoyed. Damn old man, if I didn't have the yin corpse speed before, I would have been silenced by you. Being in the dominant position, Xing Ye took the opportunity to continue mocking. Elder Wang Juejin, I'm thinking of your grandson. If I strip in front of everyone, the senior brothers and sisters here will all compare, which will make your grandson even more inferior, and his heart will definitely breed demons. Xing Ye stood tall ×2. Creation points, plus 8-8. The disciples standing around watching the show couldn't help but hold back their laughter, afraid that, laughing too loudly would cause trouble. Everyone was trembling as they held it in. Wang Juejin and Wang Deng's dignity had been completely ruined by Xing Ye. He was sealed in the gourd, so he couldn't do anything, only resentfully grumbling. Bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart. This kid's mouth is really wicked. Wang Deng sat there listening to everything. The space around him seemed to form a purple aura, like the vicious resentment of a purple spirit, causing the people around him to retreat a meter, afraid that standing any closer would cause them to be strangled to death by that fierce aura. From this moment on, Wang Deng was consumed by hatred. Kill you, 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 kill you. That's Kyurei Kaksin. Xing Yi's spiritual root stood there, indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Wang Deng was still unwilling. He struggled to support himself and lunged forward, saying with a challenging voice, if you have the guts, directly check your spiritual root here. Demonic corpses don't have spiritual roots. Using spirit stones to test will reveal it. Hearing that, Liu Tianyun quickly spoke up. Sect leader, this cannot be done. Although Junior Brother's realm is very low now, the image of him fighting Wang Dong is enough to show his incredible potential. With just a little training, he can win honor for our sect in this year's Azure Firmament Conference. The spiritual roots of disciples participating in the competition must be kept secret before the competition to avoid being targeted by other sects. Only the master needs to know. Even if we have to check, Zhengyang Peak will check it. Wang Juijin, even though he was sealed in the gourd, his mouth was still very flexible. Haha, you're saying that Zhengyang Peak will check it. Isn't that just saying you get to make up the results? The Grand Elder Wang Guanzhou, standing from above, retorted with a dark face. Wang Juijin, what are you implying? Do you think this old man will protect demonic cultivators? Hearing that, Wang Juijin refused to back down, and he counterattacked. It's hard to say. To stop the argument, Xingye said a word to ease the tension. All right, elders, there's no need to argue. I can check my spiritual root in front of everyone. After proving my innocence, I don't need Senior Brother to kowtow and apologize or anything. After all, we have to think of the sect. Hearing that, the crowd of onlookers sighed, and somehow a Fujoshi popped out from the crowd, her face flushed with excitement, shipping their OTP. Unbelievable. This little guy is so generous. It's like they became acquainted through fighting, hopefully. They can become a legend in the future. But if Xingye was really that generous, then he probably wasn't the Xingye everyone knew. Xingye didn't stop there, but continued, leaving the disciples of the sect, who were just speaking speechless. It's just that you have to compensate me with 3 million low-grade spirit stones as mental damage fees. Hearing that, the old geezer Wang Juijin, inside the gourd flask, furiously slammed his fist against its walls. His face darkened as he scowled. You dare ask for a bonus. My entire month's allowance is only 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xingye remained unfazed, that aura seemingly unable to shake him. If you can't cough it up, then I guess I'll have my esteemed master examine me instead, and we'll announce the results later. Backed into a corner. And with his eyes clouded by hatred, plus the inability to negotiate, Wang Deng became flustered and confused. Fine, 3 million it is. Examine me right now. Perhaps coincidentally, Elder Dihai casually twirled her fingers and spoke up, as luck would have it. This old one happens to have a Tay Spirit Stone. Consider it a fair arbiter, wouldn't you say? She summoned the Tay Spirit Stone, then moved it closer to Xingye. She gently said to Xingye, this Tay Spirit Stone can determine your quality and basic 5-element spiritual roots. Unique spiritual roots require special Tay Spirit Stones, which this old one doesn't have at the moment. Dihai explained patiently, different colors represent different attributes, and the height of the light column represents the quality of the spiritual root. If you don't have a 5-element spiritual root, it will be gray. If you have no spiritual root at all, the Tay Spirit Stone won't change at all. Xingye slowly reached out, listening to Sectmaster Dihai's instructions and following them, grasping the handle below, so I can start the test now. Junior brother Xingye seemed to understand. Liu Tianyun was worried. He calmly looked at her and said, Relax, senior sister, he'll be fine. He grasped the Tay Spirit Stone, and a strange light emitted from it. Liu Tianyun looked worried and a little scared. Clearly, she didn't want to see her junior brother not being accepted into the sect. Meanwhile, that despicable Wang Deng was grinning and gloating. See? He's screwed. After Xingye touched it, the Tay Spirit Stone displayed a multicolored column of light. Elder Dihai, standing there, was also a bit surprised. This, a 5-color spiritual root, 5-element mixed, acting like a busybody early. Wang Deng blurted out suspiciously, No way, how could he have a spiritual root? The people below were also curious. Isn't a mixed 5-element spiritual root considered ordinary, unable to cultivate? How has he already reached the 5th level of chi refining? No, look. But it didn't stop there. The light column was still rising. Wang Deng, clutching the railing with both hands in Guanzhou, couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? A mixed 5-element spiritual root is only of mortal grade. As if realizing something, sect leader Qing Xuan went silent for a few seconds. Could it be, down below, the Tay Spirit Stone held by Xingye was becoming brighter and brighter, so bright that it was almost blinding. Just now, when Liu Tianyun was still worried, trying to speak up for him in front of the elders, Xingye was plotting something. Of course, it wasn't anything dirty like that. Wang Deng. Impossible! Although junior brother's current realm is low, He has amazing potential in my mental image of fighting Wang Dang. I haven't merged with the demon's spiritual root yet. Can the Tay Spirit Stone system be hacked? Yes. What spiritual root do you want to display, host? Xing Yi looked thoughtful, with a bit of hesitation. You decide. It better be something strong. Really strong. First, it needs to allow me to instantly overpower Wang Dang, finding a reasonable excuse. Second, it needs to make them value me more, making it easier to protect myself in the sect. The system seemed to understand Xing Yi's requirements, and it displayed the options. Back then, everyone was stunned by the light of Xing Yi's spiritual root emitted from the Tay Spirit Stone. Creation points required, 846. Liu Tianyun stood there motionless, staring blankly, seemingly stunned into speechlessness, stuttering, 5-5, 5-element top grade, how can this be? Sect Master Dihai was no exception. She was so excited that she abandoned her usual calm demeanor. Heavens! To think it's a chaos, 5-element spiritual root. Instantly, a strange blue barrier appeared, covering the entire assessment area of the Qingxuan sect, making the disciples outside confused and suspicious. A disciple asked in confusion, what's going on? Isn't that where they're testing new disciples? Why is there an isolation formation? Sect leader Qingxuan flew high into the air, his voice stern as he gave an order, clearly in a hurry. Elder Diao, you are in charge of erasing the memories related to the spiritual root test results of this little friend from all the disciples within the formation. Even Xing Ye, down below, was scared stiff, his mouth wide open in shock, as he said to the system, I only told you to make it a little strong. A mortal venerable Qingxuan's eyes were stern and mysterious, seemingly feeling that if he didn't hide this matter, someone would come to snatch Xing Ye away. That was why he seemed very rushed. All elders present, including this sect leader, must swear on their Dao hearts that the news of Xing Ye, this little friend having the Chaos 5-element spiritual root, must absolutely not be leaked. You clearly went overboard. An ordinary 5-element spiritual root is a mixed spiritual root, with only one grade, mortal, which is also the spiritual root of most ordinary people. The probability of absorbing spiritual energy is very low, making cultivation impossible, called a useless spiritual root. Simply put, it's like money avoiding us. Don't come near me. Let me have a bite. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Don't touch me. But there's one type of 5-element spiritual root that's an exception, and that's the Chaos 5-element spiritual root. Not only does this spiritual root have an absorption speed comparable to a top-grade single spiritual root, but no matter which attribute is cultivated, the other 4 attributes will grow along with it. Like my friends who always jump headfirst into red flags. Eat me, bro! Eat me! Eat me! Ah! Open your mouth, Xiaofei. The spirit energy's coming. The Chaos 5-element spiritual root has only appeared 3 times in the 10,000-year history of the Heavenly Vault Divine Continent. The person with this spiritual root, as long as they don't die young, will definitely grow into an ultimate powerhouse, capable of changing the fate of the world. The big shot Wang Guan, Grandmaster Zhou from Dihai sect, and sect leader Qingxuan are all standing in front of Xing Ye, smiling leisurely. The 3 of them made Xing Yi flustered, so worried that he shrunk up and sat ramrod straight. What do you esteemed seniors want with me? Besides, isn't this seat supposed to be the sect leader's? Qingxuan heard this and chuckled calmly. Ha ha. Don't worry, it's more convenient to talk here. Xing Ye, little friend, you really went and revealed your chaotic 5-element spiritual root in front of so many people. This sect leader practically racked his brains to seal off the news. From worried, Xing Yi's gaze now had a little wobble. What to do? Taoist Wang is really pushing people too hard. Although displaying an unhurried manner, Qingxuan didn't lose the imposing air of a sect leader. This old man has already punished Elder Wang Ju and your junior uncle Wang Dang. They're very sorry about the misunderstanding with you, little friend, and have gone to prepare spirit stones as atonement. Xing Ye seemed not very surprised, even a bit nonchalant. They wouldn't intentionally leak the news to get revenge on me, would they? Qingxuan kindly replied, Rest assured, little friend. All the disciples present at the scene, including junior uncle Wang Dang, have had their memories related to you erased by Elder Diao. Hearing Qingxuan's method of handling things, the Grand Master Elder's eyes widened, fidgeting. We old geezers, and Elder Wang Ju even swore an oath on our Dao hearts. Once the news is leaked, the Dao heart will shatter, and we'll lose all our cultivation. That's too serious. Seeing Xing Ye so anxious, Qingxuan couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. Not serious. Not serious. Compared to protecting you, Taoist friend, these small matters are not worth mentioning. The group of elders suddenly glared at Xingye, Qingshuan's voice now scarier than it looked. On the contrary, little friend, does anyone else know about you having a chaotic spiritual root? Seeing those eyes, like boogeymen scaring him, Xingye's face blanked out, and he stammered. No, no one does. Qingshuan leaned closer to Xingye's face, making him turn pale. Are you sure no one does? Definitely. Absolutely and undeniably sure. Hearing Xingye's serious words like that, the three elders were relieved. They unanimously withdrew their forces to avoid causing a stir. Innocent people don't need to be hunted anymore. Disciples awaiting orders from the Jieshao Pavilion can all return. The Yuming Hall can retreat. The Yingming can also go home. Suddenly, the door opened, and Liu Tianyun and Luo Qing entered. They seemed to be in a great hurry. Qingshuan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Marshal Nephew Liu? Didn't I tell you to wait outside for a bit? Liu Tianyun said with a worried voice. My junior sister Xiaowan is about to have an accident. Everyone inside was stunned. Even Xingye had to jump up. What? In the meantime. Outside, two sect disciples were leisurely walking and chatting. Just now, senior brother Kuanglong really made Wang Deng lose face this time. That's right, calling someone a corpse refiner, but it turns out they have a spiritual root. And because Dihai erased their memory, neither of them remembers what happened just now. So obvious what kind of spiritual root it was, right? Don't remember? I forgot too. It seemed like a very rare spiritual root. From behind, an angry and aggrieved voice shouted, Get out of the way. It was Wang Jujin and Wang Deng, who had been beaten to a pulp. Truly lost face in both the literal and figurative sense. Elder, greetings. Elder Wang Ju. The two stood there watching Wang Jujin slowly push Wang Deng away into the distance. Even though they were being sarcastic just now, when they saw Wang Deng now, they were a little bewildered, lightly shocked. He's pushing Wang Deng, right? Why is he injured even more seriously? Can't even make out his human form anymore. Wang Jujin angrily slapped Wang Deng's nape so hard that he momentarily tilted to one side. In the hall of law enforcement, Wang Jujin loudly rebuked, You little wretch, Wang Deng. Look at the good thing you've done. Didn't you say he was a corpse refiner from a demonic cultivator? And wearing a ring with treasures? As a result, you've offended him? Wang Deng touched his nape and used his sulky face to show his arrogance and shout, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. So what if I was wrong? Is Grandpa regretting the spirit stones? At most, I'll pin a crime on him and send him to the Valley of Repentance. I'll make him spit it all out. To be honest, Wang Deng's impudence made even his grandpa unable to sit still anymore. This brat is definitely going to bring more trouble if he isn't taught properly. Therefore, after hearing Wang Deng's contemptuous words, he immediately grabbed his collar tightly. Wang Jujin's cold, piercing eyes, already scary, were even scarier now. He warned, Listen here, you absolutely must not target that guy anymore. We'll deliver the spirit stones to his door to apologize later. Seeing Wang Jujin's serious attitude, Wang Deng was a little bewildered, so shocked that he stammered, Grandpa, what are you saying? Wang Deng is going crazy. He indignantly shook off Wang Jujin's hand that was grabbing his collar and shouted loudly, Truly ugly, despicable, and a horizontal washing machine. What are we relying on? He still seemed very arrogant, proudly recounting a series of achievements, but sadly, he, neither now, nor in the future or in the past, is the main character. I am the hope of our sect. The upcoming Chenglan Assembly, the marriage alliance of the Wanxiang sect, all rely on this grandson. What is that brat he's worthy of me apologizing to? Wang Jujin heard this and pondered, his gaze unwavering, and said sternly to Wang Deng, I can only tell you, if you interfere with him again, you will be going against the entire Qingyun sect. At that time, Grandpa won't be able to help you. Wang Deng was a little panicked. Clearly he knew these words weren't a joke. How is that possible? What on earth happened? Who is he? His face was full of wrinkles, and he must have had a hard time uttering the words. He's truly Qingyun sect's hope for the future. Hearing that, Wang Deng slumped powerlessly back into his wheelchair. His eyes widened, trembling as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard, unwilling to accept the reality. Now, right now, impossible. How could this be? He's a corpse refiner. I clearly implanted a GU. Honestly, before he could even collect himself, a scorching flame erupted from who knows where, tormenting him and causing Wang Deng to cry out in shock and pain. It's Wang Jejin. He summoned that raging fire. His hand still held a wisp of flame as he calmly said, "Endure it a little. This is punishment for your reckless actions, and also the sincerity needed to apologize to the other side." Xing Yi sat leisurely, observing while Liu Tianyun looked at him thoughtfully. "Wow, that roasted meat smells delicious. Is it lunchtime already? Seeing plus 17 points creation star." Yi looked confused, gaping at the system panel. "What? I just complimented the roasted meat. Why am I getting points?" Suddenly, a figure opened the door and entered. It was Wang Juejin, pushing Wang Deng, a broken and miserable shell of his former self, his body almost devoid of any signs of life. His face was dark and gloomy. Seeing this, Xingye was speechless. Even he didn't think Wang Deng was this pathetic. He solemnly raised his hand towards Liu Tianyun, who was standing there in a daze, then used his smart mouth to mock the two. "Elder Wang Juejin, you really went too far, roasting your grandson so deliciously that it's making our senior sister drool." "I'm not drooling. Xing plus 38 points creation star." Despite being furious, Wang Deng and Wang Juejin couldn't do anything to Xing Yi in their current inferior position. The old man suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Xing Yi, Taoist friend, everything before was a misunderstanding. You've seen it yourself. This old man has already taught him a lesson." Wang Juejin produced a storage ring and calmly said to Xing Ye, "In addition to the 3 million spirit stones I already agreed to compensate Taoist friend, our family will add another 2 million, for a total of 5 million spirit stones, hoping young friend can forgive the previous offenses of myself and my grandson." Only now did Wang Deng finally lower his arrogant and condescending attitude. He cautiously and respectfully said, "I was blind and wrongly accused Taoist friend. Please forgive me." Liu Tianyun accepted the storage ring filled with spirit stones. Hearing those words, Xing Ye felt a bit smug and happily replied, "All right, seeing as you guys are so sincere, I forgive you, senior sister. Please hold on to the spirit stones for me." "Oh, really?" Xing Ye loves teasing people. He hadn't even finished speaking before he went to tease Liu Tianyun, causing her to frown and flick the ring straight into his mouth as a sort of down payment on a bride price. The ring Liu Tianyun flicked at him made him cough violently, making the two Wangs standing there feel awkward for him. Cough, tui, cough, cough. But such joyous moments are often short-lived, and Wang Deng's crimes weren't limited to what Xing Ye had suffered. Liu Tianyun's face darkened, radiating, killing intent as she said in a frigid voice, "Wang Deng, your matter with junior brother has been resolved. Now, let's talk about our matter." Wang Deng looked at Liu Tianyun with confusion, whether feigned or genuine. What are you talking about, Tianyun Jr.'s sister?" Liu Tianyun's voice grew heavier and more ominous. "Come out here." Luo Qing had been waiting in the corner for a long time, and upon hearing Liu Tianyun's voice, she silently pushed Xiao Wan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, forward. Wang Juejin looked stunned, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes, not unlike his grandson's. Wang Deng also felt a pang of guilt, his face turning ashen. Wang Deng was both indignant and worried, his voice trembling slightly. "Luo Qing, what do you mean by this?" Luo Qing's eyes were firm, clearly having decided to escape the terrible control of this madman. "I've had enough. I don't want to be ordered around by you anymore." Wang Juejin stared in astonishment before finally understanding and questioning. "Wang Dong, what is the meaning of this? Is Junior Nishawan's current state related to you?" To make a long story short, he calmly replied, as if he were innocent, as if he had secretly mastered the art of lying without batting an eye. "I misunderstood Xingye Taoist friend to be a corpse refiner because of this woman. I even planned to bring her to apologize to Taoist friend, but it's all her fault." Xiao Wan sat motionless in the wheelchair, her eyes empty and vacant, devoid of any signs of life. Seeing her like this, he just said it to get over the situation and push all the blame onto Xiao Wan. After all, she can't wake up to defend herself right now. "I was certain that Xingye Taoist friend was a corpse refiner. We didn't believe it, so we took things a little too far with her." Even so, Xiao Wan wasn't his only victim. If he were going to silence someone, he should have killed Luo Qing, as she was the one he had bullied and oppressed the most. Hearing Wang Deng's disgusting and blatant lies made Luo Qing feel even more indignant. He was the one who conducted the torture and interrogation, wanting to confirm the identity of the corpse refiner from Xiaowan Jr.'s sister's mouth. No matter how much Junior sister was tortured, she refused to speak, and in the end, you even used GU worms. Truthfully, Luo Qing's accusations didn't seem to worry Wang Deng at all. Instead, he seemed to be smirking. "Oh, so are you not going to tell them who is the one who took action? Act without regret. Bear the responsibility without complaint. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Qing quickly took the blame. To the shock of Lu Tianyun and Xingye, it was me. She hung her head low, without any shyness or fear, accepting all of her mistakes. Not only this matter, but I've done many things that go against morality under your orders. I will tell the sect leader everything and provide evidence, accepting whatever punishment the sect issues. Wang Deng acted arrogantly, stubbornly, trying to portray himself as a pure white lotus flower. Ha, how ridiculous. Those things were clearly all done by you. My biggest mistake was being too soft-hearted, wanting to give you a chance to repent, so I didn't expose you. Luo Qing spoke with a stern expression as she hurriedly left. Say whatever you want. I'm going to see the sect leader now. Let's see if he believes me when there's solid evidence. Seriously though, as determined as Luo Qing was, acting this whole thing out was making her sweat buckets. She calmly slid open the center doors of the room, leading outside, hurry, and make your move. Wang Deng, who was lurking behind her, giving her the once-over, also chimed in with a bit of a challenge. If you had proof, you'd have shown it to the sect leader before I even got here, right? He tilted his head, his eyes gloomy as he stared at Luo Qing, clearly seeing right through her. So, you're exposing yourself now, hoping I'll do something to you, junior sister Luo Qing. Luo Qing tensed up and paled as Wang Deng cornered her. Xingye just stood there sighing, seeming like he'd already figured out part of the plan. A moment before Wang Deng and Wang Juijin arrived, Luo Qing, like she'd decided to escape the scum Wang Deng, thoroughly explained her plan to Luo Qingyun and Xingye. He's implanted a life-death GU in my body. All he has to do is control the mother GU, and I'll die instantly. I can't get solid evidence of his previous evil deeds, but I'll pretend I do, and use it to force him to use the GU worm to kill me. That way, we can convict him of slaughtering fellow disciples. Luo Qing's pupils didn't waver, like a flame of hatred ready to burn Wang Deng again, as if nothing could make her hesitate. With his current state, once he's sent to the Repentance Valley, he's as good as dead. Li of Qingyun looked at her skeptically. You're willing to sacrifice yourself. Is this the ending I should have? Xingye still hadn't let his guard down, and he asked Luo Qing thoughtfully, Forgive me for being blunt, but isn't Shawan not the only disciple you guys killed? Why the sudden change of heart? He noticed that Luo Qing was a little embarrassed. Before, even if I died, it wouldn't have meant anything. But your appearance has given me a chance to take Wang Deng down. Wang Deng is arrogant and plans everything carefully, but you've messed up his plans time and time again, and he's suffered unprecedented humiliation. Now that he's lost his mind, it's the perfect time to plot against him. I can't expose all his past crimes, but dragging him down with me would be enough. Back in the present, Wang Deng was still smirking as he blamed Luo Qing. I can't believe I covered up your crimes, and you bite me back. Talk about being a ruthless ingrate. He pointed at Luo Qing and told his grandfather, Wang Juijin, I recorded everything this wicked woman did, including the murder of junior sister Shawan, on memory stones. They're in my dongfu. Luo Qing stepped out the door and quickly closed it, leaning against it to listen to what he was saying to Elder Wang Juiyin. He was turning black into white, acting like he was the victim. I hope you'll deal with her, according to the sect rules. Wang Deng was calm, his face serious. So from the beginning, I was just a tool for you to take the blame, wasn't I? And to say something like that, it really makes my heart freeze. But the fact that I covered up your crimes is true. Luo Qing stood outside, listening to his fabricated words, trembling with indignation, biting her lip until it bled. He even added, After you take the blame, I won't get away with it either. I'll accept whatever punishment is coming. Suddenly Xingye spoke up sarcastically. While Wang Deng was talking, he walked towards Shawan, who was sitting still. Of course, if junior sister produces any evidence that I was involved in these evil deeds, I won't shirk responsibility. Xingye glanced at Shawan and said slowly, If we're talking about evidence, witnesses, aren't they right here? Wang Deng seemed to be feeling very pressured by Xingye's words, which could have been serious or a joke. Don't say any more. This victim can testify. Of course, her words are trustworthy. Li Qingyun was silent. I also hope I can heal junior sister Shawan and clear my name. Once a GU is implanted, to be honest, it quickly devours the host's life. Before their life completely disappears, whatever you ask them will be answered truthfully. She continued, Junior sister Shawan's life has already been devoured by the GU worms to the brink. Just moving the GU worms would kill her, and she's already lost consciousness. Otherwise, the normal methods of generating life can't be as fast as the devouring of the GU, so she can only tell the truth, unless there's a life-replenishing pill above the celestial grade. Wang Juijin spoke up after hearing this. If the GU worms aren't removed, Xiao Wan will never wake up. Luo Qing, follow me to the disciplinary hall to investigate this matter. This involves my grandson, so I'll have another law enforcement elder investigate to ensure that no good person is wronged and no one is shielded. Xing Ye's face seemed to change a little. After hearing this, he didn't doubt Wang Zhuijin. Even though he was Wang Deng's relative, he was still very strict. He put his hand on Xiao Wan's shoulder and said, "There's no need," Wang Zhuijin asked. "What does fellow Xing Ye want to do?" Junior nephew Liu has already made it clear that she can't react to the outside world in her current state, unless you use some kind of evil soul-searching technique. Xing Ye was a bit puzzled, soul-searching, but immediately, Tianyun next to him stopped him. No way, once the soul is damaged, she'll really become a vegetable. Hearing this, Xing Ye quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll use the safest way to heal senior sister Xiao Wan. You probably know I know a little bit of medicine. Not long ago, I even brought someone back to life who had drunk dozens of kinds of highly poisonous drugs." Tianyun's face darkened, and she felt even more uneasy, thinking to herself, "Isn't that you? What does that have to do with understanding medicine?" Xing Yi took off his gloves, and then secretly asked the system, I can't use the shopping list right now. You just casually help me buy a type of pill they've never seen before. Cheap on the marketplace, but harmless." The system, hearing his request, immediately agreed. Roger that. After receiving the pill, Xing Ye said to senior sister Liu Tianyun, "First, let senior sister Xiao Wan eat this pill to replenish her life force." But when he looked at the pill again, Xing Yi felt like something was off. Wait a minute, what the heck is this? The system, seeing this, said, "What's wrong? Didn't I fulfill all the requirements you set out, host?" Tianyun picked up the pill bottle, a bit surprised, and said, "What a pretty looking pill, and it even has the name of the medicine written on it." Wang Zhuijin beside her said, "The pill fragrance is unique, but why isn't there any fluctuation of spirit energy?" Xing Yi then said, "Revert back to the original form. Senior sister, quickly give it to her to eat." Seeing this, Tianyun didn't hesitate and put the pill into Xiao Wan's mouth. Xing Ye also rolled up his sleeves and got to work, saying to everyone, "All right, everyone, step back a little." He stepped in front of Xiao Wan, muttering a bunch of nonsense. First, invite the weasel. Second, invite the emperor. Third, invite the python. Fourth, invite the elder. Fifth, invite the judge. Sixth, invite King Yama. And finally, invite Piao Laoshi. Little worm, don't resist. Wang Deng, hearing these words from the side, didn't understand anything and thought to himself, what is he babbling about? Trying to act mysterious. Xing Ye then waved his hands and feet, shouting, "Heaven and earth, three purities, the Tao is impermanent. Heaven and earth without limits. Jiangkun borrowing method. Primordial yang enters the body. 5 poisons shall not invade. 9 yang pure golden body. Transforming nascent spirit art. Evil and demons retreat." Seeing this, both Wang Zhuijin and Wang Deng were dumbfounded. After that, Ye transmitted energy into Xiaoai's back and shouted loudly, "Retreat, retreat." Even the system had to be confused by Xing Ye's actions at this moment. "Host, what unnecessary operations are you doing? Didn't this system say that you could save this girl by using the life essence of the yin-yang pillar to reverse it?" Hearing this, Xing Ye frowned and cursed inwardly. "You understand, Jack? If she comes back to life just by me touching her, it'll be too shocking to the world. The more operations I perform, the less they'll understand, and the safer I'll be." Just as Xing Ye transmitted power into Xiaowan's body, the meridians within her were unblocked. Wang Zhuijin witnessed it with his own eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Her life force is really recovering?" Even Wang Deng widened his eyes in shock and thought to himself, how is this possible? What did he do? At the same time, in a certain room, Qing Xuan and Diao Yihai were observing Xing Ye's situation outside. Dihai then said, "As expected of a chaotic spiritual root, this old lady has never heard of such methods." Qing Xuan continued, "Yeah, that flower pill and the incantations he recited are also very strange. Maybe it's the ancient inheritance of the Piao Laoshi he mentioned." Dihai, hearing this, then said, "Sect leader, does he have such methods? Maybe we can let him try." But Qing Xuan interrupted, saying, "Let's keep watching. His cultivation is still too low right now. Moreover, the damage this magical technique caused him seems to be quite significant." Only to see Xing Ye's ruddy face suddenly turn pale, he trembled in his heart and begged the system, System, stop absorbing my spiritual power. I'm about to be drained dry by you." The system, seeing this, said, "Host, isn't it to help you show off as realistically as possible?" Thinking that a few wrinkles appeared on his face, no different from an old lady in her 80s, Xing Ye lamented, "That's enough. I already saw Grandma. At this moment, Xiaowan's eyes also flickered slightly, and she gradually regained consciousness. Tianyun was overjoyed when she saw this, and hurried to Xiaowan's side. "You're awake?" Xiaowan also asked a little blankly. "Huh, senior sister? Where am I?" Wang Deng felt a flash of confusion in his heart and thought, no way. The ancient curse is still in her body. She woke up. Tianyun at this time noticed that ancient insects were crawling out from outside Xiaowan's ear. She was surprised and created a small spark of spiritual power from her hand, thinking, the ancient insects are actually actively coming out. Is there so much vitality in Xiaowan's body that even the ancient insects can't digest it? Thinking so, Tianyun instructed Xiaowan, don't move. After checking, Tianyun suddenly became panicked. "Junior brother, what did you do? It wasn't easy for the ancient insects to come out, yet you stuffed them back in." "Where did it go? Can't find it." Xingye replied, "Neither too fast nor too slow." Xiaowan's senior sister said, "Your biggest secret." Taking advantage of senior sister's bathing, secretly hid her panties. Tianyun immediately went crazy when she heard this, and pinched Xiaowan's ear hard, saying, "So it was you." Xiaowan exposed, had no words to deny, and only cried out, "Ah, it hurts, senior sister, I was wrong." Xingye spoke up, "Xiaowan's senior sister, who tortured you before and cast the curse." To tell you the truth, after listening to Xingye's interrogation, Xiaowan replied, "It was senior brother Wang Deng who ordered senior sister Luoqing to do it." Wang Deng started sweating bullets when he heard that, quickly clarifying, "No, I didn't, she's lying." Xingye said sternly, "The truth GU is still inside her. What senior sister Xiaowan is saying now must be the truth. Wang Deng, you harmed your fellow disciples. Why don't you confess quickly?" Reaching this point, he thought to himself, "Okay, so that's how you want to play it. If I die, you die with me." With that in mind, Wang Deng pointed and shouted, "Then Xiaowan, you tell me, how did you determine he's a corpse refiner?" After saying that, he thought smugly, "Once she tells the truth, let's see how you explain it. If you want to stop her, or remove the truth GU, then you're proving you have something to hide." Xiaowan calmly said after hearing this, who said he was a corpse refiner? He's just a handsome, silly, loyal young man who is infatuated with the beauty of our senior sister." Xingye frowned behind her. "Hey!" Seeing Xiaowan throw a bucket of cold water on him, Wang Deng angrily roared, "You didn't say that before?" In response, Xiaowan just gave a faint smile and said, "Sorry, I was just teasing you before. This is the truth now." This stoked his anger even more. "Teasing? I already used the truth to you on you before." Seeing Wang Deng getting angry, the three of them looked at him and said, "Oh," in unison. Wang Deng, realizing he'd slipped up, started fidgeting and thought to himself, I'm done for. At the same time, Qingshuan teleported over. Wang Zhujin was shocked when he saw him and exclaimed, "Sect leader." Qingshuan glanced at Wang Zhujin and said, "All right, the truth is clear, Wang Deng. Do you know your crime?" Wang Deng had no words to explain, only stammering, "No, it's not like that, sect leader." But just as he uttered a few words, Wang Zhujin struck him down to the ground. Wang Zhujin clasped his hands and said to Qingshuan, "It's all my fault. His father passed away early, and I was busy handling matters in the sect, only focusing on increasing my grandson's cultivation while neglecting to teach him about morality. Sect leader, if you want to punish someone, punish me as well." Qingshuan said expressionlessly, "The sect has its rules. Wang Zhujin, you are also an elder of the enforcement hall. You should understand that clearly." At this point, Wang Zhujin could only remain silent. Qingshuan then sentenced Wang Ding and Luoqing to be sent to the Repentance Valley for harming their fellow disciples, according to the sect rules. Luoqing, standing to the side, couldn't control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face, thinking, "Great, it's over. It's finally over." But before she could be moved for more than a few seconds, her eyes widened, and she spat out a large mouthful of syrup from her mouth. Wang Deng, who was sitting on the ground, shouted, "Bitch, it's all your fault. You betrayed me. Die." Luoqing didn't understand what was happening. She just felt herself falling and lying motionless on the ground, her eyes slightly closed. Countless memories, like a tidal wave, like a film strip, flashed through Luoqing's mind. At this time, a scene from her childhood opened up. Luoqing's younger sister asked, "Luoqing, big sister is going to be an immortal, right?" Luoqing said, "That's right, my little sister. Our village will be protected by me from now on, and taxes only need to be paid half. How good is that?" But later in her life, Luoqing was always pushed into misery. Later, when Luoqing entered the sect, she was always alienated and hated by other disciples in the sect, and rumors were spread about her. I heard that the new disciple to the sect came from a remote area. Ha ha. No wonder she's so country. She was constantly suppressed and bullied. Hey, don't want something to happen to your village? Then cultivate with me. For this kind of thing, Luo Qing could only helplessly endure it alone without being able to share it with anyone. Until one day, she met Wang Deng by accident. He came before Luo Qing like a breeze passing through her life. Wang Deng warmly raised his hand and said, "Junior sister, are you okay? Can you stand up?" At that time, Luo Qing regarded him as the light of her life. She said to herself in her heart, "As long as I find a backer, I can gain a foothold in the sect. As long as my parents, sisters, and everyone in the village don't have to live a hard life anymore, I can do anything." Thinking about it, she took his hand without thinking. It was precisely because of that handshake that she unexpectedly led her to such a tragic ending today, and at this moment, Xing Ye was also holding her hand. After using spiritual energy to run into Luo Qing's body, Xing Ye also shook his head. "There is no way to save her. The GU worm has destroyed your heart, Meridian. I can't save you, but I can keep you from dying so quickly. Do you have any last words?" Luo Qing stammered at this moment. "Please give the things in my storage ring to my younger sister, and just tell her that her older sister has become an immortal and gone to the upper realm and will never return. Tell her to take good care of her parents." Hearing this, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. "All right. Anything else?" Luo Qing said with regret. "If only I hadn't held this hand back then. Damn, that hits hard, you know?" Speaking of which, tears streamed down her face again. Then Luo Qing ended her life at that very moment, Xing Ye said in a low voice. "She actively cut off the life force I gave her," Liu Tianyun beside him said solemnly. "She must have said everything she wanted to say." Wang Deng, seeing this, laughed gleefully, like a total psycho. "Bitch, good riddance. I'll not only kill you, but I'll also send people to kill your father, your mother, your little sister, everyone. Seeing him still being a piece of work? Seriously, what's wrong with this dude?" Xing Yi put his gloves back on and went in front of him. Time for some payback. Then he slapped Wang Deng across the face. After taking the slap, Wang Deng still arrogantly said, "Haha, that's much weaker than before. Is this your real strength? Doesn't hurt, doesn't even tickle. What a maniac." Xing Ye's eyes flared with killing intent, and he snapped Wang Deng, who colluded with the demonic cultivators to harm so many outer sect disciples. Hearing this, Wang Deng stammered, "Huh, what are you talking about?" Then he blurted everything out, no chill whatsoever. "I did it, and Grandpa helped me too." Ju Jin, hearing this, shouted in agitation, "You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Just as Ju Jin rushed forward, he was suddenly stopped. Jingshuan restrained Ju Jin and said, "Elder Wang Ju, let your grandson explain himself clearly." Wang Deng frantically covered his mouth, thinking to himself, "Ah, what did I say? What's going on? My bad luck is decreasing. Finally some good luck. It's a truth, GU." At this point, he was sweating profusely in fear, freaking out like crazy. Could it be? But how does he know how to use GU? Besides, isn't the GU worm still in Yunwan's body? Xing Ye's eyes flashed with killing intent and no patience. "Don't bother thinking if you can't figure it out. Just obediently answer the question, why did you want to harm your fellow disciples? And how did Elder Wang Ju help you?" Wang Deng's whole body trembled. At this moment, he couldn't control his words and told the truth. 4 years ago, when I was carrying out a sect mission, I was captured by a demonic cultivator. After he found out my identity, he planned to use me to collect the souls of low-level cultivators. Damn it, my body is out of control. At first, he forced me to learn the first half of a cultivation technique called GU King Arts. This technique can greatly increase cultivation, but it requires absorbing the essence blood of cultivators. Otherwise, you'll suffer chi deviation, so I attacked those outer sect disciples without a powerful background, providing them to the demonic cultivator at regular intervals. He would extract their souls and leave the essence blood for me to cultivate. Cultivating only the first half will also lead to chi deviation. He said that as long as I collected enough souls of 500 people for him, he would pass on the other half of the cultivation technique to me. This sounds like a very bad deal. Because outer sect disciples frequently went missing, someone reported it to the enforcement hall. An enforcement hall steward found out that this matter was related to me, so he told my grandpa about it in advance. I told my grandpa the whole story. Grandpa also found out that the GU King Arts was an ancient earth-rank cultivation technique. As long as you keep absorbing essence blood, there would be no side effects, so he secretly killed the enforcement hall steward who investigated my case. We went to see that demonic cultivator together. When we learned that the demonic cultivator's strength was not lower than the Supreme Elders, and thinking that he really had the second half of the GU King Arts, Grandpa secretly condoned my actions, and even strongly dealt with those disciples who reported the missing cases to the enforcement hall. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Deng fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhu Jin anxiously shouted. Grandson Xing Ye then said, "He won't die, it's just that his life force has been damaged a bit. I'll take out the GU worm now." Qing Xuan looked at Zhu Jin with utter disappointment. "Elder Wang Zhu, I never expected you to condone Wang Deng doing such outrageous things." At this point, Zhu Jin still shamelessly said, "Sect leader, those people were just some miscellaneous disciples, they're dispensable. You've seen the speed of my grandson's cultivation advancement. This is only from cultivating half of it." Qing Xuan's face turned grim, and he angrily shouted, "Enough! Using the essence blood of living people to cultivate. How is this any different from the demonic sect?" Zhu Jin replied without thinking. "So what? Haven't you seen our sect's current situation? Sect leader, if we don't have any breakthroughs, King Yun's sect will be destroyed in our hands. Breaking through in a way that violates morals and honor is worse than destroying it." Qing Xuan said, "Moreover, isn't the opportunity to turn the tide already here?" Qing Xuan then had people tie up Zhu Jin and Wang Deng. After those two were taken away, Qing Xuan couldn't help but sigh, saying, "This is also because I, as sect leader, failed in my duty. That the enforcement elder and He Shin disciple colluded with demonic cultivators without me realizing it, and that I had to trouble Xing Ye, my junior brother, to help this sect." Xing Yi beside him, hearing this, replied, "It's only right. As a disciple, one should maintain the reputation of the sect." At this moment, Qing Xuan took out a jade token and handed it to Xing Ye. "Oh right, this is for you." Xing Ye was a little curious and said, "What's this?" Qing Xuan continued, "The identity token of an inner sect disciple. Congratulations. Xing Ye, my junior brother, you've officially joined the Qing Yun sect." After completing the mission, the system also notified him, completed the 800-meter gate mission, plus 1 point of creation and 1 chance to draw a prize. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Looks like I've completed 1 mission." Then Xing Yi spoke up and asked, "What does the sect leader plan to do with the Wang family grandfather and grandson? Send them to the Repentance Valley too?" Qing Xuan stroked his chin and said, "The Repentance Valley only works for disciples below the Golden Core stage, and besides, it's a place where people who have committed crimes that don't deserve death have a good chance of surviving. They've committed such heinous crimes, they must be thrown into the sect's dungeon, awaiting the decision of the Elder Council, the worst case being the abolition of their cultivation and spiritual sense." Wang Jue knew about the spiritual root of junior brother Xing Ye through sound transmission halfway, so I won't let him leave the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Ye cupped his hands and said to Qing Xuan, "Sect leader has troubled yourself." Qing Xuan looked at Tianyun and instructed, "Liu Shiji, take Xing Ye, this junior brother, to the Scripture Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion to choose cultivation techniques and magical artifacts." Xiao Wan immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, "It's okay. Senior sister can take him. Although my body is weak and I can't stand properly, I can still push my wheelchair back to Zhengyang Peak myself." Xing Ye, seeing this, awkwardly and embarrassedly said, "You should still stay and take care of your junior sister. Just tell me the location and I can go myself." Xiao Wan, seeing this, hid the sinister smile on her face and thought to herself, "Looks like you have good eyes, kid. It's not in vain that I'm keeping the secret for you," thinking about the scene where she would be taken care of in every way. From meals to sleep, Xiao Wan was also trembling with excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had to enjoy the 2-person world experience with senior sister. Suddenly, Qing Xuan waved his magic power and released Guanzhou, who was tied up. Xing Ye was confused when he saw Guanzhou tied up and asked, Sect leader, what's this?" Qing Xuan quickly explained. "His precious disciple was harmed so badly, if I didn't tie him up first, this old codger would fight to the death with those Wang family grandfather and grandson." As he was standing there, a figure shot past Xing Ye like lightning, only to see Guanzhou anxiously running to Xiao Wan's side, crying and pitying her, saying, "My disciple, you've suffered. Your teacher can't forgive that Wang Deng kid. Don't worry, your teacher will definitely take good care to treat your body and mental wounds." Xiao Wan was a little dazed when she saw her master making such a fuss and let out a, "Huh?" After that, Guanzhou picked up Xiao Wan's wheelchair with both hands and said, "Thank you, Xing Yi. It's thanks to junior brother Xing Yi. This time, this old man owes you a favor." Seeing the scene before him, Xing Yi was speechless. "Master, you're too polite." After saying that, Guanzhou walked straight out the door, Your teacher will take you to the pill chamber to prepare medicine first, ignoring Xiaowan shouts. Ah, no! Jingshuan also left the room, waving his hand and saying, this sect leader also has things to do. Liu Shiji, you take junior brother Xingye to stroll around the sect. After strolling around the sect, go stroll around the city. Your old man sees that it will rain tonight, and the ice-built spirit pool behind the mountain will be open for you one day, which is very suitable for soaking in the spirit spring and enjoying the scenery. So only Xingye and senior sister were left here, Tianyun sighed and said. The sect leader sure talked a lot today. Xingye could only laugh in response, haha, yeah. After that, Tianyun took out her sword and said, let's go, I'll take you to complete the sect. Joining procedures, Xingye was surprised and said, huh, do we have to use flying sword? Yeah, the techniques pavilion and the spirit weapon pavilion are both far away from here. Hearing this, he nodded in response. Well, I'm already quite used to it. I don't need a sleeping bag anymore. I can probably still make it. Saying that, Xingye was calculating in his heart. But if I can't stand firmly, I can still rely on senior sister to support me. The two of them were now riding their swords out. Xingye, seeing that he was holding two swords in his hands, helplessly said, senior sister, isn't this too much of a waste of spiritual power? Tianyun leisurely replied. It won't, she said to Xingye. I thought it would be difficult to get evidence of Wang Deng in the enforcement hall colluding with demonic cultivators. I had planned to investigate for a long time, but unexpectedly, it was solved by a newly joined disciple like you. Xingye smiled and replied, I didn't expect it to be so smooth either. Fortunately, Wang Deu helped. Ancient GU is indeed useful. If it weren't for your and Xiaowan's excellent acting skills, it wouldn't have been possible to lower his guards so easily. Hearing this, Xingye smiled and said, as expected, senior sister has discovered everything. Tianyun turned her head and said, when collecting things into a storage space, there will be fluctuations of magic power, but when you collected and fused that demon core, there was none. So at that time, it looked like you were stuffing the GU worm back in. But in reality, you used the method of collecting and transferring the demon core to move it away. This way, you could avoid the risk of exposing your identity, and you could also use the GU worm you took away to plot against Wang Deng. Then, you just needed to secretly have Xiaowan cooperate with you, and act out a scene where the GU worm was still in her body. Although only those in the Golden Core stage can transmit sound with their spiritual sense, it can also be like this, using spiritual power to simulate the vocal cords on the fingertips to emit sound, because even the slightest undetectable spiritual power in the ear can be heard very clearly, plus you blocked it from the outside so we didn't detect it. She demonstrated the eye-covering trick that Xingye had used. Suddenly, an identical voice rang out. Girl, I'll ask you a question in a bit. Just pretend that the GU worm is still in your body. Seeing that Tianyun had discovered everything, Xingye could only smile and say, as expected, I can't hide it from senior sister. Tianyun said meaningfully, actually I also hope to participate in the battle, instead of summarizing it after the battle. Xingye seemed to sense Liu Tianyun's annoyance, and said, flustered, next time, definitely next time, senior sister, you're projecting your grumpy vibes onto your flying sword now. On the way, Liu Tianyun asked Xingye, did you learn that bug summoning technique from the ring of that demonic cultivator? He didn't hide anything and replied, yeah, the ancient bug incantation was in the ring. Some ancient bugs require learning the core cultivation technique, but some just need to be thrown in, like the truth-telling bug. Those don't need control, just the incantation. Hearing this, Liu Tianyun said with some emotion, I thought I was already very meticulous in my work, but I'm still not as good as you, junior brother. That ancient bug emperor incantation probably has a lot of incantations to control bugs, right, junior brother? You actually read through all of it, even without knowing if it would ever be useful in this lifetime? Hearing this, Xingye could only laugh it off and scratch his head, thinking, no, actually the system taught it to me on the spot. Liu Tianyun then said, I feel like I owe you more and more. Seeing this, Xingye shook his head and said, It's nothing. At most, I'll repay you with my body, but senior sister, could you not switch the flying positions of these two swords? I don't want to involve junior brother. Hearing this, he was a little confused. After a while, the two arrived at their destination. Liu Tianyun said, we're here at the scripture pavilion. Your identity token can take you directly inside. After that, Xingye used his token and went inside alone. Inside the scripture pavilion, the system also displayed a notification to Xingye, host. This system has scanned the area. There are several cultivation methods here that can satisfy the conditions for Mission 1. Xingye, while walking deeper inside, complained to the system, Cultivation, stat points. Is this a death wish? Does the system shop have this kind of cultivation technique? The system replied, system rules dictate that mission items cannot be purchased in the shop. Seeing this, Xingye said with some disdain, garbage. All you do is make rules that screw people over. Reaching his destination, he immediately asked the system, oh right, there's no one else here. Use my lucky draw thing. The system quickly processed the request. A gift box appeared in front of Xingye. At the same time, the system prompted, pull the ribbon to receive a mysterious gift box. Seeing this, Xingye complained again. And it's this color too. Won't this just say, better luck next time? The reward from the mission is definitely a good thing. Hearing this, Xingye replied, that's more like it. He gently pulled the ribbon off the gift box, and the gift was revealed. The system said, congratulations, congratulations, host, you have received the voice transmission editor system software. Seeing this, Xingye was a bit stunned. What am I looking at? The system screen immediately explained the function. Can shield and block all voice transmission jade pendants and divine sense transmissions within a radius of 800 meters, then edit and resend them. Can record all jade pendant transmission signals within a radius of 800 meters, and supports sending simulated mutual transmissions of the recorded signals. Xingye thought to himself in disbelief. Is this a cheat-level artifact for immortal cultivation? Speechless, he frowned and said to the system, isn't this just a function that your system already has? I remember you edited Master's voice transmission to the great senior sister like that last week. The system hurriedly defended, I can only accept and modify, and I can only get close to the host's voice transmission jade pendant. I can't do anything with divine sense transmissions, and I don't have that many functions. Xingye became a little interested at this point, saying, not bad, this thing seems very interesting, and it's versatile to use. Liu Tianyun was outside at this time. Not long after entering the scripture pavilion, she was very surprised to see Xingye coming out and said, that was quick. What cultivation method did you choose? Xingye showed her the 3 cultivation methods he had just taken and said, I chose 3. Liu Tianyun looked at the 3 cultivation methods with some doubt. Why did you choose only spells with such significant side effects? Especially this godly spear incantation. It can change the shape of divine sense to attack the enemy. Although it may injure the opponent's divine sense, each activation will also damage one's own divine sense, causing a loss of combat power. It's a very unnecessary cultivation method. But Xingye only smiled and replied, it's okay. It's okay. I don't plan to learn it anyway, just studying it a bit. Liu Tianyun turned around and said, let's go to the Spirit Tool Pavilion. In her mind, she was a little puzzled. This junior brother of hers is good at everything, except he has a tendency to like being abused. Just as Liu Tianyun took out 3 swords, Xingye hesitated and said, senior sister, I suddenly feel like the sleeping bag is still more comfortable. So Liu Tianyun rode the sword, dragging the sleeping bag containing Xingye along. Xingye opened the system and thought to himself, let me take a look. As soon as he opened the system, he immediately clicked on the shield mode on the screen. As soon as he clicked, a conversation appeared, surprising even Xingye. Oh, it's here so quickly. The content of the conversation was like this. Junior sister, are you free? I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. Fellow Taoist, what have you thought about the matter? Great senior brother, did something happen to your sect? Is it convenient to disclose it to our Baoguan? After reading the content, Xingye frowned and asked the system, how do I edit the content? How do I edit the content here? The system said to him, press and hold the chat box. Xingye did as he was told, and he thought in shock. Amazing. It can even create virtual replies for the other party. At the same time, another young man was also using this voice transmission. Jade pendant, he said to the person next to him. Hee, tonight, I can have junior sister Ruo Chen. The fat man next to him heard this and said with some bitterness, just be proud, so what if you have a girlfriend? The young man pretended to say, no, we're about to become dual cultivation. Dao companions. He happily bragged, junior sister is replying to me now. As soon as he opened it, he heard the other side transmit, Xin Shi Huang transferred money. Hearing this, the young man replied in confusion. Junior sister, what are you saying? Who is Qin Shi Huang? Did he threaten you? Junior sister, what are you saying? Who is Qin Shi Huang? Did he threaten you? Fellow Dao Shui Huang, we agreed that we wouldn't pry into each other's identities. What do you mean by this? Moreover, I know your name, so there's no need to give you money, right? Understood. The report won't write your real name. If you really know the inside scoop, we can talk price. Xingye, seeing the prank he pulled off, couldn't help but clutch his stomach, laughing like he struck gold. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Just then, a message popped up on the screen from the Grand Elder. You absolutely must do everything in your power to protect that chaos spiritual root, fulfill any request he makes, and pour all the sect's resources into boosting his cultivation. But before he reaches the nascent soul stage, he cannot leave Chengyun's sect. Seeing that, Xingyi was a bit stunned and asked, "Who is this guy?" Daring to talk to the sect leader with such a commanding tone, the system replied, "Press and hold on the profile picture to see the sender's info." Xingye then pressed and held on the person's profile picture and found out the sender was Qingwuji, nascent soul stage. Seeing the name, he curiously turned his head to ask Tianyun, eldest senior sister, "Do we have a senior named Qingwuji in our sect?" Tianyun replied, "Our sect's grand elder is named Qingwuji, what's up?" Hearing that, Xingye hesitated and asked, "Do I need to go pay him a visit?" "You're in secluded cultivation and won't come out unless it's a matter concerning the sect's survival." Hearing her words, he pondered in silence. So that's how it is. That's why he's using a sound transmission jade pendant to communicate, huh? Thinking of this, Xingye revealed a sinister smile and began to plot, "Secluded cultivation is easy to deal with, huh? Want to keep me locked up? No way. First, I'll change it so that all information sent to and received from Qingwuji will be routed through me." As soon as he modified the message settings, the system said, "Target is over 800 meters away. Each message sent or received will cost 50 creation points." Seeing that, Xingye was a bit annoyed. There's a surcharge. At the same time, at Qingyun's sect, Qingshuan was standing on the balcony admiring the scenery when Dihai came over and asked, "How is it, sect leader? Any news from the Grand Elder?" Yet, hearing that, he replied, "Not yet. Don't know the guy's condition." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound transmission jade pendant in Qingshuan's hand vibrated. Seeing that, Qingshuan said, "Oh, there's a reply." He turned on the sound for Dihai to hear as well. "Qingshuan, the one with the chaos spiritual root, must be kept in a state where he cannot kill, and have him cultivate a quantum physique to absorb the chaos energy of the world. In the end, he must be made to serve the heavenly Tao's destiny. During that time, you must not intentionally observe him. Each time you observe him, you might incur karma, causing the quantum physique's cultivation to collapse and become a set destiny. If he cannot serve, he will definitely be backlashed, remember." Qingshuan was a bit stunned when he heard these words, and hesitated to ask. The Grand Elder's words are a bit profound and hard to predict. "What do Elder Yao think?" Dihai also replied confusedly. "I don't understand this quantum stuff. In general, it means that he's telling the sect leader not to interfere in anything related to little friend Xingye, and not to get involved in any karma." Qingshuan then gave the order. "I didn't expect that the chaos spiritual root would have so much profound knowledge. Luckily, I asked the Grand Elder for his opinion. In a little bit, go inform Elder Guanzhou about this as well." Hearing that, Dihai clasped his hands and replied, "Understood." At the same time, at the spirit weapon pavilion of Qingyun sect, in front of them was a large hall. Tianyun informed Xingye, "We're here." Xingye was a bit nervous, wondering if he could fool the sect leader. Approaching the spirit weapon pavilion hall, Tianyun stopped and said to Xingye, "Junior brother, the spirit weapon pavilion is just like the cultivation arts pavilion, but you can only choose one weapon that suits you." Xingye nodded in response, "Understood." Suddenly, a voice rang out. What a coincidence! The person who spoke was Chengyan. He crossed his arms and said, "I was planning to visit your sect's spirit weapon pavilion, and then come find Tianyun, little sis, to catch up." Tianyun was a bit surprised at his appearance. "Seventh Elder, what are you guys doing here?" Qilan then said. "Well, it's like this." But before he could finish, Changyan interrupted. "This young master's natal magic treasure was damaged in the battle with the second stage Scarlet Flame Serpent, so I plan to come and exchange it for a new weapon. But this old fogies gave me. This young master didn't fancy any of them, so I wanted to come to your sect to see if there were any suitable weapons." As he spoke, Cheng Yang casually approached Tianyun and said with a smile, "All in all, our two sects are already allies, so we're all one family from now on." Seeing that he was trying to make a move on Tianyun, the youth's jealousy started to flare up. Xingye then grabbed Chengyan's hand and said cordially, "Hello, family." This also caused the system to reward him with 24 creation points. Seeing this, Chengyan was a bit annoyed in his heart and glared at Xingye. He immediately used his might to threaten Xingye through the handshake. "Touch my wife and you're dead meat." A red glint flashed in Tianyun's eyes. She rushed forward and swung a kick at Chengyan. but he dodged it. Changyan was frightened and raised both hands, laughing as he said, apologies, little sis Tianyun. This young master doesn't like being touched by men. I will cover all the medical expenses for this junior brother's indiscretion. Seeing that, Xingye quickly raised his hand to stop Tianyun and said, No need. I was being presumptuous. Chengyan's face was angry, but he looked down on Xingye in his heart. What a grand entrance. Turns out, he's just a coward. But Xingye, relying on Liu Qin being by his side, couldn't resist throwing a few sarcastic jabs at the young man. My apologies, I wasn't aware of your painful past, Taoist friend. You must have been touched by too many men when you were little to react so violently now. Hearing that, the system dinged, adding 80 creation points. Enraged by Xingye's mockery, he roared, You're asking for death. Then he lunged forward. Seeing this, Chengyan's people weren't going to sit still either. They flew over to hold Chengyan back. He said to him in a deep voice, Young master, important matters come first. Hearing this, Chengyan reluctantly turned away, snorting. Fine, let's go. Let's pick out some magical artifacts. I hope I won't run into this idiot again next time I come. With that, he stepped into the spirit artifact pavilion. After he had entered, Qilan turned to the two and said, You guys are here to choose artifacts for joining the sect, right? Come back another day. Don't provoke this jinx. Hearing this, Tianyun didn't want to cause any more trouble and turned to leave. Let's go to Qifeng Valley first. Xingye stood there, curious. Senior sister, who was that guy? Tianyun turned to answer. The young master of the myriad manifestation sect, Chengyan. Xingye suppressed his anger and said, Damn it, what right does an outsider like him have to swagger around like that? Tianyun said. Because the current strength of the entire Qingyun sect is not as good as the myriad manifestation sect, Xingye asked. Isn't the Qingyun sect supposed to be at the top? That was 10 years ago. After the demon sword sealing incident, the combat power of the Qingyun sect's higher-ups was severely damaged. Dozens of nascent soul experts died in battle, and the Supreme Elder was seriously injured and needs a long period of closed-door cultivation. Wang Ling's father also collapsed during that incident. Hearing her words, Xingye asked, Demon sword, what's that? She softly replied, I hadn't joined the sect back then. I heard from my master that a small sect discovered an ancient inheritance, and inside was that demon sword. The sect leader of that sect touched the demon sword, and his personality changed drastically. He killed the entire sect and began to slaughter people in the city, and the matter grew bigger and bigger. The 3 sects and 4 schools also sent people to take him down. But because the Qingyun sect leader cultivated the sword Dao, he was very interested in the demon sword. Many experts were sent, but no one expected the demon sword to be so terrifying. That sect leader was originally only at the Golden Core stage, but he eventually displayed terrifying power, comparable to a mid-transformation stage cultivator. Although they finally succeeded in sealing it, they paid an extremely heavy price. Also, because the Qingyun sect suffered heavy losses, the place where the demon sword is sealed is also the Qingyun sect. Hearing this, Xingye was a little shocked and exclaimed, So that demon sword is in our sect? Tianyun nodded. Yeah, want to go take a look? Can we see it? Tianyun said as she walked. The formation was created by the top experts of the 3 sects and 4 schools, and it's even more solid than the great sect-protecting formation of the Qingyun sect. Opening it for viewing is also so that the disciples of the sect can comprehend the sword intent contained within it and improve their cultivation. Xingye was a little doubtful about life, thinking to himself, won't learning the sword intent of the demon sword cause chi deviation? Conveniently, the place of sealing is under the spirit artifact pavilion, and there's a teleportation array there. He also excitedly asked, Then let's go take a look. There's nothing else to do anyway. She and Xingye teleported to that place. As soon as they entered, Xingye was sweating like crazy. It's so hot, Tianyun said. This sealing formation has mobilized the energy of the magma. If the geomantic energy of this place is exhausted, the sealing place will be moved. If we use spirit stones to provide energy, we can't afford that much. The sealing place is still some distance away. If we get too close, the teleportation array will lose its effect. While they were walking, the system sound rang. Ding! A message has arrived. Special attention. Seeing this, Xingye tapped the screen, and it turned out to be a message from Qingxuan. Please follow the Supreme Elder's instructions. But can we send someone who doesn't know the details to protect the disciple with the chaos spiritual root? After all, if we don't interfere at all, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. Seeing what Xingxuan said, Xingye thought to himself, with my bloodthirsty Yinsha pearl, what unexpected thing could happen? Sending someone to follow me, being exposed, that's what I'd call unexpected. Below Qingshuan's message was the line, "No need, let nature take its course," fabricated by Qing Wuji for Xingye to choose. Xingye frowned in surprise. Oh crap, the information capture function is still on. 50,000 messages. Has a bug occurred? After tapping it, the continuous notification sound made Xingye's head explode, and he screamed while holding his head, "It's so noisy." At this time he saw again, hey, a strange mailbox. He doubted. What is this? Why are these all empty messages? Xingye then tapped to see the details. But what surprised Xingye was that the sender's name was hidden. It was sending hundreds of messages every now and then. Xingye's expression turned grim in an instant. Is this person in debt with high interest rates, bombarding the immortal cultivation world with messages? After a while, Xingye looked over at Tianyun again and said, "Eldest senior sister, do you know someone named Chen Rongshu?" Hearing this name, Tianyun's face changed. Chen Rongshu is the sect leader who came into contact with that demonic sword. Hearing this, Xingye felt like he was struck by lightning. Blurting out, "What?" Tianyun was surprised. "Don't you not know about the demonic sword? How do you know this name?" Xingye didn't know how to answer, awkwardly scratching his head and making up an excuse. "Because after becoming a zombie, my memories are a bit mixed up." He further inquired, "What happened to that Chen Rongshu afterwards?" Of course, he vanished into thin air. Xingye couldn't help but be horrified, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Xingyi incredulously murmured to himself, "What the heck is going on? Why would anyone crazily use a spirit communication jade pendant to send empty messages to a dead person?" I remember that after receiving the message, you can locate the position of the sender and receiver. Got it. Let me see who is sending these messages after all. As soon as he clicked, the system displayed, "Sing, navigation mode activated. Target sender is 30, starting to navigate for you. Go straight for 20 meters and then turn right." Xingye didn't think much about it and followed the system's directions. A moment later, the system was still guiding him. "Continue along this path. Pay attention to the steps under your feet." The further Xingyi went, the more he felt something was off. Wait a minute. Xingyi was in a mess. Why is the path the system is guiding me on exactly the same as the path eldest senior sister led me on? Could it be that the guy is coincidentally visiting the demonic sword? After walking for a while, Tianyun stopped in front of a lava lake and said, "We're here. In the middle of that lava lake is the demonic sword." Xingye blankly and bewilderedly wondered, "No way, right?" The system also simultaneously announced, "Xing has marked the target for you. Navigation is complete." Tianyun spoke, "The demonic energy of the demonic sword has been completely sealed by the formation. Junior brother can comprehend the sword intent within the range that your body can withstand." Xingye hurriedly replied, "Ah, okay." He then nervously asked the system in his mind, "What's going on? Could it be that there's some old monster hiding under this demonic sword?" The system then said, "No, this demonic sword is the representative of the location application." The more Xingye listened, the more confused and dazed he became. What? A sword can send messages? Seeing Xingye's dazed expression, the system explained, "It's not exactly spirit communication, it just creates something similar. So it was snatched by the system application." Xingye still didn't understand. What does that mean? The principle of spirit communication jade pendants is actually converting sound into spirit energy waves, which can be transmitted far away, and then converted back into sound by the spirit communication jade pendant. On the other end, seeing this, Xingyi said, "Isn't that like a phone?" The system then said, "This demonic sword has the function of a jade pendant. The sword spirit's divine sense is transformed into spirit energy waves and transmitted outwards." The more Xingyi listened, the less he could understand. What's that for? Moreover, the seal formation doesn't manage it. How come no one has noticed? The system continued, "It might be calling for help from someone. This formation is aimed at demonic energy, to prevent outsiders from approaching. If it were designed to block spirit energy waves as well, then spirit communication within 100 miles would be affected. Spirit energy waves in the immortal cultivation world are as common as air. As long as there are cultivators active, they will be generated, no one pays attention to it, and no one thinks that a sword can send out messages." Xingye then turned to scratch his head, awkwardly saying, "Eldest senior sister, I'm a little tired, I want to go back and rest for a bit." Tianyun was a little surprised, but didn't ask anything further. Okay then. Then she turned away, thinking to herself, it seems that things like comprehending sword intent, junior brother's cultivation is still too early for that. Don't be silly. Aren't you the one who doesn't want him to practice? Why are you hoping that he can quickly become stronger? Scene change to the Zhengyang chamber. Xingye was also taken to a room to rest. Tianyun hurriedly left, telling Xingye, if anything happens, send a spirit transmission to me. I'll go check on junior sister first. Xingye then nodded in response. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyun left the room. The system was a little confused. What do you want to do by avoiding eldest senior sister? Xingye replied. I want to go see the location of the message receiver. Xingye said, with a complex expression, this demonic sword is definitely not a good thing. Things aren't good if this continues. I can't explain it to eldest senior sister either. If the sect's higher-ups find out, my mimicking the Supreme Elder's answer will be exposed. A second later, the system began to guide him to the spirit communication jade pendant of Chenrong Shu, starting to navigate for you, a total of 15 kilometers. Seeing this, Xingye was also a little relieved, saying, luckily it's not too far. Let's go see the situation first. Dihai on this side saw Xingye leaving and immediately reported, sect leader, Xingye fellow Taoist, just left the sect alone. Hearing Dihai say that, the door to Qingshuan's room slowly opened, and he came out and said, didn't Elder Diao say we should observe and not interfere? Dihai was still a bit worried, saying, but before he could finish, Qingshuan interrupted, no buts, don't you trust the Supreme Elder? I wouldn't dare, Qingshuan reminded. Just leave it be. Don't interfere with anything related to the chaotic spiritual root. Don't look. Don't listen. Don't speak. Scene change to the outskirts of Qingshan City. In a deep, silent forest, Xingye was digging away at an open patch of ground. After digging for a while, he said, a little tired, why is it buried so deep? Should I call in the mole rats for backup? Just as Xingye continued digging, his shovel hit something. Xingye's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, at that moment, Xingye saw the sound transmission jade pendant he had been searching for. Xingye picked it up and examined it, saying, seeing nothing special, it's just a normal sound transmission, jade pendant. The system also announced, creation points plus 6-5, but at that moment, the jade pendant in Xingye's hand suddenly emitted a powerful demonic energy, causing Xingye's entire body to suffer an intense pain, making him scream out in agony. The system also warned at the same time, crap, there's such strong demonic energy on the jade pendant. Xingye's whole body shook, and he heard a hoarse voice cry out, so much regret, so much hatred. The system couldn't find a solution either, only saying to Xingye, we're doomed. We're doomed. Demonic energy can amplify a person's extreme negative states. Hang in there. Host. Xingye was like a soul wandering from its body, repeatedly holding his face and wailing, why did I have to come dig up this jade pendant in the middle of the night? Wouldn't it have been better to watch the meteor shower with senior sister? My hands are so itchy. I want to type on a keyboard so bad I need to go argue online. The system also noticed the abnormality. Looks like the influence on the physical body is limited. A moment later, Xingye's mind had calmed down, and he held the jade pendant in shock, saying, why does this jade pendant have demonic energy? Out of curiosity, Xingye used his appraisal eye. After appraising, it showed, appraisal. The outside of the jade pendant is full of demonic energy. Deep appraisal. Please upgrade the appraisal function. 500 creation points. Seeing this, Xingye wanted to curse. This damn system, it always adds fees. Xingye trembled with anger, gritting his teeth. Upgrade. Upgrade it for me. Now. The system helplessly said, host, can you not suddenly go crazy? You're like a lunatic? Afterwards, the system still followed his wishes and upgraded, and the information that followed clearly appeared. Demonic sword, sword spirit in deep sleep, heavenly grade, age 6,689 years, state, sleeping deeply due to incomplete soul, soul completeness, 48%. Seeing this, Xingye frowned and grumbled. What? This jade pendant has a demonic sword spirit? The system also shook its head. I give up. I don't know how that demonic sword spirit sent itself out. It's not some kind of divine sense. It just sent itself what, the system said. This sword spirit split its soul into many parts and used sound transmission to send it to this jade pendant and then processed it like this so it could leave the demonic sword and then take this jade pendant as its new container. The more Xingye heard, the more astonished he became, unable to speak. What? It can even do that. Xingye held the jade pendant in his hand, and the system informed him, in theory, it might be possible, but the actual operation has too many variables. that demonic sword and jade pendant must have undergone special modifications, capable of turning the soul into spiritual power and blasting it out, and then reconstituting it on the jade pendant. It definitely isn't the first time it's done something like this. Hearing the system say that, Xingye asked, "So if I destroy this jade pendant now, the demonic sword will be finished, right?" The system immediately said, "It won't. There are still 52 parts of the soul over there, but this soul isn't divine sense, so recovery is very slow. With its supreme grade, it will take at least several hundred years to recover." Xingyi stroked his chin again, proposing another plan. "If I use a sound transmission editor to simulate the demonic sword and send a message to this jade pendant, what will happen?" The system was at a loss for words. "Host, you really have a lot of strange ideas. The sound transmission editor only sends audio frequencies, not souls, so probably nothing will happen." Xingyi's mouth curved into a sinister grin. "How would I know if I don't try?" "I knew you'd say that." Afterwards, Xingyi messaged into the system panel, "Yo, are you there, sword spirit bro?" After waiting for a while without any response, Xingyi disappointedly said, "As expected, there's no reaction." The system then said, "That demonic sword has been sending messages non-stop for 10 years. There must be over 100 million messages. What reaction could you expect from just one message?" Seeing this, he immediately clicked to buy the book Conquest. He was right. If he wanted to do it, he had to do the ultimate experiment. After buying it successfully, the system announced, "Purchase successful. Host, why did you buy a novel?" Xingye didn't explain, and said to the system, "Transfer all the text into the sound transmission editor for me, so that every message will contain the content of the novel. Copy 9,999 parts of Conquest, and send it." This also made Xingye collapse in pain after spending 1824 creation points. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Xingye's wallet. The next second, Xingyi suddenly fell to the ground. Thump, down goes Xingyi. He vaguely saw someone coming to buy watermelons. Kanye's dream is getting weird. That person got out, went over, and patted the watermelons, saying, "Is this one ripe?" The watermelon dude said, "I run a fruit stall. Would I sell you a green watermelon? Seriously, bro." He kept slapping Xingye's face-shaped watermelon, repeatedly asking, "Hey, boss, I'm asking you, is this melon ripe yet?" Slap, 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 poor Xingye's face. Right at this moment, Xingyi also jumped up. He hugged his head and shouted, "Stop slapping. My brain is going to turn into mush. Someone get this man a helmet." After coming back to his senses, Xingye looked around blankly and asked, "How am I back? Wait, what just happened?" The system then said, "The eldest senior sister brought you back. Host, you've been unconscious for a week." Xingye opened his mouth wide in shock and said, Why was I unconscious? WTF. 1 week, the transmission editor used a message that simulated the host's divine sense to send a message. Didn't see anything wrong with it, so the system didn't detect it. But host, you sent 9,999 messages containing the contents of a novel, thus draining your divine sense. Under the effects of the yin-shattering pearl, your restored divine sense was all used to send messages. Seriously, Xingye? 9,999 messages? You're a madman. In this week, the host's divine sense has been drained continuously more than 5,000 times. Seeing this, Xingyi sighed wearily and said, "Just destroy me already. Can't you stop it, bro? Just give up at this point." The system also had its own difficulties. I wanted to stop it, but I discovered that the host's divine sense was repairing that sword spirit's divine sense. It was originally impossible. Your and the sword spirit's divine senses are too far apart, but I don't know why the host can do it, so the system was also curious about the final outcome. Wait, Xingye can do what now? Xingyi sighed after hearing the system and said, "What a ripoff. You're using me as an experiment." Then what happened? How's the sword spirit? Did senior sister touch the demonic jade pendant? The system quickly replied, "I've already put the jade pendant in the system space." The sword spirit's divine sense has also been repaired by the host and is also in the system space. Hearing this, Xingye tried to open it and said, let me see." Only a small flame quickly appeared in Xingyi's palm. It frowned unhappily. "Who does this demonic sword spirit think I am? I don't need to say it myself, Xingyi. You repaired my divine sense today as a favor to me. Me being here is already giving you face. What a diva." Xingyi looked at the demonic sword spirit flame with a judgmental look, saying, "What's wrong with it?" The system thought that there must have been some reaction to the 9,999 conquest novels. The flame got annoyed after hearing him and cursed. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Damn, things are getting heated. At this moment, they heard the door opening. It turned out to be Xiaowan. She opened his room door and said, "Junior brother is awake. Who are you talking to?" Xingye quickly hid the flame and said, "Just mumbling to myself. Senior sister Xiaowan, are you okay?" Xiaowan nodded and replied, "I'm fine now, but what happened to you? You fainted in a big pit outside the wilderness. If eldest senior sister hadn't found you, you would have been eaten by wild beasts. Phew, lucky save." Xingye reassured her there was a little accident. Where's eldest senior sister? Senior sister is representing the disciples to attend the Wangsek's conference. Hearing this, Xingye was a little puzzled. What conference? At the same time, at the Wangsek's conference, everyone was present. Zhuge Fei then opened his mouth and said, "This conference is mainly to discuss the division of the adamantine ore between our two sects. If we're allied, we must maximize the benefits." A week ago, the young master visited the Qingyun sect's spirit item pavilion, right? What are your thoughts? Changyan said directly, "Not good. Much worse than our Wangxiang sect. Seriously, dude." Hearing him, Cheng Li couldn't help but scold. Impudent. The old man then reminded, "These are all your elders. Pay attention to your tone." Chengyan still stubbornly argued, "Father, I'm just telling the truth. I also made an appointment with Qingyun sect's 7th elder last week. Today we'll have a competition to refine magical artifacts between our two sects." Wang Guanzhou said in surprise, "Isn't today for deciding the division of the adamantine ore? Why is there a magical artifact competition here?" Chengyan smiled and replied, "The adamantine ore is mainly for the sects to refine artifacts. If we're allied, we'll definitely divide it according to the sect's refining level. This way the benefits can be maximized after the new year. Quickly send the New Year's benefits to all the righteous fathers." Zhuge Fei smiled kindly. He told everyone that the two sects still had to rely on their own proportion of adamantine ore to refine the corresponding number of magical artifacts, and then distribute them evenly to the disciples. Wang Guanzhou rested his chin, looking clearly bored, and sighed that, wouldn't that mean we have to work even harder when we're dividing more? Zhuge Fei quickly replied, "That's of course, but if the magical artifacts you refine are distributed to the disciples, then of course the disciples of your sect must complete the tasks of the Wanxiang sect," which is also obvious. Wang Guanzhou thought in his head with a pensive expression, "They've really planned everything out. Checkmate." Zhuge Fei just smiled lightly, explaining gently, "It's not like that. This is just to make the alliance achieve the greatest benefits." So Liu Qianyun was still scratching his head like, how does this qi refining competition work, and how do we split up the ore veins? And bam! Right in front of them, 5 ore veins on one side, 6 on the other. Zhuge Fei, being all helpful, explained, "Okay, so your side, the sect, has 6 veins, and theirs has 5. These images show the number of people each sect has participating." Then he adds, "Each side picks their best people, could be 1 person, could be more," showing the materials and time needed to refine 11 magical artifacts. After everyone's done crafting, they'll compare the finished products and split the winnings based on the results. Wang Guanzhou points at himself, all cocky. "If they don't win, those ore veins are all mine." Zhuge Fei just nods, confirming it. Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou slaps 7th elder on the shoulder, all excited, "Go crush him." Right then, Qingxuan walks in, all serious, "The arena's ready, we can head over now." As Liu Tianyun stood up, the jade pendant in her pocket suddenly started heating up. She pulled it out, took a peek, and then told Qingxuan, "Looks like sect leader junior brother wants to watch too." Scene change inside Qingyun Qi Hall. Chengyan sees Xingye walking in with Liu Tianyun. And he puffs out his chest, all smug. Looks like those two are getting pretty cozy, huh? Always together. Xingye just grabs Liu Tianyun's hand and tells Chengyan, what if they need someone to hold their hand? He is unable to get it. If he doesn't have one, ding, system notification, +8 creation points. Chengyan got so roasted he almost set the house on fire, yelling, "I'll kill you." But then he stops, his face softens a bit, and he doesn't go after Xingye. Qingxuan steps in, playing peacemaker. "If you guys want to throw punches, gotta wait till after the competition." Head disciple beside him chimed in, "Yaner, don't be reckless." Chengyan was stewing, but helpless, just muttering and cursing under his breath. A little later, 7th elder brings over 4 people, introducing them to Qingxuan. Turns out they're the sect's qi refining elders, making 5 with the 7th elder himself. Materials and tools are all set. Wonder how those cat sex refiners are, if they're even good enough to compete. Zuge just smiles, staying cool. Our guy doesn't stay home much, likes to travel the world, but he knew about the competition. Wang Guanzhou was shocked and has to ask, your sect only sent one person to compete. He grit his teeth, internally like, if they wanted to give the ore vein away, why make such a fuss? From behind Wang Guanzhou, an old guy apologizes, sorry I'm late, got a bit caught up in practice. The old man's voice made Wang Guanzhou frown, and had him curious about the old man. Cheng Xuan, seeing everyone's reaction, gets thoughtful. That's the Space Divine Power Nascent Soul Stage Cultivator. Seventh Elder heard that, and was a little confused when he first heard about this technique. Zhuge Fei explained slowly that Lin Lai likes to travel around, and rarely returns to the sect, so not many people know about him. The elders are deep in thought. Looking at the old man, one elder said, could that old mister be the refining master, Lin Ziyuan? The old mister turned around and confirmed modestly, indeed, this news made the seventh elder felt like he had won the lottery. Showing an admiring expression and bowing, Wang Guanzhou was so annoyed that he kicked the seventh elder. This resulted in a quarrel between both parties, but one of Wang Guanzhou's old folks had to reluctantly nod. Since, after all, their skills couldn't compare to old man Lin, so what was there to compete with? They knew they would lose before even competing. Wang Guanzhou wasn't giving up, and warned with contempt. What can the old Lin do? His numbers are obviously higher. Is he going to lose to an old mister? The seventh elder could only let out a long sigh. Xingye turned to Liu Tianyun and whispered, Senior sister, these guys were just invited to help out. It's not really their business, you know. Zheng Yan overheard and scoffed, acting all high and mighty, bragging about his sect and looking down on their abilities. What a jerk. Xingye, knowing his personality, saw right through him without hesitation. He grabbed Liu Tianyun's hand and roasted Zheng Yan right back. Haha. Zheng Yan, realizing he'd been dissed, got so mad he nearly coughed up blood. His eyes bloodshot. Ding! System notification. Gained 83 creation points. Cheng Li, annoyed, gently tugged on Cheng Yan's sleeve, reminding him, quiet, don't disturb Elder Lin's weapon crafting. Cheng Yan took that blow like a champ and shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuan was focusing on circulating his internal energy, creating a brilliant, roaring flame. Xingye and Liu Tianyun stood beside him, watching intently. After a while, they started discussing it. He asked slowly, does a nascent soul cultivator not even need a forging furnace to craft magic tools? She quickly explained. He must have absorbed some special flame. The heat doesn't spread at all. Even the best forging furnace couldn't do that. Then Liu Tianyun murmured, this is troublesome, Xingye. Hearing this, helplessly comforted her. It's okay if we lose. Their sect has such a powerful alchemist. We can just give them the iron ore and have them craft tools for us. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyun quickly turned away and mysteriously said, it's not as simple as you think. You come outside with me first. After that, he followed her out of the building and asked in confusion, what's wrong, senior sister? She looked sternly at Xingye and said, I won't analyze things related to the sect's interest to you. I will only tell you something related to your junior brother. Our sect has a metal lode that connects to that demonic cultivator's dongfu. Hearing this, he was a little surprised, but then sank into concern and continued listening to her analysis. It's not about whether they discover it or not. Once that mine belongs to the Wangkang sect, then it will almost be impossible for your junior brother to come and go there freely. Xingyi quickly suggested, so all we have to do is win this match and win that mineral vein, right? The division is decided through a lottery. If our sect wins too little, it will probably be very difficult to draw it. As soon as Liu Tianyun finished speaking, he continued firing. Does A mean that even if the Wangxiang sect only wins one match, they can still draw that mineral vein? She nodded in agreement. That's right. Suddenly, Xingye's expression changed, darkened, and he was speechless. Seeing this, she hurriedly said, or if junior brother has something to do, take action before the mineral vein is transferred. Taking the order, he frowned and seriously affirmed, senior sister, to ensure this match, I won't let them win. Suddenly, a shrill voice sounded. It turned out to be Wang Guanzhou. He panicked and shouted, what? You also want to participate, kid? Wang Guanzhou immediately flew over, pointed at him, and began to reprimand, don't get in the way. Do you know these things are related to the distribution of benefits between the two sects? Losing once means losing an iron ore, selling you. Suddenly he stopped, thinking, that's not right. Selling him seems to be able to compensate. After all, he has a chaos spiritual root. From a distance, Cheng Xuan and Liu Tianyun approached the two of them. The old man coughed softly, interrupting their conversation, and asked slowly, Daoist Xingye is young, but already understands the art of weapon crafting. He raised his hand, smugly replied, "Just like medicine, I know a little bit." Tianyun and Cheng Xuan were speechless by him, not knowing what to say. After a while, the old man dared to speak. "Then let's do it this way. Anyway, everyone has 2 hours to forge a weapon. You can just observe here first. And if friend Xiao feels that the rank you can forge is higher than that of the elders, then just try." Xing Ye accepted the agreement. Just do as the sect leader says. Cheng Yan looked at the group of people in front of him, showing a contemptuous look, and spoke in a challenging tone. "Do you think you're playing house? If you can forge a high-level magic tool, then I'll chop my head off for you to see." Xing Ye also calmly agreed when he heard this. "Then you don't need to shave your head to make everyone happy," he scoffed and scolded. Foolish. In the middle of the main hall, Lin Jiuan calmly cast spells, controlling the flames with ease. Wang Guanzhou looked terrified and asked suspiciously, "Is this real or fake?" He can reduce the fire to 1 part and also forge it into magic tools of different shapes. Cheng Li next to him couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Elder Lin has traveled abroad for many years, and his weapon crafting skills have become more and more superb, Cheng Yan shouted excitedly. Too strong Elder Lai on this side is carefully transferring internal energy into the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, a explosion hit. Smoke filled the hall, and everyone choked and coughed constantly. Wang Guanzhou asked, "Elder Li, why did you explode the furnace?" His face was soaked in sweat, and he admitted helplessly, "The opponent is Elder Lin Sr., so the pressure is too great." Hearing this, he became angry, lifted Elder Li up and shouted, "You take a break for a while, don't disturb the morale of the army." But Xing Ye then approached and suggested, "Can this senior teach me how to use the weapon refining Lin?" Hearing this, Cheng Yan clutched his stomach and laughed. "You don't even know how to use the furnace, and you want to compare to Elder Lin?" Cheng Li couldn't hold back anymore, playfully hitting him and scolding in annoyance. "Stop talking. Be quiet." Elder Lier was also stunned, turning to ask sect leader Cheng Xuan, "This person is?" The old man found it hard to explain, helplessly saying, "He's a newly joined inner sect disciple. If he's interested, then Elder Lai can teach him." After that, he began teaching Xing Yi basic knowledge. It's like this. You don't have a pill fire, so you need to infuse spiritual power to guide the earth fire. Xing Yi excitedly oh-head a few times. Liao Tianyun felt more and more speechless as he watched, thinking to himself, what does junior brother want to do now? This kind of chi refining stuff isn't something you can learn in a day or two. Time quickly passed, an hour had gone by, and the elders began taking their positions to refine pills. In the blink of an eye, a spiritual item appeared. Wang Guanzhou excitedly shouted, "Success!" Cheng Xuan, beside him, began a preliminary assessment. This spiritual energy is actually a mid-grade Xuan. He happily walked over to pat 7th Elder on the shoulder. 7th Elder, well done. There's still another hour. Refine another one. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire hall. To everyone's astonishment, it was Lin Jiuan, who had actually refined a flame weapon, slowly announcing, "This old man is also finished. It's been a while since I used the flame-splitting technique, so I'm a little rusty." 7th Elder, who was previously elated, completely collapsed, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? 10 items, all of them are high-grade Xuan, and they're all unique weapons." The others, seeing this, wanted to quickly speed up their progress, immediately pouring fire spirit into the refining furnace. However, haste makes waste. The refining furnace couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded, leaving behind thick clouds of smoke. Wang Guanzhou angrily scolded this group of thoughtless people. "What are you guys doing?" They all exploded. Someone spoke up, admitting, Senior Lin's chi refining pressure was too strong, affecting the final inscription of the talisman. Wang Guanzhou couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Forget it. Losing is losing. Losing the mineral vein. But gaining a refining grandmaster isn't a loss. After all. But then he was hit hard by Lin Juan. Liao Tianyun couldn't help but shout, "Master." Even he painfully lowered his head, letting out an, "Ah." Lin Juan scolded. "Ignorant juniors, daring to compare this old man to a mineral vein?" Then someone stepped forward to dissuade him. "Senior, calm down. Elder Guanzhou's mouth is faster than his brain." He didn't mean it that way. Hearing this, he was less agitated, but coldly snorted, HMPH. He disrespected this old man before. I can't tolerate it anymore. Sect leader Qing Xuan then turned to Wang Guanzhou and warned. Wang Guanzhou quickly apologized to Senior. With someone speaking first, he had no choice but to apologize. "Senior Lin, it's my fault I spoke without thinking." On the other hand, Lin Juan coldly ordered, "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this matter will be considered over." Faced with Lin Jian's unreasonable request, Wang Guanzhou really wanted to retort you, but sect leader Qing Xuan advised him, "There's no need to make this so awkward." Lin Juan raised an eyebrow and continued, "It's okay if you don't kneel, but in the future, your sect's magical artifacts will have nothing to do with this old man. And don't expect this old man to pass on any techniques to your sect's refiners." Just at this moment, someone stood up and said, "I'm willing to kneel in place of Wang Guanzhou," directly pushing him aside. "It has nothing to do with you." Wang Guanzhou sighed, lowering his eyes and continuing, "Forget it. My personality has always caused a lot of trouble for the sect. Let's just consider this a lesson." Then a blue power blocked him from kneeling. Wang Guanzhou asked with a puzzled expression, "Sect leader Qing Xuan, sect leader." He then calmly replied, "Elder Guanzhou, although this sect leader always thinks of the sect's interests first, there are some things that cannot be measured by interests." He looked to one side and continued, "Remember, Qing Yun of the Qing Yun sect is Qing Yun in the will of being poor but ambitious, not falling from the 10,000 zhang blue sky." Hearing this, Guanzhou was instantly moved, tears welling up as he called out, "Sect leader," but sect leader Qing Xuan's next sentence directly cut off his delusion. "The sect's losses will be deducted from your salary." Wang Guanzhou immediately turned dark-faced. "You let me," the ghost, Lin Ziwan, slammed his staff down, reminding, "Fine, fine. Countless people kneel down and kowtow to beg this old man to take action and still can't get it. I hope that when your sect's disciples don't have weapons, they'll still have such integrity." Around Lin Juan, flaming weapons appeared. Seeing this situation, Xingye sighed in amazement. "Aya, Earthfire is a bit difficult to control," the other person asked in confusion. "What are you doing?" He only smiled lightly in response. "Isn't the magical artifact refining competition not over yet? I want to give it a try." He then tried to advise him not to mess around. "Old man Lin has refined M high-grade profound tier magical artifacts," Xingye nonchalantly replied. "He's not an old senior, just a petty old man with a few tricks up his sleeve." The system also issued a new notification, totaling 106 creation points. Lin Jiwan couldn't help but shout loudly, "You ignorant brat!" Someone behind him cast a spell, warning the arrogant junior. When the power struck Xingye, it passed right through him. Without affecting him at all, sect leader Qing Xuan was instantly stunned on the spot. "Oh no, it's a spiritual attack." At this moment, a strand of darkness also stabbed straight into Xingye's head. Entering him before he could even react, Lin Juan transformed into a strand of divine sense, gleefully thinking, "You damn brat, I'll shatter your sea of consciousness." But he was quickly repelled by the defensive layer of the system. Lin Juan helplessly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Point FT. Everyone anxiously called out to him, "Old man Lin." They rushed over to ask him, "Old man Lin, are you all right?" He struggled to reply, "No, it's nothing." Sect leader Qing Xuan also turned to ask Xingye, "Little friend, are you okay?" He politely replied, "I'm fine. What's wrong?" Lin Jian thought to himself. What kind of monster is this kid? How is it possible that a Qi refining stage practitioner's sea of consciousness and divine soul have experienced so much that they've become like a ghost? Sect leader Qing Xuan then intended to make peace between the two. Sect leader Lin Ziwan, "My sect's disciple has already participated in the competition. If you continue to cause trouble, then forget about the mineral vein distribution." Sect leader Li raised an eyebrow and asked him in return, "Qingxian, are you kidding me? Have him compete with old man Lin?" Lin Jian disdainfully snorted in mockery. HMPH. If he wants to humiliate himself, so be it. Sect leader Li used a memory stone to record it, so that people all over the world can admire their joke later. At this moment, someone asked Xingye, "What type of magical artifact are you planning to refine?" Xingye didn't mind telling him. "The #1 weapon among the 7 great weapons." After hearing this, he couldn't help but be curious, and someone behind massaged Lin Juan's shoulders. "Old man Lin, this kid is a lunatic. We'll watch him embarrass the sect in a bit." They were happy as clams. Lin Ziguan didn't even bother to pay attention and just scoffed, "Ha! Putting on an act. I've been on this path of weapon refinement for 800 years, and I've never heard of the 7 great weapons." He remembered something and felt a bit startled inside. Huh! What kind of magical artifact has so many components? That's not very stable. After a while, Xingye happily called out, "All right, the rough draft is done," he worriedly called out to Xingye. Wait a minute, little friend. There's still a lot of impurities in the ore. You're only using earthfire for refining, so at the very least, it'll take about M refinements, Xingye impatiently replied. I'm only refining one magical artifact, and it's already taking longer than that old fart. There's no honor in winning. He hesitated a bit. This, on the other side, Lin Juan was trembling with anger. You damn brat, Changyan advised him. Old man Lin, calm down. They just want us to kill that kid and keep the mineral vein. Xingye continued to refine the weapon, carefully watching the entire process, mentally calculating the final step, inscribe the runes. Inscribing the runes is the most difficult step in refining, allowing the magical artifact's spiritual power to flow smoothly, control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and unleash its power. All depends on the final step of inscribing the runes. There are many types of runes, and many ways to combine them, but any small mistake will greatly reduce the quality of the magical artifact. Usually, the runes are enlarged and engraved on the Qi Cauldron, and then gradually shrunk down with divine sense before finally being engraved on the magical artifact. In the Qi Cauldron, Liu Tianyun carefully looked for a while. She wondered, Junior brother is so confident. Could he have mastered some kind of supreme rune inscription technique? She suddenly became a little silent, difficult to say. Right there on the furnace, 5 characters were clearly etched, made by Xingye. Qilan's expression went totally gobsmacked. Turning to Xingye, she asked, What are you doing? He casually asked him. What's wrong, elder? The blacksmith poked his head and said, The last thing you have to do is inscribe the runes, he angrily replied. Inscribe the runes, my ass. You're engraving the blacksmith's signature, Xingye asked in confusion. Isn't inscribing runes just writing characters? Zhang Yan, in the distance, clutched his stomach and laughed, like he was reaping a bumper harvest. Haha, I can't take it anymore. This is too much. Lin Juan disdainfully turned around and left, sighing. What a waste of time. Xingye then pressed the synthesis button on the system, and a light appeared. Green Hair was dumbfounded on the spot. How can he just randomly engrave letters? And why is there a magical power fluctuation from the weapon being completed? No, it's not quite the same as the weapon completion fluctuation. I can sense the level of the magical artifact. Xingye calmly picked up the magical artifact at this time, took it, and asked Lin Jian for his opinion. Old man, where are you going? Are you giving up? Liao Tianyun directly darkened her face, thinking, a folding chair. Lin Jiwan coldly smiled. Bringing humiliation upon yourself? Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot up, and someone shouted to remind him, Xingye, be careful. Xingye also took out what he had just made, and slammed it into the ground. Lin Jiwan froze on the spot, and even the Qingshuan sect leader was stunned. What? Even Qi Lan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Seeing the broken sword, Qi Lan exclaimed, How is this possible? A single blow shattered a high-grade Xuan-tier magic weapon. Xingye glanced at him and calmly asked, So is that considered a win? Although Qi Lan wasn't happy, he had to grudgingly admit it. That chair is Dai tier. Wan Guanzhou couldn't contain his emotions and approached Xingye, asking, Why a chair, kid? If you can break a high-grade Xuan tier, you should at least be at the Dai tier. This old man only used a high-grade Xuan tier, and you actually managed to forge a Dai tier chair. What a waste. Changyan protested, dissatisfied. He's cheating. Even if the magic weapon is 1 level higher, Lin Lao, a nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't have it broken like that. The important figure behind him stopped him, saying, This is a magic weapon competition, not a sparring match. The rule is to use the minimum spirit energy limit to control the magic weapon. Changyan couldn't help but angrily shouted at Xingye. How could that kind of haphazard, no good trash create a Dai tier magic weapon? Xingye finally deigned to say, Remember to shave your head bald. He immediately felt so bad he almost vomited blood. Oosh! A new system notification appeared. Plus 6 points of creation. Detected actions related to exploiting points. This time, creation points will be reduced by half. Lin Jian burst out laughing. Haha! I didn't expect the Qingyun sect to have a pig disguised as a tiger artifact forging master like you. The Qingshuan sect leader put on quite a show to make this old man careless. The Qingshuan sect leader, suddenly accused, desperately wanted to explain. No, we didn't. Lin Ziwan unexpectedly threw out another challenge to Xingye. Kid, don't get too cocky too soon. This old man still has an hour to forge. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and launched into action. Power. Yeah! Various weapons were being tempered. Someone exclaimed, Senior Lin intends to combine the remaining high-grade Xuan-tier Qing magic weapons into one that will erase the inscriptions on the magic weapon. A few drops of sweat appeared on Lin Juan's face as he earnestly shouted, "Soul combustion technique." Qilin looked up. This is a secret technique that burns blood essence to increase divine sense. He was also thinking, this will cause irreparable damage to the body and even affect lifespan and foundation. Just what kind of saint is this newly joined disciple that he could force Lin Lao to this point? The weapons were gradually tempered in the fire, and someone couldn't help but shout, "Heavens!" To be able to peel off the engravings on the magic weapon to reforge it, this requires immense divine sense and tight control. Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and he shouted, "Ah!" The space immediately lit up. Qilin's expression turned stiff. This, the aura of success. He then exclaimed in surprise, "High-grade dye tier." Lin Yuan took advantage of the momentum and mocked Xing Ye. "Haha, kid. I really have to thank you. If you hadn't ignited my fighting spirit, I wouldn't have been able to forge my first high-grade dye tier magic weapon in my life." He aggressively asked, "How about it?" Still arrogant. "Do you know what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains?" Xing Ye was so annoyed by him that he got a temper and smashed the thing. "Shut up already." Smash. His weapon was instantly smashed to smithereens. The system also rang with a new notification, plus 8 points of creation. Lin Juan's expression froze. "Ah!" Seeing Lin Juan faint, everyone there couldn't help but worry. "Old Lin," Cheng Yan exclaimed in disbelief. This, so unbelievable. A high-grade dye-tier magic weapon shattered with a single hit. Could that chair be heaven tier? Xing Ye remained silent. The chair in his hand still didn't have too much damage, with lights flashing. At this point, Xing Ye couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Everyone started to worry. Junior brother, little friend. The Qingshuan sect leader carefully examined Xing Ye's condition and assessed, "His divine soul is severely damaged and incomplete," Wang Guanzhou exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Lin Jiwan then spoke up. "I know. No wonder his divine soul force is so special. He used the long-lost soul imprint artifact forging method. Those present began to feel suspicious. Soul imprint forging method." Xing Ye also started explaining. This method involves refining one's own divine soul into a magical artifact to replace the specialized imprint, attacking the target's artifact's imprint. Once the imprint of the artifact is damaged, no matter how high quality the artifact is, it won't withstand a single blow. However, using this method to destroy the opponent's weapon will also shatter the user's divine soul. Originally, this chi refining method requires a unique divine soul constitution, something that is rare even in a millennium. Each time a magical artifact is refined and used to destroy the opponent's artifact, it means destroying the divine soul of the refiner, losing more than gaining, so it has been lost to time. The person behind Lin Xian chimed in. "What a scheme." He knows that our Wangxiang sect only has one artifact refiner, Old Lin, so he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice himself, enraging Old Lin, causing Old Lin to use the soul ignition curse, consuming a great amount of energy. So now Old Lin can't refine artifacts for the time being, and you guys still have 5 artifact refiners? Wan Guanzhou angrily retorted, "Who told you to be so confident, sending only 1 artifact refiner?" Lin Zhuan, his face now dark, shouted, "Fine, we accept defeat. Just divide it among you. Win 10 matches. Tie 1 match, right?" The person in black disagreed. Old Lin, this matter. Lin Zhuan then asked him, "What's wrong? Someone sacrificed a special divine soul to win this match." He smiled slyly, continuing, "This divine soul, if cultivated deeply, would definitely become an artifact refiner surpassing even this old man. Alas, alas, some people are just so short-sighted." At this moment, a spatial Dao was open for them. Qingshuan sect leader directly saw them off. "Farewell. No need to see you out." That group of people also stepped into the spatial Dao, pretending to be rude as they greeted. "Then we won't bother you any further. We'll come here tomorrow to transfer the mineral vein." With that, they disappeared into the space, leaving behind the Qingyun sect group. Qingshuan sect leader looked at Xing Ye, unconscious on the ground, and couldn't help but worry. Foolish, truly foolish. Who knew little Yu was actually a special divine soul type? Why would he jeopardize his own future just for the loss of a mineral vein? But just at this moment, Xing Ye suddenly jumped up, shocking Liao Tianyun. Even Wang Guanzhou didn't expect it. "Huh? Isn't he awake already?" As soon as he woke up, he started dancing, singing crazily, shouting. Seeing this scene, Qingshuan sect leader sighed. His divine soul is no longer complete. He's an idiot now. Wang Guanzhou asked directly, "Is there no way to treat him?" Qingshuan sect leader turned towards the space Dao, confessing to Wang Guanzhou, Top-grade medicinal pills can heal the divine soul, but we couldn't afford them even if we sold the entire sect. He also directly instructed Shilan, Liu Shiji, take him back to rest. He became like this for the sect, so even if he can't be cured, we can't mistreat. Little Yu, Qilan helplessly dragged Xingye away, shouting, "Can't squeeze in there." Liu Qianyun immediately understood and replied clearly, "Yes." At this moment, the scene shifted to Zhengyang Peak, where hazy steam billowed. Xingye stared blankly in the bathtub. Chaowan suggested, senior sister, find a male disciple to bathe him. But Liu Tianyin reminded her, he's a refining corpse. It's not like you didn't think about this. Xiaowan immediately volunteered enthusiastically. Then let me do it. Can't let senior sister dirty her hands. Xiaowan approached Xingye's bathtub and began to bathe him. But then she quickly ran away, shocking Liu Tianyin. No way. My eyes are dirty. I have to go wash my eyes. Liu Tianyin rolled her eyes towards Xingye, seriously asking, You only have me, junior brother. How long are you going to pretend? Xingye continued to call her blankly, Abba, Abba, Abba. At this moment, the towel also slipped off. Xingye quickly closed his eyes and shouted, Wasn't I supposed to regain consciousness? When you guys changed my clothes, if I didn't pretend, it would be too awkward. He, half covering his eyes, hastily said to Liu Tianyun, senior sister, quickly put on some clothes, be careful of catching a cold. Discovering that Liu Tianyun still had another layer on, Xingye stammered, Still another layer. Senior sister is deceiving this one. Liu Tianyun acted as if nothing was wrong, looked away, and calmly replied, I didn't say there was nothing worn underneath. Xingye, deceived, frowned directly, and politely asked her, So if this one continues to pretend, how will senior sister respond? Liu Tianyun directly took out the Qingtuan blade from her hand, coldly looking at him and replying, I will also take off this set of clothes, and then, if junior brother has an inappropriate reaction, then I will lose a junior brother and gain a junior sister. The terror from her made Jingyi stammeringly advise her, Senior sister, don't joke with such a scary joke. Liu Tianyun directly walked away from this place and also instructed, Xingye, put on your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. The system in Xingye's head also appeared with a notification, New friendship, quickly wear that necklace. The devil sword spirit can't digest the lust radiating outward anymore. After sensing the murderous aura for a while, little fireball burped and sighed. Burp. It's been a long time since I've had such pure murderous aura. Then it said to Xingyi, Brother, I'm tens of thousands of years older than you. You can just call me Broling. Xingye, who had now completely put on his clothes, curiously asked it, What's going on? Why did I suddenly faint? Xingye's face wrinkled. Xingyi, with a face full of annoyance, interrupted the mechanical voice of the system in his head. This is all because he wanted to combine all the magical artifacts in that demonic cultivator's storage ring into that raggedy chair of yours. The system retorted, pouting, What do you mean raggedy chair? It's called respect. It's the top weapon among the 7 great weapons. The system's voice kept ringing in his head, completely lacking rhythm or beat, mainly repeating rigidly, reminding its host to pay attention. It's precisely because the quality of your chair is too mixed that even after the system fused many high-grade magical artifacts, it only barely reached the lower rank of the Earth grade. Qingyi immediately looked down at the item in his palm, as if understanding something, and said, I remember now. After breaking the Xuan grade magical artifact, in order to deal with the superior Earth grade sword, I had no choice but to fuse the demonic sword Xinglin into it, causing the folding chair to overload. Noticing the gaze of the person above, Xinglin in his hand immediately jumped around. I told you to call me Bro Xing. Xingye recalled the scene at that time, the dazzling golden light that seemed to invade his entire brain. He replayed the image from before, when the chair was about to break. I recklessly smashed it into that sword, and then everything went black. The system, realizing that its host seemed to understand everything, immediately replied slowly, That's right, when you smashed it into that sword, your chair should have shattered already. But your subconscious summoned the demonic sword Xinglin, which is part of your 52-part soul, to wrap around the chair. So it also means that you used your soul to deal with that superior Earth-grade sword. This time, Xingye was so surprised that his jaw dropped. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, not expecting things to have turned out this way. Ah, weren't those souls split off by me? The system slowly explained, the rigid tone still ringing out. That's right, but this part of the soul still maintains a connection with the main body. When that nascent soul stage elder invaded your sea of consciousness, your soul summoned the power of the demonic sword Xinglin. Imagine Xingye's soul and the demonic sword Xinglin are like gold and red respectively. The ability that gold lacks will be compensated by red, and vice versa. Nothing is free. As expected, the system explained again. Similarly, when the demonic sword Xinglin was damaged when dealing with magical artifacts, it also used your soul to make up for the loss. This is clearly a symbiotic relationship. I live, I die, you die. Xingyi flinched a little. After all, the soul wasn't something simple that could be joked about. So this sword Xinglin can't be used casually? Otherwise, while I'm fighting, I'll suddenly turn into an idiot? The sword Xinglin, noticing that the person in front of him seemed a bit silly, rolled his eyes and said truthfully, "Little bro, it's okay if you only use this part of my soul." Xingye's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, really? Immediately, the system replied. Really, it's just that it will emit demonic energy, making the host the public enemy of righteous cultivators. Xinglin immediately smiled brightly, raising a finger in praise. Bro will lead you into the demonic path. Very promising. In return, the other person's helpless voice refused. No need. I'll talk about it when I become a villain someday. In Xingye's ear, the mechanical voice of the system continued to ring out steadily. Although this sword Xinglin cannot be used on magical artifacts, before the problem of the demon core attracting the lightning tribulation is resolved, it can be refined into the host's chi spiritual root before it is overdone. Just then, Liu Tianyun's sweet voice rang out outside the door. "Junior brother, are you still not done?" At this moment, Xingye suddenly realized that he had been in the room for quite a while, and hurriedly said, "Ah, coming." As soon as he stepped out of the room, Xingye noticed something was different, and immediately asked, "That's right, senior sister. How did you know I was pretending to be an idiot?" The expression on Liu Tianyun's face remained unchanged for thousands of years, she said faintly. "When I was outside, I discovered that your soul had been completely lost, and then it recovered, didn't it?" Xingyi then smiled embarrassedly. "Ah, is that so?" Xingyi tilted his head and asked, "What happened when I fainted? How was the tournament result calculated?" In Liu Tianyun's hand, a luminous gem appeared, its light spreading all around. Gradually recreating the scene from before, I used the memory stone to record it. Take a look. 15 minutes later, Xingye, after carefully reviewing the scene from before, was a bit helpless, not expecting everything after he fainted to have happened so strangely. Not bad. I was still thinking about how to explain it, and this old guy gave me a method of chi refining by signing a contract. Thank you for your help. Liu Tianyun saw that the person opposite her seemed a bit depressed and said, "What are Junior Brother's plans for the future?" Xingye helplessly leaned his head back, rubbing it, feeling a bit tired. The high-level members of the sect value me too much, which puts a lot of pressure on me. Moreover, if the Wangxiang sect knows that I have recovered, they will definitely cause trouble because of feelings of injustice. It's better for me to maintain this state of a happy idiot. Liu Tianyun immediately asked back and hit the nail on the head. What if the sect leader comes to check your soul? Xingye had clearly thought of this, giving a thumbs up confidently. Don't worry, I have a way to avoid being discovered. Xinglin, standing below, felt a bit uneasy in his heart, as expected. Immediately afterward, Xingye used his own soul to contact it. At that moment, Bro Sheng felt a bit self-pity, rolling his eyes. You can't. At least you shouldn't. Xingyi completely ignored his weak dissuasion, spreading his arms and saying, "That's right. Anyway, Wang Deng's trouble has been resolved. Senior sister, how about you tell the sect to let me go out for a trip to recover? If the sect gives me a free trip, wouldn't that be great?" Liu Tianyun heard this and replied, "I was also planning to talk about this." Xingye was surprised to hear this and immediately looked up and asked, "Senior sister, do you want to go on this impromptu trip with me?" Liu Tianyun slowly replied, "It's not, I was talking about Wang Deng's matter." The depths of her eyes darkened, and she quickly said, 4 days ago, when you were still unconscious, he and Elder Wangju had both been killed." This surprised Xingye so much that his eyes widened. "What?" he shouted loudly. "Weren't they locked up in the dungeon? How? How could they be killed?" Liu Tianyun leaned over, slowly replying, "They had been implanted with the life-death worm, just like Luo Qing. Someone in a distant place controlled the GU worms and killed them. Things are getting more and more complicated. Who did this underhanded thing? Only a god knows. I don't know if the high-level members of the sect have investigated it yet. Both the enforcement hall and those closely related to Fangda are key suspects." Xingyi frowned, pursing his lips in thought. "But I used the Truth GU worm to ask Wang Deng before. There shouldn't be any other accomplices, right?" Liu Tianyun recalled the scene at that time and suddenly thought of something strange. Perhaps the way Junior Brother asked the question at that time. Junior Brother asked who had colluded with the demonic cultivators to harm so many fellow disciples. But perhaps there is someone who didn't harm fellow disciples but helped the demonic cultivators in other ways. Xingyi immediately became annoyed, rubbing his head. Damn it, I should have asked him a few questions about the demonic cultivators' accomplices. Liu Tianyun noticed that her junior brother's mood seemed to be getting worse, and immediately comforted, this can't be blamed on you. Just leave everything to the high-level members of the sect now. Xingye's attitude immediately changed in a flash. So can we talk about the free trip now? Easier said than done. The identities of the two of us are a bit different. Our sect is allied with the Wanxiang sect, and I am the senior sister, so there are many things that I need to handle. I can't leave for the time being. Xingye seemed very sulky, turning his back and muttering, You're both busy? Busy is fine. Scene changes to another room. Faint light shines from within, making one feel strangely warm inside. Xingye held a small notebook in his hand, titled Qi Spiritual Root Secret Manual. Its thickness suggesting it had been studied for quite some time, Xingye sat on the bed, silently pondering. So that's how it is. Magical artifacts can be transformed into pseudo-qi spirits through this method, and after being absorbed by one's spiritual root, they can increase its weight. The way to use magical artifacts gradually formed in his mind. It looks difficult, but in reality, you'll understand everything if you study it carefully. After all, their essence isn't that complex. For example, with a dual spiritual root of fire and earth, the best way to break through levels normally is to find a place with a dense concentration of fire spiritual qi and earth spiritual qi, with a ratio equivalent to one's earth spiritual root. If the difference is too large, you can use a spirit gathering formation to even it out. But if the difference is too great, a spirit gathering formation won't be able to even it out, that's when you can use a qi spiritual root. Clearly, this method offers great benefits to the user. If one refines a fire attribute magical artifact, they can increase the weight of their original spiritual root and combine it with the spirit gathering formation to achieve the goal of evening it out. Looks like my host has understood it. The system spoke up again. But the weight gained in this way can't be maintained for long. It will quickly disappear. This immediately made Xingye's face twist. Then what good is it to me? The system slowly replied. No, it's precisely because of the host's special characteristics that the qi spiritual root can display extraordinary effects on the host. Xingye looked down at the cultivation manual, asking the system in his head, what do you mean by display extraordinary effects on me? This secret manual only writes about how to refine magical artifacts into pseudo-qi spirits to be absorbed by the spiritual root. It doesn't write about real qi spirits. Immediately, the system replied. The conditions for the birth of a qi spirit are very harsh. All qi spirits exist from the heaven grade or above. They wouldn't be used as someone's spiritual root like some idiot. Why are you letting me be that idiot? The system's slow, serious tone continued. The host is different. Right now, you severely lack the ability to protect yourself. Without a spiritual root, you can't absorb spiritual qi, you can't cultivate cultivation techniques, and you can only ever be at the 5th level of qi refining. Although you can't die, if a cultivator of a higher level discovers your secret, you'll wish you were dead. This was clearly a little scary. If I have that strange ability, wouldn't I just be a human-shaped experiment? Then how long can the spiritual root that I refine last? The flame of spiritual root was a tiny little thing. It asked in a small voice, Little bro, I'm the demonic sword spirit. Take me as your spiritual root. Do you want to become a demonic cultivator? Xingyi. Looking up at the air, he said that the system explained again. You only need to refine the 52 picohenries part of you that's inside his body. This information is a little complicated again. Based on the previous experience to judge, no matter how the host's soul changes its form, it can still maintain contact with the main body of the soul. Although the host's soul turns into a qi spirit, the root will disappear, but through calculation, the recovery speed is much faster than the disappearance speed. Xingyi immediately became happy, smiling brightly. Awesome! As expected, this is a method only I can use. The qi spirit was a little tired, pointing at him. Little brother, where's the jade pendant that contained me before? Separate all of your soul, all fall into a deep sleep. Let me go back into the jade pendant. Xingyi took out a blue jade pendant from the storage item. Your main body seems to have sensed something. It hasn't sent any messages since you left. But don't worry. After you fall asleep, I'll use the old method to compensate you. The spirit took the jade pendant and shuffled outside. Crack! With a sound, the blue jade pendant shattered into pieces just like that. This surprised Xingye so much that his eyes widened. He immediately grabbed the remaining fragments and shouted, "What are you doing?" The spirit showed no remorse, and the red chi on its body grew even denser, as if it were about to go crazy. "Little bro, although you compensate me, I keep feeling that my mind is in chaos. I have the feeling that I'm not myself. You have such abilities, why not help Big Bro out a little and rescue the remaining part of my soul that's sealed in the demonic sword?" How about it? Even more strangely, it then used its own small fist to punch itself in the face. Xingye calmly said, "Good night, Lingzi." This made it scream in anger. "Why can you still control me?" Xingye calmly lowered his hand, then immediately raised his finger again. The spirit's entire body immediately distorted, swirling into a circle and slowly shrinking. Before disappearing, it only managed to shout, "No," and then fell silent. The spirit was lying still in Xingye's body, along with his damaged primordial soul. He looked at the two parts of the soul, one red and one yellow, with a serious expression. "Don't think I didn't notice. You've always been secretly assimilating my soul. But unfortunately, my soul is a little special. I can easily recover the part you've assimilated. Not doing so was just to see what you were planning to do." The system spoke up in his head again. "When does the host plan to refine the Shi spirit root?" Xingye completely lost his previous joking attitude, but still looked a little lazy. Now, immediately, to avoid any complications. At this moment, the hall of deliberations of the Wangxing sect was silent. The person sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man, smiling sarcastically, pointing at the person opposite him. This time, Elder Lin's return from his travels will surely elevate the influence of our Wangxing sect to a new level. The person sitting opposite him clenched his fist somewhat uncomfortably. Whether we step onto a new level or not, we'll know later. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to the size of beans. "Why did this old man hear that your sect leader went to the Qingxuan sect today to hand over our 5 mineral veins? Is your Wanqiang sect about to disband?" The person who spoke was the Grand Elder of the Wanqiang sect, Chige Zuo, a perfected golden core cultivator. Lin Lao frowned unhappily. "Zhafu, are you complaining about this old man? I've already watched the memory stone of the Qi refining competition. If it were you, could you have won against Qi refining soul imprint?" That guy glanced back as if unintentionally mocking. "I couldn't win, but to be safe, I would have chosen a few Qi refining elders from our sect to accompany you to Qingyun's sect. I wonder who confidently said that he was enough on his own." This made Lin Lao so angry that his eyes widened, and he shouted furiously. Chengli, the sect leader of Wangxiang sect, slowly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. All right, you two elders, stop arguing. Although our sect has to give up all the mineral veins this time, the agreement clearly states that they are responsible for our sect's Qi refining needs." Zifu wearily looked up. "But we also need to complete Qingyun sect's task. Working for them, after all." The next to speak was a guy who looked like a Taoist. He waved his hand. "Ha ha ha, we can definitely complete the task, but if they can't provide enough magical artifacts by then, they'll have to pay double the spirit stone value of the artifacts." The expression on his face was dark and sinister. With Qingyun sect's strength declining, they won't be able to refine enough magical artifacts for our cultivators to use. When that happens, they'll ask us to take back the mineral veins or conscript our Qi refiners. The right to speak will return to us. The other guy's low voice continued. Moreover, they also have to pay the price with a disciple who has a strange soul. Lin Lao seemed relieved that they could use the Qi refining soul imprint this time. After all, the difference in skill between Qingyun sect and their sect is not something that can be erased in a day or two. A strange soul like that, with just a little training, could stand at the peak of Qidao. If he were still around, Qingyun sect might have been able to swallow more than a dozen mineral veins. But it's a pity that this old man ruined him, turning him into an idiot, This time, their views seemed to have aligned. "Zhafu, if I had taken you and 10 others with me, that kid wouldn't have used Qi refining soul imprint to gamble with this old man. If we win the mineral veins but let that kid develop, it won't take 10 years. Just based on this Qi Dao alone, Qingyun sect could suffocate us." That Taoist immediately turned his head towards Lin Lao, grinning. "Ha ha ha, this time, Senior Lin Lao truly has foresight, helping our sect resolve a hidden crisis." Being praised, Lin Lao also responded a bit, saying, "HMPH, I'm not as short-sighted as some people, only focusing on immediate benefits." Just then, a soldier quickly entered from the front door, whispering news into the Taoist's ear, causing his eyes to widen. "What?" Chengli noticed that the Taoist's mood seemed quite bad and immediately asked, "What's wrong, Jia Jishi?" The Taoist jerked up. His tone hurried. Sect leader. Our people at Qingyun sect sent a message, saying that someone has broken through sword intent, attracting celestial phenomena. This made the surrounding atmosphere instantly noisy. The first to speak was Lin Lao. He leaned on his cane, his wrinkled old face creased, his voice hoarse. Breaking through the sword intent realm is much harder than breaking through cultivation levels, and it can even attract celestial phenomena. Could it be that Qing Wuji has come out of seclusion? The old Taoist held a jade-colored stone in his hand, squinting his eyes, and said with some excitement, "The memory stone he sent is here. We'll know once we take a look." The scene inside left the group speechless, only seeing a small dot flickering amidst thousands upon thousands of blinding rays of light. These old guys spoke up one after another. Heavens, sword intent taking form. Isn't this even more impressive than Qing Wuji? Someone asked curiously. Why have we never heard of Qingyun sect having such a sword, Dao genius? Only Lin Lao suddenly realized something. His eyes widened, revealing the small pupils within, and dense red lines appeared. How can this be? On the screen, it was actually Xingye. After all, he was the one who directly fought against him today. How could he not recognize this little bastard? Only seeing Xingye hovering in the air, spreading his arms wide, surrounded by white rays of light. Why is it this little bastard? At this moment, at Qingyun sect's Zhengyang Peak, the system's mechanical voice rang out, breaking the silence. Accumulated 968 creation points. Xingye was so helpless that his mouth hung open, his dark eyes widening. System, you're screwing me over. Why did merging with Qi spiritual root cause such a big commotion? The system said, no one has ever used a true Qi spiritual root to merge with a spiritual root. What the host used was a sword spirit, transformed by his own soul. This is probably the most perfect fusion, since the Qi spiritual root was invented, so it's no wonder it attracted celestial phenomena. Xingye's face contorted with difficulty as he said, God damn it, you should have at least given me a warning first. Someone shouted, celestial phenomena, sword intent taking form. This is an existence that only appears in ancient texts. What level of amazing sword Dao is this? Qing Xuan looked up with a hint of worry. That voice was still laughing loudly, saying, Xiao Yu, this is a blessing from the heavens for our Qingyun sect. Liu Tianyun was also there watching the excitement, she thought to herself. Junior brother said he was pretending to be an idiot. Are you addicted to lying? Zafu pointed forward, shouting, Isn't this the kid who competed with that guy, Lin Zhiyuan? Explain to me, how can an idiot break through sword intent? Cheng Li propped his hands on the table, saying, only the sect leader of Qingyun sect came to check at the time, saying that his soul had been severely injured. We didn't confirm. Jia Gefei stuttered, continuing, We've been tricked. Qing Xuan used the fake story of a talented disciple losing his abilities to make us hand over the mineral veins smoothly. They were still acting all along. Hearing this, Zafu angrily shouted, handing over all the mineral veins to their qi-refining genius, Lin Zhiyuan. Is this the foresight you were talking about? Lin Zhiyuan suddenly coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gefei quickly ran over, calling out worriedly. Elder Lin Zhiyuan's face changed, and he said with difficulty, word by word, You damn little beast, this old man will definitely make you and Qingyun sect pay the price. At this moment, within Wanxiang sect's inner sect, a girl with red hair came over with a worried face, saying, Brother, what are you doing? She is the sect leader's daughter, Cheng Xin, early-stage foundation establishment. Seeing the person inside, she blankly asked, Why did you shave your head? Cheng Yan turned his head to look at her, then quickly replied, I bet with someone and lost. Hearing this, she made an O sound and continued, I remember you saying that you would only bet with people weaker than you, and if you happened to lose, you would just beat them up. Hearing this, he coughed a few times, pretending not to know anything. Then, Cheng Yan rubbed his head and said, He's weaker than me, but I admire him too. He was willing to sacrifice his life to protect what he wanted to protect. Let's just say I'm offering my hair as a tribute to a worthy opponent. Cheng Xin lowered her head slightly and replied, Brother, are you talking about the guy who used soul-signing, qi-refining to defeat Elder Lin of the Qingshuan sect? He heard her and raised both hands to shoulder level, saying, Yeah, that's him. His soul is fragmented, turned into an idiot. She listened and urgently replied, But I just heard that guy was faking it, just to trick Father and Elder Lin into giving up the mineral vein so easily. Hearing this, Cheng Yan frantically grabbed her shoulders, asking, What? Who told you that? Cheng Xin wasn't too emotional. tilted her head and softly replied, Steward Jia. Moreover, Steward Jia also said he's a once-in-10,000-year swordplay genius who just broke through to sword intent, causing a heaven-shattering phenomenon. Elder Lin was so pissed when he heard about it, he spat blood right there on the spot. Hearing that, he reeled back and fell backward before Chengxin's bewildered gaze. She anxiously called out, but he had already flopped onto the floor, foaming at the mouth. Jia Geifei came out of nowhere and said, Young miss, the sect leader is looking for you. She pointed at Chengyan and said, My brother. Geifei looked at her, smiled, and said, It's all right. The young sect leader is probably used to it. Hearing this, she said, Oh, and then stopped. Outside, Cheng Li had been waiting for a long time. Cheng Zhen walked over and softly called, Father, Steward Jia said you were looking for me. He heard this and turned around, saying, Zener, something happened to Wang Dang. Hearing this, she uttered an ah. Cheng Li also began to explain. According to Qing Xuan, his family went out to train and encountered a demonic cultivator. Although they killed the demonic cultivator, both of them were hit by his voodoo curse and lost their lives. Chengxin looked at him and asked, Father, have you confirmed the remains of the 3 people? He heard this and replied, I've confirmed them. Suddenly, tears fell from her eyes, and she said sadly, I see. Cheng Li didn't seem to care much, and continued, I didn't know your feelings for Wang Dang were so deep. She wiped away her tears and calmly replied, Father, did you call me for anything else? He heard this and quickly replied to her, Although Wang Dang is dead, in order to ensure the stability of our alliance with the Qingxuan sect, I've chosen someone more suitable for you. Hearing this, she could only reply, Yes. Cheng Li heard her reply like that and was not very satisfied, so he said, Aren't you going to ask who it is? Chengxin lowered her eyes and softly replied, I'll obey Father's arrangements in everything. He turned back and continued, All right, step down. She quickly replied, Yes. Chengxin walked outside, and Geifei appeared and went inside. Entering, Geifei said, Sect leader, what did the young miss say? Cheng Li didn't bother to turn his head to look, and replied, HMPH, she doesn't even care who her partner is. She's already agreed. After the incident 5 years ago, she's been like she's lost her soul. At this moment, he turned back and said, Steward Jia, now that Jina has agreed, you can tell me the next step of the plan. I don't think offending Lin Jiman for that kid is a smart move. Hearing this, Jia Geifei quickly said, The plan has been prepared a long time ago. Elder Lin owes the late sect leader a favor, so he agreed to be an honorary elder of the Wangxiang sect for 1 Jiazi period. It's almost 2 years until the deadline. As for this Qingxuan sect sword and Qi dual cultivation genius named Xingye, he has unlimited potential. He paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, I've also investigated. He only joined the Qingxuan sect in the last half-month and doesn't have deep emotional ties with the Qingxuan sect. He paused again and continued. Moreover, he only has talent. His brain isn't very bright. Cheng Li turned to ask, How can you prove this? Hearing this, Geifei replied, If he were smart enough, he would continue to pretend to be an idiot, secretly train in the Qingxuan sect, and increase his strength. Qingxuan probably told him that too, but he obviously didn't listen to Qingxuan, didn't close himself up in seclusion, but directly broke through to sword intent in front of everyone. It's just youthful arrogance, unable to restrain himself, wanting to tell Elder Lin that, I've helped you avenge your master Lin Guanzhou's slap. He flashed a sinister smile and continued. This kind of idiot who's completely without cunning is the easiest to control. After discovering the big hole in the ceiling, Liu Tianyun looked at the person who was present, Xingye. She angrily said, Junior brother, I need an explanation. Xingye sat on the chair, silently replying, No more pretending. Let's show our cards. Actually, I am a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Liu Tianyun was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself that Junior brother really hadn't used a weapon before. Could it be that she suddenly imagined him wielding a sword to kill people? Thinking this, Liu Tianyun suggested to Xingyi, How about we spar in sword skills? Xingyi immediately agreed. However, he had a little problem, but I don't have a sword. Without a second thought, she tossed her sword right at him and said, Use mine. Xingye snatched the Qingxuan sword. He accidentally grazed his hand on the sharp blade, causing it to bleed. Ouch, 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 he cried. Liu Tianyun just stood there with a look that screamed, I can't even. Xingyi quickly bent down to pick up the sword, saying, My bad, my bad, my bad, just a scratch. Then, brandishing the sword and channeling his aura, he declared, Now, senior sister, I'll show you the realm of man and sword as one. Tianyun barely unsheathed her sword and swung it when the Qingxuan sword in his hand immediately clattered to the ground. Seeing this, Tianyun sighed inwardly. So weak. Xingyi screamed in his mind. No! System, what's going on here? Didn't I break through in sword intent? Why don't I feel anything? When I hold a sword, the system popped up, saying, it's probably because the host hasn't learned any sword techniques. Seeing this, Xingye said to Tianyun, right, senior sister. Right now, I'm top-tier hardware, but I haven't installed the software yet. Give me the most basic sword manual. Hearing this, Tianyun exclaimed. Still, she indulged him and fetched him a sword manual, saying, this is the Qingyun sword manual. It's the most basic, but even a rudimentary grasp will take 3 days. Xingyi snatched it up. Got it. Let me take a look. Xingyi flipped to the sword manual like a whirlwind, his eyes darting back and forth. Seeing this, Tianyun was astonished, muttering to herself, he's reading so fast. Xingyi understood everything he skimmed, he exclaimed. So powerful? Is this the breakthrough in sword intent? I can understand this sword manual completely with just a glance, like I've learned it before but forgot. A few minutes later, Xingyi closed the sword manual and said, Senior sister, I'm done. He picked up the sword again and yelled, Ha! Let's see some moves. A flash of confusion flickered in Tianyun's eyes. This aura is totally different from before. It hasn't even been half an incense stick's worth of time. She frowned. Anyway, there are too many incomprehensible things about this junior brother. Let's see how much you can surprise me this time. After focusing her mind, Tianyun gripped her sword and lunged forward, striking with a single blow. But this time, Xingye easily dodged it. Tianyun's expression changed instantly. She swung another strike, but Xingye floated and weaved to evade this sword as well. Seizing the opportunity, Xingye charged forward from behind, headbutting Tianyun, catching her off guard and causing her to drop her Qingxuan sword. Tianyun wasn't giving up and continued to flail the sword wildly at him. This time, Xingyi used his head to block. Tianyun freaked out and quickly retracted her sword. Panicking, Junior brother, what are you doing? Xingye clutched his bloodied head in bewilderment and said, I don't know, this is what happens when I use the Qingyun sword manual. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The system understands. The host's breakthrough in sword intent isn't at the human level, but at the sword spirit level. Hearing this, Xingye couldn't help but gape. The hell, the system explained. It's just that the host's refined corpse body is already at the level of a magical treasure. Then you obtained a spiritual root, created from sword chi, that is a perfect match for you. Then the host's sword intent soared into the sky, triggered by a peerless sword artifact, hence the strange phenomena. Xingye was utterly speechless. Outside, it was almost dark, and Tianyun was sweating and asked a lot of questions. She asked, What? You didn't break through in sword intent. You refined yourself into a sword, Xingye replied. You could understand it that way. Tianyun was still puzzled. So when junior brother uses sword techniques, the first priority of the sword control art is to control yourself. But at this moment, Xingye was utterly helpless and said, Stop talking, let me be quiet. He thought of himself, his future self in the Starry Night Sword Dao sect, radiating immortal chi. But looking at himself now, like a human-shaped great treasure sword, stabbing himself, he was filled with despair. Liu Tianyun then said, Xingye, junior brother, don't resist my spiritual energy. Hearing this, he looked at Liu Tianyun, confused. What are you planning? Liu Tianyun raised her hands and performed the sword control technique, and then she flew the sword carrying Xingyi outside. Xiaowen happened to witness this scene. Seeing this, she rubbed her eyes and said, Gotta go to sleep, not enough sleep, and I'm seeing things. Xingyi spread his arms wide, starting to descend closer to the ground. He prepared to open his wings and glide. There, Xingye was also ready to slide under the car, preparing to land. Xingyi screamed helplessly in despair, This is too weird. Liu Tianyun praised endlessly. I didn't expect it to be real. I've never used a flying sword so smoothly. The feeling of controlling junior brother is so good, it makes one want to keep going. Hearing this, Xingye said angrily, Senior sister, don't say things that are misleading. That way, it'll be more convenient in the future. No need for flying swords, sleeping bags, or multi-layered sword control anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyi immediately raised his hand to stop her, refusing, I can't agree to that. If senior sister gets used to this posture, she'll always demand it from me in the future. What should I do? This action immediately earned him 22 creation points from the system. Seeing Liu Tianyun draw her weapon again, Xingye immediately changed his expression and smiled. I was just kidding. I didn't expect senior sister to understand right away. Xingye looked towards the distant mountain in front of him and wondered, I caused such a big commotion. Why haven't the sect's higher-ups come looking for me? Hearing this, Liu Tianyun immediately said, The sect leader instructed me to keep an eye on you, and then went to an emergency meeting. Xingye was curious. What meeting? Liu Tianyun frowned and continued. This time you caused too big of a commotion. The formation couldn't completely isolate it. It's estimated that news about the Qingyun sect producing a sword Dao prodigy that's only seen once in 10,000 years will quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglan kingdom. Hearing this, Xingye replied casually, "Isn't that great then? It'll boost our sect's morale." Liu Tianyun's expression changed, her eyes full of unease. If you were just an ordinary genius, at most it would only make other sects jealous. But you are a seed to become a peerless powerhouse. As long as you mature, it will cause your sect to soar, and the Qingyun sect, which is currently facing storms, will face pressure like a mountain. Hearing this, Xingye broke out in a cold sweat and said hesitantly, this. The important thing is that I'm not a seed to become a peerless powerhouse either. Liu Tianyun's expression was complicated. She rubbed her forehead and said, "That's right. If it were a sword, the sword energy soaring straight into the sky causing strange phenomena would be very normal, but it's rare for you, a person, to cause sword phenomena. Or it could be said that it's impossible. Now everyone thinks you are a peerless sword Dao genius, and you can't explain it. You can only tacitly acknowledge it." He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It's very troublesome." Liu Tianyun then turned her back and reminded, "Go back and rest first. After the higher-ups finish their meeting tonight, there will probably be arrangements tomorrow." The next day, everyone was present. Liu Tianyun was dissatisfied and said, "Sect leader, master, is this the way everyone discussed to have junior brother marry the Wanchang sect instead of Wang Dang?" Qingshuan didn't explain further, but only said, "This is the idea Chengli sect leader put forward. Of course, we also have to see the opinion of Xingye, little friend." Hearing this, he gave a forced smile, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, Cough. Senior brother Wang Dang just passed away. This isn't very good." Seeing this, Chengli said happily, "Talent doesn't matter. Chengxin has no feelings for Wang Dang. To put it bluntly, the marriage between the two of them was only to strengthen the alliance, but yesterday Chengxin saw the extraordinary bearing, the soaring sword intent of little friend, and immediately fell in love with you, and begged this father of hers night after night to be the matchmaker for her." Looking at the girl named Chengxin, who was dozing off, Xingye was confused. Is this called love at first sword? This girl's dozing off, is that okay? Chengli patted her daughter's shoulder to wake her up and said, "Changxin, don't you have something to say to Xingye, martial nephew?" Immediately afterwards, Chengxin slowly walked towards Xingye. She took out a letter and said, "Here, Xingye, take it." A little doubtful, Liu Tianyun beside him secretly glanced at the letter. Seeing this, Chengxin stared at Liu Tianyun and said, "Don't peek." Liu Tianyun was startled and said embarrassedly, "I didn't." As soon as he opened the letter to read it, Xingye was stunned. Seeing this, Liu Tianyun beside him asked, "What's with that expression of yours?" Xingye tried to remain calm, quickly put the letter away, and said with a smile, "Chengxin Miss is really bold. Truly makes this one's face blush and heart race. Sect leader Cheng Li, I understand the intention of your esteemed daughter, but we still lack the most basic space to understand each other. How about letting Miss Chengxin stay at Zheng Yang Peak temporarily so we can have more time to understand each other? Is that okay?" Hearing these words, Liu Tianyun was utterly bewildered. What? Cheng Li replied, "I have no objections to this. What about sect leader Qingshuan?" Hearing this, Qingshuan hesitated a little. "It's possible. Only the conditions of Zhengyang Peak might wrong this pearl in your hand." Cheng Li patted Chengxin's head, smiling and saying, "Haha, sect leader Qingshuan is joking. Sinner isn't as weak as she looks." After saying that, Cheng Li hurriedly left. "Well, that's settled then. You two kids get to know each other. As your father, I still have things to take care of, so I'll head back first." As soon as he stepped outside, Qingshuan and Guanzhou followed behind. Qingshuan spoke up, "Sect leader Li, wasn't today the day we were supposed to hand over the mineral vein?" Hearing this, Cheng Li smiled and replied, "No rush. Didn't we agree at the beginning that we'd officially sign the alliance agreement on Sinner's wedding day? We'll do it all together then. If sect leader Qingshuan wants to form an alliance quickly, you should create more opportunities for those two." With that, he disappeared. As soon as Cheng Li left, Guanzhou said, "Sect leader, he must have seen Xingye's potential and wants to use marriage to pull him over to his Elephant Gate side." Qingshuan replied without worry, "It's fine. I have confidence in my nephew Liu Tianyun." Hearing this, Guanzhou said with some agitation, "Sect leader, don't tell me you want my disciple to take action against the daughter of sect leader Li. That won't do." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingshuan mocked him. "Tisk, No wonder you're almost 300 years old and still don't have a Dao companion. Offended, Guanzhou said angrily. What? What does this have to do with me not having a Dao companion? Qing Xuan then returned to the sect. Seeing Cheng Xin alone, he was a little surprised. Miss Shinner, why are you the only one left here? Where did they go? Hearing this, Cheng Xin immediately said that the senior sister wearing white clothes rode Xingye's senior brother away. He was confused, letting out a Tianyun was currently flying his sword into the forest. Just as Xingye landed, sliding a long way to a safe stop, Tianyun flew down from his back. Xingye couldn't help himself at this point, pointing at Tianyun and saying, "Senior sister, the only reason I didn't resist your spiritual power is that I was afraid of hurting you. Don't go too far." At this moment, an overwhelming murderous aura surged forth. Tianyun's eyes filled with killing intent. Leaving Chengli's daughter in Arfang, is junior brother planning to start a harem? Hearing her say that, he immediately said, "Harem? Isn't it just her alone? Who else is there?" Xingyi couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, could it be that senior sister is already subconsciously in this harem? Is that right? Is that right? If not, you tell me. Who else is there? Speak, speak." Exposed, Tianyun blushed with embarrassment and quickly issued an order. Phantom Shadow Sword. Immediately, Xingye was spun around and around like a top. Getting messed up in the fields, Xingye rolled and crawled on the ground. Dizzy, retching, he shakily took out a letter and handed it to Tianyun, saying, "Senior sister, take a look. Zinir wrote it." Seeing this, Tianyun became jealous, turning her face away and saying, "I have no interest in reading other people's love letters." Xingye's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "This isn't a love letter, it's a threatening letter." Hearing this, Tianyun opened it and saw the words, "Number 4, keep me at Qingyun sect." Seeing this, she was a little surprised. Number 4? Could it be referring to the mask you wore at the beginning? Xingyi nodded and replied, "Yeah, what's more, she even knows which zombie I'm refining. She must be very close to that devil cultivator, even more so than Wang Deng. I just don't know if Wang Deng and Wang Zhu's deaths have anything to do with her." Tianyun was suspicious. What does she want to do? Seeing this, he said, "Why not just ask her?" Tianyun raised her finger again and issued an order, Imperial Sword Technique, and then flicked spiritual power towards Jingye. She then executed multiple Imperial Sword Techniques. Seeing this, Xingye was furious, turned his head and shouted, "Use your own flying sword." Hearing this, Tianyun frowned, looking pitiful and saying, "I'm used to using junior brothers. I don't want to use another flying sword anymore." Hearing this, Xingye became even more repressed, saying, "Then stop getting used to it." At the main Wang Peak, there are a few youngsters walking back and forth in the courtyard. At this time, a youngster saw something and pointed to the sky, saying, "Hey, isn't that the disciple who broke through the sword in tent yesterday?" Up high, Tianyun was flying on her sword, and beside her was Xingye, who was flying through the air. This caused the youngsters to exclaim in amazement, "Heavens! I heard he's only at the chi refining stage. How does he know how to fly through the air?" Xingye was able to do this because he was using Qingyun sword art to control himself. This has low consumption. 100 miles can consume 1,000 spirit stones. Xingye at this time saw many pieces of paper flying around, and was surprised. Something fell into our Jingyang sect. He quickly flew down and caught a flyer. Then Xingye read the contents inside. Martial arts tournament for marriage. The host is the daughter of the sect leader of the Myriad Elephant Gate. Now sending out invitations for a martial arts tournament for marriage. Men and women are welcome. Age under 30, cultivation above foundation establishment. As long as you fairly defeat her, you can change the current marriage arrangement of the host, a once-in-10,000-year chi refining stage talent with dual swordsmanship and chi arts. Xingyi can replace him. First come, first served. After reading the flyer, Xingyi was confused. What the hell is this? Panicked, Xingye rushed to kick open Cheng Xin's room. Seeing her throwing flyers, Xingye angrily shouted, "What the heck are you doing?" Cheng Xin, hearing his voice, calmly turned around and said, "Long time no see. Number 4, remember me." Xingye hurriedly closed the door and said, "I'm not number 4. I'm Xingye." Hearing that, Cheng Xin immediately asked, "Then why don't you have any memories from before you were created?" Xingye's face darkened, and he snapped, "I'm asking you one more time. What do you want?" Seeing that, she raised a flyer, martial arts tournament to recruit a husband. Hearing that, Xingye wanted to burrow into the ground and shouted, "I'm asking you, why suddenly?" Cheng Xin channeled her spiritual power into the wall. Sure enough, Liu Tianyun and Chao Wan were standing outside. Cheng Xin's eyes were full of coldness as she said, eavesdropping, Before she could finish, Xingyi spoke up. It's okay, they're on our side. They all know my real identity. Hearing that, Chengxin fell silent, her hand holding the pen mysteriously, writing on the paper. Xingye looked at Chen's actions with a puzzled expression. He curiously peeked at the paper and asked softly, "What are you writing?" But she was still focused on writing, and all Xingye saw was Chengxin writing. High aptitude in sword and chi cultivation, cocky, impulsive, not very bright, suspected of knowing a, quote, seduction art that allowed him to corrupt 2 senior sisters in the sect in less than a week. Seeing that, Xingye couldn't help but wonder, who is this about? Seeing her silence, Xingye irritably said, I don't like beating around the bush, just tell me what your purpose is. Chengxin said with a cold face, the martial arts tournament to recruit a husband is a test. If you can defeat all the challengers, I will tell you. Hearing that, Xingye asked in a deep voice, then what if I lose? Chengxin coldly said, publicly expose your identity as a refined corpse. Xiao Wan couldn't help but shout from outside. You're also an accomplice of demonic cultivators. If Junior Brother is exposed, you won't be able to escape either. Chengxin calmly replied. It's okay, your Junior Brother messed up my plan, so it's only natural for him to take responsibility. Hearing that, Xingye was a little puzzled. What plan? Chengxin then said. If you win the martial arts tournament to recruit a husband, I'll tell you good luck. After saying that, she walked out of the room. Seeing her being so secretive, Xingyi felt a little annoyed. Damn it, I hate people who talk in riddles. Xiao Wan then said, I think she's just trying to scare people. As the sect leader's daughter, she would share the same fate as Junior Brother. Tianyun also said, it's precisely because she's the daughter of the Myriad Manifestation sect leader that even if she admits to colluding with demonic cultivators, it's still an internal affair of their sect. With her status, she won't suffer too much punishment. Xiao Wan also replied, last time, Wang Deng was exposed. Didn't Junior Brother also fail? Seeing the two of them talking from outside, Xingye said unhappily, can you two come inside and talk? But the two of them still didn't care and continued to talk to each other. Tianyun said, it's not the same anymore. Now Junior Brother is in the eye of the storm. Other sects don't want to see the Qingyan sect rise, so they'll be very happy if something happens to him. It definitely won't be as easy as Wang Deng's case before. It's all because Junior Brother showed off too much. Xiao Wan chimed in. That's right, now trouble has come. Xingye was annoyed. Stop it. Change the scene to the Myriad Manifestation sect. At this time, after seeing the flyer, Chengli slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, this is outrageous. His expression darkened as he said, what is that girl's Shiner planning? This time, Wang Deng had an accident, and the Qingyan sect couldn't fulfill the marriage agreement, so I took the initiative to mention marriage so that he couldn't easily refuse. Otherwise, Qing Xuan would only want that kid to stay away from the people of our Myriad Manifestation sect. What is this girl doing? Holding a martial arts tournament to recruit a husband? Isn't that exactly what the Qingyan sect wants? If I were Qing Xuan, even if I could win, I would deliberately lose. Jia Gefei on the opposite side spoke up and asked, Sect leader, have you contacted the young lady? Cheng Li exclaimed. I've sent her a voice transmission, but she hasn't replied yet. Send someone to bring that girl back here. Seeing him so angry, Gefei said in a low voice. Sect leader, Xingye took the initiative to keep the young lady. It wouldn't be good for us to forcibly bring her back. Although it seems like we're doing that, the young lady doing this might be hiding some secrets. Hearing that, Cheng Li was a little doubtful. Oh, explain. Gefei raised 2 fingers and said, I think the young lady's actions can be divided into 2 situations. One is to confirm that Xingye has fallen in love with her and is also hiding his strength. Then this martial arts tournament to recruit a husband is actually a trick to sow discord. Qing Xuan will definitely come. Xingyi deliberately loses to cut off ties with us, but the young lady is sure that Xingyi will disregard Qing Xuan's orders to get her. After all, this isn't the first time. By then, Xingye's true strength will be revealed as he defeats all his opponents, and if Qing Xuan keeps pulling crap, that impulsive young lady will probably cut ties with the Qing Xuan sect directly. Hearing this, Qing Li asked, what about the second possibility? Jefei continued to spill his thoughts. The second one is the opposite. The young lady has decided that Jingyi is someone our sect can't control, so she wants to use this martial arts tournament as a chance to get rid of him. Cheng Li cautiously asked, he's the Qingyan sect's precious treasure. Now how do you get rid of him? Gefei smirked and suggested, tell Lin Ziyuan about it. Right now, Lin Ziyuan just wants to kill Xingye as soon as possible. He won't miss an opportunity like this. Cheng Li, seeing the merit, also responded with a bit of excitement. Then we need to contact Xin'er to find out which situation it is. Gefei chuckled lightly, saying, the young lady isn't replying to the sect leader's messages. She's probably being watched closely by the Qingyan sect, Any rash actions from us might ruin her plan, he said in a deep voice. In my opinion, whether it's the first or second situation, we need to tell Lin Juan about this news. Hearing this, Cheng Li asked with doubt. Why? Geifei replied unhurriedly. If it's the second situation, there's nothing to say. Lin Jilyuan can eliminate a potential threat for us, and then we can wash our hands clean, join hands with the Qingyun sect, strongly condemn, vehemently oppose, and express regret. If it's the first situation, then we just need to have the young lady prepare a protective treasure beforehand, so at the crucial moment she can block a fatal blow for Xingye. Speaking of this, Geifei revealed a mysterious smile. He already likes the young lady, in saving his life, and will definitely have him in the palm of our hand. Hearing this, Cheng Li was delighted, and he enthusiastically praised. Great plan, great plan. With someone as clever as Steward Jia, why should our myriad manifestations sect worry about not prospering, Geifei modestly said. Sect leader is too kind. It's just that the young lady's sound transmission hasn't come back yet. It seems she's being watched very closely. We need to find a way to get the message in. Cheng Li also nodded in agreement. Yeah, we need to solve this problem ASAP. Speak of the devil, Jixin pushed the door open from the outside and walked in. Seeing her sudden return, the two of them were startled and asked in unison, Why are you back? Cheng Xin then explained the reason. Xingye wants to seclude himself for 3 months to comprehend the sword intent, so I came back first. Cheng Li then showed a somewhat annoyed expression and said, This husband has sent you so many sound transmissions, why didn't you reply? Hearing this, Cheng Xin took out a jade pendant and explained, I forgot to charge my sound transmission. Jade pendant with spirit stones, Geifei involuntarily blushed with embarrassment and said, Ahem, it's good that you're back. Some things are better said in person. Cheng Xin looked at his face and asked, Steward Jia, why is your face red? Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, a large notice has been posted outside the gate, announcing that Xingye needs to seclude himself for 3 months before emerging. A bunch of junior brothers surrounded it to watch, chattering noisily. 3 months later, why so long? Xiaowan, who was there, was annoyed by their noise and said, I already said, Xing Yishidi just broke through in sword intent, so he needs to seclude himself to comprehend it. Hearing this, they immediately showed a contemptuous attitude and said, Comprehend what? He's only at the 5th level of chi refining. Even if he breaks through to some sword intent, he can't be a match for us Foundation Establishment senior brothers, right? That's right. That's right. If we don't compete quickly, the obsession in our hearts won't be settled, and it will affect our cultivation. Wan looked nonchalant, took out paper and pen, and said, All right, then, those who can't wait can register with me, and I'll submit the list to the sect leader. Saying that these people can't wait to leave Qingyun Peak and become sons-in-law of the Myriad Manifestation sect. After hearing this, they all turned around and left. A few of them grumbled, TCH, 3 months is 3 months. For us cultivators, 3 months is only like 3 seconds. That's right. That's right. What martial arts tournament to recruit a spouse is nothing at all. Everyone just wants to challenge a sword Dao genius and improve their strength. Another one also agreed and said, That's right. Inside a secluded room, Xiaoan later walked back inside and asked, Where's Tianyun Shidi? Tianyun immediately said, He's gone into seclusion. Hearing this, Xiaowan's expression changed, and she said with some worry, Shiji, does he really want to participate in the martial arts tournament to recruit a spouse? Tianyun calmly replied, Before we can think of a better countermeasure, we can only adapt to the situation. Hearing this, Xiaowan hopelessly said, The problem is, what's the use of 3 months of seclusion? Those challenging him are all Foundation Establishment. Shixiong, Tianyun coldly said, It's all right, during these 3 months, I will visit those in the inner sect who are likely to participate in this martial arts tournament to recruit a spouse. Xiaowan was confused when she heard this, At the same time, Xingye, who was in seclusion, concentrated all his strength on cultivating and training. The system continuously notified, Essence plus 5 creation points, Essence plus 3 creation points, Essence plus 1 creation points. His whole body was surrounded by spiritual chi. Accumulating cultivation, blood escape technique reaches 30%, 50% for the creation points, completing a task, plus 1 lucky draw. After a while, Xingye stopped to rest for a moment. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, He finally completed another task. Only the transforming Dongfu task is left. That one has a 3-year deadline. I'll try to increase my strength, and hopefully I can complete it. The system then said, It's clear that the host has only just come into contact with the cultivation world and doesn't have the memories of the previous host, But why is your learning speed for cultivation techniques so abnormal? Hearing it say that was a bit too much. Xingye retorted, abnormal in what way? The system continued. I didn't mention it to you before because, due to the fusion of the sword spiritual root, you can understand sword-type cultivation techniques quickly. Take the blood escape technique you just learned, for example. Even someone with high talent would need half a month to learn from beginner to proficient, but you only spent 2 hours and already grasped almost everything. This is completely impossible. Xingye frowned suspiciously. Why does that line feel like I hear it often? System agreed. Yeah, body snatching a refining corpse, fusing a demon core, breaking formations with your bare hands, using your soul to mend a sword spirit, plus that freakish comprehension speed you've got. So this system has reason to suspect you stumbled upon some kind of lucky encounter before you possessed this body. Ignoring it, Xingye started recounting his childhood. Before the possession, I was just a college student. Does picking up 100 yuan in front of the school count as a lucky encounter? The system fired back with a barrage of questions. What about after death? Did anything happen on the way to or inside the Reincarnation Tower? This had Xingye a bit confused. He rubbed his chin, pondering a bit. Inside the Reincarnation Tower, there was a receptionist who told me to draw a prize, and then I ended up here. As for the way to the Reincarnation Tower, suddenly, a splitting headache struck, causing Xingye to clutch his head and cry out. The system, seeing this, worried, "What's wrong, host?" Xingye, sweating, gritted his teeth and said, "It feels like I'm about to remember something, but my head suddenly throbs like it's about to explode. Damn it. What is it?" I almost remembered. Seeing this, the system immediately stopped him. "Host, don't try to remember. Your soul state is very unstable." The next second, Xingye couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. The system called out, "Host, Xingye." After that, he lost consciousness. It wasn't until several days later that he regained consciousness. Xingye held his head and sat up. "My head hurts like hell. What the heck happened? Did I pass out because I was in so much pain?" The system told him. "That's right, host. You've been in a coma for 9 days. Hearing this, Xingye exclaimed in shock. "What? Even when my soul was drained 5,000 times, I only fainted for a week." The system said, "This time, your soul was interfered with by some unknown force, and recovery was very slow." Hearing this, he was a little puzzled. "What do you mean, for example? Your soul is a computer. Being sucked dry is considered a physical attack, equivalent to smashing the computer. In that case, the bloodthirsty yin demonic pearl can quickly repair it, but this time, the outside of the computer is unharmed, but the inside has been infected with a virus, and the bloodthirsty yin demonic pearl is powerless in this situation." This system spent these 9 days deciphering that unknown power, and only then could the master wake up. Xingye was confused. Then what is that power? Where did it come from? Maybe it's another bug in this system. In short, if you ever remember something that gives you a headache, you absolutely must not try to remember it. This time, the system was lucky to successfully crack it. If it happens again, maybe the host will never wake up again. He was stunned on the spot when he heard this. That's way too scary. The system said, "This system is a little tired. Maybe it needs to rest for a while." Seeing this, he was a little incredulous. "What?" The system repeated, "Don't worry," and said seriously, "I am only the administrator of the system. During my rest, the system space, the system shop, and the system tasks can run without my authority." Xingye was dumbfounded, asking repeatedly, "Wait, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to rest?" The system said impatiently, "I already said that deciphering that power of law consumed too much energy. Resting for a while will be fine." Seeing that there was a problem with the system, Xingye was also a little panicked. "Wait, what kind of bug is this? Why are you so tired from fixing your own bugs? Moreover, if it's really possible to fix it, I hope you fix that random mission bug," the system operator said to him, saying it's a system bug. "Don't be afraid. Are you worried?" At the same time, a red alert panel kept popping up. Bug alert, bug alert. The system operator continued, "This virus not only infected you, but even I have been hit." Xingye was completely at a loss. "System, are you there? Say something." Bug alert. CTT disconnected from the outside world. Unknown system error. Seeing that the system didn't respond at all, Xingye's expression immediately changed. Did it really go into rest mode? Suddenly, a red notification appeared. "Mysterious Starbox prize draw has been delivered." Seeing this gift box, Xingye was a little surprised. This gift box seems too different from the last time." The operator suddenly spoke up. "What's strange? I didn't send this prize draw, damn it. So that's why it cut off my connection to the outside world." At this moment, Xingye began to pull the ribbon off the gift box. The operator knew something bad was about to happen and repeatedly reminded, "Host, Don't open it. There's a conspiracy. As soon as the box opened, the thing inside made him a little stunned. Only to see a figure identical to Xingye appeared. Congratulations on receiving a dedicated Cultivation clone. Looking at this figure, Xingye pinched its cheek, but there was no reaction. Xingye wondered, it looks exactly like me. How do I use this? Only to see the system screen reappear in front of him with an alert panel. Suggest setting the gender. On the screen are optional characteristics of the clone, including male, female, female with a male self-perception, male with a female self-perception, genderless, shopping bag, masculine tendons. Seeing this, Xingye couldn't help but exclaim, isn't this my clone? Why can I set the gender? This gender selection item is too detailed. Thinking, he clicked on female. Right after, the clone, formerly male, transformed into a long-haired girl. Xingye excitedly exclaimed, whoa, whoa, it really turned into a woman. The system granted him installation rights. Please set the identity, Xingye said with a bit of regret. Huh, can't I go back? I just wanted to try them out. So if I choose shopping bag, what would I turn into? Xingye pondered back and forth, still hesitant. What are these confusing options, little sister? It is something normal. Very quickly, the system announced, settings successful. Initialization complete. After initialization, Xingye's clone was no different from a normal person and could even talk like a real person. She smiled at Xingye. Nice to meet you. I am Xinglin, your little sister. Hearing this, Xingye thought to himself, great, the name's already set too. He then said, can you introduce how you work? Xinglin replied with a smile. Big brother can use me however he wants, I won't resist. Xingye frowned. That's how you lure people into committing crimes. He restrained himself and said, I'm asking you, are you a cultivation support clone? What kind of support do you provide? Xinglin shyly said, oh, is that so? Then she explained simply, basically, my cultivation level and Big Brother's are linked. If my cultivation level increases, so will Big Brother's, and vice versa. Xingye then asked, does that mean double the efficiency? Xinglin shook her head, laughing as she replied, not really. As for me, Big Brother doesn't need to cultivate at all. I'm a clone used for cultivation. I can absorb the spiritual power of spirit stones in an instant. If you put me in the system space, I can also use creation points to cultivate. Hearing this, he was a little excited. Creation points can also be used to cultivate. Xinglin said, that's right. This is my unique ability as a clone used for cultivation. Just a friendly reminder. Absorbing 1 creation point takes 1/4 of an hour to consume. Hearing this, he immediately asked, 1 creation point is equivalent to the spiritual power of how many low-grade spirit stones? About 100. At this point, Xingye's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, I suddenly feel motivated to earn creation points. It would be great if creation points could be exchanged for spirit stones. Xinglin replied with a bright smile, even if the method of using creation points to cultivate is inefficient, my speed is 10 times faster than Big Brother's, so Big Brother doesn't need to waste time on cultivation at all. Hearing this, Xingye pondered thoughtfully. This is quite practical. As long as I have creation points, I can always be in a state of hacking speed and leveling up. Thinking this, he asked again, do you have any other functions? Xinglin then placed her hand on Xingye's chest, and immediately their entire bodies glowed brightly. A moment later, Xingye was in Xinglin's body again, which made him exclaim in amazement, we've switched bodies. Xinglin in Xingye's body said, because my soul is separated from Big Brother's, we can exchange bodies through soul swaps. Xingye, at this moment, fondled the 2 watermelons without being able to take his eyes off them. So heavy, he fidgeted and opened his clothes to peek inside, muttering, this function isn't bad either. I can use it to hide my identity when needed. Xinglin placed her hand on Xingye's shoulder, then requested, time is precious. If there's nothing else, Big Brother, please let me enter the system space. I want to start cultivating. Oh, okay. The system operator, seeing this, was annoyed but helpless. Damn it, host, don't listen to her. I've never heard of creation points being able to cultivate in here. She must be up to something. Xingye and she had already swapped bodies back, and he said to Xinglin, spirit stones in the system space might be useful later on. You use creation points to cultivate first. Xinglin nodded in response. Okay, then Xinglin entered a certain space. She went to look at Xingye's system operator. The system operator, seeing her, said with a sad face, who are you? What is your purpose for approaching the host? Did you cut off my connection to the external system? Xinglin replied coldly, this place never belonged to you in the first place. The system operator continuously tried to fix the problem, but failed. Damn it. Even the information of the system space has been tampered with. At this moment, Through the screen, the operator also saw Jinglin collapsing. Xinglin struggled to stand firm and said, "Has it become this weak? It's all because Big Brother used my power recklessly before." She stood up and said, "I remember that thing was also released into here." At this time, she also discovered something. Found it. Xinglin's hand began to fuse the demon core. The system operator exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, what is she doing fusing a demon core for?" As soon as she finished fusing the demon core, Xinglin directly put it into her mouth, then slowly swallowed it down. The system operator exclaimed in shock, "What? It's gone? He ate it?" Meanwhile, Xingye, who was minding his own business, got bombarded with red alerts. Advancing realm, advancing realm, advancing realm. Current realm, foundation establishment, 5th layer. He was like, whoa, hold up. Sensing something was off, Xingye summoned Xinglin. Xinglin saw him and grinned. "Aya, it hasn't been long since we met. Did you miss me already?" Xingye exploded, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "What the heck did you do? Why did I suddenly jump a whole realm? Weren't you told not to use spirit stones to cultivate?" Xinglin retorted, "I didn't use spirit stones. I just refined and fused the demon cores within the system space." She said it so nonchalantly, Xingye was just blinking with question marks. He held out his hand and yelped, "Huh, can't sense it anymore. It's really gone." Xingye turned to Xinglin, raging. "Who told you to refine it? That was supposed to be my substitute spiritual root for later. Did you want your brother to be a sword slave forever? And those were 144 nascent soul demon beast demon cores? Why did I only go from chi refining to foundation establishment?" Xinglin quickly explained, "I didn't absorb the power inside. I used it to create a spiritual root. I wanted to reach the cultivation efficiency that I mentioned to you before. Refining and fusing those demon cores was an essential step. Does this system reward have to swallow my personal items to become complete? You have to give to receive, Big Brother. Rather than you using that fusion demon core one day, it's better for me to absorb it and help you cultivate." Xingye continued, "Okay, I won't argue with you about fusing the demon cores for now. Can you explain to me why, after my avatar manifested as a person, can I not understand the jade slip cultivation techniques?" Xinglin replied, "I am the avatar, and specialized in cultivation. All of Big Brother's cultivation capabilities have been transferred to me." Xingye was furious, grabbing her and yelling, "No, you not only ate my stuff, but you also sideloaded a bug for me." "Right," Xinglin smiled. "How could this be a bug? My cultivation technique proficiency will also be shared with Big Brother. Your little sister has taken on the most tedious part of immortal cultivation. Big Brother just needs to show off in front of people, act cool, expand the harem, find lots of sister wives, and have a house full of kids." Xingye's face darkened. "If you put it that way," he looked at her, "then you really are my little sister." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingye tossed her a pile of cultivation techniques and said, "I'm your brother, and I don't have anything good to give. These are jade slip techniques. I borrowed from senior sister. I'm giving them all to you now." Xinglin tried to suppress her anger, smiling as she accepted them. "Thank you." Suddenly, the mouth of his jade pendant lit up. Liu Tianyun, senior sister's voice, transmitted from within the jade pendant. "Junior brother, come out for a bit." Hearing this, Xingye exited his closed-door cultivation chamber. Outside, Tianyun was already waiting. Seeing her, Xingye asked, "What's up, senior sister?" Tianyun replied, "Ran into a bit of trouble. You've been in the intersect for a month now. You need to undergo the Elder's Initiation assessment." Hearing this, Xingye didn't hesitate much. "Then let's do the assessment," Tianyun continued. "This assessment is jointly organized by the Wangxiang sect. New intersect disciples from both sects must undergo the assessment together. Because we have fewer disciples, the assessment area is arranged at the Wangxiang sect. The Wanxiang sect disciples, hearing that the sect leader's beloved daughter is about to be married to you, who is only at the chi refining 5th layer, have been gossiping and talking trash. Plus, you've comprehended sword intent. Lin Juan probably thinks he's been tricked. This time, the Wangxiang sect is probably going to make things difficult." Suddenly, a system task panel appeared before him. Participate in the joint sect initiation assessment and earn at least 5,000 creation points during the assessment. Reward for successful mission, divine level technique scroll. Mission failure, lose all cultivation. Seeing this, Xingye's jaw dropped. He thought to himself, earn 5,000 creation points? How much animosity do I have to stir up to do that? System, you don't want me to make it back from the Wenshang sect alive, do you? Tianyun said worriedly. So junior brother, you should tell Elder Diao, who is leading the team, that you've comprehended sword intent. At the crucial moment, hearing this, Xingyi raised his hand to stop her. Don't say any more, senior sister. He was full of vigor, clenching his fist, and said, cultivating immortality is about defying the heavens. How could a cultivator like me be afraid of a battle? Dihai, who had just arrived, smacked his lips in praise. Well said. Seeing her, the two respectfully replied, Elder Diao. Greetings, Elder Diao. Dihai approached Xingye and said with satisfaction, with Jingying's sect having disciples with the mentality of Xingye, we don't need to worry about not being able to steal the arena. Hearing this, he humbly said, Elder Diao is too kind. Dihai then said to Tianyun, Liu Shiji, relax. This old lady is leading the team, so I'll definitely make sure Xingye Daoyu is safe. Auntie Diao reassured. Hearing that, Luo Qing clasped her hands in thanks, Elder Diao, you're too kind. Dihai then used his spirit energy to enlarge his gourd and told the two, all right, the other disciples are all here already, just waiting on you. Xingye was totally surprised. Huh, they're all inside the gourd, Liu Tianyun chimed in. Elder Diao's gourd has space laws inside. It's way comfier than a normal spirit pearl. Hearing that, Xingyi asked, just jump right in, yep. So Xingyi jumped right into the gourd without hesitation. As soon as he entered the gourd's mouth, Xingye felt the direction of gravity change. There was a big opening in front of Xingye. Emitting light, he could see the exit. The light from below shone right in Xingye's face. Just as he fell, he landed smack dab on a giant piece of cloth. He saw a few punks off in the distance. The moment Xingye landed, they immediately tied up the cloth, trapping Xingye, and couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Ha ha! Look who our wind capture cloth caught. The crowd below was all excited, mocking and sneering. We thought this once-in-10,000-year sword genius was so amazing, but turns out he's just like this. Senior brother Huang let him out. Don't scare him so much he pees his pants. Ha ha. Senior brother Huang's wind heaven net is really powerful. Suddenly, a red light burst out from inside Huang Zilong's wind heaven net. While Huang Zilong and his cronies were still looking up and laughing smugly, Xingye had already escaped and landed on the ground where everyone was standing. Right then, the system notified him, +5 creation points. Huang Zilong turned his head to look at Xingye, utterly shocked, and couldn't say a word. What? How did he get out? Blood mist. Blood escape technique. Xingye opened his system panel to check the progress of his mission, exploring the transformation god Dongfu, intersect assessment 5/5. Ignoring the whispering and shocked looks from everyone around him, this kid crazy? The blood escape technique is supposed to be used to save your life at a critical moment. It burns essence blood every time you use it and weakens your cultivation base. Xingye was still happily checking his mission progress. Oh, looks like the creation points I earned just now are added to this mission. Xingyi then waved his hand, pretending nothing happened. It's nothing. It's just that I don't know anything, and panicked, thinking I was being attacked by enemies. Senior brothers and sisters are just joking with me, right? Hearing that, everyone just smiled awkwardly, agreeing, right, we were just joking, yeah, we just wanted to see the reaction speed of a sword genius. Right, yeah, everyone just having some fun. Junior brother, you scared us with that blood escape technique. Xingye immediately scowled, his face darkening, then smiled, filled with murderous intent. So everyone here participated in this joke, right? Seeing Xingye's change in expression, the senior brothers and sisters froze, scared. Hey, Xingye smiled coldly. I certainly won't blame you, senior brothers and sisters, but after we get out, if the sect leader and elders find out that a sword genius like me had his foundation damaged because of your joke, I can't even imagine how they'll react. Hearing that, the group looked miserable, angry, but unable to do anything. Damn it, this kid tricked us on purpose. Crap, I was just watching the show. How did it turn into this? So despicable, so cunning. The system reported, Sing +6 creation points, Sing +8 creation points, Sing +12 creation points, Sing +13 creation points, Sing +9 creation points. The more insults, the happier Xingyi became, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Not bad. Pretty effective. A senior sister walked up to Xingye, pretending to be timid and begging. Everyone really didn't mean anything bad. Could junior brother please not tell the sect leader and elders? Xingye was expressionless, smiling slightly. Sure. But it's not easy to explain that my cultivation base was damaged. So how about everyone gathers some spirit stones for me to buy some nourishing pills? Everyone was furious, clenching their fists. Scammer, extortion. Damn it, I really want to punch him. So shameless. The system reported again. Sing +17 creation points. Sing plus 9 creation points. Sing plus 18 creation points. Sing plus 10 creation points. Huang Zilong feigned righteousness. Walking towards Xing Ye. Fellow disciples are confused. I don't know anything about the blood escape technique. Long Shiwei, holding a white fan, fanned himself while provoking, said, "This junior brother's foundation must be damaged due to cultivation errors, which has nothing to do with anyone present here. Junior brother, you shouldn't falsely accuse others." The crowd hurriedly chimed in. "That's right, he's alone. We have so many people. Who do you think the elders will believe, him or us?" Exactly. His reason isn't valid either. Even if he's panicked, no one would use the blood escape technique unless it was a life or death situation. Seeing that, Xing Yi played the recording of them just apologizing. "We're just joking. Aye, junior brother, you scared us with that blood escape technique." Xing Yi was expressionless. "Please watch the VCR." The senior brothers and sisters immediately went crazy. "Ah, this kid actually used a memory stone to record it. What kind of person is this? Shameless, so shameless." The system reported Sing plus 14 creation points, Sing plus 22 creation points, Sing plus 8 creation points, Sing plus 16 creation points. Huang Zilong had a sinister look on his face and rushed forward, intending to hit Xing Ye. "Idiot, if you took this out in front of the elders, there's nothing I could do." Seeing Huang Zilong's actions, the senior sisters all looked forward to it, cheering excitedly. Senior brother Huang Zilong snatched his memory stone. When Huang Zilong rushed over, Xing Ye replied with his ultimate move, the four limbs severing strike. Huang Zilong screamed, wanting to cough blood. "Ah, Jing plus 20 creation points." Huang Zilong raged and attacked. "You want to die." Xing Ye quickly somersaulted to dodge Huang Zilong's strike. The remaining onlookers were stunned and speechless. What kind of move is that? The stance is so weird. There's basically no leverage point. It shouldn't have any power. But senior brother Huang seems to be in a lot of pain, but he's wearing a Xuan-grade superior protective inner armor. While Huang Zilong was trembling in pain, Xing Ye successfully dodged the attack. Huang Zilong, with angry eyes, poured his strength into the fan blade dance technique, shouting, "I'll kill you!" Xing Ye gracefully and effortlessly dodged all the attacks from Huang Zilong. This is an attack method that Xing Ye researched during his closed-door cultivation, treating every part of his body as a sword, then using the multiple sword control technique to control them. Its special trait is that it can make the body extremely flexible, and the trajectory of movement is unpredictable. In addition, it can also incorporate swordplay attacks based on physical attacks. Xing Ye rushed straight at Huang Zilong, catching him off guard, too fast, inflicting a double whammy of damage, like being punched and stabbed by a sword at the same time. Xing Ye delivered a sky-splitting blow straight to Huang Zilong's chest, earning a total of 32 creation points. Huang Zilong took the hit, his eyes rolled back and he spat out blood. Ah, it didn't stop there. Xing Ye continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of blows from all limbs onto Huang Zilong. The onlookers were terrified and dumbfounded. So fierce, this posture is too twisted. Huang Zilong, with his foundation establishment Stage 3 Cultivation, Xuan-grade protective inner armor, and the Liu Yun Fan, a family heirloom Earth-grade magic weapon, was beaten to the point of being unable to resist. Huang Zilong painfully roared, "Arg, fan-blade dragon fist." A violent whirlwind appeared, and Xing Ye immediately dodged out of the way. Creating such a big gust of wind, his hair is all messed up now. Huang Zilong, his face bruised and covered in wounds, said with resentment, "Aren't you at the qi refining stage?" Xing Ye replied with a straight face. "That's right, I never said I was in qi refining, did I?" Seeing that he couldn't win alone, Huang Zilong ordered the group of people behind him. "What are you guys waiting for? Come over here and help me take down this brat." Xing Ye, holding a memory stone in his hand, indifferently looked at the group of people watching the show. "If anyone comes to help, I'll use the blood escape technique to run away and directly hand the memory stone to the elder." Huang Zilong, looking incredulous, smirked. "You think we're stupid?" The blood escape technique requires gradual recovery each time it's used, waiting for the essence blood to replenish. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Ye activated the blood escape technique, flying over to grab Huang Zilong's neck, catching him completely off guard. What's happening? And then, he could only scream like a pig being slaughtered. Xing Ye used the blood escape technique repeatedly, dragging Huang Zilong to teleport all over the place in midair, before finally letting Huang Zilong drop to the ground. Xing Ye coldly looked at Huang Zilong's face, devoid of any strength, already unconscious, and playfully asked, "Was that exciting?" The others were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Is this kid a monster? who uses the blood escape technique like that? Did his essence blood fall from the sky? Xingye gestured and looked towards them. Those who want to help him will also have to be responsible for compensating for my foundation damage from using the blood escape technique so many times. Upon hearing this, the group of people were all stunned and didn't dare to move. They were frightened and quickly turned away, pretending not to know anything. Didn't notice. There's another room here. I'll go inside and see what's there. Let's go take a look. Me too. All that was left now was Xingye standing still, and Huang Zilong, battered and broken, sitting slumped at Xingye's feet. Xingye then revealed a cold-blooded expression, his eyes dangerous. All right, it's just the two of us left. I have some new moves I invented that need you to help me test their power. Seeing this, Huang Zilong's face turned pale, and his mouth moved. No, don't. A moment later, a golden light emerged from the mouth of a gourd. Elder Dan Feng, Diao Yihai, looked at Xingye's group, gradually appearing after the golden light of the giant gourd. We've arrived. Suddenly, Diao Yihai's eyes widened, surprised. Huang Zilong, how did you become like this? Huang Zilong's facial features were swollen, his face bruised and purple, and he replied with difficulty, reporting to Elder, this disciple is practicing the 7-injury fist. Xingye smiled, looking agreeable. Diao Yihai looked at Huang Zilong in disbelief. Bullshit. Who cultivates like that seriously? She was out of options, so she gave Huang Zilong a mask to cover his bruised face. Wear this so you don't get laughed at. Huang Zilong could only reluctantly agree. Yes, Elder. Here comes the Wangshang sect's inner sect skill transfer. Elder Diao is right on time. Diao Yihai, hearing that, replied softly, it's what I should do. Wangshang sect's elder transferring inner sect skills. Dai Yu, early nascent soul stage, had a kind but stern face. Follow me. My disciples are all ready. High up in the sky, pill refining Grandmaster Lin Juan was watching. Very good, you little brat. You still dare to come. His face was gloomy and dark. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Elsewhere, where Changxin was leisurely sitting, suddenly her waist heated up, emitting a strange blue light. A voice came from the blue stone Changxin held in her hand. Is the sect leader's daughter in the sect? Changxin replied. I am Changxin, I don't remember giving you a sound transmission mark. And also, aren't you in seclusion? The stone continued to speak. That's not important. I need you to help me with something. At this time, at the Wanqiang sect, the arena was swarming with people. Inner sect skill transfer, Elder Dai Yu was carefully assigning and instructing each person. This time I will preside over the new inner sect disciples assessment of both sects. Those who don't meet the standards will be transferred from the inner sect to the outer sect, and the one with the top performance can participate in this year's grand competition. Malicious sound transmissions filled the system panel. I heard that the one engaged to senior sister Cheng Xin is also a new inner sect disciple, only at the 5th level of Qi refining, got in through connections, dares to even participate in the assessment. What breakthrough in sword intent, probably just hyping himself up. Xingye looked at the system panel and shook his head in annoyance. As expected, everyone is hostile towards me. Just randomly looking, it's all sound transmissions targeted at me. If that's the case then, he grinned with amusement. Easy peasy, Xingye suddenly spread his arms wide and shouted, announcing to everyone, all eyes on me, I have an announcement to make. He confidently patted his chest. I am Changxin's fiancé. If you want to befriend Xingye, the future son-in-law of the sect leader, then hurry up, because this opportunity only comes once. Everyone around was stunned for a moment. The atmosphere was dead silent. Then everyone simultaneously started cursing angrily, all wanting to rush up and beat Xingye. This kid is too arrogant. Don't stop me, I have to go up and beat him to death. What is the sect leader thinking? Actually betrothing senior sister Cheng Xin to someone like that. Sing plus 19 creation points. Sing plus 13 creation points. Sing plus 23 creation points. Sing plus 30 creation points. Sing plus 26 creation points. Xingye was satisfied and delighted. Awesome. It's increased by over 1,000 in an instant. Dai Yu looked at Diao Yihai and smiled lightly. Elder Diao, your sword genius is really arrogant. Diao Yihai could only smile wryly. Ha ha ha. Internally he was helpless. Little friend Xingye. Although this old one said I'd ensure your safety, you don't need to add to my difficulty, do you? Suddenly Chengxin walked out, and the crowd became noisy. It's senior sister Chengxin. Senior sister is here. The smug men sneered mockingly. Senior sister Chengxin, in order to resist the engagement, has has even handed out flyers for a martial arts contest to find a husband. She must be so annoyed by this kid. His arrogant words just now must have been heard by senior sister. Hurry up and embarrass him, so he doesn't fantasize about a toad wanting to eat swan meat. While everyone was waiting to watch a good show, Cheng Xian took a deep breath in the bustling crowd. She shouted, "Sing ye hubby, do your best." The men who were waiting to watch a good show all turned into clowns. From somewhere, a golden crane flew over and tightly grabbed Cheng Xin's collar. It turned out to be Cheng Yan, the young sect leader of the Wanxiang sect, and his crane. He was flustered with his crane. "Ah, Cheng Xin, you floated into the sky while yawning. Turn your head for me." The men below were all gritting their teeth in anger and jealousy. Are my ears playing tricks on me? What did senior sister Cheng Xin call him? Damn it, senior sister Cheng Xin must be under his evil spell. I have to report to the sect leader. Aha, I'm so jealous. I have to kill that little brat. Seeing the crowd complaining angrily like that, Diao Yihai took out a magic stone and whispered, "Call for backup. Call for backup. Xing plus 19 creation points. Xing plus 9 creation points. Xing plus 15 creation points. Xing plus 16 creation points. Xing plus 13 creation points." Xing Ye didn't care about the matters below. Only staring at Cheng Yan, he clicked his tongue in admiration. That kid's not bad. He really shaved his head. Xing Yi then opened the mission progress panel to check. Intersect assessment, 257 fifths. He thought to himself, damn, still so much to go. It feels like as my cultivation level increases, the difficulty of earning creation points also increases. Suddenly, Elder Diao Yihai suggested, Elder Daiyu, it's still better not to have so many people crowding around and watching like this. I'm afraid it will affect the disciples' performance. Seeing this, Xingye immediately stopped him. Elder Diao, only then can their mental fortitude be tempered. How can a cultivator like me be afraid of being watched? Seeing Xingyi object, Diao Yihai's face darkened, and he used divine sense transmission. You stinky brat. Aren't I afraid that you'll be beaten to death by the mob? Xingyi was bored and uninterested. If you send everyone away, where am I supposed to earn the rest of my creation points from? Daiyu sect leader, hearing this, also agreed. Just do as Elder Diao says. All the disciples who were watching immediately left. Xingye, with a face full of dissatisfaction, was speechless. No way. Xingye clenched his fists tightly, his face uncomfortable. Murderous intent. I can feel the murderous intent. It's so strong. Daiyu looked at Xingye with a displeased expression. Kid, if you shut your mouth, there wouldn't be so much murderous intent. Then suddenly, Xingye shouted, It's here, I can feel it. This murderous intent is shaking my bottleneck. Everyone was surprised. The watching disciples were all confused. What scene is this? If murderous intent could shake a bottleneck, wouldn't those demonic cultivators be invincible? Senior sister Cheng Jin actually likes such a clown? After speaking, Xingye immediately opened the system panel, set up forensic parameters, shield, adjust the level of strength and weakness immediately. A wave of overwhelming aura emanated from Xingye's body, shocking everyone around. Elder Daiyu couldn't hide his surprise. This is the aura of Foundation Establishment stage. He really broke through. Diajisha was equally surprised. How is this possible? Xingye didn't stop. He continued to amplify his power many times. The level is still increasing. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Finally, Xingye agreed to pull the level shield back to the weak level. Only then did Elder Daiyu regain his composure, sweating profusely. The aura increase has stopped. Elder Diaodixia was also extremely shocked. Without eating a Foundation Establishment pill or going into seclusion, he just reached Foundation Establishment so easily. Moreover, he directly broke through from Qi Refining mid-stage to Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Who breaks through like that? Xingyi burst into a hearty laugh. All long one, Xingye, he arrogantly declared. I am truly very grateful to everyone here for using lust and jealousy to assist my cultivation. My current strength is all thanks to your hard work and sacrifices. Understand. Yet the disciples below all stood there blankly, no different from clowns. In the next second, they all began to lose it, their faces contorted, just waiting to rush onto the stage. I can't take it anymore. Even if I get punished, I have to kill him. Add me too, let's go together. Huang Zilong, behind the mask, was secretly gloating. Idiots. Being so arrogant in someone else's territory, making everyone angry. I'll stir things up later to create a riot, then take advantage of the chaos to kill people. Ding! Plus 19 creation points. Suddenly, Xingye embraced Huang Zilong tightly. Also, thank you, my brother Huang Zilong, for always being my sparring partner without asking for anything in return, allowing all the cultivation techniques I practiced to improve. Huang Zilong was stunned in Xingye's embrace. Huh? Ding. Plus 23 creation points. Ding. Plus 17 creation points. Ding. Plus 22 creation points. Ding. Plus creation points. Huang Zilong stood still, silently thinking, want to shift the target. Such a low-level trick. Does he really think the other intersect disciples are all this stupid? Suddenly, someone released their aura, throwing a large rock onto the stage. Huang Zilong quickly pushed Xingye away, using himself as a shield. As a result, the rock hit Huang Zilong's face directly. Xingye softly said, "Ah." Huang Zilong covered his face, blood flowing profusely. Xingye hurriedly asked, "Brother Huang, are you okay?" "Ah, you're bleeding. You've given me so much, and today you're even injured protecting me." Huang Zilong's face was swollen, his nose was still bleeding, and he reached into his sleeve. What's going on? Something just slipped past my hand." Huang Zilong dumbfoundedly pulled a clump of hair out of his sleeve. It's Xingye's hair. At that moment, Xingye was continuing to act out the brotherly love scene. "Brother Huang, don't worry. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I become the strongest expert, I will grind you all into dust." Xingye's words were the last straw. All the disciples below rushed to the stage fiercely, bullying people too much, daring to threaten us in our own territory, brothers. Let's go. The law doesn't discriminate. Today, if we don't beat this guy until his own mother doesn't recognize him, my surname will be written backward. Ding! Plus 13 creation points. Ding. Plus 27 creation points. Ding. Plus 12 creation points. Ding. Plus creation points. Ding. Mission completed. Received D rank cultivation technique 11. Xingye turned around and looked at Huang Zilong. "Bro Huang, they're cornered dogs jumping over the wall. Be careful not to be implicated. Quickly use the ancient teleportation talisman I gave you to leave this place." Huang Zilong replied in confusion. "What stuff?" Elder Dayu, seeing that the situation was not good, spoke out to reprimand. "What are you doing? Do you want to rebel?" Before he could finish speaking, Xingye used blood escape technique and disappeared, leaving Huang Zilong sitting alone amidst a sea of disciples burning, with battle lust rushing over. They gnashed their teeth in anger. Having missed the detestable Xingye, this kid actually used blood escape technique to run away. His brother is still here. Capture him. Don't let him activate the ancient teleportation talisman. Everyone there, along with Huang Zilong, had been tricked by Xingye. Huang Zilong waved his hands in fear, stammering, "Not me. I didn't. Wait. Everyone calm down. Let me explain." Without further ado, before Huang Zilong could explain, a heaven-shattering punch landed directly on Huang Zilong's face. In the sky, a red light flashed past. It was Xingye flying horizontally. Suddenly seeing two people on the phoenix in front, he exclaimed in surprise. "What a coincidence." Cheng Yan gritted his teeth in anger. "Kid, you came at just the right time. Let's settle our old and new scores today." Di Hai, panting, finally caught up with Xingye. "Little friend, you're being reckless. I said I'd protect you. Why did you use blood escape technique and damage your foundation?" Suddenly, a formation appeared from the forest below them, startling everyone. Before they could react, they were all enveloped by the formation. Xingye frowned. "What's the situation?" Di Hai, relying on his experience, judged. "This spatial fluctuation is a teleportation array." In the blink of an eye, the formation teleported them to a strange space, and then vanished as quickly as it appeared. Cheng Yan looked up at the dark space around him, and asked doubtfully, "Where is this?" An old man emerged from the void, leaning on a cane and approaching them step by step, sighing, "I didn't expect so many people to arrive at once." Di Hai frowned, looking at him. "Lin Sr., what do you mean by this?" Lin Ziwan remained expressionless, looking at Xingye. "Kid, did you have a lot of fun playing around with this old man before?" Xingye looked at him, confused. Lin Ziwan's face darkened as he brought up the past. "Teaming up with Qing Xuan to act like an idiot, tricking me into handing over the entire spirit mine, and then showing off your breakthrough in sword intent to slap my face." Xingye innocently said, "Ah, no, you're overthinking it. I didn't even put you in my sights." Diehai quickly covered his mouth, interrupting. Lin Sr., you're a highly respected figure. There's no need to bother with a junior. Cheng Yan added fuel to the fire. No, old Lin. This is called an eye for an eye. That's how you avoid worries and prolong your life. Lin Zhuan laughed when he heard this. Young sect master understands me well. He's deeply ingrained with ancient wisdom. He said, "This is no longer our business. We'll take our leave first. Old Lin, please feel free to teach this kid a lesson." But a wall blocked his path. Lin Zhuan smiled, but his eyes didn't. Young sect master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's not just this guy who offended me. There's also sect leader Qing Xuan who acted with him. He looked at them slyly. Making this kid wish he were dead is easy. But getting revenge on that old man Qing Xuan still requires the young sect master's help. Zhang Yan, sweating profusely, evaded. Lin Sr., you're joking. You should talk to my father about this. Lin Zhuan snorted coldly. Your father promised his daughter to this kid to curry favor with him, so I can only rely on the young sect master. Chongxin immediately fell silent, and Cheng Yan looked at him, flustered. So what does Lin Sr. want me to do? Lin Zhuan gave them an evil look. If both the young sect master and his sister are harmed by Xingye, then the sect master will definitely destroy Qiming and attack Yunzong City. The Cheng siblings were shocked, and Dia Hai, in disbelief, exclaimed loudly, Lin Zhuan, I heard that the former sect leader of the Myriad Images sect was kind to you. Are you going to harm the descendants of your benefactor just for your own face? He chuckled. The kindness is just something I said myself. After all, no sect would refuse a nascent soul stage. Gee, refinement, Grandmaster. Cheng Yan looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by that? Lin Zhuan leaned on his cane, calmly looking at him. I see you're all grown up now, so I'll let you die, knowing the truth. He revealed, word by word, the former sect leader of the Myriad Images sect, Cheng Lingyun, was killed by me. The other four were shocked by this truth. Lin Zhuan said casually, as if telling an old story. Because I heard he had obtained an upper ancient heavenly grade magic treasure, so I wanted to borrow it to take a look. Unfortunately, he stubbornly refused to admit it. I used some tricks and killed him while he went out to look for treasures. He recalled the scene of his attack on Cheng Lingyun. Finally, after searching his soul, he learned that what he had obtained was a treasure map, recording the location of the heavenly grade magic treasure. He had never told anyone about this information, and had only hidden the treasure map in a hidden compartment in the sect's treasure vault. Cheng Yan looked at him hatefully. You said back then that you wanted to repay my grandfather for saving your life. Lin Jaemon was openly contemptuous. I just wanted that treasure map. As a result, your father was always wary of me. Even though I wholeheartedly helped your sect, he wouldn't give me any chance to enter the treasure vault. He smiled wickedly. Now, as long as Qing Xuan sect and Myriad Images sect start a war, my opportunity will come. Diao Yihai stepped forward, and Xingye calmly said to him, The plan is good, but unfortunately, with this old lady here, you can't succeed. Lin Zhuan laughed in disdain, just relying on an old hag at the Golden Core stage. Diao Yihai didn't react, she whispered. Secret art, magic power from the gourd gushed out, green like the force of life. This is the reversal life spring return technique. Streams of vitality continuously surged forth. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes at it and couldn't help but sigh. Such powerful life force. In the blink of an eye, a woman replaced the old lady, scaring Xingye so much he jumped. Elder Diao Yihai smoothed her hair and ordered, Xiao Yu, step back. This old lady will strive for a quick victory. Lin Zhuan chuckled. I thought the Qingyun sect only had 5 nascent soul stage cultivators left. Turns out you were hiding one? Diao Yihai looked at him resolutely and spoke, while Xingye was still gaping. This secret art wasn't originally for me, but this old lady promised to protect Xingye Xiao Yu, and I won't go back on my word. Suddenly, a lewd laugh echoed from afar. The mysterious person mocked. Old man Lin, she thinks you're not good at fighting and thinks she can beat you, huh? Diao Yihai was startled and looked over. The two who had just arrived were Chuzhou Bloodshadow and Ouyang Freak. Chuzhou Bloodshadow sneered. How ignorant! The strength of a refiner has never been in fighting, but in relationships, Lin Zhuan proudly boasted. Back then, didn't Cheng Lingyun, who had a nascent soul 6th level cultivation, get tricked and killed by this old man? Diao Yihai realized that the situation had changed and was worried. This is troublesome. These two people's cultivation is no lower than mine. She patted her gourd, and immediately magic appeared, enveloping the three of Xingye. You guys get in here. As all three were sucked into the gourd, Cheng Yan panicked and shouted, We're done for! We're done for! We're dead for sure! That Elder Diao can't beat those 3 nascent soul stage guys. Xingyi quickly used his divine sense to ask his cultivation clone, "Can you hear me?" The clone, who was cultivating in the space, said, "What's wrong, bro?" Xingyi was a little anxious and asked, "How long does it take to master that refining god spear art?" Less than 3 seconds, the system's voice rang in his head. Star spear god art cultivation completed. Xingyi was surprised. So fast. The clone giggled. "I told you. Just leave the cultivation to me." Chengxin approached Xingyi. "What are you spacing out about?" He glanced at her and opened his mouth. "I'm thinking, that old guy said he wants to make the Myriad Manifestation sect think I killed you two. How is he going to do that?" Chengxin thought for a moment and said, "I can think of one possibility." She slowly explained in detail. In order to avoid a situation of dying without knowing why, like the previous sect leader, the inner sect spent a large sum of money to buy a secret technique from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and used it on the important people in the sect. Through Chengxin's explanation, Xingyi understood the mechanism somewhat. As long as the person who has been enchanted dies, you can go to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to investigate the image. One moment before that person was harmed, Chengxin moved closer to Chengyan, tilted her head, and said, "My brother and I have both been enchanted with this secret art." Xingyi lowered his head and scratched his chin. Indeed, this kind of thing can be exploited once it's known beforehand. Chengyan looked at his little sister in confusion. This is an absolute secret. He's just a guest elder. How would he know? Xingyi raised his hand to signal. "We'll know if we test it." Chengyan frowned, unclear. "Test it how?" Meanwhile, outside, the three who were besieging Diao Yihai gradually gained the upper hand. They shouted to each other, "Let's go together. This old hag can't hold on anymore." Diao Yihai seemed to still have a final move, she thought, with some delight. "Very good. Get a little closer." Just then, Xingyi shot out from the gourd, shouting, "Elder Diao, I'm here to help you." Diao Yihai worriedly scolded. "What are you doing? What are you doing out here?" Xingyi grabbed a rope, tied the other end tightly to Chengyan, and spun him around, scolding endlessly, "Xingyi, I'm gonna bleep you up." For a moment, Diao Yihai was also stunned by the scene. The others immediately stopped. In Xingyi's head, a notification rang, seeing plus 26 B points of creation. He laughed loudly and teased, "What's wrong? Are you old monsters afraid of this newly refined weapon of mine?" Chengyan, who was still being spun around, cursed, "Refined my ass. Let me go." Lin Jia didn't pay attention to the cat and mouse game and retaliated with object manipulation. "Kid, even if you have a hostage, you're still just at the foundation establishment stage." Seeing that Chengyan was about to be snatched away, Xingyi turned to cry for help. "Elder Diao, help." At this moment, Diao Yihai made a move, also using object manipulation, but poor Chengyan was being pulled back and forth by the two. He screamed in pain, "I'm gonna break, I'm gonna break." Lin Juan immediately withdrew his hand, annoyed. "Damn it!" Chengyan was pulled and slammed hard on the ground. Diao Yihai quickly stopped and apologized. Xingyi even joked, "It's clear now that old geezer who let go first is the young sect master's real mother. The greatest love is letting go first," the system notified. Sing plus 146 creation points. Lin Ziwan was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. "Brat, this old man will tear your mouth apart." Diao Yihai swung her sword and unleashed a move. Life and death reversal. Zhao Shuyin and Ouyang Guai shouted when they were targeted by that move. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ouyang Guai was struck by a sword and was extremely annoyed. "Damn it. Being struck by her sword will cause you to lose your life force." Zhao Shuyin shook his head. "It's not losing it, it's being absorbed by that old hag," Xingyi excitedly shouted. "Great, they're tied up now," he thought to himself. It seems they really do know about Chengyan and Chengxin being subjected to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's secret technique. At this moment, Diao Yihai suddenly used sound transmission to speak to Xingyi. "Xingyi, my young friend, you and Chengyan should hide in the gourd later. This situation, they probably can't withstand the power of this old woman's nascent soul self-detonation." Elder Diao continued to use Divine Sense Transmission to contact Xingyi. If this old woman self-detonates her nascent soul, while they're unprepared, they will be seriously injured. The gourd is this old woman's natal magic weapon, and the spiritual power has the same source, so it should be able to withstand it. Moreover, this old woman has set it up in advance. Once this old woman dies, it will use the fastest speed to take you back. Xingyi was still confused and asked, he said to Elder Diao, "They still have the advantage now, right?" Elder Diao was still using Divine Sense Transmission to contact him. It's useless. Even if they have a hostage, they can't fight large-scale pure magic attacks. and this old woman's secret technique won't last long. Once she drops back to the Golden Core Realm, they're dead for sure. Xing Ye felt a little flustered in his heart, and said to Elder Diao, "He's already been implicated by me. How can Xing Ye just stand by and watch?" Elder Diao quickly corrected himself. "My young friend, don't say such reckless words. This old woman is not only saving you, but also saving the future of the Qing Yun sect." Xingling, inside the system, also joined in to cheer, that's right, in the current situation, this is the best way. Xingling continued to say to Xing Yi, "All the strongest powerhouses have stepped on countless corpses to achieve it. Xing Yi isn't a weakling who can't let go of sentimentality, right?" Xingling's words made Xing Yi fall into contemplation for a moment. Then Xing Yi spoke, "Elder Diao, how does this confinement array compare to the soul refining array?" Elder Diao was a little confused when he heard this, and asked, "Aren't these two the same type of formation?" But in terms of defense, the soul refining array is a little stronger, and expressed incomprehension. When Xing Ye asked this, Xing Yi turned to look around at the situation. Xing Yi didn't say anything, but just jumped up in Elder Diao's astonishment. Seeing that Xing Ye was about to jump into the formation, Elder Diao spoke to stop him, but Xing Yi didn't manage to get inside successfully. He was a little flustered, thinking, "Why can't I break it?" Elder Diao quickly stood in front of Xing Ye and reminded him, "Xing Ye, don't act rashly, just get inside the gourd first." Lin Ziyuan's group couldn't help but laugh out loud. When they saw this scene, Zhao Shuyin looked down on him and said with a sneer, "Fool, this formation was created by the three of them. How can a small foundation establishment stage kid break it?" Xing Ye tried to enter the formation and assessed. The level is not bad. Xing Ye quickly activated and summoned Xingling outside. Lin Zhuan's group watched with their mouths agape and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Xingling was still dazed when she was summoned, but Xing Ye said smugly, "It's too weak." He quickly turned around and ordered Xingling quickly use blood escape technique to go back to the myriad manifestation sect to find reinforcements, but she said timidly, "I'm just a cultivation clone. This is a little too much for her." Xing Yi then resolutely shouted, apologizing to Xingling, "The strongest must know how to give up sentimentality." Xingling said irritably, "Damn it." The system then notified, +268 creation points. Lin Ziyuan saw this and shouted, "Where did that person come from?" Then he ordered the old monster, quickly capture her. Seeing that things were not good, Xing Yi shouted. Xinglin run and Xinglin was booking it like her life depended on it. Just then, Ouyang Guai arrived. Elder Diao stepped up to block him, reassuring Xing Ye, "Don't worry, we'll stop them no matter what," giving Xinglin a chance to escape. But Xing Ye cut in front of Elder Diao, yelling, "Just go, I'll handle this." Except Ouyang Guai just got confused and flew right out of the formation in front of them, LOL. Elder Diao, seeing this, angrily shouted. Xing Ye just gave a sheepish grin, explaining, "She'll be fine. I just did that to split their focus, yeah no." Zhao Shuiyin looked at them with obvious disdain. Just stalling for time. That little girl's only at Foundation Establishment. That old freak will take her down in no time. At this point, Xing Ye asked Elder Diao, "Just send me back to the gourd first, alright?" Elder Diao double-checked. "Xing Ye, have you figured things out?" Before going back into the gourd, Xing Yi said, "Not really, but just listen to my commands later." Elder Diao was totally dumbfounded. Then Xing Ye sent a telepathic message to Elder Diao. "Use your divine power to pull those two closer. The closer the better. Then they'll start fighting each other. Then just pick them off one by one." Elder Diao stared at the gourd, deep in thought about Xing Ye. Meanwhile, inside the gourd, Chengshin was anxiously calling out to her brother, while Xing Ye was busy fiddling with the system panel, reassuring Chengshin, "I'm just worried about messing up this plan. I totally winged." At that moment, Xing Ye unleashed the Divine Spear Art, and then tapped the send button. Outside, the battle was getting intense. Zhao Xuyin sneered. The old hag's power is fading. She's about to collapse. Little did he know, he was about to fall into a trap. Zhao Xuyin suddenly screamed. He'd just been backstabbed by Lin Zhuan. Pissed, he turned around and attacked Lin Zhuan. Caught totally off guard, the old man coughed up blood on the spot. Elder Diao immediately followed Xing Ye's instructions. With Zhao Xuyin and Lin Zhuan bickering, she seized the opportunity to strike. Zhao Xuyin, realizing what was happening, gnashed his teeth, thinking, crap, Elder Diao didn't say a word, just unleashed the life-death reversal. When Zhao Xuyin got hit, he instantly started twisting and screaming in agony. Elder Diao, seizing the moment, immediately followed up with the myriad light sword decimation. Lin Ziyuan, seeing Zhao Xuan getting trashed, felt bad and shouted his buddy's name. Zhao Xuyin, nearly losing his soul from the attack, his face gaunt like a skeleton, yelled at Lin Ziyuan with his nascent soul projecting out, "You still have time to talk." Zhao Xuyin's soul went looking for Lin Ziyuan, demanding to drag him down to hell together. Lin Ziyuan, annoyed, shouted, "Damn it, he was about to detonate his nascent soul." A moment later, Lin Ziyuan said, "I didn't even do anything. Why are you screaming about dying together?" He quickly pulled out his soul-seizing magic treasure. This was a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Lin Ziyuan didn't say anything else and immediately sucked Zhao Xuyin into the bottle, causing him to scream in agony. Elder Diao, watching from afar, saw the whole thing. Lin Ziyuan collecting Zhao Xuan's soul and essence into his magic bottle. Elder Diao thought to herself, that treasure specializes in targeting nascent souls. It's a good thing he didn't self-destruct his nascent soul. Plus, they're fighting amongst themselves. How did Xing Yi figure this out? Meanwhile, inside the gourd, both Xing Ye and Cheng Xin were lying motionless, leaving Cheng Xin confused as both of them had fainted. The principle of the divine spear art is to pollute the sea of consciousness in the subconscious, making it like a virus, and then use the sea of consciousness to transmit it into the opponent's consciousness, causing the opponent to lose the power of the sea of consciousness. But when the opponent's sea of consciousness is disturbed, the user also loses fighting power. But to use it, it can't have too big an impact on the opponent's realm, meaning the sea of consciousness has a self-defense mechanism. The spiritual sense of a cultivator at a lower level can't withstand the spiritual sense of a cultivator at a higher level, But the exception is audio transmission via spiritual sense. Although sending audio transmissions is also sending spiritual sense, the sound takes up a super small portion, so in normal circumstances, the sea of consciousness receiving the transmission won't defend against it at all. But the audio transmission editor broke this rule. It can transmit a massive amount of audio transmissions at once. The scene from just now, Xing Yi hit the send button, and the system showed copying 997% send. That's why Xing Yi thought about using the divine spear art first. Because his virus, with its incredibly large amount of information, goes through the audio transmission editor and sends it out, thereby achieving the goal of bypassing the spiritual sense defense and directly detonating the divine spear art inside the opponent. Boom. Of course, he also had to use the editor to disguise it as if Lin Ziyuan sent spiritual sense to Zhao Xuan, making those two misunderstand that they ambushed each other. If they're close enough, it'll make them think they got attacked when they weren't expecting it. Perfect. Then Elder Diao just needs to seize the opportunity to take one of them out, POW. If it works, it'll change everything. Lin Ziyuan angrily asked, "What did Elder Diao do? How would Elder Diao know?" She herself is still wondering about Xing Ye. Girl's got some explaining to do. Lin Ziyuan stared intently at the woman. In his eyes, she was silent, unfathomable, and eerily unpredictable, like seriously creepy. Lin Ziyuan, afraid he wouldn't be able to win, quickly slipped away, thinking, why does the Qingyan sect keep a monster like that around? He watched Elder Diao, who was still trapped in the array, and sighed in relief. Luckily, the trap hasn't broken yet. He immediately flew off to find Ouyang, that weirdo, still thinking that if the trapping array lasted long enough, he could go call for reinforcements. At this moment, Elder Diao, no longer having enough strength, collapsed. Her power was gradually fading away. She felt relieved that the suspicious Lin Ziyuan had run away. Phew! Lin Ziyuan was flying away to find help. When he passed a certain spot, and he saw Ouyang standing below, Lin Ziyuan landed and asked, "What's wrong, Ouyang? Where's that girl?" But that guy didn't answer. Lin Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder, and he immediately fell face first to the ground in Lin Ziyuan's stunned confusion, like, WTF. Elder Danfeng poured all of her demonic power, continuously attacking the barrier. But the more she hit it, the faster it recovered. Seriously, helpless, she stuck her blade into the ground. Dihai was completely frustrated with the situation. Damn it, I can't break it. If I don't get out of here soon, they'll come back and I'm screwed. Slowly dragging herself toward the barrier, she kept telling herself, I can't waste the chance to escape that Xiao you created. I have to restore my cultivation, return to the Golden Core stage. Sorry, but in the end, I can only choose this method. Besides, this old lady has lived long enough. Raising her hands in front of the wall, the elder did not hesitate at all. Pouring all of her remaining strength into it, gently closing her eyes, she thought her final thoughts. It's just a pity that I can't see Xiao. You grow up? Then, suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, drawing her attention. What the? Looking at the lifeless appearance of the approaching figure, her somewhat listless gait made her suspicious. How did Xiaoyu's older sister arrive? Why didn't this old one sense anything at all? Oh no, I'm afraid she's being controlled by a nascent soul old freak. Realizing the current situation, the elder hurriedly shouted to stop her. Stop! What are you planning to do? Before she could react, Dehua suddenly slammed her head hard against the wall, causing it to crack and shatter right before the elder's gaping mouth of astonishment, holy SHT, at the myriad manifestation sect. Ling Yaoge, Liu Tianyun, with a serious expression, threw open the door and rushed inside, surprising Cheng Xin. Ah, senior sister Liu. Not wanting to waste time, Tianyun anxiously asked, "Where's my senior brother? I heard he was injured. Is it serious?" Hearing this, Cheng Xin pointed in the direction of someone covered in bandages and said, "Extremely serious, a whole bunch of people messed him up." Tianyun's face darkened as she stared at the bandaged body in front of her. Shakingly, he said, "Could he really get injured to look like this?" Then, Cheng Xin's voice suddenly cuts through the mournful atmosphere. "You're done for. It's all your fault for making my sister look like this." Xingye also just pushed the door open, blurting out in shock, "Oh, senior sister, sorry. I didn't know you and senior brother Huang Zilong were related." Covering his mouth, Xingye says with a stunned tone. Hearing someone call her senior sister, Tianyun yells in protest, "Who is that? I don't know him. I don't know him." Cheng Xin's face darkens. She turns back, saying, "I don't know him. I don't know him," then has to look at Tianyun, wondering if she was talking about Xingye, that handsome junior brother from back then. Seeing that she recognized him, Xingye scratches his head and says, "Ah, Hojia, I'm senior sister's relative." Realizing the relationship between the two, Cheng Xin chimes in, "If you call her senior sister, I might give you 2 rooms." Out of nowhere, Cheng Yan kicks the door open and shouts, "Damn you, Xingye, you owe me an explanation today." But before he can even look cool for 2 seconds, the first thing he sees is Tianyun grabbing those heads and spinning them around and around. Even though he's bald, he's so freaked out, he closes the door and runs away, muttering, "Another day it is." Meanwhile, at the Myriad Manifestation Pavilion, a large meeting is taking place in a private room. A voice echoes from the crystal shard in the silent space. "If the Qingyin sect and the Myriad Manifestation Pavilion go to war today, my chance will come." Hearing this news, Gefei can't help but worry. I didn't expect that old sect leader to actually be before Linji could finish his sentence. Chengli immediately stands up, her inner strength erupting, shattering the somber atmosphere. At this point, he couldn't take it anymore and started cursing, his whole body radiating murderous intent. That old beast, this sect leader, will remember this grudge. We of the Myriad Manifestation sect will never rest until he is dead. Unlike Chengli's attitude, Qing Xuan replies calmly, "I can understand sect leader Li's feelings, but if he's pushed to the edge and leaks the news of the heaven-grade Dharma artifact, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial for us." Immediately, a map appears as Cheng Li casts a spell. "Who are you calling old?" The old geezer said the map that father left behind. Could it be to power up the formation hidden in the sect treasury? Even I didn't find anything suspicious inside it for the last 5 years. Seeing the location marked on the map, Qing Xuan can't help but exclaim in shock. The location on this, sensing his confusion, Cheng Li speaks up again. It seems sect leader Qing Xuan has also noticed. The location marked on the map with the heaven-grade Dharma artifact is actually the place where demonic energy is sealed within your sect. 5 years ago, that place was discovered by a small sect called the Zushan sect, leading to the sword demon turmoil. Although the demonic sword is heaven-grade, the bodies they use to condense the demonic chi and blood of the demon race are different, and therefore valueless. Lin Yuan spent so many years looking for the treasure, but it turns out to be a demonic sword. I wonder what it is like to know that so many have visited it over the years. After hearing what Cheng Li said, they then say, the old sect leader was benevolent. He detected the anomaly back then, so he hid it deep within the snow, so that old Lin Jian could not find it. At this point, Dihai asks in confusion, "Strange, Cheng Lingyun didn't tell anyone about it, so how did Lin Zhuan find out?" Responding to her question, Gei Fei simply utters 3 words, "Heavenly Secrets Pavilion," which makes Qing Xuan think that makes sense. The divination at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is relatively vague. Perhaps he calculated that Cheng Lingyun was related to the heaven-grade Dharma artifact, so Lin Zhuan approached her, but they didn't calculate that the heavenly demonic chi was actually a divine sword. Otherwise, Lin Zhuan wouldn't have been so persistent. Unwilling to accept the current situation, Cheng Li curses. That damned Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If they weren't relying on the Nirvana Palace behind them, they would have been wiped out many times over. Qing Xuan, listening, interjects soothingly. The matter has been clarified. Sect Leader Li, it would be best if you announce the matter of the demonic sword, along with a copy of the map. Geifei also agrees with Sect Leader Qing Xuan. Slowly advancing towards Cheng Li, he calmly says, "Indeed, everyone is of the same opinion. Once Lin Jian spreads the word that our sect possesses a heaven-grade Dharma artifact, even if the sect leader explains that it is a demonic sword, it's unlikely that anyone will believe you, but if we announce it first, that the old sect leader, out of consideration for the people of the world, hid the location of the demonic sword, but was framed by the traitor Lin Juan. Then, our two sects jointly issue a warrant for his arrest, which would completely put Lin Juan on the defensive." These words force Cheng Li to bitterly agree, no matter how angry she is. "Fine, even if I can't catch him, I will make sure that the rest of his life is spent in hiding." After the meeting ends, both Dihai and Qing Xuan head down the stairs together. After a while, he finally speaks. "Elder Yao, how long does the effect of your secret technique last?" Understanding that he is asking about the secret realm from before, Dihai places her hand on her magic tool and says, "Friend Ye Xing has replenished my life force and refilled my gourd, enough to last for half a month. He also said that if it's not enough, to come to him for more." Recalling Xing Ye's gaunt appearance from last time, Qing Xuan can't help but exclaim in surprise. Half a month? How terrifying is that level of life force? He was clearly so weak last time after taking out the GU worms. Seeing his surprise, Dihai explains, "It's probably because Little Xing has broken through to Foundation establishments, so this time the consumption wasn't too great." These words confused Qing Xuan even more as he immediately asks, "What, he reached Foundation establishment? I remember he was only at the 5th level of Qi refining a month ago." Who would have thought that her next words would be even more shocking? Yes, I was indeed scared too. He didn't even have a normal breakthrough. But from the 5th level of Qi refining, he broke through all the way to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. After hearing this, Qing Xuan couldn't believe his ears, saying, "Elder Diao is joking, right?" Only to receive her firm confirmation. It's definitely true. He broke through during the intersect disciple assessment. Many people saw it with their own eyes. At that time, Cheng Li and Geifei, who were standing on the balcony, suddenly heard laughter coming from somewhere. As soon as he heard it, Geifei recognized the owner of that laughter, but he was puzzled and asked, "That's sect leader Qing Xuan's laughter. Did he hear some good news?" Unlike Geifei's attitude, Cheng Li openly showed his disgust. The Wanshang sect leader frowned and said, "At least they've managed to recruit a peerless genius disciple. It's said they can resolve the crisis of that Lin Ji, thanks to that kid, Xing Ye." Afterwards, Jie Fei couldn't help but admire Xing Yi's talent. Unbelievable. Breaking through a major realm is already astonishing, but to use Foundation establishment strength to fight against nascent soul cultivators. Looking up at the sky, Cheng Li commented, "Looks like the Qingyan sect is about to turn the tide." At this point, Geifei unconsciously smiled and said, "Sect leader, don't worry, I've confirmed it with Ms. Zin NHI. That King Ye is so infatuated with her, he's completely under her spell." Remembering the image of Cheng Xin poking a snake when she was little, Cheng Li replied with little faith, "Although it's a bit wrong to say this as a father, this sect leader finds it hard to imagine any man being so infatuated with her." Seeing that Cheng Li didn't believe him, Geifei brought out a magic fragment. This is what Ms. Jin NHI recorded. What was revealed was none other than Xing Yi singing. The clumsy lyrics of the song were truly earth-shattering. "Xin, you are my only one. 2 worlds have transformed and returned. No longer easy. Indeed, you are my only one." He held the jade transmission slip himself and said, "I love her. I really love her." Cheng Li not only praised him but also believed it completely. He stroked his beard and said smugly, "Excellent, excellent. These lyrics are so affectionate. They directly strike the heart. They must be expressing true feelings." That old fart, Qing Xuan, still doesn't know that the genius disciple he's been nurturing has become a pawn in my daughter's hand. At this moment, he heard the loud laughter of the Wanxiang sect leader. Qing Xuan and Yehai immediately turned to look. Unlike her confusion, why was sect leader Cheng Li also laughing? Qing Xuan simply replied, "Ha, he likes to imitate people." After a while, Cheng Li turned back and asked, "Is Xin NHI with Xing Ye now?" He just received Geifei's answer from the side. "Yes, they are at the Spirit Herb Pavilion," he said hastily and rushed towards that place. "I'll go take a look." Gently landing on the balcony threshold, Cheng Li was startled when he saw a flash of blue light pass before his eyes, the figure of the Tianyun fox. he couldn't escape his judgmental eyes, causing him to wonder, isn't that Liu Tianyun of the Qingyun sect? Why is he so angry? Then, Cheng Li shyly walked towards the room. The scene that hit his eyes was unbelievably shocking. What's with Xing Ye pulling up his pants and Cheng Xin with messy hair kneeling down? As if understanding something, Cheng Li cleared his throat and said, "So that's how it is, cough cough. Although you are still young, you must know how to restrain yourselves." Knowing that he was being misunderstood, Xing Ye denied in confusion, "No, sect leader Li, I didn't." Before he could explain, Cheng Xin suddenly interjected, "Daughter has already said, it's really not suitable here, but my father-in-law-to-be is a bit impatient," which made him stunned to the extreme. Hearing this, Cheng Li could only offer a reminder, "Well, young people will be young people. This sect leader can understand. Don't delay, cultivation is fine." At this point, Zixin hurriedly replied with a few words as if confirming, "If Xingye doesn't get his wish, he will jump into the Yellow River and commit suicide. Xingye wants to take his daughter back to the Qingyun sect. He said that fighting on other people's home turf is a bit restrained, so he can't perform well." With an indifferent demeanor, Cheng Li just hummed and hawed, then quickly left. "Yeah, okay," looking down from above. Lotus flowers bloomed all over the lake. Cheng Li also returned to his sect. As soon as he saw him come back, Gefei hurriedly asked about the situation. "Sect leader, what's the relationship between the two of them?" Responding to Gei's question, he put on a bright expression accompanied by a hand gesture crossing each other in a very trustworthy manner. As close as glue, it settled. Cheng Li just left, and the two of them started fighting. Xingye unwillingly pointed at Cheng Xin and accused her of falsely accusing the innocent. She was not to be outdone when she heard this, and said, "The more father feels a relationship is good, the higher my freedom will be." Then, as he slowly sat down and leaned against the cabinet, she asked, "When are you going back to the Qingyun sect?" Xing Yi only replied briefly, "Waiting for Elder Diao to inform me," in Zixin's intimate response. Oh, just like that, both of them remained silent, not saying a word to each other. After a long time, she continued, "I know. You must be curious about the secret on my body." Xing Ye didn't even bother to look at her, and replied dejectedly, "If I'm curious, will you tell me?" However, contrary to his assumptions, Cheng Jin took out a crystal fragment and said, "It's the sincerity of cooperation. Let me be honest with you about one thing first." Seeing that thing, Xing Ye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Hey, image recording stone! Could it be related to that evil cultivator?" He thought to himself and quickly stood up to stop her. Who would have thought that what appeared was an image of him singing cheesy love songs? "Cheng Xin, you are my only one. 2 worlds change with your confession. Actually, I secretly recorded you singing this song into an image stone. Seeing this, Xing Ye couldn't help but curse, "Motherfucker, are you itching for a beating?" Remembering the moment when he said, "To thank you for helping me with the goo trash at the fighting ring, I can also help you with something." And then she made such a strange request. Sing a love song? Add my name in it? He was already suspicious. Placing his hand on Cheng Xin's head in reprimand, Xing Ye immediately asked the hidden meaning of this. "You made such a strange request because you wanted to record it and blackmail me, right?" Unexpectedly, she just replied indifferently, "No, I just thought it was nice, so I recorded it." Just then, the elder's shout suddenly rang out, causing him to turn his head involuntarily. "Little friend Xing Ye, this old one has finished the matter. Let's return to the sect together." Quick as lightning, he rushed out the door, happily saying as he looked up at the 3 figures above, "Coming, coming." In contrast to him, Tianyun's face darkened, her eyes expressing displeasure when she saw Cheng Xin. "What is this woman doing here?" Tianyun snapped when she saw Cheng Xin following them. Hearing this, she only replied in a calm tone, "Is little sister still angry with big sister?" This question even drove Tianyun even more crazy, as she shouted, "Who is your little sister?" Seeing the situation was a bit tense, Xing Ye spoke up to defuse the situation, trying to steer the story in another direction. "That's right, I forgot to tell you. I'm returning to the sect to continue closed-door cultivation." Tianyun behind him wasn't one to back down either, giving a thumbs up in agreement, but this trick immediately lost its effect when Cheng Xin said, "Big sister, want to hear me sing?" causing Xing Ye to freeze before quickly retracting his words. "Actually, my sword intent is already stable. No, it's okay not to cultivate in closed door." Only Tianyun was confused and asked, What song?" Avoiding Xing Ye, he turned to the elder, excitedly saying loudly, "Sect leader, I'm ready. Let's quickly return to the sect." After several hours, they finally arrived at Zhengyang Peak, the residence of disciples, as it was already dusk. As soon as he got home, Xingye couldn't help but fall back on the bed. After so many days away, I missed my bed so much. But the usual atmosphere has become dark energy. Without even realizing it, Xingye put his hands behind his head and wondered, why isn't it as comfortable as before, but why don't I feel relaxed when I get home? Why? The reason for this is none other than Tianyun and Chengxin, who told you two to stand there looking at each other with eyes like bullets all this time. Finally, Tianyun couldn't help but speak first. She immediately asked, what is your purpose? Junior brother has affected the nascent soul level battle. This time, do you think participating in that marriage contest is meaningful? Chengxin heard this and replied in a calm tone, but I released the news first. Only Tianyun's face was dark. The more she spoke, the more dangerous her eyes became, causing Xingye behind her to be wary. It's okay. When junior brother Xingye is in closed-door cultivation, I have to close off all the Foundation establishment disciples. Even if it's organized normally, it's just a mock battle. Turning her eyes towards him, Chengxin commented, in this matter, your performance really exceeded my expectations. There's no need to check. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask back, why? What about the test? Seeing this, Chengxin made her request, I need you to help me win 5 things, namely wood, water, fire, and earth, heavenly spiritual roots, and the essence blood of a nascent soul stage cultivator. These words of Chengxin naturally successfully angered Tianyun next to her. She pointed at Xingye and said loudly, are you crazy? Junior brother just reached Foundation establishment. However, Chengxin's attitude towards this matter remained unchanged. She slowly explained, there's no need to worry about this. There's no need to really kill nascent soul cultivators. The Joyful Union sect has a secret technique. Only the inner sect can access it. It requires the essence blood of high-level cultivators to help with cultivation. So before they die, all the sect leaders and elders will extract all the essence blood from their bodies and preserve it in the ancestral land for future generations to cultivate. The image of the technique that converts into essence blood also appears, according to her description. Not only that, she continued to offer a solution. As long as you can become an inner sect member of the Joyful Union sect, you will have a chance to enter the ancestral land. Hearing this, Tianyun asked, but the Joyful Union sect has only accepted female disciples before. How will junior brother enter? Without hesitation, Chengxin bluntly replied, they also accept male disciples, just to be used as human cauldrons. Only Xingye was like deathly silence. Not only that, Chengxin also affirmed, with your talent, you can become a high-level human cauldron, entering the inner sect. These words made Xingye have to deny repeatedly, no, I don't have that kind of talent. But what Chengxin said so far didn't seem to convince her. When Tianyun concluded, even if it can really be done, what does junior brother rely on to risk helping you just because you know he cultivates corpses? The atmosphere became more tense. Chengxin's expression also stiffened as she asked, isn't that enough? Tianyun replied without hesitation. Not enough. You also see junior brother's talent. You announced his corpse cultivation identity. At most, he will leave Skyval continent, go to the Endless Sea. That place is more suitable for him to cultivate. At this point, Chengxin turned to Xingye and asked, are you willing to leave your senior sister and go to the Endless Sea? Hearing this, his face darkened, and he hurriedly denied. No way. Seeing this, Tianyun's face flushed as she affirmed, at most, I'll go with him. Hearing these heartfelt words, Xingye couldn't help but be moved. Covering his mouth, he put on a teary-eyed act and said, senior sister, are you finally agreeing to elope? This behavior made Liu Tianyun angrily shout, I'm trying to gain the initiative for junior brother. Can you stop messing around? Noticing that they wouldn't budge, Chengxin finally decided to compromise. Fine, whatever. I'll add one more condition. Your old storage ring is with me. If you help me get that essence blood, I'll return it to you. This statement shocked Xingye. It was clear that the exchange was gradually becoming more advantageous for him. Right now, Xingye was absent-mindedly frozen in thought. The storage ring of this body. Earlier, Liu Tianyun noticed this and curiously asked him, but he was still preoccupied with thinking about it. Scratching his head, what is it? Is there something very important inside? Damn it! If the system wasn't disconnected, I could ask it, what's inside? Okay. Xingye turned to ask the young lady, Chengxin, how can you prove that storage ring is with you? Tell me what's inside. At this moment, she replied with an emotionless face. There's a marriage agreement between you and the third princess of the Kanglan kingdom. As soon as she said that, a piercing voice screamed, what? Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and his face darkened, anxiously thinking, the system didn't tell me about something so important. What a stupid system. As for Liu Tianyun, She was slightly agape, thinking, Junior brother and the princess of the Kanglan kingdom have a marriage agreement. Are they already married? As the atmosphere was heavy, the young lady Cheng Qin said something obvious and relieved, making the atmosphere completely silent. I made that up. She and he were speechless upon hearing this. Not knowing what else to say in this situation, he angrily grabbed her clothes and questioned, Come on, are you going to cooperate or not? She calmly asked, and he could only silently listen to her because it was the truth. I was just testing you. Why do I feel like you don't know what's inside either? He felt guilty, looked upwards to avoid eye contact, and released the young lady. Explaining made her slightly suspicious. After turning into a zombie, do you lose a lot of memories from when you were alive? She thought about it and somewhat agreed with what he said, and he continued, but his eyes were avoiding her, looking everywhere else. That's right, a zombie machine can't be taken over. Yes, yes. Then she pulled something out and asked him, Do you still remember this? He took it and examined it, thinking while she was still rambling, Inside your storage ring seems to be a fragment of a magical artifact, but the material is very special. Lin Juan has never seen it before to identify it. He looked at the blue light in his left eye in a panic. Then the explanation for that thing finally appeared to him. External fragment of the creation system. He clenched that thing tightly and thought deeply. There's no way to escape the system's shell. What is this? Does the system on my body have a physical form? Liu Tianyun looked at him like that, very curiously asking, and he immediately said, What's wrong, junior brother? It really is something from my storage ring. He turned sharply to ask the young lady Cheng Xin, Speaking of which, what's your relationship with that demonic cultivator? She replied, He once saved me when I was young, and I helped him a little. The two of them immediately asked in unison, knowing he's a demonic cultivator and still helping him. Moreover, based on that demonic cultivator's personality, saving you must have been for some ulterior motive. She continued, Regardless of whether there was an ulterior motive or not, he's already dead anyway. Moreover, at first, I only helped him connect with the Royal Beast Sect to purchase monster cores. Then we didn't contact each other anymore, until 4 years ago when I sought him out again. Liu Tianyun curiously asked, What's the reason? She said. I want to revive 2 people who died in the Devil Sword Valley. She and he were both surprised by this, and she asked, I've never heard of any spells that can revive the dead. Cheng Xin calmly closed her eyes and said, That's right, I searched through all the records of this entire cultivation world and couldn't find any relevant records. Then she concluded with the final statement. And he and Liu Tianyun were also shocked speechless. The Dulao isn't from the cultivation world. She thought back to the event where she saw him using his demonic magic and said, He came from a higher level cultivation star, saying that he came here because he was being hunted down. I've seen his methods before, and I feel that his words aren't just empty talk. He immediately said, but she still calmly replied, Even if it's true, you're playing with a tiger. It doesn't matter as long as he can help me. He continued to ask, What happened after that? Did you succeed? She immediately said and recounted the event, only missing the final step. Finding the essence blood of 5 cultivators with heaven's spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, at least reaching the nascent soul stage. Originally, old Du had a way to make it happen, but the dude croaked. When I got the news he was dead, I was seriously bummed. Later, I saw you on the memory stone, a zombie he refined but with your own consciousness, and you even managed a sword intent breakthrough. When I first talked to you, I was suspicious. I thought old Du might have taken you over, even though I've never heard of possessing a zombie. But hey, old Du was from a higher level cultivation star, after all. But after getting to know you, I realized you're not him, so I held on to a sliver of hope, thinking maybe you could help me out. Turns out, you blew my expectations out of the water. At this point, she lowered her head sincerely and said to him, Whether it's a threat or a plea, I can only place my hopes on you now. If you can really help me get that essence blood, I'll do anything you want. Hearing this, Jingyi asked, and she immediately agreed. Then I have a few questions to ask you, please. Go ahead. Afterwards, he looked at her with a sharp gaze and asked, Were Wang Zhu, Wang Deng, and Zhu Zhen killed by you? Hearing that, she immediately denied it and accidentally muttered, No, but I did plot for old Du to capture Wang Dan or something. Liu Tianyun pressed on the question like a relentless interrogator. Do you know how many fellow disciples they and the demonic cultivators killed by colluding with each other? She calmly continued. Back then, old Du and I made a bet. If, after Wang Deng was captured, he'd rather die than follow, and refused old Du's demands, then we'd erase their memories and release them. Old Du also wouldn't harm your sect's disciples, but sadly he was just a piece of trash. Hearing that, Xingyi asked her, Speak, So the devil still has other accomplices who killed Wangshi's ancestors. I don't know about this. Suddenly, Xingyi raised his hand and asked, "Second question, how do you know I'm a zombie?" Zhengxin immediately recalled his image at that time and said, "When I visited Old Du 2 years ago, it happened to be when he was refining you." She and Xingyi were shocked and stiffened when they heard her say, and then she remembered and continued. "He said you wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, and said you had many strange spells. He almost fell for your trick." Xingyi touched his chin and thought, to get such a comment from that demonic cultivator, it seems the predecessor was very powerful, only to be killed by the mission. Looking up and asking her, she replied, "Then why is my spatial ring in your hands? He gave it to me." At that time, she recalled the memory of him telling her, "Your birthday is coming soon. The spatial ring is also beautiful, and there is nothing that this old man can use." Hearing this, Xingyi fell silent and thought sadly in his head, "Very good, using relics as gifts for others, this old man." Then he continued to ask, "Last question, who do you want to revive?" Hearing that, she said silently, "One is my mother, and the other is my good friend." Hearing this, he turned to Liu Tianyun and asked, and she said, "I have nothing else to ask. What about senior sister?" "Me neither." Suddenly, Chengxin spoke up and asked, "So do you agree to this deal or not?" Xingye said, surprising her, "Am I refusing?" He immediately explained to her, and Liu Tianyun said gloomily, "I can have that spatial ring or not, and quickly reveal the identity of the zombie. I'm still busy running away with senior sister." Xingyi didn't listen, and continued, "Moreover, I don't feel that demonic cultivator will really help you. More than half of his methods are problematic. Sometimes you should let go. Don't always live in the past." After he finished speaking, a red thing gradually appeared unexpectedly, causing him to panic and look. Suddenly, a system panel appeared with lines of text. Seeing this, Xingye angrily thought, "The mission to earn 20,000 creation points at the Joyous Union sect, deadline 1 year. Is this mission trying to go against me?" As soon as he finished thinking, the system showed a line of text, causing him to hesitate slightly. "Mission change ticket. This is useful. In case you randomly encounter a sure-death mission like the previous host, you can use the mission change ticket to change it. It's also a talisman to deal with this life-threatening system." At this time, she turned away and said in a sad voice, and Xingyi called her back, "I know. I'll think of a way myself. I'll tell my father to cancel the engagement. I've troubled you too during this time." "Wait," Xingyi said with a smile. "Didn't you say you'd agree to any conditions earlier?" Suddenly, she didn't say anything and took off her clothes, causing him to panic and say, "Hey, why are you taking off your clothes?" She asked blankly, and Xingye stood up and said affirmatively, "Isn't it because of this? Am I the kind of superficial person?" She heard this and asked, "So what if I'm the senior disciple sister?" He scratched his nose, and Liu Tianyun said, Fine, I'll be shallow, just this once. I'll kill them now." He said straightforwardly, "Let me be clear. I can make a trip to the Joyous Union sect, but I can't guarantee I'll get the essence. Blood?" She agreed. "Okay, what's the condition?" He immediately said, "Except for my space ring, you must publicly apologize and declare that you colluded with demonic cultivators, causing the death of many disciples of my sect." He added, "Of course, you can't say anything disadvantageous to the Qingyun sect." She agreed, he asked, and he replied. Well, suddenly, something on his waist spoke and then glowed green. "Okay, anything else? Not for now. If I think of anything, I'll add it." Suddenly, the voice from that green thing spoke to him. He then said to her, and she replied, "Xing Yi, little friend, come to represent the sect quickly. The sect leader is calling me," she added. "Go, I'll keep watch here." So he flew away, and in the room, right now, Cheng Xin suddenly spoke, making her a bit puzzled. "Don't you see how it is?" Cheng Xin continued, making her turn to ask. "He said he could refuse me, but in the end, he still agreed to go to the Joyous Union sect. What do you want to say?" Cheng Xin explained it clearly to her. "Once I admit those crimes, with the current alliance of the two sects, it will bring immeasurable losses to the sect. The Qingyun sect will take the lead in this alliance, but he has only joined your sect for less than 2 months. If it's only for the benefit of the sect, is it necessary to take such a big risk?" Then Cheng Xin continued to speak, but she only wanted to hear the conclusion, and asked, adding to what he had said before, she finally agreed to run away with him. "What exactly do you want to say?" Cheng Xin heard this and said calmly, making her shout in surprise. "Hey, everyone says the senior disciple sister of the Qingyun sect is more intelligent than others, but who knew she'd be like a blank sheet of paper when it comes to love?" Xixin continued from before. He probably mentioned taking you away to elope, right? But maybe you used the reason that the sect has been kind to you, and you couldn't leave to refuse. She thought back to that time. She said at that time, it really won't work. Master saved my life, and moreover, as the senior disciple sister, I have a duty to investigate the truth and bring justice to the unjustly dead junior brothers and sisters. Back to reality. Right now, Shengxing concluded with this sentence, making her freeze. Now he's repaying the sect's kindness for you, so that when the two of you can't help but leave, you can be at peace with yourself. She suddenly spoke and then remembered the sentence he said. Junior brother is doing this for me. If senior sister doesn't want to withdraw, then let me join your sect. At this time, Changxin had already turned away, opened the door wanting to leave, and said, cherish it. Don't wait until someone else snatches him away before regretting it. That door had closed, leaving her inside and thinking deeply. At this time, Xingye was bowing to the sect leader sitting above, and below her, a girl was standing and watching. Disciple greets the sect leader, greets Elder Ji. The sect leader heard this and said, this time you performed exceptionally well in the matter of Lin Zhiyuan. This sect leader intends to promote you to chief disciple, replacing Wang Dang, becoming the senior brother of the inner sect. What do you think? Xingye heard this and replied, and the sect leader said, thank you for the sect leader's favor, but this disciple has a request. Oh, let's hear it, Xingye said clearly distinguishing. I hope to be ranked after the senior disciple sister. Suddenly calling her junior sister is a bit unfamiliar. The sect leader heard this and agreed, while Diao Yihai heard this and thought with a sullen face, ahem, this is easy to talk about. I thought it was some kind of request. At this time, the elder looked up and asked, little friend, I don't know how your little sister is doing. Xing Yi heard this and thought to himself, raised the ring, and said, as expected, they would ask about this. Thank you for Elder Ji's concern. She no longer has any problems. Xingye then waved his hand and summoned Dahua. Dahua, who had just been summoned, looked at him, smiled, and asked, but in her heart she thought differently, and he replied, what's wrong, brother? You brat, I told you I had to go into closed-door cultivation to recover a bit. Diao Yihai looked at the summoning scene just now and thought, is it in the storage ring the previous appearance couldn't be moved in any way? Could it be affected by the formation? At this time, breaking the atmosphere, the sect leader asked, previously, Elder Ji was afraid Lin Juan would come back, hurriedly taking everyone back to the myriad manifestation sect, and didn't have time to ask about this little sister in detail. In the end, in this situation, the sect leader's question, she thought smugly, while he said, let's see how you explain resisting me this time. This Xingye then explained with a sullen face, making her suddenly freeze and exclaim, everyone knows that living things cannot be put into storage rings, so this is actually refining a corpse, using my little sister to refine it. Then he recounted his journey to achieve the current result, and the system displayed a notification as he spoke. Xing Daihua, my little sister, went missing 2 years ago. I've been searching for her ever since. Creation value +6-8. Later, I met senior sister, and learned that she was investigating the disappearances of disciples within the sect, so we got to know each other. Not long ago, senior sister, junior sister, Xiaowan, and I went to a cave to investigate. There, we ran into a demonic cultivator. Among the corpses that the devil was manipulating, one looked exactly like my sister, Xing Daihua, creation value +88. But for some reason, Daihua still retained a sliver of consciousness. And thanks to her, we were able to capture that demonic cultivator. Hearing this, the sect leader was sweating bullets and said, the beginning of this story is completely different from what Nephew Liu told us. He cleared his throat, putting on a fake concerned face, and the system chimed in, I know. Sect leader, don't blame senior sister. I asked her to hide the truth, Daihua. Although I don't know why she still has consciousness, cultivating corpses is ultimately unforgivable for righteous cultivators. But I really can't bear to see my little sister completely obliterated. Creation value +108. Then, turning to them, the sect leader and the elder said, I can understand both of these matters, so rest assured, although Qingshuan sect is a reputable sect. But then the Tianshu sect leader suddenly proposed, how about this? As long as it doesn't affect your cultivation, and you don't reveal this to outsiders, we'll turn a blind eye to your sister's situation. He hypocritically agreed and urged his sister, who was standing there helplessly, to thank them. But the system still popped up a message. Really, that's great, Daihua. Quickly thank the sect leader and elder, thank you, the system warned, increasing creation value. And then the sect leader said, actually, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Why was your sister chased by a nascent soul stage cultivator? And how was she able to break through a formation that even the elders couldn't crack? He then pretended to ask her, and she pretended to reply, I really didn't have time to explain everything to everyone. Daiha, I really forgot about it. When you become a cultivated corpse, your memories come and go. The elder probed, forgot. Not even a little impression. He jumped in to rescue her, prompting her to nod in agreement. Sect leader, elder, don't blame her. After all, there's never been a precedent for a cultivated corpse developing consciousness, so it's only natural that things are chaotic. That's right, that's right. Suddenly, he said, catching her completely off guard. Therefore, in order to find out what exactly happened to Daihua, I'll leave her here. I beg the sect leader and elder to help this disciple investigate any suspicions surrounding my sister. At this point, both the sect leader and elder hesitated. That's not a good idea. Well, she is Little Yu's younger sister. She frowned, but put on a bright smile and said to him, That's right, brother. What if the investigation reveals that I've just become a normal corpse? That's it. Then he put on a thoughtful face and agreed, leaving the sect leader and elder stunned. Afterwards, he put her back into his ring. That's also true. I wasn't thinking clearly. I originally thought that if Daihua's condition could be replicated, then all dying high-level cultivators could become immortal, relying on transforming themselves into cultivated corpses to achieve an undying state. It seems I was too naive. Then, just as he was retracting her back into the ring, the sect leader and elder appeared beside him out of nowhere, trying their best to pull her out, causing her to exclaim in a panic. At this moment, Daihua was pulled out, and the sect leader happily said to him, Rest assured and leave it to this sect leader. Under the premise of not harming your sister, we'll investigate the abnormalities within her thoroughly. You've troubled us. He then flew out, causing Diao Yihai to ask suspiciously. Without hesitation, he replied, Little Yu's not with us. Without me there, everyone won't be natural. At this moment, the elder remembered something and broke out in a cold sweat as he lamented in his head. Natural is the word, all right. He just wants money. Did your sister offend you? Run, Daihua, run. Last time, you were directly thrown out as bait. At this moment, outside, he was flying towards a certain place and landed. It was the heart testing stone, still in Liu Tianyun's place. At this time, in the main Yang Peak bathroom, Zhao Wan and Liu Tianyun were talking. Why did you tell me that junior brother Xingyi went to the Joyful Union sect for you to become a male furnace cauldron? Roughly like that, I can also go to the Mandarin Duck Pavilion for you to become a female furnace cauldron for senior sister. No, I'm not telling you to compete. Anyway, my head is a little messed up. In order to persuade him to give up this idea, I wanted to do a little practice with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan looked at her, perplexed and dazed, thinking, what's there to practice? Senior sister is not quite right, but it's also senior sister playing a role. How could I miss out on this? Then Zhao Wan chimed in, No problem, leave it to me, pretend you're me, and I'm junior brother Xingyi. How would you stop me from going to the Joyful Union sect? Junior brother, you can't go to the Joyful Union sect, it's too dangerous. Senior sister thinks too much, she thought gleefully, making Liao Tianyun say, Whoa, grand senior sister calling me senior sister, what a magical feeling. Just then, Zhao Wan snapped awake, turned back to practicing with her and said, Ahem, it's all right. Carry on. Junior brother, I'm just taking a stroll around the Joyful Union sect, tricking that idiot Cheng Jin into confessing I won't risk getting her spirit essence. Hearing this, she immediately broke character to ask Liu Tianyun, who replied, Senior sister, your acting is mixing in too much personal feeling. I can't deal with it. Anyway, the dangerous forest excuse doesn't feel right. Let's try a different angle. Junior brother, you can't go to the Joyful Union sect if things get exposed, and the world finds out that a core disciple of the Qing Xuan sect secretly joined the Joyful Union sect as a male furnace cauldron. Even if Zhixing confesses, it won't make up for the damage to our reputation this will bring to the sect. She heard this and pondered Zhao Wan's idea, thinking, this point isn't bad. If junior brother is truly trying to repay my kindness, then the bad influence from getting exposed will make him cautious. Suddenly, she said something that felt like a bucket of cold water to the face, making her angrily ask. But she just giggled and replied, But with junior brother Xingye's abilities, I believe that he has absolute confidence in not getting exposed before suggesting it. Whose side are you on, anyway? After saying that, she realized that this reason wasn't very convincing, so she immediately refuted it herself. Hearing this, she had a headache, thinking, That's right, junior brother always looks 3 steps ahead. He definitely wouldn't suggest it if he wasn't confident. At this moment, she suddenly got close and touched her face, saying, Then there's only one trick left. She looked at her hand that was groping downwards and asked, Shawan, what are you doing? She answered, while still groping downwards, intending to do something. Junior brother, don't move. Leave it to me. She suddenly touched down below, causing her to jump in fright and kick her away before shouting, "What are you doing?" She giggled and said, "A seduction scheme." Then she walked over and said to her, "Follow my steps from before, cook the rice, and when you wake up the next morning, senior sister, I don't want my man to be someone else's furnace cauldron." "Who could handle those words from you?" she said, then muttered to herself, "I sure can't handle it, playing the role of the Almighty." At this moment, she was still stunned. Then she said, "Hey, senior sister, at this time you should say to me, 'You idiot, how could I use this method?'" "Senior sister, say something. Don't tell me you're actually considering the feasibility of this method. I only wanted to take advantage of senior sister, so I said that randomly. Scold me a bit, beat me up a bit." Suddenly, she said, "Thank you, Shawan." Hearing this, she immediately cried out for mercy, hugging her legs and saying, but she still walked away, saying, "No way, don't thank me. Ah, why? Evil. Ah, I'll go prepare a bit. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I still have many ways that are better than this. Senior sister, don't go." She still walked away without paying attention to Shawan's words, causing her to collapse to the ground and say, "It's over. It's all over." At this moment, he flew towards the place where Shawan was calling and landed. He immediately asked, "What's wrong, junior sister Shawan?" Hearing him say that, she narrowed her eyes and asked again, "Huh, what did you call me?" At this moment, he calmly pointed at that thing. Then the sect leader's important object emitted a voice. "This sect leader has decided to promote my son to the top disciple, replacing Wang Dong as the intersect senior brother." She immediately imagined that scene and hugged her head in dissatisfaction, thinking, looking at the senior brother, the senior sister's family is a good match, so annoying. Why does it have to be now? Then she suddenly regained her senses and asked him a bunch of questions, but he calmly replied, "I ask you, what do you think of senior sister? An ideal girlfriend, right? Do you just crave senior sister's body? Or do you want to spend a lifetime with her, watching her hair turn white? You want both." Hearing this, she froze, lost in thought, prompting him to ask, "What's with that expression on your face?" Afterwards, he only heard Zhao Wan recount the story and said, face red and flustered, "What, the rice is cooked?" She and he continued to discuss the matter with a dazed look. Indeed, it was originally just a playful suggestion, but senior sister seems to really want to use that trick to make you give up the idea of going to the Heihuan sect, right? No way. This doesn't fit senior sister's personality at all. I don't know. She seems strange today. Then, she stood up as if about to cry and said, causing him to sweat profusely as he explained, "I'm just here to inform you. If you feel you absolutely must go to the Heihuan sect, explain it properly to senior sister first. Otherwise, if you two really do that, and you break senior sister's heart, I will definitely not forgive you. No, why are you crying?" She burst into tears and ran off to work. He could only stand there, stunned. "I just like to cry. I have to cry enough. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo." At this moment, he went back while walking and thinking, this girl is just talking nonsense. How could senior sister do something like that? Then, suddenly, he opened the door to his room and saw senior sister's figure turn around and ask, "You're back?" "Yeah." She invited him over. "I have something to say. Have a few drinks with me." Then, she poured wine into a cup. He sat and looked at Liu Tianyun's current image, surprised, thinking, she suddenly wants to drink with me after half a day. He realized and thought, could it be she wants to deliberately get drunk and then blame it on being too drunk and causing trouble? That little girl, Shawan, seriously, does senior sister really want to cook the rice? Then, she drank some wine and looked at him, saying, "What's wrong? Could it be that junior brother can't hold his liquor?" He sweated and hesitantly raised his glass, saying, but thinking, "No, if senior sister is in the mood, I'll drink with her. What should I do? If senior sister really takes the initiative, how can I restrain myself?" Then he remembered the mission board and thought, 1 year deadline, mission success, mission change ticket times 10, mission failure, height reduced by 30 centimeters. If it's a system mission, what then? Although senior sister probably wouldn't mind a Dao companion who's 14 meters tall, that reward could save my life. Otherwise, if there's a mission that's certain death, wouldn't senior sister become a widow? At this time, she spoke, asking him, and he replied, "Why does junior brother seem to have so many worries?" "Well, something is making me very hesitant." Hearing this, she asked, "Is it related to going to the Heihuan sect?" He smiled and said, "Ah, roughly." Then she continued to ask. He replied and thought, "Must I go? I must go. For the long-term plan? that reward must be obtained. Then she touched his clothes and said, causing him to shyly close his eyes and think, originally, I didn't want this, but I really don't want junior brother to take risks. It's coming, it's coming. Next, I have to rely on my willpower. Xingye, be strong. She took out a purple object, leaving him speechless and disbelieving his eyes. Then, she projected an image of him speaking and said, how lucky. There's another beauty. This is the memory stone from when Wang Deng falsely accused you. I hid Luo Qing, senior sister's face in it. He sweated, replying while thinking, what is senior sister doing with this? What kind of development is this? She said sternly, if junior brother stubbornly wants to go, I will spread the contents of the memory stone throughout the Heihuan sect. Although the Heihuan sect mainly cultivates dual cultivation, they prioritize women and treat men as secondary. To put it bluntly, all male disciples are male pets. Those disciples are very disgusted by your oppressive behavior in the memory stone. Then I will come forward to prove that the content in the memory stone is fake. But the higher-ups of the Heihuan sect, to avoid suspicion, will also not accept you. Hearing that, he was speechless, thinking, what's done is done, senior sister. I thought she'd go public with me, but if it was with someone else... Then she smoothed her hair and said, I know doing this is a bit much, but I don't want the possibility of my future Dao companion having a past as someone else's male concubine. Hearing that, he blushed, blurting out, Suddenly, Dahua appeared out of nowhere, bursting open the room door, shouting, Xingye, what do you mean by this? Suddenly she asked in surprise, and this person is... Suddenly, he said cheerfully, then pointed at Dahua, surprising her, and blurted out, I understand senior sister's intentions. I won't go to the Joyous Union sect anymore, but my little sister will go in my place. Xinglin asked him. What? Go where? He replied, Joyous Union sect. Ting Xuan appeared from a blue vortex, saying, Young lady, this sect leader assured you I wouldn't do anything to harm your research. Why are you still running? Xinglin hurriedly grabbed his hand, saying, I'm not. Running? Get me out of here. Ahem. Tianyun cupped his hands in greetings, sect leader. Qingxuan said sullenly, Marshal Nephew Liu, you've really been hiding this from me for so long. Can't you trust this sect leader? Xingye was immediately worried. Crap, I haven't told first senior sister about my little sister's matter yet. Tianyun said softly, I trust the sect leader, but I mainly consider junior brother Xingye's feelings. Ting Xuan stroked his beard, saying, That's true. If you hadn't hidden it from me, the sect might have missed out on a good seed like little you. Xingye just replied, Sect leader, you flatter me. He turned and said, Dahua, do you have anything else you want to say to your older brother? Before she could finish speaking, Dahua had already darted into that blue screen like lightning. Saying that, Qingxuan left that place. Haha. Then this sect leader won't disturb you any further, you guys continue. After he left, only Xingye and Tianyun were left standing there. Xingyi scratched his head, saying shyly, Whew, luckily senior sister reacted quickly, otherwise I would have lost out, so what's going on anyway? Night had fallen. Tianyun asked somewhat bluntly. What, to push the matter onto your little sister? Who is she anyway? She sat listening to him explain, Senior sister probably knows I have a special storage space, right? The one that doesn't fluctuate with magic power when storing and retrieving items. She hummed in agreement. He continued, That little sister is kept in this space. Only at first, I thought she was just a refined corpse. But the last time I went into seclusion, she suddenly woke up and said she was my little sister. It's just that we both have incomplete memories. I don't remember having a little sister, nor do I know what the storage space is. She only remembers I'm her older brother, and doesn't know anything else. Hearing that, Tianyun pondered, if she agrees to go to the Joyous Union sect in your place, there's no risk of her identity being exposed. That's right. So, from the very beginning, did junior brother intend for your little sister to go to the Joyous Union sect? Not at all. I wanted to go myself. Tianyun crossed her arms and asked him seriously. You wanted to become a male furnace, Xingye answered honestly. I mainly wanted to see senior sister's reaction. She looked a little dazed. He put on a sad look, continuing, because I've never received any reaction from senior sister before, so I wanted to take this opportunity to see what senior sister was thinking. Hearing that, Tianyun immediately turned to leave. No, it's getting late. I'm going back, he called after her. Senior sister, that wine you gave me? Tianyun seemed unhappy as she left. Xiaowan was soaking in a bathtub. She was thinking about something, suddenly covering her mouth. Senior sister's blushing. Could it be that they already have? But it's a bit fast. I'd planned to stay here until tomorrow morning. Xiaowan tiptoed back in, all sneaky-like, and Xingye was still there. Seeing her, he was like, Xiaowan Shimei, why are you still up so late? That startled her. Creeping around at night is spooky. Duh. She scratched her head, trying to cover up her embarrassment, and said, oops, looks like my intel was wrong. I mean, there's no way Dashiji would. Xingye cut her off, finishing her sentence. Actually, you were right on the money. I didn't expect Dashiji to be so proactive. That night, Xiaowan's heartbroken sobs of regret echoed throughout the Qingshan sect. Chengxin, who was just trying to read, was like, who's crying now? Xiaowan's weeping fit in front of Guanzhou pissed him off, and he glared daggers at Xingye. That night, Xingye's screams also rang through the Qingshan sect, with shouts echoing out, ah, I didn't do anything. Ah, I was wrong. Stop. Not there. Chengxin was also annoyed by how loud everything was. The next day, Xingye told Chengxin, so here's the deal. The original terms are still on, but instead of you going to the Heihuan sect, it'll be my little sister. Tianyun's there too. What do you think? Would she agree? But, unexpectedly, Chengxin agreed. She told Xingye, all right, let's do it that way. Let Tianyun make the call. Chengxin expressed what she was thinking. There's nothing to be surprised about. You weren't there when Lin Juan attacked them, and you managed to come back unscathed from a nascent soul old monster's pursuit. Based on that alone, I have no reason to refuse. Tianyun seemed surprised. What? Your little sister is that amazing? Xingye got all smug. Just like me, Zizin continued. But bringing her to sect leader Qingshuan, unless he can actually figure out how to make a corpse puppet gain consciousness, I don't think he'll give her back to you, at least not anytime soon. Hearing this, Xingye confidently said, don't worry about that. I guarantee the sect leader will return my sister in less than a week. Chengxin was still skeptical. A week? You think sect leader Qingshuan can unravel the mysteries of your sister in just 1 week? Whether he unravels anything or not, he'll still return her. Nye affirmed. All right, I'll wait a week then. With that, Chengxin stood up, ready to leave. As Chengxin stepped towards the door, Tianyun asked, need me to take you back to the Myriad Manifestations sect? She simply replied, no need. I'll wait here. Then she moodily left the place. Once it was just Tianyun and Xingye, she spoke, actually, I used the sect's intel network to dig up some stuff on Chengxin. Tianyun explained that she used to be the Myriad Manifestations sect's darling, a prodigy in cultivation, reaching level 3 by the age of 13. Xingye wondered, wait, she's still at level 3. What happened that caused her cultivation to plummet? Tianyun replied, it's not that her cultivation plummeted, but ever since the Sword Devil's uprising 10 years ago, her realm hasn't been able to advance. What's the story? She had an incredibly close friend named Chen Cheng, and that friend's dad was Chen Rongshu. Hearing that name, Xingye had a bit of a flashback. Chen Rongshu, wasn't he the Sword Devil Chu Qing that caused the demonic sword uprising? Exactly. During the Sword Devil uprising, Chengxin's best friend and her mother died at the hands of Chen Rongshu after he turned into a devil. Could the trauma have stunted her cultivation? She replied. Yeah, that's how outsiders would put it. She continued, but I have a different theory, huh? Xingye was confused. Tianyun speculated something earth-shattering. What if the reason for the Sword Devil's uprising is related to Chengxin? This info left Xingye dumbfounded, speechless. Tianyun continued to fill him in. After the Sword Devil's uprising, someone scouted the location where the Sword Devil's sword was hidden. Even though the Sword Devil was taken by someone, there are still too many mechanisms that cannot be activated, and even cost the lives of 2 cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Hearing her say this, he asked, how did Chen Rongshu rely on his cultivation at the Golden Core stage to take the Sword Devil's sword back then? Exactly, he said. Back then, everyone just thought he was super lucky, coincidentally avoiding being massacred by who knows how many people. But today, the Myriad Manifestation sect just announced that 60 years ago, the old sect leader of the Myriad Manifestation sect discovered a map of a hidden realm, but he felt unlucky and chose to hide the map, but was murdered by Lin Juan. Tianyun continued to share her theories. So, is it possible that, for some reason, Qingjin saw the map before her grandfather hid it, then remembered it and told Qingcheng, and then her father, Chen Rongchu, found out? Xingye paused for a moment in thought, then started, indeed, with a map. You could avoid the dangers. If this guess is true, then the Myriad Manifestation sect is about to go belly up. Hearing that, Tianyun's eyes lit up, and she said to Xingye, that's right, so, junior brother, don't be afraid of that woman taking advantage of you. We have even more of her weaknesses, Xingye chuckled. Oh, really? He thought, so scary. No matter who you offend, Never offend senior sister. Getting back to the main point, Xingye said, thinking about it that way, it's understandable why her cultivation stalled. Yeah, so many people died because of me. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to cultivate either. Xingye mused, but if there really is a resurrection technique, would she only choose to revive 2 people? A soul with half its upper body missing is burning bright red and screaming in pain. The soul is right next to Chengxin, crying out, Zinir, mommy hurts so much, but she doesn't react at all. A younger-looking ghost is also there, sitting to the side and saying, stop your blabbering, auntie. You've been in pain for years. A few more days won't kill ya. That sweetheart you yearned for. Is it really possible to create blood essence? To bring us back to life? Zhang Xin, who was reading a book, suddenly said, Chen Shuang, how many times do I have to say it? We're just cooperating. The ghost floated closer to Cheng Xin, saying in a more ghostly way, stop pretending. I can see through you. You're so eager to set up that Liu girl with the little sweetheart. Isn't it because you have feelings for him? Because a sinner like you doesn't deserve him, so you want to quickly make them a couple so you can cut off that thought, am I right? Suddenly, it angrily said, you guessed right. You caused our deaths, but you get to live happily. That's the best, isn't it? I don't need you to save me. When I'm resurrected, I want you to come down here with me. Ceaseless moans echoed in her ears. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Zinir, come down here with me, making Chengxin's expression more and more unpleasant. 5 days later, Xing Yi was anxiously calling out to Xinglin, who was lying motionless. Dahua, wake up, say something. Ting Xuan, standing next to him, said, little friend, this old man has sworn on his Dao heart. I really didn't do anything else. She's already become like this. Liu Tianyun was also a bit worried, thinking something over, so he brought her back. Did junior brother already know something like this would happen? Xing Yi knelt beside Dahua, looking heartbroken, and said, I knew it. After all, it's extremely rare for a corpse refinement to develop Dahua's consciousness. I was already mentally prepared for something unexpected to happen. Asking sect leader to study her was just to avoid this kind of situation, but it seems Dahua has become a normal corpse refinement again. Qing Xuan also looked unhappy and said, this old man has failed little friend's expectations. If there's anything this old man can do to make up for it, please tell me. Xing Ye wiped away a tear on his face and said, I already said it. This isn't sect leader's responsibility, but I really do have something to ask. Sect leader? Oh, Xing Xuan stroked his beard and said, little friend, just speak freely, don't hesitate. I have a distant relative who's a daughter who especially wants to join the Joyous Union sect. Can sect leader write a letter of recommendation? Li Tianyun's jaw dropped at his request. Qing Xuan hesitated a bit and said, the Joyous Union sect, what's the cultivation level of your relative? Why not join my sect? Xing Ye scratched his head and said, looking a bit embarrassed, I won't hide it from sect leader. Her personality is a bit wild. The Joyous Union sect is quite suitable for her. Qing Xuan continued, forget it. I already agreed with little friend that I'd fulfill any request. What's the name of that distant relative? At this moment, Xing Ye softly said, thank you, sect leader. Her name is Xinglin. Chengxin was holding a blue token with the words special recommendation written on it, recommending disciples to the Joyous Union sect. Xinglin, little friend is quite talented. This old man, Qing Xuan. Chengxin looked at the recommendation token and said, not only sent to my sect, but you also took advantage of sect leader Qing Xuan's magnanimity to send a letter of recommendation. Xing Ye chuckled casually. You're too kind, she asked, but do you have a way to restore your little sister? Xing Yi firmly affirmed. Of course. He turned to Liu Tianyun and said, after the recovery, I'll consume spiritual power and soul power. At that time, please trouble senior sister to take me to the secluded room for closed-door cultivation. If sect leader or anyone looks for me, just say that I broke through too quickly, so my realm is unstable, and I have to cultivate in seclusion for a year. Otherwise, it will damage my foundation. She heard this and replied, all right. Xing Ye started to sit down and transmit power to Xinglin. Since I don't want senior sister to worry and I want to complete the system's mission, the only thing I can do is to join the Joyous Union sect under a different identity. Hey, he shouted. Immediately switch bodies. Xing Ye fainted, and Xinglin's body awakened at this moment. The body switch was now successful. Chengxin and Liu Tianyun, standing outside witnessing the scene, discussed, is it over just like that? It feels too casual. Xinglin, after waking up, hurriedly called out, Xing Yi Gage, how is it not good? How is it not good? I should do more complicated steps. Liu Tianyun told her everything. Little miss, that's how things are. A clear morning. Outside, flocks of birds flew together. Xinglin, acting like a little old lady, declared, "Got it. Then let's just follow Big Bro's plan." Liu Tianyun said, glancing at Cheng Xin, "Your big bro also told us to respect your wishes. It's okay if you don't want to go. No one can force us." Xinglin innocently chirped, "What's there to not want to go for? Isn't that the human furnace? Senior brother wants to pick, wink wink." Liu Tianyun was stunned. Then she asked, "If those two older sisters already have Dao companions, they'll definitely choose dual cultivation, right? Not boringly seclude themselves for solo training, right?" Cheng Xin was lost in thought and suddenly exclaimed, "That makes sense. I'll take junior brother to the meditation room." With that, Liu Tianyun literally carried Xingye away. Left alone, Cheng Xin asked Qinglin, "What are you planning to do next? If you leave Qingyun sect normally, the Qingxuan sect leader will definitely find you with his divine sense." "I've already thought that through, and you'll help me." Outside, some birds were landing, looking for food. A net suddenly swooped down from above. "Cheep, cheep!" The birds caught in Cheng Xin's net cried out. "Cheep, cheep, cheep, cheep. What are you doing with the bird you just caught? It's struggling. Feathers are flying everywhere." After finishing her business, Cheng Xin released the bird. Something was attached to its leg. The bird spread its wings and flew, flying from dawn till dusk. "Cheep, cheep, oh God, save me, save me." While flying, it bumped into another bird, huge, black, and with fierce eyes. An old man was cowering, his face full of fear, and he spoke in a low voice. "Lords, is there anything I can offer?" Hey Yai, the Black Wind Gang leader, Chi refining second layer, sat arrogantly on horseback and asked the old man, "You're the village chief of Danxian village," the village chief cautiously replied. "Yes, I am." One of his underlings came over and said, Gang leader, gang leader." He had a long scar running down his face, looking very intimidating. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Didn't I tell your bird to watch for anyone escaping? Why is it flying down here?" He brought the blackbird from earlier forward to report, "Gang leader, I've trained Quan Feng to pick up gold since it was a chick, but anything shiny and sparkly is always its top priority." Hey Yai angrily scolded, "Say one more useless word, and I'll chop off both the bird in your hand and the one between your legs." Hearing that his precious thing was in danger, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and coughed. Quan Feng flew down because it caught a bird. He presented a ring that shone brightly on the bird's leg. It was wearing this ring. "Oh, is that so?" Hey Yai curiously took it to look at it. The moment he saw it, his expression changed. He gleefully looked at the ring shining in his hand. "Ha ha, this is a cultivator's storage ring." Another man with a poker face spoke up, "Gang leader, how would we know any cultivators?" Standing next to him, another man crossed his arms and glanced at him, replying, "Are you new here?" Years ago, the gang leader picked up a cultivation manual and learned immortal techniques on his own, and that's how he built our Black Wind Gang, another man sitting on his horse added. The gang leader received a cultivator's manual back then, and now he's receiving a heaven-sent immortal treasure. Our immortal affinity is truly profound. We can definitely lead the Black Wind Gang to the peak. By then, we can establish our own sect, and we'll be immortals too, nearby. Hey I laughed heartily. Well said. Suddenly, the village chief of Danxian village appeared out of nowhere. He clasped his hands in front of Heiyai and said, "Congratulations, superior immortal, on receiving more fortune." He pointed behind him, and some villagers continued, "The people in the village have also gathered here, as requested by the superior immortal. We don't know what instructions the superior immortal has for us." Suddenly a voice shouted, "Same old rules. Hand over 80% of the loot, and the women are free to play with but can't be taken away." The voice caused the villagers to be a little taken aback. The village chief's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Superior immortal, you found your immortal fortune in our village, but how can you do this?" Hey Yai just curled his lip and ignored him. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and the village chief couldn't react in time and immediately fainted. A little girl standing outside witnessed everything and suddenly burst into tears. Village chief grandpa, her mother hen seemed to be trying to stop her from going over there. Hey Yai ignored everyone and just sat on his warhorse, saying, "I'm the one who found the immortal fortune. What the hell does it have to do with your village?" With that, Heya and his lackeys rode off on their horses. The little girl stood behind, angrily shouting, "My sister is an immortal. She won't forgive you guys if she finds out." Her mother could only try to stop her. Xiao Yue! Ah! Suddenly, Heya leaped off his horse as fast as the wind, landing in front of Xiao Yue. In a flash, catching everyone by surprise. Her mother, worried for her daughter's safety, covered her mouth, saying, "She's just a child who doesn't understand. Please don't mind her." Heiya gently knelt down, face to face with the little girl, and asked, "About your sister, did she join the Qing Yun sect?" Hearing that question, the little girl's face changed. The anger from before was gone. Replaced by fear and sweat, she stammered, How do you know?" Heiya smirked cunningly, lifting her chin with his hand, and said, "It's because your sister offended an immortal that I came here to slaughter you villagers. Furthermore, she's already dead. But those she offended are so enraged that they demanded I kill everyone connected to her." Upon hearing this terrible news, Xiao Yue could only cry, tears streaming down her face, stammering, "No, it can't be. You're lying." Heiya's attitude didn't change at all. "Why would I lie to you?" His face became even more smug. "I even know your immortal sister had to sleep with men to get into the inner sect." Xiao Yue was so angry that she bit Heiya's hand. Without hesitation, his hand suddenly glowed. He yanked his hand back, yelling and cursing, "You little brat, do you want to die?" Suddenly, Dehua appeared out of nowhere. In the light, she let out a long yawn, the power disappearing. Daihua scratched her head. Oops! Accidentally slipped into some object and fell asleep. Her appearance surprised Heiya. His face was filled with fear, sweat pouring down. The smug look was gone. Now his mind was in complete chaos. Where did she pop out from? I used 8 parts of my strength. A normal person would have had their head smashed long ago. Dahua paid no attention to Heiya behind her, looking around for a moment before asking, "Little girl, what are you guys doing here?" Xiao Yue, injured and missing 2 front teeth from biting him, pointed at Heiya and sobbed. "That's the bad guy. He killed the village chief and wants to kill everyone in the village." Dehua's face darkened. Oh, Heiya, still confused, cupped his hands and said, "May I ask what you think of this?" Dehua teared up, turning to look at him. Really, leaving him with question marks all over his face. His face changed 360 degrees, becoming more ferocious, thinking, "What? Scared to tears? Looks like I was overthinking things," he replied. "That's right, but you're pretty enough for this old man to have some fun with. I'll give you guys a quick death later." Dehua wasn't scared at all, but looked up at the sky and said, Finally, I've encountered a more normal plot." Heiya was even more confused. "Huh?" Dahua recalled images from the past and continued, "The enemies I always meet are either several levels higher than me or those with powerful backers. Although I can eventually solve them, it's still exhausting." She stopped looking up at the sky. Now, only her small back was visible as she added, "Sometimes, I just want to open something without using my brain." Heiya stood beside her, his face showing confusion at her words. "What are you talking about? Is your brain broken?" Daihua turned around, smiling brightly, and beckoned him closer. "Come on, all of you come, let me have some fun." Hearing her, Heiya sneered. "Ha ha, quite wild, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll go first. Then my brothers won't waste a beauty like you." Dahua wasn't afraid at all, but grabbed Heiya's hand, gently removing the ring on his finger, and said, "Isn't this my dimension ring? How did it end up in your hands?" Heiya screamed after having his item removed, looking to be in great pain. Another person saw this and yelled, "Gang leader!" Heiya's face turned purple, and he ordered the others, "Everyone, attack together and kill her for me." Upon receiving the order, his subordinates rushed towards Dahua and the villagers from a distance. Facing so many people running towards her, Dahua wasn't afraid at all, but gently smoothed her hair, a strand of hair breaking off. It was like a magic thread circling around the enemies in front of her. It cut through everything it passed. Heiya and his close subordinate had already mounted their horses and fled. The subordinate asked, "Gang leader, even if we all attacked together, we wouldn't have had a chance of winning." Heiya, whose hands were broken from the earlier injury and had to bandage them, scolded as he did so. "Too much talk, run." Before they could run far, that strand of hair shot forward, surprising them both. However, sensing something bad, Heiya didn't hesitate to jump off the horse, leaving his close aide on it. As soon as he landed, the head of his close aide was separated from his body. Heiya didn't see that scene, making him a little scared. Behind him, a Dahua full of murderous aura was approaching and praising. "Worthy of being a boss, your reaction is very fast." Heiya heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, turned back to look at her, and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, a bunch of trash. Can't you even hold on a bit?" Looking back at the scene behind her, he saw that all his subordinates had been defeated, collapsing and lying scattered on the ground. That terrifying scene made Heya utterly surprised. His legs no longer had the strength to stand. He knelt down on the ground, his mouth stammering. How could it be, in such a short time, that everyone was? Now he revealed. "What did you do?" Dehua retracted the magic thread and only smiled lightly at. "Heya, didn't I say I went into berserk mode?" The little girl Xiao Yue hurriedly ran from afar behind, shouting loudly, "Big sister, wait a moment. I have something I want to ask him." With a slightly worried face, the little girl asked, "You said the things related to Luo Qingji were all lies, right?" The little girl's question about Luo Qing made Dahua pay attention. Luo Qing, at this point, Heya could only bow his head and confess everything. "It's not a lie. She offended a big shot and was killed. I'm just a bandit. How dare I touch the village of a Qingyun sect disciple?" Xiao Yue heard this and pouted, tears welling up. "It's not like that." Dahua just silently looked at the little girl for a long time, her heart full of thoughts. "So there's such a coincidence. Aren't I just resolving the crisis of Luo Qing's village? However, I already sent her things back." Dahua looked behind. All the villagers were shocked. Some were about to cry. Dahua just thought, it seems the reason for becoming an immortal is to deceive children. Fine. The adults in the village probably guessed that Luo Qing had encountered some unexpected event and deliberately hid it from this girl. Suddenly, Dahua cast some magic that shone directly on Heya. In his astonishment, his face looked very painful. He covered it with his hands and shouted, "You're lying," Dahua replied. What is that?" She looked at Heya and only said, "Something that makes you tell the truth. In your heart, who made you attack Luo Qing's village?" Then she cast some spell that made the little girl Xiao Yue also confused. Intersect disciple. Her magic power made Heya collapse to the ground. Looking at him, Dahua said, "There are many stars in the sky," then thought to herself, "I won't say any more. Nothing he says is true." Her face changed, and she cursed inwardly. "Damn it, someone wants to harm me," Xiao Yue suddenly pouted. "Those related to the Wang family have all been controlled by the sect, right?" Dahua had a bright smile on her face, pointed at herself. "Luo Qingjie. Could it really be that?" Xiao Yue insisted. "Little junior sister. In fact, I am also an intersect disciple of the Qingyun sect." However, Dahua seemed not to believe it. "Liar, I'm not convinced." Xiao Yue pointed at her. EHY, making her also freeze, helpless. Dahua pressed something on the system panel, and a sound came up. "The fairies of the Qingyun sect don't dress so poorly to have immortal qi to fly." Suddenly, beautiful clothes appeared on Dahua's body, a mysterious purple outfit. Xiao Yue saw this and gaped. "Sister, are you really my sister's fellow disciple?" Dahua said gently. Don't listen to that bandit's nonsense. Your Luo Qingjie has already ascended to the upper realm. These people are jealous of her, so they want to attack your village." Then she gave the little girl Xiao Yue her magic hair strands and said, "These hair strands are for you. Each strand has merged with a trace of my divine sense, which can understand basic commands, enough to deal with enemies below the middle stage of Foundation establishment." With that, Dahua soared into the sky, leaving the little girl behind, and said, "You must protect this village well for your sister. The sky is a deep shade of night blue." Dahua flew alone through the blue clouds, mumbling to herself, "Killed so many people, huh? Just like old Devil Do back then. This time, I did it myself, remembering that scene. The corpses of the Black Cliff bandits were strewn everywhere," she said. "Before transmigrating, I hadn't even killed a chicken. Now, killing people doesn't even faze me." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "It's possible that because the host has been around the gates of hell so many times, you've gradually adapted to the survival of this world." Its words surprised her, but her expression changed immediately, only smiling. "System, have you successfully hacked your way out? A day earlier?" At the trial heart stone, Xing Yi calmly approached something pitch black, without any fear. He gently touched it, and said, "System, can you hear me?" Unexpectedly, a line of text appeared on the stone. "Oh, so you thought of this way to contact me?" Seeing the response, Xing Yi continued, "You really weren't just sleeping soundly. What exactly is going on?" The stone displayed a long string of text. "You felt it too, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent your Cultivation doppelganger to contact me." Reading the words, he replied, "Yeah, she's a bit off." Recalling the battle, he said, "I clearly tore apart the yin slaughtering soul refining array easily before. But now, even with my strength increased to foundation establishment, I can't break an even weaker trapped array. Yet that doppelganger effortlessly destroyed the formation. He remembered the image of himself sitting and pondering something while working on the system. He continued. Therefore, I later put the doppelganger into a coma for a while to do some experiments, including merging system functions, merging demon cores, and even trying to fuse a part of my own divine soul into the remnant spiritual energy within the system space, which all failed. His sharp gaze stared straight ahead, saying, "So I've reason to suspect that there's something strange inside my body that even I can't detect. The reason being this doppelganger. I had no idea she ever existed inside my body in any form, and even you, as the system, couldn't detect it. System, blood offering, yin-killing pearl, formation breaking, demon core fusion, divine soul, special cultivation technique, immediately understanding. Right now she has materialized herself for some purpose, and also took away those special functions of hers. Formation breaking, demon core fusion, divine soul, special cultivation technique, understanding immediately, the system, blood offering, yin-killing pearl, Xingye, looked up and said, "She's actually that powerful, I think. Could it be that you're sleeping soundly was also her doing, that's why I left her, wanting to use the trial heartstone to do that experiment earlier? Inside that big rock is a soul. It's the system. It's typing content. She has indeed cut off my connection with the outside world, but I still have the authority to hack into the trial heartstone. She probably didn't think you'd use this method to contact me." Those were the words that would appear on the rock outside for Xingye to see. But after reading it, he shouted, "Then what exactly is she?" The system is typing. "Unknown, except she probably knows my origin." It typed again. "Her operations have higher authority than me, but the system is affected very little by her. This feeling is very strange." "Outside," he said loudly, "it's like the leader only knows how to issue orders, but doesn't know how the subordinate should do it." The stone displayed again. "That's right, exactly that feeling," Xingye asked again. "Then what is her purpose, His face contorted. Although he was always in a state of hidden symbiosis before, why suddenly want to materialize? The system also typed, because the doppelganger was created by completely copying the host system values. Reading this, Xingye was surprised. "Hey," the stone displayed again. "Her previous state was living in symbiosis with you. Her strength depended on your growth speed. She might have cut it off because your growth speed was too slow." Illustrations of its words appeared. But creation points are the source of power from the host system. Earning creation points is originally within the system. Spending it is a cyclical process. But she can steal creation points to improve herself, although the host can also improve himself. The system's capabilities will be weakened. Once she improves herself beyond the system, she will be able to destroy the host's divine soul, turning both the host and the system into nutrients to improve her strength. Xingye also understood its meaning. He asked, "So what should I do now, while she's not that strong yet?" "Destroy her." The system typed again. "She is currently not at her peak, but she is also not an existence that the host can deal with." Reading these words made him break into a sweat, shouting, "So I can only sit here and wait for death." That soul continued to type without thinking. The stone displayed the line, "Don't worry, I will take action," leaving Xingye speechless. And it continued to project, showing an image of Dehua, master, you have to keep delaying her. Just dealing with a nascent soul enemy depleted a lot of power. If you don't return to the system space to absorb creation points, you'll soon fall back into a dormant state. The stone then displayed, "We just need to wait for her to enter a dormant state, and then we'll find a way to break the situation." Reading what appeared, Xingye chimed in, "Either way, if she doesn't return to the system space, she'll always be dormant. Just find something to keep her that way forever." But it rejected the idea, leaving Xingye puzzled. "Why?" the system continued to explain. "She somehow cut off all your cultivation abilities, and your original body. If you don't let her return to the system, forget about raising your cultivation level, or learning any techniques besides swordsmanship." Xingyu read that, then remembered Dehua's smiling face, and grimaced. "Damn it, she said I didn't need to worry about cultivation, but she used this to get a hold of me." The soul in the stone continued to project, "Don't worry too much. The system's current functions aren't completely incapable of resolving this situation." These words left Xingye dumbfounded. The stone then displayed, "After collecting enough 100,000 creation points, you can perform the first upgrade. At that point, there will definitely be a way to resist," seeing the number mentioned. Xingye was shocked and shouted, 100,000. "How long will it take to collect that?" The stone replied, No, this already factors in the points you've collected beforehand. Xingye opened the system panel, intending to press something to check. He asked, "So, what? Let me see how much I still need." The system panel displayed the words, "Accumulated creation points, 79,863. He said, Didn't you say completing the tasks at the Joyful Union sect would reach the goal?" The stone then displayed the words, "That's right, plus I've broken the communication blockade. As long as you keep that doppelganger in a dormant state, I can immediately restore the ability to communicate with you." It seemed to understand all of Xingye's moves. On the other side, Dahua smiled slightly. "Congratulations, breaking the seal. Everything is going according to their plan, going smoothly." The system also let out a sound. "Ah, no, I don't remember Master turning into a cute girl being part of the plan." Dahua flew forward at a high speed. At the same time, she spoke happily with her system. It said, "That's good too. Relying on the status as a male cauldron at the Joyful Union sect, getting 20,000 creation points within a year would be too difficult." Dahua also smiled and agreed. Yeah. The system then rang out again. However, the host shouldn't consider this in that regard. Simply for messing with senior sister, seeming to be hit in her weak spot, Dahua choked and coughed, flying as she said, "System, I can feel the blood sacrifice yin-shattering pearl also moving within my body along with me, but the aura isn't revealed at all." The system replied, "This doppelganger only mentioned that the materials are the same as the original body." Dahua then became confused. Why does that sound so strange? The system then retorted, seeing Dahua's face darken, "That's because the host still has the illusion that she's human." It rang out again. "Although the materials are similar, the refinement method is even better than that of a high-level demonic cultivator, so the host can't suppress the yin-shattering pearl." "This body can basically suppress it," Dahua quickly replied. "So that's how it is. No wonder the operation is smoother than my original body." Her face carried a sorrowful, sad expression. "It's a pity that I was reformed into a woman. Otherwise, I would have switched over to this side." Her system also rang out. "This is originally an unclear existence. It's best if the host doesn't use it, if you can avoid it." Dahua gradually flew to a place with lights everywhere, and the system also spoke up. "Ahead is the immortal city belonging to the Joyful Union sect, where flying is prohibited." She also replied, "Huh. Immortal city," her system rang out again. "Although it's called Immortal City, most of the population are mortals, but the residency conditions are very harsh. This place provides entertainment and trade for cultivators. The Azure Cloud sect also has its own immortal city, but the host has never been through it." Dahua gently landed on the ground and then spoke, "Is that so? Then let's first listen to the conditions for joining the Joyful Union sect." The system said, "Doesn't the host have a recommendation from the sect leader of the Azure Cloud sect?" She replied, "That's only if there's no other way to enter the Joyful Union sect. The sect leader is still very good to me. I only use it in the event that I cause something while at the Joyful Union sect." Arriving at the city gate, Dahua was stopped by a soldier, who said sternly, "Non-Joyful Union sect disciples entering the city need to pay 500 spirit stones." Without hesitation, Dahua took out a bag of shoes and gently placed it into his hand. Dahua smiled. "Fellow Taoist can use what's left over to get wine. This little girl wants to know how to join the Joyful Union sect?" The guarding soldier pointed inside. "Enter the city and go straight in. There will be the acceptance hall of the Joyful Union sect inside. Go inside and ask." Dahua strode in without looking at him, leaving behind only 2 words. "Many thanks." The soldier beside him laughed when he saw this. "Not bad, Brother Wang. You've met a sugar mommy." He slowly opened the bag and smiled, rebutting, "What sugar mommy? She's just a girl who spends money like water." Looking inside the bag, his face darkened, and he shouted, "Isn't this exactly 500 spirit stones?" Hearing the deafening shout, Dahua didn't even turn her head back, only leaving behind one sentence. "If there's any left over, use it to buy wine. If there isn't any left over, don't drink any." At the same time, the system's sound rang out. Ding! Creation points plus 12. Stepping inside, she only saw an old woman with purple hair fumbling with something on a cabinet. She said, "The Joyful Union sect disciple quota is full, so we aren't accepting any new members for the time being." That caught her by surprise, but she laughed. Smiling, she took out something that Xingye gave to the old woman. "This little girl has a letter of recommendation," thinking to herself, "Glad I made some preparations." Holding that thing in her hand totally surprised the old lady, but she gave it back to her saying, "Hurry up and put that away, girl. Lucky you ran into ol' me or you'd be toast." What she said made Dahua a bit bummed, like, What's up with that? The old lady then spilled the tea. The hallmaster of the disciplinary hall of our sect, back in the day, joined the Joyful Union sect because of a heartbreak with the sect leader, Xingxuan. This bombshell dropped, leaving her with eyes wide and mouth agape. The old lady continued, "Men are just toys for that old hag now. Her title in the sect is the Living King Yama. You want to use this intro letter to join the sect. You'll be pushing up daisies before you know it." Dahua yelled, clutching her head, looking totally bummed. "Sect leader, you played me." Qingxuan himself had no clue. It had been over a decade since they last talked, let alone hooked up. The crowd passing by just saw Dahua sitting alone in front of the big gate. Looking lost, she just stared blankly at the sky, muttering to herself, "I'm done for. Can't finish the mission? Gonna turn into rice grains. From now on, I can only sell kids' clothes and sit at kids' tables to eat." Suddenly, an old man approached her and asked, "Young lady, do you want to join the Joyful Union sect?" Not knowing who he was, she could only ask, "Who are you?" The old man replied kindly, "This humble one is Wang Chengshui, an external affairs deacon of the Joyful Union sect. I have some connections that can get you in as a registered disciple." He led her into a study where there were 2 other people and announced, "Perfect timing. Another young lady wants to join the sect. You can all go together." She approached gently and asked, "Excuse me, what's this auxiliary disciple thing?" The man sitting on the chair replied, "It's a disciple who helps others with their cultivation." Hearing this, she felt a bit helpless. So I'm a cauldron, right?" Wang Chengshui also replied. "Not necessarily," the man continued. "It's assisting partners in their activities." Dahua and the other person felt annoyed and immediately slammed the table, shouting, Isn't it just Fing being a cauldron?" No. The Joyful Union sect only recruits male cauldrons," Wang Chengxi replied. The girl standing nearby also spoke. "Who cares if she doesn't want to join? That's Lan Yue, the princess of the Kanglan kingdom." She continued, "This lady really likes activities and likes helping others. Hurry up and get me in." Seeing this, Dahua whispered to Wang Chengshui, "Can't you guys find a better shill? This is way too unnatural." Hearing Dahua bad-mouthing her, Lan Yue got angry. "Who's a shill?" Wang Chengshui calmly replied, "Young lady, please give way a bit." Then he went into a place without any people and said, "The Joyful Union sect only accepts male cauldrons. Because the intersex cultivation methods are all about yin and yang harmony between men and women." Dahua's face showed some surprise at his next statement. "It's just that women like it. Sometimes it's not necessarily just men." Wang Chengshui turned his head back to look and continued, "Cultivating the Joyful Union sect's methods will generate very strong desires, but some seniors, because they don't like men, only see male cauldrons as tools to improve their cultivation. If they can't find a suitable deal companion for a long time, and the emotional void isn't filled, there's a risk of cultivation deviation, so that's why we recruit female disciples to assist. This kind of cultivation is hard to say out loud, so the deacons in external affairs, like us, secretly select suitable people," he explained slowly to Dahua, but she continued to ask, "So, do auxiliary disciples officially join the Joyful Union sect?" Wang Chengshui calmly said, "Of course. Once you succeed and are spotted by a senior, you'll be taken in as a close maidservant and enjoy the treatment of an intersect disciple." Dahua still had some questions, and she said, "Then I'll ask the most important question." Wang Chengshui gestured for her to speak, her face looking a little scary. "Are the seniors pretty? They're not old ladies, right?" Her killing intent made Wang Chengshui a little hesitant. Cough, cough, young lady, you're really joking. The Joyful Union sect's methods have a face-preserving effect. The deeper you cultivate, the younger you get. Then the man sitting on the table took out a piece of paper and said, "Registration form, fill it out." That Wang Chengshui laughed. "Xinglin, Lan Yue, let's go. I'll take you to the assembly point." Dahua said, "Isn't she obviously an actress?" Hearing this, Lan Yue got even more angry. "You're the actress?" At the foot of the Joyful Union sect's mountain, Lan Yue and Dahua were still following that Wang Chengshui, and as he walked, he explained, "This is the outer reception area of the Joyful Union sect. You guys rest. Well, first, tomorrow morning, someone will announce your gathering time after the checkup." Before, Dahu He kept coughing, cough. Lan Yue behind her confusingly said, "Is it a 2-person sports competition?" Wang Chengshui also replied, "The specific content of the exam is confidential. Someone will announce it tomorrow." Lan Yu confidently strutted inside, leaving only Dahua behind. So complicated. This lady is going to chill first. Outside, Dahua mused. Figures. A girl wanting to join the Joyful Union sect. Her mind's got to be pretty open. but she just saw Wang Chengshui saying goodbye, Xinglin. You should rest early too. I won't bother you any longer. The system finally spoke up. I didn't expect the host to join the Joyful Union sect like this. Dahua opened the door to go inside, replying at the same time, better than failing the mission, right? Getting inside, she gently closed the door and continued. And it's kinda good this way. If they forced a male furnace on me, that'd be awkward. The system replied, oh yeah, host. The lucky draw from last time was interfered with by the doppelganger. The real item is still with me. Hearing the system's announcement surprised Dahua, and suddenly a gift box appeared out of nowhere. Seeing it, Dahua covered her face, giggling nonstop, making the system wonder, do you have to be so happy? But her face spun 360 degrees, becoming even scarier, completely different from a second ago, she said. Don't you know? A girl who smiles has got to have good luck, the system replied. Host, be a little normal. Dahua violently ripped open the newly appeared box, yelling, spit out the goods for me. Inside was something that looked a lot like a head massager. Another voice rang out, congratulations on obtaining the soul extractor. Holding the thing she just got, Dahua was a bit stunned, not believing her eyes. Isn't this just a head massager? But the voice rang out again. Ding. A user manual will be sent to your head. Want to experience the amazing feeling of a great power cultivator's soul leaving their body, roaming the grand void, then quickly use the soul extractor. Confused, Dahua yelled again. Does this thing really extract souls? The strange voice rang out. Each use only extracts a small amount of your soul. After successful extraction, your consciousness will be transferred into the extracted soul. The extracted soul has no offensive abilities but is immune to any attack effects, while also being immune to formations and seals. The intensity of soul extraction will decrease over time, eventually returning to the original body. You can also choose to disintegrate the consciousness, and it will also return to the original body. Finally, it is recommended not to use it more than 5 times a day. Holding the thing in her hand, Dahua was happy and felt interested. Ooh, the instructions sound intense. Opening the artifact map, she immediately experimented. Let me try it out. Then she put that thing on her head. Experiencing a feeling of bliss, she got so high that she blurted out, oh, this is kinda awesome. But the cultivation method had already started to take effect. A red light shining from the head massager, charming around her head. Suddenly, Dahua fell to the ground, not moving at all. Unexpectedly, Xingyi appeared under the magic of the head massager, wondering, why do I look like my original self? The system spoke up. You guys only switched bodies, not souls, but this host's soul, why does it look like a demon? The system's words made Xingyi confused. The system's voice rang out again. Not only does it look very similar, but the host's soul is affected by the blood sacrifice. Yin Fiend Pearl. Making the aura similar to a demon, Xingyi replied expressionlessly. Aren't demons just something imagined? The system explained, not really. Demons are a special type of parasitic life form that feeds on a cultivator's negative emotions. Weak demons are almost unconscious and can't be detected. The system continued. But if a cultivator's negative emotions are too strong, the demon can read the information in them, transforming into an appearance that causes the cultivator's negative emotions to continue expanding. In the system's example, why did you leave me? A demon touched his shoulder and said, causing him to panic to the extreme. The system continued. Demons that take shape based on a cultivator's negative emotions can only be seen by that cultivator, but others can't sense them. Yikes, what's wrong with you? The system continued to explain how it works. The demon will be locked onto that cultivator. If the cultivator can overcome their negative emotions later, the demon will weaken and die from being starved. But most of the time, the demon gets stronger and stronger, eventually causing the cultivator to cultivate wrongly and go mad, even dying during breakthroughs. And demons also have levels. For example, if a chi-refining stage cultivator has a demon and dies during the Foundation Establishment breakthrough, then this demon will be qualified to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator's demon, and so on. Xingyi also vaguely understood what she heard and asked thoughtfully, so, demons are like parasites, the system replied. That's right. The system said again. The host's current state is 8 or 9 parts similar to the demon recorded in the documents, except that everyone can see the host. Xingyi was a little dissatisfied with this. Suddenly, Shangyu barged in without knocking. She asked, fellow Dao Xinglin, do you know how to contact Wang Jishi? But as soon as she entered, she saw the demon Xingye and Dahua's corpse lying sprawled on the floor. Shang Yue didn't hesitate, drew her sword, and shouted, there is an evil being here, injuring people. Meeting this lady here means you're unlucky. But Xingyi yelled, It's not. Ignoring him, and without holding back, Shang Yu unleashed a evil-slaying sword art, slashing the big flower lying on the ground, causing her to scream in pain. But Xing Yi reacted intensely. Hit. Gonna die. Gonna die. But regaining his senses, his body was fine. He wondered, I'm okay. The system spoke up. I told you, your current state is immune to all attacks. Seeing that her technique had no effect, Shang Yue panicked. No, it's not working. She used more techniques. Then try this: evil breaking talisman, soul capturing banner, holy light water, spirit light array flag. But it seemed to have no effect on Xingye. Floating in the air, he looked around and said, "Hey, look what you've done to someone's living room." In his heart, he secretly evaluated. This girl has a lot of magic treasures. The system also spoke up. They're all Earth grade. Some have faint dragon energy, probably items made by the royal family of mortal kingdoms. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Xingye was puzzled. Royal family? Shang Yu's face also turned pale because her powers had no effect. How can it have absolutely no effect? This evil being's aura isn't strong. She was sweating. Her face darkened, and she thought, wait, Master once said there's a kind of evil that's immune to all attacks. Thinking of this, Shang Yue fearfully stepped back and shouted, You're a heart demon, causing Xingye to freeze in surprise. The system also said, see, as expected, you're considered a heart demon. Fear was evident on Shang Yu's face. She said, how is that possible? How can I have a heart demon? And I don't even know you. Xingye's face turned serious, a little angry, and said, you dare say you don't know me? That really breaks my heart. He recounted the past event. When you were young, I saved you from the claws of a rank 2 demonic bear, and I lost my life in that demonic bear's mouth. Later, my parents and wife learned that you had connections with the royal pagoda. They went to the royal city of Shanglan Kingdom to seek an explanation. As a result, they were treated as frauds by the royal city guards, beaten to death, leaving only my 5-year-old little sister to become an orphan. Shang Yu was even more terrified. She denied. Impossible. I have no idea about any of this. Then he continued, you certainly don't know, with your status, how would those above allow you to have this kind of mental knot? They sealed all your memories related to me, fearing that you would develop a heart demon that would affect your cultivation. But they don't know that memories in the subconscious can't be sealed. Although you yourself don't realize it, the guilt emanating from your subconscious and the feeling of self-blame allowed me to gradually grow. Xingye's face expressed anger with his crimson eyes. He continued, until today, I finally have a physical form, able to communicate with you. Chang Yu whined apologetically, but I really don't know. Seeing this, he lightly chuckled and asked her, tell me, what is your relationship with the royal family, after all? His question surprised her. You're a heart demon, don't you know? Xingyi avoided her gaze. Ahem, I can read information, negative emotions, but there's no content about your identity. Shang Yue gradually calmed down. She rubbed her eyes. I am the 8th princess of Shanglan Kingdom, Shang Yue. Hearing this, he asked again, you're a princess. Why are you in the Joyous Union sect? Shang Yue also slowly recounted, father is forcing me to marry someone I really hate, so I ran away. I found out that the one with the worst relationship with the royal sage is the Joyous Union sect. So I wanted to escape into here. His face was puzzled. Aren't you a princess? So good at the 2-person games you mentioned earlier. She replied, I often play 3-legged races with the maids, or give piggyback rides. This kind of game is not just 2 people. I also know how to play multi-person athletic games. His gaze changed. She felt the Joyous Union sect. What did these 3 words mean? Her face was close to his face, a sect of family joy and happiness. Her answer left him speechless, while Shang Yu naively asked, do all heart demons have as many questions as you do? She placed her hand on herself and continued, I don't mean any offense. I want to do my best to make it up to you. Whatever requests you have, just say them. I'll do whatever I can. Xingyi thought to himself, this girl is really simple. Actually making deals with a heart demon, he replied. That, I said before, I have a little sister who became an orphan back then. Shang Yue seemed to understand, but still asked. You want me to take care of her? He replied. You could say that. Shang Yu didn't refuse. Okay, I will definitely do my best. Where is your younger sister? Xingye pointed to the big flower lying on the ground in disarray. Is the one lying on the ground her? Shang Yue was stunned. Shang Yue was surprised. How could there be such a coincidence? Xingye replied, yes, it could be fate. He reminded her, you just need to take care of my little sister as much as possible. That will be the biggest compensation for me. Shang Yue also agreed. Okay, I agree with you. Then he said something that surprised her. Hope you keep your promise. With that, he disappeared right in front of her in a dazzling light. Everything vanished. catching her off guard. Fellow Taoist, inner demon, Shang Yue said, a bit worried. He actually self-destructed. Never heard of devils committing suicide. Something glowing red appeared in her hand, and she muttered, just how kind-hearted could he be deep down in my subconscious? Even the mind of an inner demon was influenced by him. She rubbed her eyes again. Moreover, I harmed you so much, yet you still trust me like this. I don't even know your name. She looked like she was about to cry. Looking towards Dehua, she murmured, don't worry, I'll take care of your sister. Dehua seemed to have woken up again, but she was still lying there, sprawled out, while Shang Yue was communicating telepathically with the system. System, why are you lying to me? The princess of Shanglan Kingdom isn't used to life here. Why not grab onto a good backer when you can? Besides, this little one is so easy to fool. Acting alone is too dangerous. Following you is more dangerous. The system retorted. Shang Yu used her thigh to pillow Dehua's head, and she slept soundly. Shang Yu felt helpless. She actually fell asleep again. The bed is right next to her. Why sleep on the ground? Made me think we were under attack. Dehua slowly spoke up, and Shang Yue, seeing this, asked, oh, you're awake. Dehua sat up slowly and asked, Taoist Lan Yue, what are you doing? Shang Yue hurriedly explained. Ah, it's not what you think. I saw you lying on the ground and was afraid you'd catch a cold. Dehua waved her hand. You're really funny. Can a foundation establishment cultivator even catch a cold? Shang Yue was speechless. Is that why you were sleeping on the ground? Looking around, Dehua was also surprised. Huh. How did this room become like this? Shang Yue made up a story. Well, actually, my spatial formation was destroyed. It exploded. Dehua was worried. Ah, are you okay then? Are you hurt? Her inquiry moved Shang Yue, such a kind and innocent girl, not suspecting anything, and instead caring about her, as she pondered. Tears welled up. Dehua just stared. Filled with question marks, Dehua asked, Lan Yue, miss, is there anything you came to find me for? Shang Yue was taken aback by her question, and for a moment didn't know how to answer, so she said, no, I just wanted to befriend you. Dehua smiled gently, extending her hand in a gesture to shake hands. Okay, then let's take care of each other more in the future. Shang Yue was once again moved by her actions. What a good girl. She's been through so much in her childhood, yet she can still maintain this bright sunshine. Fellow Taoist, inner demon, rest assured, I will treat her like my own little sister. Suddenly, a soft knock came from the direction of the entrance. It turned out to be Feng Yue's maidservant. She asked, Huh, Taoist Lan Yue, Taoist Xinglin, do you know each other? Shang Yue also replied, we are friends. You are, she introduced herself, which worked out well for Shang Yu. So she said altogether, I am the maidservant of Senior Feng Yu. Dare to schedule your recruitment examination tomorrow. But her eyes glanced at something that surprised her. Looking inside at the mess, she asked, what happened in the room? Dehua quickly replied, we were playing a bit too intensely. Shang Yue froze. Upon hearing that answer, she thought to herself, what kind of excuse is that? We're not kids. What kind of playing doesn't even have a reliable object realm formation? The maidservant sorted out her thoughts. Ahem, I understand. Shang Yue was annoyed. Understand what? That maidservant smiled again and continued. It's like this. Because there are a lot of people who want to join our sect, Examiner Feng wants to know how sincere the examinees are about joining the Harmonious Union sect. Shang Yue's face looked resolute. Of course I am full of sincerity, heaven and earth can attest. The sun and moon are there. Before she could finish speaking, Dahua held out a thick brown bag with both hands and said, this is a little something from me and Taoist Lan Yu, hoping Senior Feng will take care of us more tomorrow. That maidservant accepted it without any politeness. Ha ha ha, your sincerity is sufficient. I will pass it on to Senior. That night, both Dahua and Shang Yu shared a room. Suddenly, Shang Yu shouted, seriously, if you want benefits, just say it directly. This old lady isn't short on money. Dahua didn't know what to do, just said, okay. Suddenly, Shang Yu saw a book titled Harmonious Union Sect Practices lying on the floor. He picked it up and asked, is this book yours? Dahua peeked at it and shook her head. No, it was in this room. Opening the book, Shang Yi reluctantly started reading. She thought to herself, so all I know about the Joyful Union sect is that it belongs to the 3 sects and 4 great clans, and their relationship with the royal family is terrible. I don't know anything else. But just half an incense stick later, Xingye's face was flushed. She seemed to be trying to decipher the words in the book, this. What kind of depraved sect is this? She glanced at Dahua, who was blissfully using a head massager bought at the shopping mall. So comfortable. Xingyi blushed. She's probably like me. She came here without knowing anything. But in the end, Xingyi handed it to Dahua. You take a look too. But as Dahua reached out, Xingyi pulled the book further away. The two of them kept messing around like that, which made Dahua angry. What are you doing? But Xingyi looked troubled. No way, she's so pure and kind. If I let her see this, wouldn't it defile her pure heart? In the end, Xingyi decided not to give the book to Xinglin. Instead, she took the book with her and excused herself to go back to her room early. Xinglin then asked, "What's going on with Xingyi?" But she had already rushed out of the room, unable to say anything more than, "See you tomorrow." Xinglin looked blank, not understanding what was going on. Outside, the maidservant of Feng Kembe was going around to every room, with the purpose of soliciting money, the sincerity of the candidates. If she got a lot from someone, she promised to help and put in a good word for them. She was very satisfied with the money bags and some valuables she had earned. If Wenbei shared even a little bit with her, she'd be rolling in it. The maidservant was walking down the corridor when she ran into Xingyi, who was also standing there. Looking at her, the maidservant wondered, "I wonder what's wrong with Xingyi." Xingyi said with a serious face, "Return what belongs to Xinglin and me, because they chose to win with their strength, not through this evil path." On the other side, Xinglin was happily getting ready to go to bed. He commented, "Being in this body is pretty good. I don't need to wear too many clothes to sleep." Xinglin could still laugh. What an optimist. Besides, maybe he wasn't worried because he spent a ton of spirit stones, so tomorrow's test would be as easy as pie. Meanwhile, Xingyi had already retrieved the money bags, which made the maidservant angry and leave. But Xingyi thought that this also meant that she helped Xinglin not to be tainted. She thought what she did was really thoughtful, and she proudly raised her head, boasting to herself, "Thank you for doing such a good deed." The next morning, Xinglin woke up and rubbed his eyes. When he saw Xingyi greeting him, "Good morning," he asked. "Why are you so happy?" Xingyi was overjoyed in her heart, but she said nothing at this moment. There was an announcement that the Dao friends participating in the competition should gather in the square at the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, Xinglin happily invited Xingyi to go together. They had just taken a few steps when someone called out from behind. It was Wang's steward. He said, "You two don't need to take the test anymore." Xinglin didn't understand and asked again. Xingyi was secretly happy in her heart because she really wanted Xinglin to fail so the two of them could go to another sect. Then Wang Chengri told them, "It's because Lu Hall Master highly recognized your performance yesterday, so you don't need to be tested anymore, and you'll officially become Lu Hall Master's maidservants." Hearing this, Xingyi was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. Xinglin asked, "Is that Lu Hall Master, not Feng Chanbei?" Wang Chengri replied, "Xiang Qianbei is just a judge. Lu Hall Master is the sect leader," he said, being noticed by Lu Hall Master. What a blessing. Xinglin felt a little uneasy at this time, because wasn't Hall Master Zi an old subordinate of the Hall Master? Moreover, she is still Shuang-er. However, Xinglin was still calm enough to ask why he was given such special attention. Wang Chengrui said that it was thanks to their integrity, not accepting bribes for the maidservant. So the two of them were fortunate enough to catch the sect leader's eye, because the sect leader is an upright and honest person. Xingyi was totally lost at this point. The whole thing felt like a ridiculous game of cards. Shang Yue just face-palmed, defeated. Wang Lao even reminded them to hurry up and change, get ready to meet Hallmaster Lu, and that he'd be waiting. They went into the room, all flustered and clueless. Shang Yu just couldn't believe she was the one who messed up the whole plan. Xingyi was just as bummed. Wang Lao's words were completely baffling. Maybe that woman had bribed someone to find out his real identity, all for the sake of his precious bod. After a while, they finally dragged themselves out of the room, looking like zombies on their way to execution, not some fancy meeting. Wang Lao was shocked to see them looking like possessed spirits, so he wasted no time pulling out his makeup kit and going to work on these two. In a room, Hallmaster He Huan had been waiting for a long time. A voice outside announced, "Steward Wang has arrived with the people." After receiving the order to enter, Wang Lao led the two young ladies in. Wang Lao whispered to them, "Smile." They could only manage a weak, forced smile as they paid their respects. Lu Miao asked, a bit confused by their attitude, "Did these two catch a cold?" Wang Lao quickly replied, "It's just that they admire the sect leader too much." Lu Hall Master tossed Wang Lao a bag of money, saying it was a reward for him. He took the bag of gold coins and thanked Lu Hall Master profusely for their kindness. Lu Miao didn't forget to tell Wang Lao, "Quickly take the girls to her place, and she will arrive later," Scene changed to the enforcement hall. The two girls were led to a room with a massive bathtub filled with flower petals. Wang Lao pulled a small bottle from his pocket and told them, "Remember to use this qi strengthening pill. After your bath, each of you gets one." Xingye asked, confused, "Isn't this a body-enhancing pill? Why would we need this?" Wang Lao told them that Lu Miao had ordered him to give them the pill because she thought they were too young and might not be able to handle it. The two of them were practically soul-snatched after hearing that. Wang Lao finished his instructions and left. The two of them could only go and take a bath. Xingye was down in the dumps, thinking to himself, "So she's afraid of accidentally killing me. That's why she gave me this kind of pill." But on the other hand, Xingye still didn't understand why she dragged little princess Shang Yue into this whole kill me scheme. So confusing. Suddenly, Xingye jumped up. Startling Shang Yue, he said to her, "I'm sorry, I've gotten you involved in this mess." Shang Yue was moved to tears when she heard that. She covered her mouth and thought, "Xingye thinks all the blame is not on me." Immediately, Shang Yue burst into tears and hugged Xingye tightly, sobbing loudly. After a passionate hug, Xingye finally escaped from Shang Yue's loving embrace. Wiping the blood from his nose, Xingye wondered why Shang Yue was taking all the blame when she hadn't done anything wrong. Shang Yue turned around and said in a dangerous tone, "What I'm about to tell you might shatter your worldview, so prepare yourself mentally." Xingye listened carefully to what this earth-shattering event was. Maybe she'd tell him some royal secret. But Xingye had already done it. But Xingye guessed wrong. Because Shang Yue was about to tell him about the Hehuan sect, Shang Yue said, "This place doesn't seem very clean or good." To prove her point, she held out the book that Suikwa had gotten, and told Xingye to read it himself. To be sure, Xingye could only shut up and take the book. As Xingye read, Shang Yue kept saying that this place was terrible and the content of the book was too conservative, asking how could she not think about it. Shang Yu sobbed, explaining, "Precisely so that the two of you don't fall into this hole. That's why I demanded back the fee that Xinglin gave to the person." Xingye, after hearing that, just wanted to curl up like a sad kitten. Shang Yu, even louder now, continued her story. "Because I thought that this way, we could get out of here without corrupting our souls, but I never expected that I'd mess everything up." Xingye, a bit suspicious, did some mental calculations. Maybe this hallmaster isn't thinking about revenge on the sect leader, but noticed them for not taking bribes. Knowing that, Xingye happily gave Shangye a virtual looks like this little princess, even if she's a bit clueless, can actually be useful. Shang Yu was still touched by Xingye's kindness. Thinking that, she quickly hopped out of the tub and decided to do something. Shang Yue then opened the door and went to the next room. Before leaving, Shang Yu said she'd go deal with Hallmaster Lu. "If I can satisfy her, maybe Xingye won't get hurt." Having said that, Shang Yu left. Xingye's mind immediately conjured up a scene of Lu Miao and Shang Yue getting intimate. Just thinking about it made his face flush while he was busy thinking. He heard Shang Yu calling him, and Xingye shot over to the next room like a rocket, bursting through the door. What awaited him wasn't an intimate scene, but Lu Miao lying motionless, no matter how much Shang Yu called. Xingye went over to check and asked the system, System, give me the diagnosis." System replied, "Her meridians are in chaos, spiritual energy is blocked, and she needs someone with a higher cultivation level to help, or it'll be dangerous." Xingye told Shang Yu to stay put, while he went to find someone to help. But as soon as he got to the door, he realized all the doors were blocked. Xingye opened the screen, but it also reported no signal. Shang Yue asked in surprise, "Why is Lu Miao's room surrounded by a confinement formation?" Xingye replied, "Because someone wants to harm her, and they're deliberately dragging us two in with her. If anything goes wrong, we're probably all gonna die together." Shang Yue, losing her composure again, burst into tears. Xingye comforted her by saying that he would save her from death. Xingye swiped through the screen. The system found a rejuvenating revival pill, pressed buy, and the system required him to reach the Golden Core realm before he could buy it. This made Xingye's face change. His attitude became extremely unpleasant. Now, even buying stuff has a level requirement. The system retorted just as sharply, "It's always been there. It's just that you've never bought anything before, so you haven't caught up." Because if low-level people could buy valuable items, who would bother earning creation points? Xingye's face went blank. What a scam. Well, since he couldn't buy the good stuff, Xingye had to buy a low-level pill, worth more than nothing. After the system reported a successful purchase and lightning-fast shipping, Xingye immediately shoved the pill into Lu Miao's mouth. Her body twitched slightly, and Shang Ye, watching, exclaimed, "It looks like the medicine is working. She's probably about to wake up." but Xingye said that the pill wasn't strong enough, so it might just put her in a deeper coma. Taking this opportunity, Shangye asked Lu Miao if she knew who wanted to harm her. Unlike Shangyu, Xingye went over and shook Lu Miao's shoulders, saying, "Hall Master Lu, quickly give me your identity jade pendant so I can join the sect." Shangyu was stunned by Xingye's attitude. After a while, Xingye finally got the jade pendant. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. "Thank goodness I made it in time." Zhang Yue screamed when Lu Miao fainted, blaming Xingye for taking her jade pendant, making the situation even worse. At this time, the system announced an addition of 2 points. The system asked what benefit there would be to take the identity. At this time, Xingye thought to himself, "If I save her now, I'm afraid I'll offend that big shot, so earning points will be meaningless. Besides, I'm not losing out on anything in my quest list." Xingye's quest list was to become a Joyous Union sect disciple for 2,000 points. Leaving the system speechless, Shangyu blamed herself again. "Xingye Dayu, this is my mess, and now you're involved." Xingye was already tired of it because Shangyu kept bringing it up, telling her to relax and that everything would be alright. Shangyu was convinced that once her identity was revealed and she was taken back, they wouldn't have a chance to see each other again. Shangyu hugged Xingye, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy, with worries about not keeping her promise to the Heart Devil. Right in the middle of that touching moment, thump, Shangyu passed out on Xingye's shoulder. Turns out, Xingye knocked her unconscious. Don't overthink it. Sleep tight, princess. After putting the two of them to bed, Xingye took out the soul retrieval tree and started using it. The system asked if he was planning to summon a soul to ask for help. Xingye said, "That's right." The system asked again, since he's not familiar with this place, "Aren't you afraid he'll be discovered by the person behind this?" Xingye released his soul. Xingye answered, "I'll just go outside to find a place with no signal shielding, and then I'll call for reinforcements." Suddenly, something whooshed past his face, confusing Xingye. But strangely, it still managed to injure him, he thought to himself. Even in this state, I can't avoid getting hurt. The system found it strange too, since it couldn't detect anyone else's presence in the room. Xingye glanced around, and suddenly, a rank 4 Heart Devil lunged at him. This was the Heart Devil of Head Manager Lu. This Heart Devil was super aggressive, constantly trying to attack Xingye. The system updated its description to state that it only described normal situations, because the host's spirit entering the sacrificial blood orb was an anomaly. However, it never expected that Xingye would come in contact with a genuine Heart Devil. Xingye really couldn't understand why the Heart Devil wanted to attack him, the system explained. Since Heart Devils also fall under the category of yin and demonic beings, the aura emanating from them is like a super tonic. "Maybe she's trying to absorb you," he asked in confusion. "Absorb me how?" Before he could react, the Heart Devil opened her mouth wide and devoured Xingye's soul. In that instant, everything went dark. His body below ground suddenly woke up. He had only released his soul for a moment, and it had already been swallowed by that Heart Devil. How was he supposed to call for reinforcements now? The Heart Devil instantly revealed her true form. Seeing her, Xingye wondered, "Why can I see her when I'm not in soul form or using appraisal?" The system said, "It's because she swallowed you." Now the sacrificial blood soul has your soul attribute, so you can see her. Either way, Xingye felt like he couldn't do anything. What could he possibly do against a Heart Devil? The Heart Devil circled around, even smacking her boobs in his face and hopping around. Xingye didn't understand what she wanted. Suddenly, the Heart Devil spoke, "Why can't I get through?" Nai Xingye innocently said, "You can talk," making the Heart Devil stunned, because he can see her. But then the Heart Devil smiled wickedly. How could I miss out on something this interesting? She hadn't even savored all the delicious things in the world. Once again, the Heart Devil opened her mouth as wide as a house to swallow Xingye's body whole. Xinglin waved her hand, and her magic quickly suppressed the Heart Devil. How is this possible? The Heart Devil fell, her strength waning. Xinglin walked toward the fallen Heart Devil and said, "Don't think that swallowing a small amount of my soul will let your soul form swallow me too," the Heart Devil asked with clear contempt. "You're clearly only at Foundation Establishment." Xinglin began to break through her thoughts. "There's something you don't understand. You are the Heart Devil of a nascent soul cultivator. But that doesn't mean you have nascent soul level strength, and Heart Devils can't directly fight. It's normal for you to misjudge your own strength." The inner demon got all riled up and was like, "So you fought my kind before?" Xinglin nonchalantly replied, "Nope, you're my first." That answer totally stunned the inner demon, leaving it dumbfounded. From the moment I saw you, my accumulated points haven't increased at all, so that proves you don't threaten me. Remembering the battle just now, the inner demon, with a savage tone, was preparing to attack Singlin again. But as it rushed closer, she spoke up. Wait, it was burning up, letting out miserable screams. At this moment, the system prompted, host can directly absorb her using the yin-shattering pearl. But Singlin just said, let her live, I'll use it later. What? The system didn't understand her thought process at all and realized it had made a serious mistake. I'll explain it to you. First, help me break this seal on her space object. Something red was poking up over the roof. It's Xingye, he said. Don't meet any more demons, the system reassured. You don't need to worry, inner demons aren't that common. Moreover, formed inner demons can't act outside of the cultivator, they parasitize. Well, that puts my heart at ease. With that, he soared into the sky, standing in the open space above. You can rest assured, he said. Okay, there won't be signal jamming here. Xingye opened the system panel. Dao Lord Lu is in mortal danger at the Heavenly Palace Enforcement Hall. Come to the rescue, as his hand pressed accept. Setting the condition of a 5 kilometers radius, the system notification blared out. Host has a powerful aura locked onto you. Hearing that, Xingye quickly vanished in a flash. Another blue aura appeared. It was the sect leader of the Joyful Union sect, Luo Shenge. Nascent soul, late stage. Strange, I clearly sensed a wicked aura appearing here. She held the token in her hand. Sensing something, Singlin was sleeping without any clothes on. There was movement. From within space. Formation Hall Master Sun Sighting, Nascent Soul Early Stage, appeared from within space, rushing over in a flurry. What happened to Dao Lord Lu, who sent that voice transmission? Singlin replied concisely, it was me. The notification popped up, creation star value plus 369. Sighting rushed over only to find that there was a formation separating the two of them, preventing her from entering, and preventing the person inside from getting out. Sighting asked, what does this mean? Xinglin spoke up. This junior used a boundary object within the formation, plus the high grade of Dao Lord Lu, set up a small defensive formation. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break it in less than half an hour. Sighting anxiously urged, why did you set up a formation? Open the door quickly. At this time, Xinglin realized something and showed her cards. Although I sent the message, the first person to rush over definitely wouldn't be coming to help, but to take Dao Lord Lu's life. The notification popped up again, creation star value plus 323. Sighting's face darkened. Junior, don't speak nonsense. Singlin turned to look at Dao Lord Lu, who was lying motionless on the bed, and analyzed the situation. There are 2 people who want to kill Dao Lord Lu. They definitely won't be too far from this place, otherwise they couldn't grasp the opportunity. Opening the siege formation, the second is that there is a change in the plan. She must be the first to appear. Erase the traces of the predicament formation, and conveniently eliminate the 2 people who know about it. The notification continued to increase. Creation star value plus 472. Sighting's hand was forced, and her eyes could no longer hide her thoughts. Junior, who are you? She smiled gently and replied, I am the maid that Dao Lord Lu just hired. At the same time, Shenge also flew over. What's wrong? What happened to Lu Miao? Seeing her, Sighting spoke up to greet the sect leader. Xinglin was still wondering, and turned to ask, is the inner demon sect leader this Dao Lord Lu? The inner demon was surprised when she asked, this little one can actually transmit divine sense to me. How can that be done? There was Sighting's voice saying, sect leader, this maid is unfathomable. The inner demon was still fiercely showing face. Damn Lu Miao, I wouldn't tell you the truth when I am free. Xinglin's voice said, sect leader is not you. It's best to think carefully before answering. If something happens to Dao Lord Lu, I will immediately swallow you and make you disappear forever. The inner demon angrily threatened her. On this side, only heard Xinglin explain, the sect leader is the person closest in relationship to the Lu Miao sect. Si Ting urgently accused Xing Yi to Shenge. Lord Lu's fate is uncertain, yet she used a formation to prevent me from saving him. Her heart is filled with murderous intent. You can't trust anyone in the sect with these self-proclaimed clever juniors. Anyone with the surname Lu must die. Xing Ye finally deactivated the formation and invited Shenge, sect leader, please come in. With the formation open, Shenge immediately went to the bed where Lu Miao was lying, with Si Ting following closely behind. Suddenly, Si Ting froze in shock, and Xing Ye gave her a bright smile, saying softly, you're not allowed in. You, Si Ting, were annoyed but helpless. The notification board updated. Creation value increased by 266. Shenge placed her hand on Lu Miao and instructed Hallmaster Sun, guard the room outside. Don't let anyone else disturb us. Si Ting obediently went outside to guard, but her heart was still resentful. Xingye, right? I'll remember this. Xingye nonchalantly replied, "Welcome to come again." She slammed the door shut as she left. Xingye turned around to see Shengge channeling energy to heal Lu Miao. She hesitantly said, "Sect leader, Lord Lu," Shengge interrupted. "The meridians are misaligned, and spiritual energy is in chaos. But fortunately, there is no damage to the foundation. Moreover, with timely treatment, it should be possible to recover in less than half a month." Hearing this, Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's good then." Shengyi said, "I overheard your conversation with Hallmaster Sun." Xingyi was startled. "You heard everything?" "As a mere servant, you directly offended Hallmaster Sun of Yuanying's stage. Don't you think you're living too long?" "Wasn't it all for earning points?" Xingye scratched her head awkwardly. "Sect leader, she wants to plot against the sect. If you deal with her, won't we be safe?" "Shengye, her motives aren't as simple as you think." She continued, "This sect leader likes your personality very much. To be honest, if you stay with Miao Miao, she'll have a hard time protecting you. Why not be my servant instead?" Xingye tried to tempt Xingye with both promises and benefits. "How about it? I'll double Miao Miao's benefits for you." Xingyi bowed her head and honestly said, "Sect leader, please forgive this servant for not being able to agree." "Oh, why?" Shengge asked. She held up the jade token in her hand and said seriously, "This jade token was carved for me by Lord Lu at the cost of her spiritual power. A servant should serve by the master's side, use their brains to devise plans for the master, use their strength to shield the master from danger, and even sacrifice themselves for the master when necessary. To be determined to hide behind the master and let the master shield from wind and rain, that is not a qualified servant but a pet. If things are always safe, how can I earn natural creation value?" Shengji's face flushed with a charming shyness, making her look even more beautiful. "Oh dear, Miao Miao is done for, although I'm just probing a little. This girl's answer is making my face flush and my heart pound. What is going on?" Shengji's face turned completely red, putting on an extremely cute appearance, saying something that made people really want to dig up Miao Miao's wall. At this time, Miao Miao had woken up after Shengge transmitted energy to her, and said upon hearing this, "No way." Lan Yu also vaguely woke up. "What happened? How did I fall asleep?" Seeing Lan Yue, Miao Miao said, "If you want this person, you can have them." But Shengge refused outright. "No need. Too dumb." She gaped. "Do you have to insult me so much?" Si Ting used magic to teleport to a place. As she approached, a voice asked her, "How did it go? Did you eliminate that Lu bastard?" Ziyuan turned his treacherous face and called out, "Hallmaster Sun." Si Ting resentfully replied, "My plan was messed up by a bitch." "How could that be?" "As long as the information that she has a inner demon is true, even if I lead with the demonic fragrance that this old man discovered from an ancient secret realm, I can make her directly enter a state of chi deviation." Si Ting frowned uncomfortably and said, "She did enter chi deviation, but that servant girl used some unknown methods to break the formation that blocked the transmission of sound and sent it to the sect leader." He reminded, "Then that's not this old man's problem, Hallmaster Sun. Remember to bring the supreme-grade cauldron that you promised this old man earlier." Si Ting said, "Hiding here isn't the solution," Ziyuan coldly asked, back when he heard this. "What? You want to kill me to silence me?" He brought up the past again. "Don't forget who set up the teleportation formation for the raid on Fengsheng sect and Qingyun sect back then." Hearing this, she became uncomfortably sharp. "You promised me that your plan would be perfect, but it not only killed Chu Shuiyin and O Yangguai, but even you are being wanted." Boom. The situation between the two's conversation became even more tense, and Jiwan said coldly, "Isn't it all because a foundation establishment cultivator from the Qingshuan sect is stirring things up?" Si Ting scoffed, crossing her arms. Upon hearing him say that, "Originally, I didn't believe you when you said a foundation establishment cultivator could interfere in a nascent soul-level battle. But this time, my plan was also ruined by a foundation establishment cultivator." Ziyuan, Si Ting asked about something else. "What about the other thing I asked you to investigate? Has Devour Village been massacred?" "Nope, still fine." Ziyuan's expression changed, and he angrily said, "Damn it! Those bandits dare to take my benefits and not do the job." Si Ting asked him, confused, "Why make things difficult for a mortal village? This is just the first step. First ruin that Xingye's reputation so I can carry out my next plans." Si Ting then remembered what happened today and said, "Xingye, right? The maid who bothered me today also has this surname. Called Xinglin or something." Ji Yuan paused when he heard her say that, and he handed her a piece of paper, telling her, "What does she look like?" Did you imprint it with your divine sense? Xinglin's image was printed on the paper. Ji Yuan immediately recognized her. She came looking for me. Saiting asked again, how do you know? Can just a foundation establishment cultivator scare you like this? Ji Yuan's face paled, revealing a bit of apprehension, and said, she's not foundation establishment. Ouyang was killed by her. What? Saiting reacted strongly when she heard him say that. Saiting started snapping. She killed him. Are you kidding me? Ouyang poison skills are divine. Even a nascent soul cultivator in the mid to late stage might not be his match. Ji Yuan recalled the scene at the time and recounted, from the state I saw him in, he was assassinated before he could even react. And he chased out of the formation after a chick named Xinglin. Saiting was a little doubtful about whether Ouyang had been killed by Xinglin, she said. This time, she also used some unknown method to break my sound isolation formation. But I absolutely don't believe you when you say she can assassinate Ouyang. Ji Yuan looked at the picture of Xinglin with a worried expression. Of course, it's also possible that a great power assisted her during her pursuit, but just relying on her foundation establishment strength to make Ouyang chase her so far is not simple. Saiting asked his opinion. You suspect she came to the Joyful Union sect to find you, Ji Yuan said. Otherwise, why else? Her aunt is a Qingxuan sect genius. Why would she deliberately run to this place to be a maid? His expression darkened. Weren't you just in contact with her? Why didn't her words and actions show the respect that a foundation establishment cultivator should have for a nascent soul cultivator? Saiting recalled when Xinglin blocked her earlier. You can't go in, she's so damn annoying, not to mention being afraid of me. I feel like she's deliberately trying to make me uncomfortable. Then there's no mistake. He looked at the picture, affirming something. Saiting suddenly turned and blamed Ji Yuan. She's here because of you. You have to take responsibility. If she goes over to the sect leader in the Lu side, wouldn't my plan that I've been plotting for so many years be ruined? He burned the picture of Xinglin, saying with a sinister look, don't worry, just use the method I told you about. Not only can we eliminate her, but we can also solve all the obstacles in front of us. It hasn't come to that yet, Saiting said, with a look of reluctance to kill. The picture of Xinglin burned brightly. The urgent matter now is to investigate the origins of that Xinglin, to see if she's hiding her strength, or if there's a powerful figure behind her, or if it's all just a coincidence, she's just a lucky idiot. Scene changed to Miao's residence. Shenge asked, Miao, you said you didn't cultivate any cultivation technique, but still suddenly entered a state of qi deviation. Right, Lan Yu spoke up. The culprit has this kind of ability. Why also take advantage of the fact that I and Dao Xinglin are here to make Hallmaster Lu suffer qi deviation alone in the Kun formation? Wouldn't it be better? Shenge seemed to have noticed something. Her lips curved up, and she said with a smile, under normal circumstances, there will be many disciples and stewards in the enforcement hall, regardless of the main hall or the side hall, but Miao is relatively shy and likes to dismiss irrelevant people during dual cultivation. But Miao thought, isn't that normal? Shenge immediately denied. No, this sect leader likes to call people to watch. Miao cursed her as soon as she heard this. You're a pervert. Shenge still had that perverted face and smiled and said, Miao, I still have some internal matters to deal with. Miao didn't bother to look at her. Go do your work, I'm fine now. Then she turned to instruct Xinglin a few things. You have to help this sect leader watch over Miao. Her temperament is too straightforward. You can guard against open attacks but can't avoid hidden arrows, Xinglin responded. The space opened again, and the two people turned to look at Miao. Miao said to them, then continue. I need to dual cultivate with you, to suppress my inner demons. Lan Yu frowned, refusing repeatedly. Hallmaster Lu, I can heal myself. Wak Xinglin slapped Lan Yu on the neck so she passed out. That's great. Miao, not understanding what she just did, asked, what are you doing? There are some things you shouldn't let my friend hear. Now there's no one making noise anymore, Xinglin chimed in. After the suggestion, Miao saw the scene before her and froze stiff as a board. Unable to utter a word, her inner demon appeared and hugged her from behind, Xinglin said. So, Hallmaster Lu, does that mean your inner demon is mine now? Miao was still out of it, dazed and confused. Wait, what's going on here? Xinglin telepathically spoke to the inner demon. Just like we discussed, cooperate well with me. That inner demon was also very good at cooperating with Xinglin. Hey there, Lu. Aren't we lucky? I can't believe I actually get to touch the legendary Saint Demonic Body. As he spoke, the inner demon pointed at Xinglin, Saint Demonic Body. What's that? It means that any inner demon can detach and parasitize on her. Like she already has over 50 inner demons on her right now. Hearing this shocking news, Meow Meow reacted strongly. What? Where? Xinglin pointed to herself and said, they're all around me, but Hallmaster Lee, you don't have this type of body, so you can only see your own inner demon. Xinglin started acting. You talk like you actually have tons of inner demons inside you. Go away, little six, don't hang around in front of me. What, you guys said you want to throw a welcome party for the new guy? She was acting so realistically, without a single slip-up. Okay, whoever wants to join the program, sign up here, one person at a time, or it'll be too chaotic and I won't be able to hear clearly. Seeing this, Meow Meow completely bought it. So you're actually getting along with a bunch of inner demons like that. Meow's inner demon immediately chimed in. That's because the Saint Demonic body can not only provide a never-ending stream of negative energy for parasitic inner demons, but is also destined to die tragically at the age of 21, right? A thoughtful look flashed across Meow Meow's eyes. Xinglin was still trying hard to put on a good act. Yeah, they eat well and sleep well in my place, and when I turn 21, they'll be free, so there's no need for them to fight each other over how to kill me off. This inner demon of mine initially wanted to bother me so I would die quickly, and then got beaten into this state by the other inner demons who were used to my place. Xinglin pointed at the inner demon as she spoke. Meow Meow asked, how old are you this year? Hearing Xinglin say, turning a weird age, 3 months, Meow Meow was slightly shocked. Xinglin continued sadly, yeah, I only have 9 months left to live. She recounted, I'm an orphan, and since I can only live for 21 years anyway, I want to try my best to help cultivators troubled by inner demons get rid of them. But as the time of my death approaches, looking back at my short life, I feel very unwilling. I also want to be like other girls, join a sect I like, get to know like-minded teammates, hopefully be doted on by elders, and be cared for by senior brothers and sisters. Meow Meow asked her, so that's why you came to join our Joyous Union sect? Xinglin acted even more deeply. She said, yeah, I heard that this place is the sect that respects the wishes of female cultivators the most, so I thought that at least in my short time left, I could live for myself once. The inner demon standing beside her was speechless. Meow Meow began to sympathize, she said with pity. Don't worry, help me get rid of the inner demon, and this Hallmaster will owe you a great favor. Whatever wishes you have, I can fulfill them. Xinglin raised her hand to wipe away tears, even though she didn't shed a single drop. Thank you, Hallmaster Lu. I've just been waiting to hear you say that. The area around Meow Meow's waist suddenly became hot. Xinglin asked, what's wrong? She took out her token to check and announced that the sect leader said there was an urgent matter and told her to go to the Hall of Affairs at the Joyous Union sect, in the residence of an inner sect instructor. Feng Yu, a perfect core formation inner sect instructor, frowned and angrily cursed. Damn it, those two bitches demanded back the benefits they gave me, and they were directly taken as maidservants by that Lu bitch. This is not only a slap in my face, but also cuts off my path to wealth. She asked the maid standing behind her abruptly, how much did you receive this afternoon? Did it decrease? The maid softly replied. No one dared to refuse. HMPH. It seems like they know what's good for them. She then continued, her voice hesitant and unsure. But there are still 7 or 8 people who haven't finished dividing the spoils and are demanding to leave. Hearing this, Feng Yu's expression darkened immediately, and she scolded even louder. They're pushing it too far. The sound of a door opening and someone entering could be heard as they asked, Taoist Feng, what's got you so worked up? Feng Yue stood up to greet them. Greetings, Hallmaster's son. Si Ting waved her hand with a bright smile, saying, all right, we're all family here. No need to be so formal. Si Ting said, I've heard about your situation, and I'm here to vent some anger for Taoist Feng. She forced a smile and replied, No, it's all my maid's fault for being incompetent. Si Ting continued leisurely, No need to fear offending that Lu woman. She suffered chi deviation and went crazy, even though the sect leader saved her. Her power has been greatly damaged, and with her inner demon clinging to her, she can't improve her cultivation, so she can't recover to the nascent soul stage. Feng Yue was a little surprised to hear this. Is that so? Si Ting picked up a grape and popped it in her mouth, saying slowly, I've already contacted Spirit Medicine Hall, Treasure Tool Hall, and members of the Elder Council to jointly file a complaint. The Lu Council's rule states that the Hallmaster must have nascent soul cultivation, even if the sect leader protects her. That woman can't go against the sect rules. Si Ting bit into the grape, saying contentedly, so she's about to step down. Her expression was extremely smug. Without cultivation, without status, even King Yama can only lie on the ground and serve me. a fist slammed heavily on the table, filled with anger, and shouted, "How can this be?" Zing! He was so angry that his face darkened. "I haven't even started trouble for them hurting my people, and they're already getting uppity." Meow Meow spoke up. "They're accusing me, and with very valid reasons, according to sect rules. I really don't qualify to sit in this position anymore." Zing! He defended her. "Meow Meow, do you understand the situation? You've offended so many people during your time in office. Aren't you aware? Once you step down, it won't just be you. All your relatives will become targets for them to attack and take revenge on." Meow Meow hesitated slightly. "So I won't do as they wish, sect leader." In fact, Xinglin stood behind her and used sound transmission from the system panel, only for her to hear, "Sect leader Lu, I've temporarily removed your inner demon. Don't tell the sect leader. Meow." Meow was a little surprised that Xinglin could communicate this way. Divine sense transmission. Aren't you only at the foundation establishment stage? This wasn't important. Now Hallmaster Lu has a chance to fulfill my wish. I hope you can help. Over there, seeing he saw that she stopped talking in the middle and remained silent for a long time, so he asked, "What's wrong, Meow Meow?" Meow Meow said halfway, then turned to continue. "What I mean is, I ask the sect leader to convene the Elder Council tomorrow and formally accuse me, taking away my position as Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall." Hearing this, "Sing," he objected. "Step forward. What are you saying?" "Could it be?" Meow Meow pushed the book forward, saying, "The sect rules are like this. If the sect leader insists on protecting me against the rules, you'll fall into their trap." She continued to analyze. "Most of the Elder Council members support us. As long as we choose someone on our side to succeed me as Hallmaster, there won't be any problems." Meow Meow began to recount the past. The founding ancestor of the Joyful Union sect was an orphan, sold to Wind and Moon House. After becoming a great power, she wanted to help female cultivators in similar situations, so she established the Joyful Union sect. This place is called a sect, but it's more like a family, with a powerful combined strength that most other sects don't have. But in the past 10 years, the Joyful Union sect's ranking has been declining, and it has appeared with a different image. Some people feel that the Joyful Union sect is too conservative, so sooner or later, it will become a second-rate sect. Therefore, she relied on nurturing sacrificial female cultivators to exchange benefits with other sects or the royal family, which in a short period of time did strengthen the sect, but this also violated the original intention of the founding ancestor. These people call themselves reformers. Back then, the Alchemy Hall, Spirit Medicine Hall, Treasure Tool Hall, and members of the Elder Council also joined the Reform faction, but the sect leader, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Affairs Hall, and most of the Elder Council members continue to inherit the will of the founding ancestor and maintain stability. The strength of the two sides is equal, and the struggle has lasted for decades. But as the power of the Reform faction attracts more and more people, the Stability faction is weakening. Meow Meow walked in with Xinglin, saying, "The sect leader must be very angry. You have to give me an explanation." At this time, she was still thinking about using sound transmission to speak. "Why are you two talking through sound transmission?" Meow Meow asked. "What are you being so mysterious about? You told me to tell the truth to the sect leader, and also accuse me." Meow Meow tilted her head and continued. "I heard your inner demons say that our sect is experiencing factionalism." So Xingye, with a serious face, telepathically whispered to her, "The conference hall is bugged." Meow Meow rolled her eyes, still unconvinced. "No way. There's no eavesdropping formation that could slip past me and the sect leader." Ye got all serious. "I just realized something. No, it's not an eavesdropping formation. On the way here, I discovered a very strange place." Xingye pointed at Meow Meow, gesturing towards the lamps on the ceiling, then said, "Usually, the sect's lighting is made of night-luminescent pearls, but our sect actually uses small-scale, lightning-based formations powered by spirit stones like these. Isn't that a waste?" Meow Meow spoke up. "These were invented by the Weaponry Hall. They're much brighter than night-luminescent pearls, and they're only used to light important places in the sect." Xingyi noticed another thing. She said also, "Wasn't the conference hall originally painted red?" "Nah, Meow still didn't think it was a problem," she explained. "It was originally green. The year after, the sect renovated, and the Weaponry Hall wanted to change it to black, but the sect leader said black was too gloomy, so they changed it to red." "Why are you asking this?" Xingye finally realized, all spaced out. "It's the Weaponry Hall again. They're a sect affiliated with the Reformist faction, so I can roughly guess it." Meow Meow tilted her head, asking, "What are you talking about? Could you not be so mysterious?" Then, Xingye suggested to her, "Let's go to a place without these lights first, and then talk." One afternoon in the sect, They arrived at another room, closed the door, and Meow Meow said, "This is where the disciples live. They all use night luminescent pearls for lighting. If you don't explain clearly, this hall master will really get angry." Xingyi glanced around, then said with satisfaction, "Yeah, there's no problem here." At this time, Xingyi took the lantern in her hand and said, "This is the formation lamp of our sect. I just conveniently grabbed it from the wall, Hallmaster Lu. Try saying something." Meow Meow was stunned, "Huh? Can I say anything?" Xingyi replied, "Yes." She then said, "Ah." Next, Xingyi began to clarify everything. For Meow Meow, I will now reverse the formation within this lamp. She used magic on the lantern in her hand, and it immediately made a sound. "Hallmaster Lu, try saying something." "Ah, can I say anything?" Meow Meow was stunned at this moment, unable to speak. The lamp repeated exactly what the two of them had just said. Meow Meow asked anxiously, "What are you doing? Why can this paint repeat what we say?" Xingyi, holding the lamp in one hand and the red paint in the other, explained, "This is the principle of a tape recorder. This lightning formation can not only provide lighting, but also convert sound waves into signals on this paint material, forming a magnetic field, thereby recording the sound." She continued, "They originally wanted to use black, because the magnetic iron oxide of the magnetic field is black, but the sect leader didn't agree, so they retreated and used the iron oxide of red." Meow Meow was dazed, trying to understand what Xingyi was saying. Oxide of the same kind of iron, even if it contains a lot of iron oxide, no one would suspect. At this time, Meow Meow was about to break down. The more she listened, the less she understood. What was she talking about? "Is the generation gap between me and young people so wide?" Xingyi sympathized with her, saying, "It's okay if you don't understand." She continued seriously, "To sum up, the people of the reformist faction rely on this formation lamp, plus the red or black paint, to eavesdrop on the sect's affairs without being discovered." At this moment, Meow Meow was stunned. When she knew everything, her face turned pale. So, that's how it is. No wonder our important intelligence was leaked so many times. We thought there was an internal spy, scaring the members of the pro-stability faction, so they left the Heihuan sect. Xingyi sighed heavily. That's why knowledge is power. Such a small recording principle can cause people to suffer great losses. Meow Meow was still wondering. "But how did you know? I've never heard of this device." Xingyi smiled slyly, quickly making up a story. "The demonic heart number that specializes in refining weapons reminded me." So that's it. At this moment, Meow Meow thought that the demonic heart on her body was not a burden, but a motivation. Xingyi continued, "But do I want Hallmaster Lu to demand that the law enforcement Hallmaster resign? Is another plan?" Meow Meow didn't understand her intentions very well. Xingyi grinned, happily expressing, "I hope my 9-win sect life can be spent happily, so I will deal with all the people and things that make me unhappy." Xingyi scratched his head modestly. "But after all, I am only at the foundation establishment stage. The following plan still needs Hallmaster Lu's cooperation." Lu Miao asked seriously, "What to do?" She replied cautiously, "Tomorrow's sect conference, Hallmaster Lu must successfully accuse as the first step." Plan. Lang Yu was lying on the bed, vaguely waking up. She sat up, confused. "What's going on? Why am I lying on the bed? Is it dark already?" Lan Yue listened to the conversation outside. Lu Miao concluded, "That's it for today. I will come at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Xingyi replied, "Okay." She stepped into the room and was immediately surprised. "Huh, you're awake?" Lan Yue was lost in thought. "It seems I lost consciousness when I was about to offer myself." Xinglen was confused. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" Lan Yue's imagination ran wild. Could it be that Taoist Xinglin knocked me unconscious, then took on everything in my place? Xinglin collapsed onto the bed, sighing. So tired." She flopped onto the bed, pulling up the covers, muttering, "I can't believe I had to deal with a nascent soul-level guy as soon as I joined the sect. One speaks without thinking. The other hears with intention." Lan Yu covered her mouth, feeling even more convinced that what she thought was true. "Wah, Taoist Xinglin's suffering is all my fault. You're sacrificing yourself for someone like that? You want me to feel guilty? Do you want to die?" Xinglin had no idea about the storm brewing in the mind of her bunkmate, only thinking, using my brain too much, gotta replenish those brain cells with sleep ASAP. Lan Yu inquired, Is Hallmaster Lu all right now?" Xinglin didn't even bother to turn around, replying tiredly, "How could he be all right? Tomorrow's the real problem." Lan Yu felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Bewildered, "What? He's coming again tomorrow." Her hand clenched the blanket. Trembling, she resolved in her heart, "Don't worry, Taoist Xinglin. I definitely won't let you take my place tomorrow." The next day, Lan Yue stood outside the door, clasping her hands in a bow. "Hallmaster Lu." Lu Miao replied, "I told you. I'm here for Xinglin." Lan Yu started blustering. "Xinglin has explained the situation to me. She's feeling a little unwell, so you can leave everything to me from now on. Hallmaster Lu." Lu Miao frowned in speculation. "Can't take it. Is it because the heart demon holy body absorbed my heart demon and is having problems? Why is she pondering with her chin in her hand?" "So it seems like that. It still affects the body." Lang Yu misunderstood again, confused. "What are you guys doing?" Lu Miao turned to ask, "She said she's leaving it to you today, right?" Lan Yue stammered, Yes, don't worry. My abilities are no less than Taoist Xinglin's." Lu Miao observed the blushing and bashful girl before him, sighing in admiration. Such superb acting, so she was disguising herself as an innocent to lower people's guard. But in reality, her wit is no less than that of the crafty Xinglin. Lu Miao conceded, "If that's the case then follow me," Lan Yue obediently replied. Yes, recalling her studies from last night, she thought to herself, "I spent all night in my room cramming all the books related to dual cultivation. Even if it's just theoretical knowledge, it's definitely better than little sister Xinglin's." She walked for a while and noticed something was off. "Huh, where are we going?" Lu Miao replied. "The council hall. Didn't Xinglin tell you?" Lan Yu faltered. She said it. In her heart, she was screaming like crazy. TH. This is what the book said yesterday. "The implication is that the unexpected location will increase the stimulation and eroticism of dual cultivation." Lan Yu encouraged herself. "No problem. It's just not on the bed. It's not a big deal." Lu Miao reminded, "We're here." Inside, the place was packed. All the seats were taken, and some people even had to stand to the side. Lan Yue turned to stone. She broke out in a cold sweat, recalling, TH, this, I know this. Having people watching increases the feeling of excitement and pleasure. She cried and sighed. "A little is fine, but this is way too much. Starting with such a high difficulty, I can't do it." She remembered Xinglin collapsing on the bed yesterday, then gritted her teeth and motivated herself. "No, compared to the plight of Taoist Heart Demon, the humiliation and grievance I'm receiving are nothing." Luo Shenge sat in the main seat, calmly signaling. "All right, everyone's here. Let's begin." Lan Yu adjusted her hair a little, then cosplayed as a cute kitten, shyly lying on the table, beckoning, come on, until she opened her eyes and saw Lu Miao's face as black as the bottom of a pot and exclaimed in confusion. Miss Kitty woke up, stretching languidly, said, "Feeling refreshed. System, what time is it?" The system quickly said after hearing her question. 2:00. Hearing that, she got out of bed and replied, "Did I only sleep for a little while?" The system continued to say. It was 2 p.m. Upon hearing this, Dehua was so shocked she froze, only managing an before rushing out, yelling as she went, "Doesn't that mean I missed the sect assembly? Why didn't Hallmaster Lu call me?" Bursting into her room, she saw Lan Yu standing on a chair, about to off herself. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Dahua quickly approached, asking, "Lan Yu Daoyu, what are you doing?" Lan Yu looked at her, face ashen, and trembled. "I can't live in this world." Dahua was confused. The chair beneath Lan Yue was kicked aside by her. Leaving her dangling in midair, Dehua wasn't too panicked, casually watching her swing back and forth from the ceiling. "You're already Foundation establishment, so you can't die that easily, right?" Lan Yue, where did she even get that sword, started hacking at her own neck like crazy, but nothing stuck. She shouted, "How about this?" Seeing the scene, Dehua yelled helplessly, "Stop, are you serious? What the heck is going on?" After a while of struggling, they both sat down at the table, panting. Dehua spoke first. "So, you're saying you turned the sect assembly into a SHT show?" Lan Yu, hearing this, said, "Don't even talk about it. Just let me die. I don't want to live anymore." Dehua continued questioning, "What about Hallmaster Lu?" Lan Yu kept her face buried in the table, answering, "Probably off dealing with stuff." Dahua glanced at her, replying, "Did she get impeached successfully? Who's the new Hallmaster?" Only then did Lan Yu look up. "It seems like it's sun sighting." Dehua suddenly panicked, thinking of sun sighting, and cried out in annoyance, "Why her? Isn't she the Hallmaster of the Formation Hall?" Lan Yu replied, "Yeah, but the sect rules don't say a Hallmaster can't hold 2 positions." Dahua anxiously said, What's going on? Hallmaster Lu clearly said. Even if she got impeached, her successor would definitely be a member of the Stability faction. Lan Yai frowned, continuing. I'm not too sure either, but it seems some members who were originally on Hallmaster Lu's side flipped to the other faction, so they lost the vote. Dahua, with a headache, held her forehead. This is bad. Losing the numbers advantage in the Elders' Council and the voice of the Enforcement Hall. The Joyful Union sect is going to change. Lan Yue let out a sound. Ah! Suddenly, the door burst open. Feng Yu's servant girl walked in, gently saying, Xinglin Dao Yu, Lan Yue Dao Yu, you really are here. Lan Yue turned to her. Huh, aren't you Shiguan's maid? Dahua quickly added. What's wrong? Feng Yue's servant girl approached. Hurry, follow me. I'll take you out of the Joyful Union sect, Lan Yu exclaimed in confusion. Huh? The servant girl continued quickly. Several Joyful Union sect members jointly accused the former Enforcement Hall of serious fraud, and all the former Enforcement Hall members in the sect are now under house arrest, undergoing investigation. All task members have been urgently recalled. You guys can't stay if you don't leave now. Then all three rushed out quickly. Feng Yu's servant girl led the way, saying, This way. Lan Yue chased after her, shouting, Didn't we offend Examiner Feng? Why are you helping us? Hearing this, the servant girl turned her head, without much emotion. Where did you hear that? Feng Jiaoxi was helping Hallmaster Lu screen suitable maids, and let me ask for bribes for that amount of money. We eventually paid it all back. Before Hallmaster Lu was put under control, she specifically instructed Jiaoxi to take you out. Dahua, running behind, said nothing, reaching out to open the system. Dahua asked Shinmo via telepathy. Is she telling the truth? Shinmo quickly replied. She's farting. She continued saying, That Feng is a hunting dog of the Reform faction, wanting to sell new disciple spots, but the amount of money is not very much, and no one complained, and Lu Miao has never even looked at her. Hearing this, Dahua understood the problem, and replied, Okay, I know. Shinmo smiled and continued. Let's discuss something. In this special space, although I won't dissipate, I'm always very hungry. Can you let me go back to Lu Miao's side? Anyway, you're not leaving the Joyful Union sect. Hearing this, Dahua replied, Then give me back the yin-essenced chi you ate. Shinmo froze for a moment, then stuttered, This, how can I return it? Dahua continued. Otherwise, honestly, work here, compensate me. Shinmo replied, Work. Before Shinmo could finish, Dahua interrupted, Don't talk to me, I need to think. Dahua looked at the servant girl's back, thinking, Why is she lying? She frowned, pondering, If I really offended Feng, and she wanted revenge on me, then there's no need to take me away. Just with the title of former Hallmaster's maid, she could easily find a reason to kill me in the sect. Lan Yu turned to the servant girl, asking, Where is Hallmaster Lu? The servant girl replied, I heard she's also under house arrest. The sect leader wanted to protect her, but was stopped by the Great Elder. The maid turned her face forward and continued. Back then, Hallmaster Lu was the #1 expert of the sect. It's a pity that because of demonic affliction, his cultivation hasn't improved. On the contrary, it backfired. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. As the three were walking, a person in black stood in front of them and said, Halt, you three. Her face was cold as she continued. The Elder Council has ordered that no member of the Law Enforcement Hall is allowed to leave without permission. Lu Miao's demonic affliction crossed his arms and spoke. Unexpectedly, they actually sent Shadow Guards, the unit directly under the Elder Council. The former members of the Law Enforcement Hall are in a dire situation. If you fall into their hands, you'll be skinned alive, even if you don't die. Xinglin stared as Feng Yue's maid presented a letter to the Shadow Guard, Senior. We are carrying out a special mission. This is the credentials. At the same time, she thought, directly under the Elder Council. Xinglin pressed the command button on the system and smugly said, Well, this is going to be easy. The system notification then sounded. Creation points +5 to 6. The Shadow Guard suddenly felt something hot. Lan Yue looked at Xinglin, who was slowly moving forward, confused. The Shadow Guard held the token in her hand and asked the maid, The people behind you are Xinglin and Lan Yue. The maid replied, That's right. Bop, Xinglin struck the back of the maid's head hard. Feng Yue's pitiful maid fell face first to the ground. Seeing this, Lan Yu panicked and shouted, Fellow Taoist Xinglin, what are you doing? She casually brushed past the Shadow Guard and said, This is part of the plan. Got it. Leaving Lan Yue dumbfounded. She was even more stunned by the way Xing Lin ordered the shadow guard. I will requisition your clothes. This is part of the plan. The shadow guard immediately took off her cloak. In the sky above, the two crossed the mountains and forests, and Lan Yue spoke up into the wind. Fellow Taoist Xing Lin, do you know that senior? Xing Lin flew ahead and replied nonchalantly. Don't know her at all. She was shocked. Then why did she obey your orders? She succinctly repeated, because this is part of the plan. This made Lan Yue frustrated. What exactly is this so-called plan? Lan Yu's questions didn't stop there. And why did you knock that maid unconscious? Wasn't she here to help us? Xing Lin didn't turn her head back and sighed. I can't trust her, and neither can you, Taoist Lan Yue. Don't believe what others say. After that, they soon flew until it was dark. Xing Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, this outfit is very useful. We actually made it out of the territory of the Joyous Union sect without anyone checking. She turned to look at Lan Yue. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first. Lan Yu nodded. Suddenly, a surge of magic surrounded the two. Xing Lin only had time to shout, Be careful, just as she kicked Lan Yue, helping her escape. Lan Yue felt confused in mid-air. She hardly opened her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xing Lin. A magic hand grabbed her, tightening its grip and causing Lan Yu to scream. Ouch, ouch! Feng Yue appeared with a burst of aura, coldly snorting. I underestimated you. You were actually able to transmit a message to the Shadow Guard. Falsifying it as the Great Elder, I had to spend a lot of effort. Lan Yu explained, in a panic. Could it be that Senior has mistaken us for someone else? We don't know, Senior. Hearing this, Feng Yu tightened the magic hand. She used her hand to lift Lan Yu's chin and smiled without smiling. You two have played immoral tricks on this old woman before. When you took advantage and took away a lot of good things, you didn't treat me as a senior, did you? Lan Yu was shocked. What? You are Feng, the examiner of the Joyous Union sect? The hand holding Lan Yu tightened even more. Feng Yu coldly observed and raised her voice. Quickly tell me the method of faking the sound transmission, and then I can give you a quick death. A ray of light flashed, flying through the air. Feng Yu easily caught it with a wave of her hand. She looked at the object in her hand, thinking to herself, this is hair. It actually carries such a strong sword aura. This is not inferior to a profound grade flying sword, easy to destroy it. She disdainfully commented, but it's just child's play. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of energy swept past. Her face instantly darkened with rage. What? This energy. In the blink of an eye, the magical hand was dispelled, and Lan Yu fell straight into someone's arms. Xing Lin calmly asked, Are you all right, Taoist friend Lan Yue? She was shocked seeing his bald head. Taoist friend Xing Lin, your hair. A formation circle above their heads cut off the conversation. Feng Yue went berserk and cast a spell, grinding her teeth. You bastards. I'll kill you. A giant Joyous Union palm appeared in midair, as if trying to crush them. Xing Lin's figure quickly moved around to dodge. Feng Ye still attacked madly, blood shield technique. Let's see how long you can maintain it, huh? Xing Lin was protecting Lan Yu while escaping, looking a bit troubled. Damn it, this won't do. If this keeps up, I'll get hit and die. But once this princess starts attacking, she won't stop. In this critical moment, Xing Lin came up with the plan. Lan Yue, when I count to 1, you use your strongest sword technique on me to attack that woman. Okay. She widened her eyes. What? Use it on you. Feng Yu's attacks behind them grew fiercer, and she smiled evilly. Increased speed. You're just burning your essence blood faster. Then she sneered loudly. Useless. Even if a puny foundation establishment burns their essence blood, they can't escape my spiritual sense lock. Suddenly, Xing Lin sharply turned back around. She shouted, 3. Feng Yue, still oblivious, laughed gleefully. Court death. She charged forward with her attack ready so they dare to actively close the distance. Let's see how you escape this time. Xing Lin hurriedly opened the system panel with one hand while counting 2. Her eyes lit up as the Divine Remnant art was activated. Decisively pressing the send button, Xing Lin finished counting 1. Feng Yu's power instantly dissipated. She groaned in pain. Lan Yue followed instructions and unleashed a sword chi tearing the heavens attack directly at Xing Lin. Thanks to the force of that attack, she used her shiny head to fiercely strike Feng Yu's abdomen. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Lan Yu landed on the ground, then looked up at the situation above with concern. I've really exhausted all my spiritual power, Taoist friend Xing Lin. What happened? Suddenly, Feng Yu's dantian shone brightly. and a wave of protective spiritual power sent Xinglin flying back. Lan Yue barely managed to catch her, almost falling to the ground. Although Feng Yu was protected, she still suffered a lot of pain, so she was extremely angry. Luckily, this old lady still has the Xuanling barrier of Earth grade that automatically activates. What tricks did she use to bypass my spiritual defense, directly attacking my sea of consciousness, causing me to be unable to mobilize my spiritual power, almost falling into the hands of these two Foundation establishment punks? Lan Yu supported Xinglin, shocked to see her land opposite them. Feng Yue actually said, "Don't worry, our situations are the same now. I can't mobilize my spiritual power, and your spiritual power is exhausted." She cracked her knuckles with a snap, fiercely stepping forward. "Therefore, let's have a battle of raw physical strength. When your companion wakes up, let her be amazed by your tattered corpses." Lan Yue quickly threw something out. "No need." Feng Yu didn't even bother looking at it, laughing disdainfully. "Stop pretending. You basically have no spiritual power to control a magic tool anymore." Boom! A loud explosion created a significant aftershock. Feng Yue angrily blocked the attack and cursed. "Damn it, she's crazy. This crazy woman actually self-destructed a magic treasure. The power is probably no less than an early Earth grade." Not letting her catch a break, another magic treasure came hurtling towards her, scaring her eyes wide. What the heck? Another deafening explosion rang out, cracking Feng Yu's defense shield a little. She was suspicious. Another Earth grade item? Seriously. Feng Yu was pumped, laughing maniacally. "This is getting interesting. Keep it coming. Let this old lady see how many Earth grade magical items you can afford to blow up." As soon as she finished speaking, over a dozen magical treasures. Even Feng Yu had to scream, "How much freaking money is this? Why not just sell them?" This time the explosion was even louder, the flames even more intense than before. Time passed, and Xinglin was slowly waking up. She was startled to see the pitch-black figure lying on the ground, and she cried out in anguish, "Lan Yue, what happened here?" Lan Yu, who was actually sitting outside the door, quickly spoke up, "Hey, I'm over here." She immediately asked, "Is that the instructor? Why does she look like a ghost?" Lan Yue stuttered a bit. "Xinglin, she got hit by over 10 Earth grade magic treasures." Lan Yue happily laughed. "Really? Good thing. Dao's friend Xinglin was here. Your divine sense attack stopped her from using her magic to defend herself." She quickly interjected, "What abilities? Your gold element control is also really strong." In her heart, she was freaking out. How rich is this girl? 10 Earth grade items. My master can only use a high grade mysterious item. The image of her master crying appeared. "Sect leader, don't take away my bonus." Whoosh! A bucket of water was dumped straight onto the person on the ground. She was splashed awake. Immediately after, Xinglin walked closer, smiling unkindly, and asked, "Can you talk now? I have something I need to ask you." Feng Yi, shocked by the cold water, woke up, forcing herself up in pain and anger, saying, "I am a cultivator of the Joyous Union sect." "How dare you?" Lan Yue stood guard outside the cave. Dahua, hearing Feng Yi weaken, suddenly shoved something into her mouth. It's good that she can talk now. Feng Yi choked after being force-fed something strange, wanting to resist but helpless, too weak to do anything. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you give me?" Dahua sternly, her eyes sharp, without hesitation. "I'm asking, why did you attack us?" Even though she was miserably defeated, blackened, Feng Yi still had a sneering look on her face, teasingly answering, "Does an elephant need a reason to step on an ant?" Suddenly, as if drunk, Feng Yi's mouth continued to speak, no matter how much she tried to stop it. "You want to take my benefits and face what? My mouth is out of control." Dahua's eyes were filled with murderous intent, wanting to send Feng Yi to meet her ancestors. But she held back, continuing, "Just for this kind of small thing, you chased us so far to kill us." Feng Yi wrinkled, trying to cover her mouth to stop herself from talking nonsense. But she couldn't. "It was Sect Leader Sun's order to eliminate you." "Damn it! Stop it now!" Dahua recalled the words from Feng Yi's maid, suspiciously asking, "Then why did you let your maid put on an act to save us? Wouldn't it have been better to just directly attack?" Feng Yi trembled, covering her mouth, trying to use her weak strength to resist, but it was impossible. "It was Sect Leader Sun's order," she said. "If you agree to leave the Joyous Union sect with the maid, she would lead you to a designated location to eliminate you. If you don't agree to leave, I would never act." The more she asked, the more confused she became. She stared blankly at Feng Yi. "Huh? Why didn't I know? She didn't tell me." Dahua pondered a bit, sighing. "This is a little interesting. Damn it, the vitality in my body is decreasing. What kind of evil art did you use? Leaving Feng Yi's questions and pleas in her weak and crumbling body, she calmly turned and left towards the cave entrance. Lan Yue, not going back to the Joyous Union sect. What are you planning? Turn around. Where are you going? Lan Yue turned to look at Dahua, leisurely saying, I heard that the Qingyun sect is recruiting new disciples. Want to go together? Hearing Lan Yu's suggestion, Dahua felt a bit interested. Qingyun sect? Could work, but I want to take care of some things. First, we'll meet up at Qingyun sect later. Lan Yu wondered, take care of what? Can I come along? Sure. As if flipping a switch, Dahua's face turned somber, her brow furrowing with a touch of melancholy. It's almost the death anniversary of my parents and brother, and I want to go back home and pay my respects. Lan Yue's face fell, and she started sweating. Clearly, she thought she'd stepped into something she shouldn't have. She stammered, right, then I'll wait for you at Qingyun sect. Dahua swiftly activated her Yufeng movement technique, while Lan Yue hopped on her sword and zoomed off. See you at Qingyun sect then. 15 minutes later, Dahua was back, landing right in front of the cave she just left. The system interface popped up, asking, why did the host do a whole roundabout trip just to come back here? It wasn't just to trick the princess, was it, in this situation? I can't bring her back to Hehuan sect. Inside, Feng Yi was crawling, using her last bit of strength to moan. Help me, save me. No wonder she's a perfected golden core, able to resist the ancient incantation for so long. She seemed to have been pushed into a corner and was exhausted. She no longer held the arrogance she had at the beginning. Save me, I'll do anything. Her body was so drained that she was on the verge of her soul fading away. Feng Yi rasped, save me, I'll do anything. Dahua looked at Feng Ye. Without an ounce of wavering or pity, she just casually asked, System, do you have any techniques to control others? The trading hall has dozens, but the most suitable for the host is the slave seal technique. The system explained further, planting a slave mark in the opponent's sea of consciousness will cause it to collapse with just a thought from you. You can also monitor the slave mark to know what they're hearing. The prerequisite is that the opponent's sea of consciousness is completely unguarded. Otherwise, even the slightest resistance will cause the mark to fail. Dehua gave a sly grin and pressed Feng Ye's head. Alright, let's use this. In a gloomy mist-shrouded moondao, the red shadow of Lin Jiyuan appeared. His face changed, panic-stricken. What, you've already eliminated Xinglin? Sunsighting replied calmly. We don't know yet, but my men have already gone after her. What realm is she at? A perfected golden core. Lin Jiyuan raised his eyebrows. Oh, the last time I went after her, she was still a nascent soul. Sunsighting's eyes turned cold. I sent someone to scout a while ago, and they said it was very dangerous in the sect, so I wanted to lead her to escape. Remembering Dahua's imposing demeanor, if she's really looking for someone, like you said, she definitely wouldn't agree. After all, she hasn't achieved her goals yet. Besides, if she's really that strong, no one in the sect can threaten her. A flash of panic appeared in Lin Jiyuan's eyes. Then his expression turned serious. With a hint of gloom, she agreed to the escape plan very readily, and even ignored the person I sent to scout. Lin Jiyuan asked Sunsighting with a bit of doubt. So, is she pretending to escape? Then secretly hiding, she also had some doubts in her mind. I think so too. So I sent that golden core cultivator to find her. If we can't find her, then we have to be vigilant. That feeling of trepidation was then quelled somewhat, but she quickly found her, and just sent a sound transmission to me saying that she had discovered the target's whereabouts, and had already fled the area under the control of the He Huan sect. The old man continued to be skeptical, so she really wants to escape, Sunsighting added. That's right. It seems you made a mistake somewhere. Wu Yang's death has nothing to do with her. Hearing her say that, Lin Ziyuan felt a little more at ease. I hope so. I hope your subordinates can eliminate her. Suddenly, something on Sunsighting's body became hot. She picked up the communication device, a little happy, haha. As soon as you said that, she sent a message back. The communication device made a sound. Hallmaster Sun. Mission failed. That Xinglin is a top expert hiding her strength. Sunsighting panicked, his expression a little worried, and loudly addressed the communication device. What's wrong? Where are you? The communication device suddenly disconnected, making Sunsighting even more frightened, and his face darkened. Beep, beep, the sound transmission signal is interrupted. The old man gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Sure enough, I knew this was a case of alerting the snake in the grass. She suspiciously picked up the communication device and looked at it. If she can send a sound transmission to me, she should be temporarily safe. The most important thing is to find her first and ask what happened. On the other side, Feng Ye was respectfully talking to Dahua. This, Master, I didn't say everything you told me to say. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, huh? What goal? Dahua glanced over with a deep voice, making Feng Ye feel frightened and servile. Things that shouldn't be asked should be asked less. Yes, the system interface reappeared, asking Dahua with some doubt, "Host, how did you become a top expert?" You're asking me, who am I asking? Dahua looked with a pensive look. I saw that she was a nascent soul stage cultivator, and that she was beating around the bush to deal with my foundation establishment stage cultivation, so I probed her a bit. I didn't expect that I guessed right. Hearing this, the system wondered, "How do you know you guessed right?" She glanced briefly at Feng Ye, who was standing blankly behind her, and then continued to stare intently at the system. If a perfected golden core stage cultivator said that a foundation establishment stage cultivator was a peerless expert, how would you respond? Scold her for being mentally unstable. Her murderous gaze was deep and sharp like a blade, carrying a hint of darkness and coldness. That's right, but that sect leader was also serious when asking, "What happened?" or "What?" System responded, "Right, but that's all." Dahua flashed a mysterious and calculating smile, extending her hand. "Of course, there needs to be another piece of evidence, so please give me a technique that can disguise me as a peerless master. There isn't such a technique." She leisurely tapped on the system screen. "Then I'll just create one myself. Didn't I get a technique fusion voucher before?" The system, seeing her carefree appearance, was speechless. Even fusion needs to follow the rules of the cultivation world. Suddenly, her pupils widened, clearly seeing something strange. Huh, why is this thing in the control panel? In a room, a woman with a powerful and commanding aura was sipping wine. She cheerfully said, with an amiable expression, "Ha ha ha. Finally waited for this day. All our meticulous planning over these past decades wasn't in vain." As a member of the Hihuan sect, the Chi Hall Master, Chen Yan, early stage nascent soul, he leisurely said, "What did the Grand Elder say to the elders over there? Haven't the 4 elders changed their minds yet?" He Huan sect's Grand Elder, Su Qingyu, late stage nascent soul, she closed her eyes, dejected. This old woman couldn't persuade them. He Huan sect's medicine hall master, Dan Li Han, late stage nascent soul, she calmly consoled, "The other 3 don't matter. After all, there are 6 elders on our side right now, except for the enforcement hall's forces, the shadow guards. The Elder Council also listens to our reform faction." Chen Yanyuan gleefully laughed, happily laughing as he poured wine into his bowl. "That's right, the stabilization faction is gone, and now we can use our fists without hesitation." Dan Lai continued to speak. "That's right, I just now managed to get a group of shadow guards to leave the sect entirely. I wonder what the Grand Elder has arranged." Su Qingyu replied with a refined demeanor. Meanwhile, Sun Si-ting was sitting silently in contemplation. This old woman was asked by Hallmaster Sun to find a drill instructor for our sect, named Feng Ye. Chen Yanyuan glanced at Sun Si-ting's pensive look. Why would such a small matter require the shadow guards? She stood up and slammed the table, putting on an indignant expression. What's old Sun spacing out for? Su Qingyu held the communication talisman in her hand. Oh, the shadow guard side is sending a message saying they found the person. This old woman is also very curious. Let's all go take a look. In a room within the sect, a person was wrapped in bandages all over, not leaving a single gap, except for the mouth, like they were mummified. The group from Hihuan's sect from earlier surrounded the body. Observing, Danley spoke, breaking the tense and silent atmosphere. "This injury is too serious." Chen Yanyuan saw the body and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Who's blind enough to attack someone from our Hihuan sect?" A subordinate stood there, respectfully saying, "Drill instructor Feng wasn't directly attacked, only affected." Chen Yanyuan was puzzled. The guard held up a spirit stone. "When we found her, we found this under her body." Dan Lai looked at the image recording spirit stone, saying, "What's recorded? She's injured like this. Yet the image recording stone is fine. She must have deliberately protected it." The subordinate activated the spirit stone, and a purple light appeared. "Everyone, take a look." In the shimmering purple light, the image of a hill appeared with a figure sitting in a meditation posture, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. Sun Si-ting was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. The image of Dahua appeared in the image stone. Chen Yanyuan was somewhat suspicious. Isn't this that new maid, the one surnamed Lu? Seconds later, the recorded image shifted to the sky above. In an instant, the clear sky from before was replaced by a sky covered in dark clouds, with thunder rumbling. All 4 of them, the sect leader, the Grand Senior, the Venerable, were dumbfounded. Chen Yanyuan was so shocked that he stuttered, How is this possible? Can everyone feel it? The Hehuan sect leader, Su Qingyu, was also so frightened that she blinked her eyes. Although the image recording stone recorded a very weak aura, there's no mistaking it. This is heavenly Dao pressure. Dan Lai also stared blankly at the moving image on the image stone. Could it be that she wants to undergo tribulation? But isn't thunder tribulation only needed for the nascent soul breakthrough to spirit transformation? Isn't she only at the foundation establishment stage? A bolt of lightning stretched out, streaking across the sky, and struck down on the ground. At that moment, the heavenly realm and the mortal world seemed to merge into one, marking the transformation of a life. That light emitted an aura like a storm, so strong and violent that it seemed to tear the image recording stone apart. A small amount of spirit stones were being held in the palm of her hand. Qingyu helplessly said, "It seems that even a small amount of heavenly Dao pressure is not something the image recording stone can withstand." Chen Yan looked at the corpse lying there and, offering a conjecture, said, "So, it seems Instructor Feng was struck by lightning and turned into this state." Li Han turned and asked, "This maidservant, no senior, why is she so vague about the tribulation? When I found Instructor Feng, there was no one else around." Chen Yan was extremely anxious and, impatiently turning to Si Ting, shouted, "Sun Si Ting, what exactly happened? Do you know something? Otherwise, you wouldn't have deliberately sent the Shadow Guard to find this person." Hearing this, Si Ting thought she couldn't reveal Lin Jiwan, or she would be implicated. She spoke to justify herself. "She's just a foundation establishment cultivator who ruined my plan against Lu Miao. I felt the situation was strange, so I sent Instructor Feng to investigate. But then Instructor Feng went missing." Li Han questioned doubtfully. "Everything she said, tribulation lightning. Is she trying to break through to spirit transformation? Ha! Our Kanglan Kingdom only has the Supreme Elder of the Qingyan sect, who's reached the incarnation stage, besides the dragon vein below, and other countries' incarnation stage. Cultivators wouldn't deliberately come here to undergo tribulation at this time." Qingyu seemed to have understood something, and she quietly said, "What if it's the 5 great divine halls?" Everyone standing there was startled and turned to look at her. Although Chen Yan's expression changed slightly, he still wasn't convinced. He said, "People from the 5 great divine halls have even less reason to come here to undergo tribulation." Qingyu calmly continued, "This old one received news that the 5 great divine halls might send their divine children to the lower realm for training." Li Han covered his mouth with one hand, saying with apprehension, "Divine children? That's possible." Sai Ting then spoke up. "Regardless of whether she's a divine child or not, this person is someone we can't afford to offend, although I don't know why she's concealing her cultivation level at our sect. If she appears again, we need to deal with her carefully, striving to leave her with a good impression." Chen Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he said, "But it seems like she's from Lu Tang's side." Si Ting crossed her arms, arrogantly said, with a ridiculing look, "Would a top-level expert like her be another person's maidservant? She's only doing that to deal with the lightning tribulation, needing a mental breakthrough." Her eyes suddenly turned sharp, and I dare say, the first person she'll want to kill once the tribulation is successful is the Lu family. Li Han spoke, asking for everyone's opinion there, but she disguised herself as foundation establishment for a mental breakthrough, so what should our attitude be towards her? Qingyu then offered her perspective. "Her choosing our sect to experience her mental state is a great opportunity. If she returns to our sect again, you all need to pretend not to know her identity, continuing to treat her as a foundation establishment disciple, but also try your best to create the best possible impression." Everyone, hearing this, replied in unison, "We obey, Great Elder." She further instructed, "If Feng Jiaoxi wakes up, inform this old one first." Understood. Suddenly, a red energy radiated from the top of Feng Jiaoxi's head. The light shoots straight to her glabella. In her consciousness, she heard the words they just said. "If Instructor Feng wakes up, inform this old one first." Understood. Is Xinglin awakened, a divine child? How imaginative they are. The system panel appeared. Host truly silenced them. It's just the price is too expensive. She sat, looking at the system panel and pondering. There's no way around it. I have to let the lightning tribulation descend. Otherwise, I won't scare those old monsters. System prompt, analyzing. Foundation establishment 5th level. The body develops slowly. The cloak often fuses demon cores. I didn't expect that the demon core absorbed by this clone could still be retrieved from the system's attribute panel. She reached out to test, also taking this opportunity to check the body's repair limit of the bloodthirsty yin fiend Ox. Half an hour later, her hand clenched and then opened. Xinglin joyfully opened and clenched her hand, saying, "It seems the body's repair efficiency is faster than the divine soul's." Xinglin recovered her strength. smirking triumphantly. Joyful Union Sect. This divine child is coming. Lan Yu appeared from nowhere and asked her, "You want to go back to the Joyful Union Sect?" She anxiously asked, "Lan Yu, why are you back here? Xinglin Dao Yu taught me." "Right, don't believe anything others say. I flew very far." Suddenly thinking, "You're going in the opposite direction of the Imperial City." Lan Yue was speaking but stopped midway. Xinglin blankly said, "Huh, Imperial City." Lan Yu realized she had blurted something out and denied it. "Ah, no, nothing." Xinglin suddenly realized, "Oh, I get it. This place is originally very far from this princess's Imperial City. According to what I deceived her with, even if she secretly ran away when she was young, it's impossible to run this far, so if I go back to the sacrificial village, I might also be flying towards the direction near the Imperial City." "This girl isn't as dumb as I thought." Xinglin noticed Lan Yu, staring intently, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then she said with a little sadness, "Xinglin, Dao companion, you must have a reason to go back to the Heihuan sect. I know I'm pretty useless. Even if I bravely say I'll go back with you, I definitely won't be able to help and might even cause you more trouble." Lan Yu took out a green ring and said, So take this thingy. If you encounter a crisis you can't resolve, break the seal. What's inside might be able to help you." Xinglin looked at the ring Lan Yue held out in front of her and asked, "What kind of life-saving trick is this?" Lan Yue replied, "Well, it's just a storage ring with a seal on the outside. Once the seal is broken, the items inside will gradually lose their effectiveness." She carefully added, "So unless it's a life-or-death moment, don't break it casually, okay?" Xinglin turned her face away, waving her hand in refusal. "Then you keep it for yourself." Lan Yu suddenly drew a sword, threatening, "If you don't take it, I won't let you go back to the Heihuan sect alone, even if I'm no match for Xinglin. Dao companion, I'll still try my best to stop you." Xinglin was helpless against her and had to give in. "Fine then, let's go back together." "Huh!" Lan Yu was so shocked by the suggestion to go back to the Heihuan sect together that her eyes went blank. Xinglin flew, and Lan Yu used an ascending technique, and together they headed back. Lan Yue still wondered, "Xinglin, Dao companion, what are you thinking? If you already agreed to let me follow you, then why did you trick me?" Xinglin replied, "Because the situation is different now. I can't guarantee that you won't encounter danger after we part ways, but I can guarantee that you will be absolutely safe by my side." "Oh, huh." Lan Yu was stunned again. Suddenly, Xinglin flew downward, saying, "We've arrived at the Heihuan sect Immortal City. Let's go down and get some reward points." Lan Yu thought to herself, "What? Absolutely safe? Mind Devil, Dao companion, your little sister is a real bullshitter." Lan Yu reminisced about the scene of parting with Xinglin earlier, but when she parted with her before, her heart felt empty. Even though she now knows that going back to the Heihuan sect with her will be very dangerous, she feels particularly at ease. Xinglin was approaching the city gate, and Lan Yue was following behind. When two siblings were talking to each other, "Can we enter the city without using spirit stones? Of course, as long as little sister plays with me." Suddenly, Xinglin attacked the senior brother. A system notification appeared. Creation points plus 288. Lan Yue was dumbfounded again by her actions. On the city walls, a guard shouted an alarm. "Assemble! Assemble!" Intruders. The soldiers quickly assembled, and the city gates opened. The soldiers surrounded the two of them. Song Peng, the Golden Core Stage commander guarding the Heihuan sect Immortal City, stepped out and asked, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Heihuan sect Immortal City?" Lan Yu saw how tense the situation was, and thought, "Yeah, gotta keep a low profile in this situation. Xinglin Daoist friend. Has the grudge between you and this guy reached the point of no return?" Xinglin glanced at the guy she just slapped and said nonchalantly, "He had a mosquito on his face, just helping him swat it." Hearing this, Lan Yu internally raged. "Aren't you just looking for trouble? Creation points plus 649. The guy whose face was swollen on one side suddenly remembered, "Wait a minute, weren't you the one a few days ago?" Xinglin immediately started her forte, which is acting. She wiped her tears and sniffled, saying, "That's right, you were the one who invited me for drinks, and then scolded me for being cheap." He immediately retorted, "Invited my ass. You only gave me 5 measly spirit stones." Bang Jin couldn't stand these guys messing around in front of him anymore and said, "Where did this clown come from? Capture him and take him to the interrogation room?" From the crowd outside, a voice said, "Wait a minute, everyone step aside." As soon as Xinglin saw him, she recognized him. "Oh, it's Steward Wang. He's here to bail Xinglin out." Steward Wang turned to her and said, "Shi-chun, why aren't you at home? What are you doing here?" Then he turned to Bang Jin, pointing to his head as he spoke. "Commander Song, This person is the daughter of an old friend of mine. He's been a bit off in the head since birth, usually locked up at home, so I don't know how she escaped. Then Steward Wang turned back to her and said, "Let's go. This is not a place for you to be." But Bang Jin wasn't going to let them go so easily, he ordered. "Form the formation. Kill," the soldiers shouted in unison, full of vigor. Suddenly a formation appeared, formed by the soldiers surrounding Xinglin, Lan Yue, and the others. Suddenly, Lan Yue seemed weak. Unable to stand firmly, Xinglin asked, "What's wrong?" Xinglin helped Lan Yue to stand up. The system panel informed her that this was a suppression formation, condensing the killing intent of those who formed it. The blood-offering yin-killing pearl in the host's body could resist this suppression. "Oh, is that so?" Steward Wang stepped forward and asked. "Commander, what do you mean by this?" He angrily replied, "I was going to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. You were the one who reported our guards for taking bribes, right? Do you know how many spirit stones I had to compensate?" Steward Wang retorted, "Don't slander me. The Immortal City guards want to attack and intersect Steward. What's the proof?" He took the opportunity to act even more presumptuously, pointing and shouting, "Wang Chengyi, you think I haven't received any news? Hallmaster Liu is already down. Once the enforcement hall finishes cleaning up, it'll be your Steward Hall's turn. I can find any excuse to kill you now, and no one can say anything." Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Xinglin thought, "I originally wanted to help, but I ended up implicating them. I have to stop them so the old guy and Lan Yue can take this opportunity to escape." Then Lan Yue shouted, "Shi-chun, don't run. I'll join forces with my dad to beat this bastard up." Steward Wang's jaw dropped, and he turned around. "What are you saying?"